Chapter 1531. After learning of the Lanua regime's outrageous actions, neither Lion nor the other officials could sit still. It was truly outrageous. The Lanua regime was a classic example of a two-pronged opportunist. Not only did they exploit Yin, they also secretly colluded with several major factions. They even exploited the common people. They exploited everything, from the heavens to the earth. For such people, or more accurately, such a regime, Yin would not treat them favorably. Lion certainly did not treat them favorably either. Upon learning the news, Lion immediately ordered the severance of all ties with them. All supplies destined for the Lanua regime were withdrawn. The Lanua regime was stunned, as they had originally planned to fight the enemy to the bitter end using the equipment provided by Yin. But now, Lion had cut off their supplies. This was a devastating blow to them. They simply could not bear it. The fate of the number 2 figure did not change their situation. Some of them still persisted in their own ways. Instead, they took the National Defense Forces' assistance for granted. Without them, who would defend Yin against the Northern forces? Regarding those who couldn't distinguish priorities or their own status, Lion declared that such people were hopeless. Without you, the Lanua regime, a bunch of rubbish, the planet wouldn't rotate? Do you really think you're human? In my eyes, you're not even worth a serving of food. Luckily, they didn't hear Lion's heartbreaking words. If they had, they would have exploded on the spot. After cutting off the Lanua regime supplies, the Lanua regime's top brass considered repairing relations. But they quickly abandoned this idea. Dine had truly cut off all supplies. All railways along the Holy Empire's northern border were strictly controlled. Any train departing from the Holy Empire for the Orc Empire was subject to inspection. This completely thwarted their efforts. After careful consideration, the Lanua regime decided to abandon this unrealistic idea. They instead began contacting the 8 northern factions. There was no other way. Their father no longer wanted them. No matter how hard they tried, it would be futile. So they began contacting those in the north. But the 8 northern factions had already been crushed. The combined attacks from above and below had left the 8 factions unable to protect their front lines. Many forces withdrew their troops from the front lines to defend their rear areas. The National Defense Army's infiltration capabilities were truly formidable. First, they possessed a sufficient number of mobile vehicles. They could complete a relocation in a short period of time. And these thin people factions, on the other hand, could only rely on their 2 legs. But how far can 2 legs go? Can they catch up with 4 wheels or propellers? The answer is, of course, no. They can only be treated like dogs by the Wehrmacht. With the Lanua regime's betrayal, Lion knew the Orc story was over. Notify the Holy Empire front, and have them send 200,000 troops north. I have only one request. All Orcs who have harmed humanity must be exterminated, regardless of age, sex, or even children. Lion's words were already quite euphemistic. In fact, Leon wanted to say that anyone taller than the wheels should be killed. But on second thought, he decided that the current situation didn't warrant a massacre. Although many Orcs have low intelligence, they're excellent slaves. The major wars are over, and the Goblin civilization, the Papal States, and the Eastern Great Road have all been destroyed. Someone has to rebuild these places, right? Shouldn't we just ignore these fertile lands? But we can't send the Great Yin people everywhere, right? And some places still have quite a few bandits. For example, the Dwarf Empire, with its tough folk. The entire Dwarf Empire has a scorching climate, with deserts and gobi everywhere. Didn't the Great Yin people endure hardships in the past? This is why the National Defense Army's clearing operations are progressing slowly. The armor on the tanks could fry an egg within an hour of being deployed. Because the tanks are equipped with air conditioning, the heat doesn't affect the tank crews much. But don't forget the soldiers. The soldiers don't usually have to bask in the sun, but once they go out on clearing missions, they have to face the scorching sun. This sun is not a gentle one. The sun on the southern continent can be said to be scorching. The National Defense Forces were soldiers, but they were also human beings, and Lion treated them like precious treasures. Let the great flame heavenly soldiers suffer this? Wouldn't all the hardships we endured in the past have been in vain? So Lion ordered the local National Defense Force garrisons to choose favorable weather conditions, whenever possible, to go out on expeditions. He also recruited vassal troops, as needed, to carry out bandit suppression missions. He also selected soldiers of high moral character from these vassal troops to be incorporated into the local security forces. This is called using barbarians to control barbarians. Lion regarded his compatriots as precious as nothing. Both the cabinet and the military tacitly agreed with Lion's views and began to align with his ideas. Equality for all. If you had joined early, how could there still be equality? Unification is almost here, And you're joining now. Isn't that just profiteering? Ensuring you have enough to eat is already Lion's greatest favor. After all, having grown up under the red flag, Lion can't bear to see its people go hungry. Thus, the orcs of the Orc Empire have become an excellent labor force. But the thin people are still restless. A considerable number of them are dreaming of the past. They believe they are still the powerful civilization of the past, the mighty Northern Empire. But the past is past. The so-called Orc Empire has been buried in the long river of history. Many people don't understand, or even comprehend. Why did their powerful nation vanish in an instant? Even though the Orc Empire has fallen, countless people still cherish the past. But nostalgia is useless. Dwelling on the past will lead to nothing. The Holy Empire's front received the order to march north. Most of them have already completed their training. From a ragtag army, it has become a regional army. And it's still undergoing continuous screening to refine its elite. In the past, the frontier army numbered as many as 400,000 to 500,000 men, but now, after numerous rounds of selection, the number is less than 250,000. And what remains is more than just the elite. This is because the original Holy Empire frontier army selected only the young and strong. Many of those with less than optimal health were rejected. After all, the Holy Empire boasted a population of over 100 million, while the frontier army totaled only a little over 500,000 men. This ratio is less than 1%. Remember, this was during the feudal era, and while the Holy Empire had changed since then, but this doesn't change the current situation. While neighboring countries are enjoying the French expansion, the Holy Empire, at Leon's behest, has repeatedly reduced its military. Because Leon understands that quality is more important than quantity. If the choice is between 400,000 cannon fodder and 200,000 elite troops, Leon would decisively choose the 200,000 elite troops. Padding troops certainly have their uses. But Leon simply doesn't need them now. The Elven Empire's army is currently divided. The Elven Empire currently maintains approximately 300,000 troops. These troops are already elite after 2 or 3 rounds of downsizing. The Succubus Kingdom has approximately 50,000 troops, while the Demon Empire has approximately 400,000. The armies of the first 3 nations are essentially elite, while the Demon Empire's troops are a level below those of the other 3 nations. Furthermore, the Demon Empire's troops are mostly military and police. Due to the Demon Empire's unique characteristics, Leon truly dared not allow it to have a sufficient number of troops. After all, their warlike nature is ingrained in their bones. Give them men and guns, and they could overturn the heavens. But the Qinchi Kingdom is different. Chapter 1532. The Qinchi Kingdom's army is different from the armies of other nations. Currently, the Qinchi Kingdom has a total of 550,000 soldiers. And these 550,000 soldiers are unlike the elites of other nations. The combat effectiveness of the Qinchi Kingdom soldiers is immeasurable. This is because their training standards are based on those of a regular national defense army. Although they are ostensibly the Qinchi Kingdom's army, in reality, they are completely different. To be precise, this army is built to the standards of the National Defense Army. And their combat effectiveness and equipment are on par with regular National Defense Army troops. The only drawback is that they do not answer to the military's orders. This army is one of only 2 that do not answer to the military's orders. The other army is the Imperial Guard that protects the capital. Legally, the Qinchi Kingdom's army directly answers to their queen. But now their queen is taken on the form of someone else. And most importantly, the queen has a child. Originally, after the marriage, the army had already obeyed Leon. The so-called obedience to the queen was just a formality. And now, this army has been left to Leon's daughter. Although Yunli can sometimes be full of filial piety, and her filial piety is powerful, she is not unreasonable. Although she can be dull, even foolish, at times, but only Leon knows that his daughter has completely inherited his treacherous nature. She is the kind of person who says one thing on the surface, but does another behind the scenes. Perhaps if you provoke her, she won't immediately resist. But she will definitely bear a grudge. She won't retaliate against you now, but there's no guarantee she will in the future. The other women say Yunli is like her mother, willful and overbearing. But only Leon knew this was her own deception. The real Yunli is clever, yet skilled at disguise and treacherous. It's best not to provoke such a person. If you must, be prepared to fight to the bitter end. You can either defeat her directly from the outset, or you can prepare for a long-term battle. If you can't do either, then be prepared for defeat. Yunli was carefully chosen by Leon. If one day Leon is truly gone, Yunli will protect this family. If a future successor chooses to exterminate Leon's family, then the Qinchi army will become his family's last resort. Before completely transforming the Qingqi kingdom, Leon prepared a retreat for everyone, but not for himself. After several assassination attempts, Leon gradually realized the importance of a retreat. Diane's current success is entirely due to Leon's cohesion and drive. If Leon were truly gone, the entire country would collapse instantly. Leon didn't want to see his country fall. Mainly, he couldn't guarantee what would happen in the future, whether people would kill his entire family for power. Leon hadn't considered passing the leadership position to his family. Because the royalists would eventually age, he didn't believe they could outlast him. If the royalists could outlast him, Leon said the position was yours. Give it to whichever of my children you want. Leon's current lifespan was guaranteed to be at least 1,000 years. And with no upper limit, the few royalists would only live for 200 or 300 years at most. If only they could survive to over 1,000 years old. Then forget about conspirators. Lion would probably be a living legend. To avoid excessive influence on this country, Lion had already planned to leave after a few more years. After dealing with the gods, he would begin his retirement. The 200,000-man Holy Empire front marched north. The people of the entire Beijing had mixed feelings upon seeing this scene. For in the past few years, they had never seen the Holy Empire's troops march north. It was mostly the Orc Empire that marched south. Later, the defense forces liberated the Holy Empire, and the situation gradually improved, but this could not offset the pain they felt in their hearts. The Orc Empire was once powerful. Since the Holy Empire's westward expedition ended, the Holy Empire has gradually weakened. They went from being the dominant power to being repeatedly bullied by the Orc Empire. Those border residents felt this most directly, because their lives were profoundly affected. The border used to be incredibly peaceful, but in recent years it has been shattered. The families of those border residents have all lost members to war, most of them massacred. In recent years, they've finally seen the Holy Empire's troops march north. Although they are now liberated and belong to the Great Yin people, they haven't forgotten the humiliation of the past. Who doesn't want to see their country prosper, if such people really exist? The word human can no longer be used to describe them, for they have transcended the human realm. In short, they are gods. 200,000 Holy Empire troops marched from the north. This not only shocked the borderland Great Yin people, but also stunned the orcs to the north. Didn't they say they wouldn't attack us if we surrendered? Why are they still attacking us even after we surrendered? Woo woo woo. No more. Bullying. Lion. I kid you, we'd be attacked even if we surrender. Orc. Then why can't we just fight to the end? Lion. Fight to the end. Great. Excellent. I love this kind of stubbornness. And the reason Leon loves this kind of stubbornness is that the more fiercely they resist, the more war reparations the Wehrmacht can receive. What? You lost the war, so of course you have to pay reparations. What? You say the reparations are too much. Then let me ask you, why didn't you surrender in the first place? If you had surrendered, you wouldn't have to pay so much. The border orcs never imagined that their father to the south would suddenly become their enemy overnight. Now they don't know if calling their father will get Great Yin to let them go. But what they failed to remember was that De Yin already had more than enough sons. De Yin lacked everything except sons. These days, every nation wants to be De Yin's son. But being a son isn't so simple. De Yin doesn't need so many sons. After learning that Leon had ordered the Holy Empire to send troops, the neighboring nations each had their own ideas. The Elf Empire attempted to send troops to reinforce the Holy Empire. The Qingqi kingdom chose to remain inactive. The Demon Empire, however, was the wisest. They chose not to attack. Nor did they choose to rush to express their position. Instead, they contacted Leon directly. Dear Leader Leon, in light of the war in the north, do you require the participation of the Demon Empire's warriors? 400,000 Demon Empire warriors are ready. At your command, we will join the fight immediately. The Demon Empire will always follow your lead. Leon was overjoyed upon hearing this news. Look! How highly conscious they are. You, the Elf Empire, can only shout slogans from the back. These are the slogans the Elf Empire actually shouts. Because, aside from shouting slogans, they haven't done anything else. Send troops? How? How many? Elf, no way. I need to discuss this. Chapter 1533. Time slipped by unnoticed, and it was the 6th year. The orcs had never imagined it. Their father would actually attack them. And right after announcing the severance of diplomatic ties, he sent a massive army. Their main goal was a speedrun. At first, the orcs weren't particularly worried. They believed the Holy Empire's army was still as vulnerable as before. But what the orcs hadn't anticipated was that the Imperial army was no longer the same decadent army it once was. Not only had the Imperial Army undergone a complete transformation, its weaponry had also undergone a complete overhaul. Because Bakhmut's army had marched south and completely defeated the front, after the war, the Wehrmacht began rearming the front. In addition to replacing the most basic individual weapons with fully automatic weapons, the front was also equipped with a number of armored vehicles. What was most touching was that some of them were brand new. Yes, you heard correctly. Brand new vehicles were given to the Frontier Army. This was a difficult outcome for the Frontier Army to accept. In their eyes, just getting some obsolete weapons and equipment was considered good food. But this group actually received brand new vehicles. This was a dream come true for these soldiers. A considerable number of them were ordinary people. Forget cars, they rarely even saw military vehicles. Even though the Holy Empire had begun to develop its economy, vehicles were still relatively rare there. Generally, only those with a certain level of wealth could afford them. However, if the current trend continues, ordinary people will be able to own cars in a year or two at most. The cars were originally sold here because they were a luxury. In the early days, when cars were first introduced, they were indeed a luxury. It wasn't until the advent of the assembly line that cars became a commodity for ordinary people. Although cars are somewhat expensive, you have to admit that they are indeed an excellent means of transportation. Not only can they load and unload goods, but they can also be used for transportation. They can, to a certain extent, free up the productivity of ordinary people. They give them more time to pursue their ideals. What about the people of the Holy Empire? They too have the right to pursue their ideals. If, simply because they are Holy Empire citizens, their freedom and right to pursue their ideals are taken away, then what's the difference between them and animals? Lion keeps the people of the Holy Empire well fed. So, while the Holy Empire's frontier army obeys the military, they prefer to follow Leon's orders. Legally, the military takes precedence over Leon. But the problem is that many armies only obey Leon. In other words, given a choice between the military and Lion's orders, they would choose Lion's without hesitation. In the feudal era, an excellent general often ensured that his generals and soldiers were well fed. When everyone was starving and underfed, you were able to ensure that your men were well fed and clothed. If you weren't crowned with the yellow robe now, when would you be crowned with it? That's why many people say that crowning with the yellow robe is wrong. But the problem lies in what would happen if the monarch was capable, or if society at that time was able to provide adequate food. There was no chance of him being crowned emperor. Because being crowned emperor was essentially the same as rebellion or a coup. To put it bluntly, it was all about making a living. Of course, there was also the desire to avoid death. After all, history shows that many people rose up out of desperation. The Holy Empire's frontier army entered the Orc Empire and began fighting. Within 6 hours of Leon's order to attack, the Holy Empire's frontier army had assembled and marched to the battlefield. It was dawn when they entered the Orc Empire. Yes, it was the wee hours of the morning when the Holy Empire's frontier army received the order. Many soldiers had just drifted off to sleep, sound asleep. But Leon's order awoke them from their sweet dreams, and they unhesitatingly took up their weapons and marched north. Each of them had a determined look in their eyes, as if some great opportunity awaited them. If they had been asked to attack another country, they might not have been so enthusiastic. But the problem was that the country they were attacking was the Orc Empire. For a man from the Holy Empire, the three things they most wanted to do in their lives were to make a fortune, marry a beautiful wife, and destroy the Orc Empire to the north. If they could achieve any of these, they would choose to destroy the Orc Empire without hesitation. The two sides were sworn enemies. It wasn't something that could be resolved with a few words. Don't advise others to do good without first experiencing their own misfortunes. Lion had experienced it himself, but he said he wasn't qualified. For the Yen, the Orcs slaughtered just one village. But for the Holy Empire, the Orcs had caused tens of millions of casualties over the years. Dozens of villages were looted almost every year. Many civilians had escaped the Orcs' iron hooves and scimitars, but died on the road southward due to lack of food. So they hated them. They hated the Orcs deeply. At this point, an expert jumped in and spoke. Don't you even bring enough food with you when you flee? Why provoke racial conflict? The Orcs are traveling south to survive. Can't you just look at your own problems? Leon, people smile when they're helpless. At first, Leon thought such a person wouldn't exist. But then Leon realized, a wide forest is home to all kinds of birds. People with enough food dare to think anything. There's just this kind of abstract existence in the Yen. Not only do they fail to protect their own interests, they even proactively protect the interests of other people's. If Leon is forced to start a war, he's an aggressor. If he passively accepts aggression, He had to cede his land and resources to others. Talk about the responsibility of a great power. Leon, unlock the fuse. Release it. Chapter 1534. The Holy Empire's army advanced northward, penetrating the Orc Empire. The Lano regime, already embroiled in a strife, was still mobilizing troops, preparing to march to the southern border. But the Holy Empire's frontier forces had already arrived. The Holy Empire's forces attacked the Orc Empire at top speed. The Lano regime had no time to react, and only realized their presence after being caught off guard. But by then, it was too late. The Holy Empire's frontier forces had already set foot on Orc Empire soil. After they set foot on Orc Empire soil, they were no longer the Holy Empire's frontier forces, nor were they the National Defense Force. They were now human. They sought revenge for the tragic deaths of humans in the past, revenge for the orcs who had harmed them, but their revenge was not aimless. Their primary mission was to annihilate all the resisting forces. Perhaps this was cruel. But don't forget how those orcs had treated ordinary people. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It's not that there won't be retribution, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. The orcs could never have imagined that in just one night, the Holy Empire to the south would become their enemy, and at an astonishing speed. In a split second, they had lost control of vast swathes of southern territory, with 40% of the Lano government's territory directly conquered by the Holy Empire's frontier forces. By the time the Lano regime finally reacted, it was too late. The Holy Empire's frontier forces launched a thunderous attack. The Lano regime was overwhelmed. They had just withdrawn their troops from the north when trouble struck in the south. This infuriated them. They accused the Wehrmacht of lacking military ethics and launching a surprise attack, but upon hearing this, the Wehrmacht simply laughed. What does the attack launched by the Holy Empire front have to do with the Wehrmacht? We can't win, we can't win. No excuses. The war in the Orc Empire was becoming one-sided. On the other hand, the Holy Empire front had taken over the front. The Wehrmacht was finally able to catch its breath. They had endured the long Goblin War and truly needed a break. They were just ordinary people. They couldn't keep fighting forever. Anyone who has experienced the baptism of war grows weary. Not everyone is made of iron. Not everyone believes war is good. William finished his work for the day and returned home. Their home had become a warm and cozy place. Ruthina desperately wanted a child. So she quit her job and focused on preparing for it at home. Every day when William returned, he was tortured by his wife. His mother also urged William to let her have a grandchild as soon as possible. But William said it couldn't be rushed. Go ahead and rush it, but the more you rush, the quieter you become. Although William said it couldn't be rushed, that didn't stop others from urging him. It was okay if his mother urged him, but William could accept Ruthina's urging. But the question was, why was Air Marshal Carl joining in the fun? Do you really want to hold your great-grandson? William was completely upset. And Carl wasn't the only one who was most concerned. Even Field Marshal Caddis came to inquire about William's situation. You know the kind of family where a bunch of powerful people sit down, but instead of discussing business, they're just there to urge you to have a child. Although Chester didn't come out to urge him, he insisted he must be invited to the baby's full moon celebration. Isn't that just a disguised form of urging? William could only endure it. At the same time, he comforted himself that this was all part of marriage. At first, William was able to handle the combination of daytime work and nighttime work perfectly. But over time, William couldn't take it anymore. How could he handle coming every day? But the most important thing was that Leon had 5 wives. How did the leader handle it? William's mind was full of questions. Looking at his wife at home, who was staring at him eagerly, William said he would definitely go to the leader for advice. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he died. He was so young, he didn't want to die young. William was determined. But just as he was about to visit the leader early the next morning, his mother suddenly spoke up. William, let's go back to our hometown. It's been a while, and I miss my relatives and friends there. Her mother's words disrupted William's plans. But William didn't say much. In fact, he also wanted to go home. Since moving to Lyon, they hadn't been back home. While many relatives back home were disliked, there were also many worth remembering. William and his wife, Ruthna, explained their mother's intentions. Ruthna agreed wholeheartedly. Poor Fleischtam was still in the army. The reason was simple. Fleischtam's 8th Guards Division was the latest to be reorganized. The personnel were all the same. It had been transformed from a logistics unit into a guards unit. This wasn't simply a complete transformation. Thus, the training of this unit was rigorous. Neither Fleischtam nor anyone else could interfere with the training of these 2 divisions. Both divisions were essentially forced to catch up with the Guards in a short period of time. The Guards' intensity was unmatched by other branches. They had higher ranks and better food than other friendly forces, but also higher training intensity. At first, the soldiers of these two divisions were somewhat overwhelmed, but they soon held on. It couldn't be helped. The food was simply too good. Although the training was tough, their nutrition was not only adequate, but even excessive. It was only a matter of time before these two divisions caught up with the other Guards' divisions. William brought his mother and wife back to his hometown. In fact, at first, William also wanted to bring Charlotte with him. But his mother unexpectedly refused. She's made her choice. There's no need for us to interfere. People must pay for their actions. Since she's chosen this path, there's no regrets. William was surprised by his mother's decisiveness. At first, he thought his mother still had feelings for his sister, Charlotte, but now it seemed she was completely disappointed. Seeing this, William said nothing, but waited and watched. William parked his car in front of the old house. The old house hadn't been renovated, it stood on its original foundation. Although the land had been nationalized, Lyon still preserved the foundations of the people's ancestral homes. Because these were their roots. If even these things are taken away, what's the difference between them and heartless machines? To choose to oppose the people for such a small piece of land is sheer idiocy. And to ensure a better life for the people, Lyon even specially prepared a subsidy for the people of Diyin. This is used to renovate rural homes in Diyin. If city dwellers enjoy a better life, the rural population shouldn't be left behind either. Otherwise, what's the point of earning so much money? Lyon stated that annual income and expenditure must be balanced. At most, a little extra will be set aside as an emergency fund. Some might say, wouldn't that mean we're doomed if a natural disaster strikes? How could the money be enough for disaster relief? Lyon, guess how much gold I looted over the years? Currently, there are two currencies circulating in Diyin. One is the copper, silver, and gold coins of the former Holy Empire. The other is the paper currency issued by Diyin. Gold coupons are one type of currency. People more commonly refer to them as Diyin coins. The Great Yen coin also has three tiers: copper, silver, and gold, each with various denominations. However, aside from the gold tier, which has a denomination of 100, the other two tiers do not have a denomination of 100. And the face value of 100 gold coins is already a lot of money. It's no less than a check. Lyon's goal in doing this is to nationalize all the copper, silver, and gold coins in circulation. Once the copper, silver, and gold coins have been collected, real paper money will be issued to replace them. Copper, silver, and gold are essentially metals, and copper and gold are used in many industries. Lyon can't keep these rare metals circulating in the market forever. Chapter 1535. As soon as William got out of the car, the villagers rushed over. Most of the villagers knew William's identity. Originally, everyone should have known, but William repeatedly urged them not to publicize his identity. This was not only to protect William, but also to protect the villagers. If the villagers knew too much, it would put the entire village in trouble. After all, not all people are good, and there will always be some who will harm William's friends. Perhaps many of these villagers had little to no relationship with William, but some were very close by blood. If these people were kidnapped or harmed because of William, William would never forgive himself. It was precisely because of this situation that William rarely returned to his hometown. It wasn't that he had forgotten everything about his hometown, but rather that he was using his own methods to protect his family. William? You? No, Commander. You're back. An old man carrying a hoe, who had just returned from working in the fields, was about to ask William a question when he suddenly thought of something and changed his words. William was a bit amused and confused at the old man's behavior. Uncle Duh, there's no need to be so particular about the relationship between our two families. Just call me William. Calling me General feels awkward. It's been that name for years. Just because I'm a general, does that mean I'm no longer your nephew? Some things, even if you achieve great success, cannot be forgotten. That would be forgetting one's roots, and one must never forget one's roots. William then personally helped Uncle to pick up the hoe and accompanied him back home. After settling Uncle Da down, William left his home. Before leaving, he reminded Uncle Da that he would be at his house for dinner that evening. Mother and Ruthna were currently packing up things in the ancestral home. There weren't many things in the home, and it was practically bare. This home had been passed down from William's father. His father was a drunkard and a gambler, but his grandfather was an honest farmer, and his great-grandfather a country gentleman. By the time it was passed down to William's father, the family had fallen on hard times, leaving only this home. William's father even considered selling the home for money, but his mother stopped him. William later became an officer in the Wehrmacht. My father, with a servile attitude, came to William again, demanding money. At first, William refused, but then my father came to harass my mother regularly. My mother couldn't stand it any longer. Finally, she reported the situation to the village chief. By then, the Wehrmacht had completely taken over the crime territory. The village chief also received Leon's order. If there were any gamblers in the village, he could notify the National Defense Forces and have them arrested. Leon never let these gamblers go. In reality, there's no difference between a gambler and a lazy person. It's just a different name. But there's a difference between a gambler and a lazy person. Lazy people don't bother others and live their own lives. Simply put, they produce and sell their own goods, so that even without them, the world wouldn't be affected. But gamblers are different. They don't produce anything, don't contribute anything, and instead, they spend all their money on gambling. This is essentially no different from getting something for nothing. But gamblers don't think that way. They simply believe that all this money was earned through their own skill. What they don't realize is that most gambling relies entirely on luck. Luck is a metaphysical thing. If you rely entirely on metaphysics, you're no different from a charlatan. Even if there are gods in this world, expecting them to appear is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Because Lion enacted laws targeting gamblers. Since the establishment of the National Defense Force, there have been no more casinos in the entire Great Yin. Subsequent wars of liberation liberated neighboring countries, and this policy was also implemented in neighboring countries, prohibiting all gambling. All casinos were closed down. Although the casinos were closed down, Lion did not ban these entertainment activities. Gambling is getting something for nothing, but entertainment is entertainment. Entertainment can help people relax after a busy day. If even this last bit of entertainment is gone, then it's no different from being the Walking Dead. Lion's thinking is perfectly normal. But this caused great hardship for many gamblers. They were addicted to gambling, and Lion's policies were like putting them on the spot. They began to seek a way out, initially fleeing to neighboring countries. At the time, these neighboring countries were unaffected by Lion's War of Liberation. But Lion's War of Liberation later left them stunned. Every time they arrived in a country, the steel torrent of the National Defense Army followed them. Their gambling business suffered a devastating blow. They could only flee to other countries, but they could never escape this planet. With the end of the Papal States, the gamblers' world had collapsed. Back then, there was no goblin civilization. So the Papal States was their last haven. But the problem was, the Papal States was gone. The Papal States was gone. The gamblers were completely helpless. As long as they didn't escape this planet, they would never be able to gamble again. Even the Orc Empire, still in turmoil, was forcibly banned from gambling by Leon. I don't care that your Orc Empire is divided into several regions. But I won't allow any gambling within your territory. What? You said you were going to rise up, Lion. My sword is not weak either. It was precisely because of Leon's pragmatic attitude that the gambling industry worldwide suffered a devastating blow and never recovered. Today, gambling is dwindling to a point where it's practically non-existent. William's father was also detained. Given his father's special status and the crimes he committed, the court sentenced him to life imprisonment. Before sentencing, the court asked William for his opinion on how to deal with his father, and most judges believed that William would protect his father. But William said, "You only gave birth to me, but didn't raise me. Why should I protect you? My mother raised all these people. And every time you come home, you don't give her money, but ask for it." William's father initially dismissed the idea, thinking a life sentence was easy. But he soon calmed down and never made such boasts again. Most people say that boasting won't lead to anything. But when the day of execution finally arrived, most people calmed down. William's father, after only 2 weeks in prison, was clamoring to see the warden. "Do you know who my son is? How dare you lock me up? Of course I know who your son is. He's the famous William. You know, and yet you still don't release me? Or I make you pay for it." The soldier laughed and began to speak. "Do you really think you're a piece of cake? Your story is not only a family scandal, but a national scandal. No family will repeat the same mistakes because they had brains, and you not only have no brains, but you also never think. Use your brain and think. This place seems like a good place for you to meditate." Chapter 1536. The news that William had sent his father to prison quickly spread throughout the village. No one sympathized with William's father's plight. For William's father had no spiritual attainments, it was entirely his own fault. William's mother, though not a peerless beauty, was certainly a village beauty. Not only was she beautiful, she could cook, And she was also kind. When William's father hadn't married his mother, countless men clamored for marriage. But William's mother ultimately chose to believe his sweet talk. After marrying, she discovered that William's father had deceived her, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she diligently managed the household. But even such a virtuous wife and mother, William's father actually beat and scolded her. And for no reason, beating and scolding her for not giving her money. Beating and scolding her for losing money in gambling. He simply used his mother as a punching bag. This went on for over a decade. It wasn't until William entered military school and became an officer that things began to change. Most gamblers are bullies, who only care about the weak and fear the strong. William's father was no exception. After William became an officer, his father initially came to visit his family with great enthusiasm. But he was later driven away by William. At first, William's father accused William of being unfilial. Later, he even took the matter to the higher authorities. The result is predictable. William is an upright man. Now, with this drama, isn't it just a self-directed drama? William is still not filial. So what William's father saw and heard was false? William's father's hope was shattered, and he ultimately did not rely on his son to become a wealthy man. On the contrary, after becoming an officer, William began preparing to deal with his father. Blood relations were indeed his. But who would want a father who was addicted to gambling? A gambling father, a sick mother, a school-age brother, and a broken daughter. Many gambling families mirror this. Once something goes wrong, it really goes wrong. Since Lion issued its ban on gambling, the incidence of gambling problems in various countries has plummeted. This wasn't because they felt guilty, but because they were terrified. They knew what Lion and his men were doing. Surrendering might save their lives and some of their property, but if you resolutely resist, expect to be met with thunderous punishment. After a long day of arguing between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, William, who had just returned from the market, placed a large bag of vegetables in front of his mother. These vegetables were all bought by William from a nearby market. William could actually cook, but today he just wanted his mother to have a good life. Victory was right before his eyes, so near, and yet so far away. William's actions inspired many to follow his example, and they began scrambling to find ways to provide their mothers with a better life. Compared to a father's unwavering love, the subtle and silent nourishment of nature is clearly more suitable for the people of Yin. In fact, many people yearn for peace. They also wish their families a better life, but some stingy people are simply too stingy, unwilling to pay, while taking for granted the fruits of others' labor. They are no different from animals. After half a day's hard work, my mother finally prepared a table full of dishes. At this moment, the relatives William had summoned during the day made a collective appearance. To avoid embarrassment, many relatives brought out their ancestral clothing. Don't worry about whether it was tattered or not, just wearable, or at least a decent piece of clothing, would do. Life was difficult for the common people. Lion's new policies had ensured that many people had enough to eat. The guests soon arrived at William's home. Most of them were William's relatives, and they had unhesitatingly chosen to help them in their most difficult times. Their decision earned them the life they have today. Even though William had reached a high position, he had not forgotten these relatives. Many relatives began to approach William, asking him to find a way to enlist their children in the guards. But William was not only a devilish commander, he was also a truly honest official. He had never accepted bribes. Even when relatives came to him for help, he would only allow their children to start from the bottom. The common people knew that the hardships of life could not be resolved with a few words from these predators on the dais. The lives of many ordinary people were filled with regret. William then began to enjoy his meal with his relatives. But while they were eating, someone rushed in and spoke to William. "Hey, isn't this our William? What brings you here?" That's right, some people forget their origins after becoming generals. Now they don't even want to help their relatives. When we helped you, you didn't say a word. Now it was William's turn to be furious. Are these people so bold? Can't they pick a place to talk? If you don't want to say something, don't say it. Chapter 1537. As night fell, William fell into deep thought as he watched the relatives and friends who had arrived at his home. Most of them were honest and respectable. William, with his smooth talk and cunning ways, hadn't invited them. Or rather, he hadn't invited them to his last wedding. Neither his brother Fleischtam's wedding nor his own wedding had invited these relatives, who were taking advantage of their misfortunes. You could cut ties with them forever, or you could simply not care about them at all. But taking advantage of their misfortunes is a bit abstract. When William was still an ordinary person, many relatives saw the plight of William's family, and showed no intention of offering any help. Instead, They silently watched as William's family was dragged down by his so-called father. Many even took advantage of their misfortunes. But fortunes changed, and William emerged as the ultimate winner. Not only did he become the ultimate winner, but he won big. Perhaps William never imagined that a single decision he made would shape the person he is today. Only today, in his trance, did he finally understand a lot. Perhaps he didn't even know at the time that his decision was the right one. Many times, people don't make choices with absolute clarity, because you can't have a God's perspective. Many times, your choices may not be correct, but all we can do is persevere. When William first entered the military academy, he felt a bit overwhelmed. First, he suffered from chronic malnutrition, and second, his education level was relatively low. But after all, he was one of the first to attend. There were very few military academy students at the time. Many even distrusted the Wehrmacht. Few volunteered to join the Wehrmacht. William was one of them. Fleischham initially also wanted to join the Wehrmacht, but was stopped by William. William wasn't sure if the Wehrmacht had a future, surrounded by powerful enemies. The Wehrmacht wasn't even unified on its home front. The separatist forces in the surrounding cities put the entire country in jeopardy. But a stroke of luck allowed Lion to successfully control the entire Great Yin. A single misstep might have necessitated a complete collapse. But the reality was that Lion succeeded. The surrounding nations that had once mocked Lion and Great Yin were all wiped out. The surrounding kings were all gone. Except for a few who barely survived, they had completely lost their freedom. Those who surrendered early could at least serve as mascots. Those who surrendered late were either killed or vanished from the world. These vanished kings will never appear again in this world. The Wehrmacht will never allow them to be resurrected. They already cleared the stage perfectly. Behrmert. I have no objection. As the emperor of the Orc Empire, Behrmert's body still lies somewhere in the snowy plains of the far north. The official story is that Behrmert mysteriously disappeared. But this is just a lie to deceive ordinary people. Many people know that Behrmert is probably gone. But no one dares to say it out loud. It's not that they're afraid. It's that they prefer to have less trouble than more. They don't want to encounter any more trouble. After exchanging greetings with his relatives back home, William returned to Lianjin. I checked in on my relatives back home. I discovered that most farmers are now living a good life. Each village has its own production team. These teams specialize in production. Many farmers can't afford agricultural machinery, but nearly every village's production team is equipped with the necessary equipment. The arable land throughout Liongrad is mostly on the plains. So agricultural machinery is very popular. Secondly, the largest importer of agricultural machinery isn't the Holy Empire, but the Demon Empire. That's right, compared to the Holy Empire, the Demon Empire has a greater demand for agricultural machinery. Although the Demon Empire has a smaller population, its demand for agricultural machinery is actually greater because its arable land is more fertile and vast. It's no exaggeration to say that the Demon Empire has a larger arable land area than the Holy Empire. And most of their land is fertile black soil. This means that the demons have no shortage of food. As a matter of fact, the demons never ran out of food during past wars. Even in the harsh winters, they didn't lack food. But the real problem lies in the logistical challenges the demons face during winter. Their logistical capacity is severely challenged. Many times, even natural disasters have destroyed their supply lines. No human intervention is involved, they are completely obliterated by the blizzard. The Holy Empire boasts the fastest economic growth, while the Demon Empire boasts the fastest growth in grain production. But the country with the fastest population growth is unimaginable. It's not Tian or Qingqi, but the Elf Empire, renowned for its sparse population. The Elf Empire has discovered that its available labor force is simply too small. They are short on labor, leaving factories without enough workers. This results in the Elves' products being uncompetitive. First, they can't match their numbers. Furthermore, there are fewer local businesses, and without internal competition, many people simply live off the land. After learning of this situation, the governor of the Elven Empire's autonomous region began vigorously promoting the multi-birth plan. Aside from the Holy Empire, which was directly transformed into a province, the other countries are essentially autonomous regions. It's not that Lion wants to directly incorporate them, but rather because of the cultural differences between the surrounding countries. These cultural differences prevent the countries from being incorporated into Great Yin in the short term. Although they are now officially unified, the cultural differences between the countries are actually causing Lion considerable headaches, as Lion doesn't know how to handle them. It's normal for a country to have its own culture. There's no need to completely destroy the culture of others just to promote one's own. Some countries' cultures are indeed worth preserving. Whether Els or other countries, they all have their own splendid histories. Lion wants to build a multi-ethnic nation, not a multiracial one. If we destroy the culture and history of other nations in order to establish a multi-ethnic nation, it will only push them into opposition. Of course, if these nations are truly tactless, or simply refuse to integrate into Great Yin, then don't blame Leon for taking the initiative. I allowed you to join Great Yin because I think highly of you. But now you're being shameless, so don't blame us for interfering. Every nation is becoming Great Yin-like, and the people of many nations are eager to become part of Great Yin. There's no other way. Great Yin has given so much, they have no choice but to submit. Do you understand the feeling of redemption? They struggled to survive in this world, and then Great Yin arrived, allowing them to transform themselves and live with dignity. What else can we say? Of course, they followed Great Yin without hesitation. Since the Space Force has been formed, and the gods are about to arrive on the battlefield, Leon has begun a global patrol. He must appease all parties, and keep them in check as quickly as possible to prevent these nations from falling apart when the war with the gods begins. After all, not all citizens of a country are good. There are always some who are lurking among them, biding their time. In other words, their rebellion never ceases. They're always waiting for their chance. But Lion won't give them any chance. Lion has been striking back at these people with heavy blows. They're eating from my pot, and now they're smashing my bowl. If I don't kill you, who will I kill? Chapter 1538. This inspection tour was significantly larger than previous ones. This inspection tour had been long in the making. First, it covered the 4 major nations, the Holy Empire, the Elf Empire, the Demon Empire, and the Qin-Chi Kingdom. Besides these 4 major nations, the Demon Empire, the Eastern Continent, and the Papal States were also included in the inspection. This inspection tour was not only intended to appease the people, but also to examine the customs and cultures of each nation, as well as the rational allocation of resources. Rapid economic development inevitably creates disparities. This is when class contradictions arise. It's said that conquering the world is easier than ruling it. At first, Leon didn't understand the meaning of this, but now he finally understood. So conquering the world is easier than ruling it. Lion was overwhelmed by the time allocated on the itinerary. According to the schedule, Leon would be traveling for at least 12 hours out of 24. And this time, he was traveling by a special train. Because the railways of all nations had already been completed, a railway circling the north and southwestern continents stood on this world. This railway was built later, forming a perfect loop with the railways of the Great Yin Holy Empire and the Elf Empire. The railway begins east of the Orc Empire. It continues west or south into the Holy Empire, merging into the Holy Empire's railway network. The westward section of the railway passes through the entire Orc Empire, the Demon Empire, and the Papal States, connecting these 3 countries. From the southeast of the Papal States, the railway enters the Elf Empire, branching off within the Elf Empire to the east, leading to the Great Yin mainland. Another line runs south. The Elven Empire also has a railway running south. The 2 railways, one east and one west, enter the southern continent. The railways are planned to connect at the southern end of the Goblin civilization. This will form a railway circling the southern continent. The eastern continent also has its own railway line. Originally, the new Western Empire had a sufficient length of railway built within its borders. Later, the Western Empire, also aspiring to become an industrial power, naturally built its own railway. The Succubus Kingdom also built a railway at Leon's request. Although it only operates within the Succubus Kingdom itself, the Succubus Kingdom has now swallowed up the surrounding small nations, becoming the only nation on the eastern side of the eastern continent. Currently, the only unfinished section of the eastern continent's railway lies within the 3 central kingdoms. Construction within the 3 kingdoms is also expediting. Originally, they weren't in such a hurry, but upon hearing that Leon was going to conduct an inspection, they suddenly became impatient. They immediately began frantic infrastructure construction. The terrifying speed was daunting. The indigenous people of the 3 kingdoms were stunned. Was this still the engineering team they knew? When the railway was first being built, the construction team had a leisurely life. They worked just 8 hours a day and left work punctually, except for some special sections that required overtime to complete urgently. For the rest of the sections, they avoided overtime if possible and left work on time. This completely stunned the local indigenous people, who had never understood the 8-hour workday. At first, they thought the construction team was just slacking off. But then they came to their senses. If they were truly slacking off, the National Defense Forces would have dealt with them with an iron fist long ago. Because the National Defense Forces sent many people to inspect the railways. First, railways are not only state-owned assets, but also a priority for the military. While railways may be vulnerable to destruction, they possess one unique advantage unmatched by other transportation options. That is their carrying capacity. It far exceeds that of air and land transport. Even giant ships capable of transporting 10,000 tons cannot compare to railways. You might think a single train can only carry so many resources. But remember, there are more than one train. They can dispatch many at once. And military trains have priority. That's why the National Defense Forces are so concerned about the railways within the three kingdoms. Once the railways within the three kingdoms are connected, the entire eastern continent will have its own railway network. At that time, military transportation will be much more convenient. Although the world is currently unified on the surface, there is actually a dragon's nest to the east of the eastern continent, which is the dragon's territory. As the saying goes, one should not have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard against them. Although dragons and humans are now considered one family, Leon has never let down his guard against dragons. Leon never believed that an independent race could join the Great Flame. Nationality is nationality, and race is race. If you insist on equating race with nationality, then congratulations, you're about to explode. On the surface, dragons and humans appear to coexist harmoniously. But in reality, Leon has secretly stationed an army in the Succubus Kingdom. This army stationed in the Succubus Kingdom is to guard against the dragons in the Dragon's Lair. Because Leon couldn't actually station an army in the Dragon's Lair. Currently, Dragon's Lair has fewer than 2,000 troops stationed there, primarily protecting the military port and airport. After the airport and naval base were completed, dragons began arriving almost daily. Some came for sightseeing, while others sneaked out to play tricks on the garrison. At first, the garrison was a bit worried, fearing the dragons would attack them, but they soon relented. These dragons are no pushovers. They're like buffaloes, determined not to turn back until they hit a wall. Once they decided on something, they see it through to the end. Take these escaped dragons, for example. Given their age, they're still children, but they harbor the desire to play tricks on others, which is wrong. This isn't about judging from a moral high ground. As the saying goes, don't do good deeds, no matter how small, and don't do evil deeds, no matter how small. If you play tricks on someone today, you hurt them tomorrow. Ultimately, when evil thoughts arise in your heart, sooner or later they will be magnified infinitely. At that point, you're no longer an ordinary person. Or, in other words, you never be able to return to your old life. Some people don't take it seriously. They think it's just a prank, no big deal. But in reality, the so-called prank is just an excuse. It's an excuse to vent your inner evil. When you start venting your evil on ordinary people, then you become a demon. Precisely because of Leon's vigilance against dragons, the garrison was extremely cautious about their formation, fearing the dragons might do something out of the ordinary. Facts prove that Leon's thoughts were correct. One day, the harbor garrison was maintaining the harbor and runway as usual. But suddenly, a group of uninvited guests arrived. These uninvited guests were 12 dragons. And it was obvious that these 12 dragons were still children. Have you ever seen someone 10 or 20 meters tall, yet they speak in a childish voice? The image is so beautiful, I can't even imagine it. Chapter 1539. 12 young dragons directly invaded the port, causing great anxiety among the local garrison. The 2,000 soldiers stationed at the port were all carefully selected elite soldiers of the National Defense Force. These 2,000 elite soldiers were not only top-tier soldiers, but also served as honor guards. After all, the port and airport were viewed by the dragons almost daily, treated like treasures. The National Defense Force soldiers stationed at the port were treated like giant pandas, so they naturally had to put their best foot forward for the world. What's the saying? Be alert and don't lose points. They were being treated like pandas, so they couldn't afford to be timid at this moment. The National Defense Force's toughness was unexpected. Many young dragons were surprised. They believed these people should be terrified, not with their gleaming eyes. The dragons were deeply puzzled, believing the National Defense Force was showing contempt for them. Some of their young and energetic dragons tried to cause trouble, but were restrained by the Dragon Lord Velia. Adult dragons should carefully consider their words and actions. These adult dragons, under the control of the Dragon Lord, dared not make any move for a while. But they didn't give up. Instead, they began to instigate the young dragons to find ways to cause trouble. The young dragons weren't so cunning. Upon hearing there was something fun to do at the port, they immediately formed groups and headed there. This was perfectly exploited by the dragons with ulterior motives. Inside the port, The local garrison was carrying out their duties. Some were cleaning the port, while others were clearing the runway. The soldiers who were not clearing the runway and the port were rotating, while those not doing so were conducting their daily training. After several hours of training, everyone began to rest. Targaryen, holding a bottle of mineral water, stared blankly toward the dragon's lair. Thinking about your girlfriend again? Come on, you get beaten for doing that, you know? His comrades, seeing Targaryen's expression of longing, couldn't help but lash out. This Targaryen just keeps flaunting his affection. Doesn't he know there are so many singles here? Killing is not about abusing others, you're just abusing and killing. Is there any justice or law left? But Targaryen didn't care. He just wanted to see his own Bai Tang. Although Targaryen and Bai Tang had reconciled last time with Leon's help, now Targaryen had returned to his old self. It wasn't that he didn't want to see Bai Tang. It was that the dragons wouldn't let Bai Tang see him. Targaryen was truly furious. He wanted to eat them alive. Neither the Dragon Lord nor the leader objected. What are you dragons worried about? It's not the Targaryens' fault. It's simply the dragon race's vanity. They don't want to see their beloved daughter taken away. To put it bluntly, it's jealousy at work. When Bai Tang was born, a large group of dragons stormed the gates, hoping to sign a marriage contract with her. But Bai Tang's father refused. These dragons wanted Bai Tang, but they couldn't. Furious, they tried every possible means. But Bai Tang's father wouldn't budge. He fiercely protected his daughter. One time, they even broke the leg of a dragon that wanted to propose marriage and threw it away. The reason was that the dragon was usually idle and a hooligans. Although dragons are powerful and have very long lifespans, any society is bound to have these hooligans who live their lives waiting for death. When they heard that Bai Tang was a favored daughter, they immediately had evil thoughts. But Bai Tang's father, as Bai Tang's guardian, abruptly stopped all unnecessary attempts. Many ultimately chose to stay away. But the fire in their hearts never died. Even if they could only watch from afar, they were happy. Then, the Targaryen appeared, and the dragons' hearts were broken. If we're not brothers, why? We're so rich and so handsome. You, a country bumpkin, are nothing. The dragons were stunned. They couldn't understand why this had happened. So they began to mobilize the power of the dragons, doing everything they could to prevent Bai Tang and Targaryen from meeting. They also tried to minimize any difficulties these humans faced, forcing them to leave the dragon's lair on their own initiative. These lands belong to us. You humans are outsiders. Why don't you just get lost? Every country has nationalists. But most nationalists are positive, except for the extremists. Extremists don't care about such things. It was these extremists who instigated the young dragons to disrupt the port. The Dragon Lord couldn't always control his subordinates. Many of these extremists held high positions of power and influence, and they commanded a large number of followers. This made the task of the Wehrmacht's garrison much more difficult. As Targaryen spoke to his comrades, 12 young dragons parachuted into the port. This left Targaryen and his men lost in thought. No, buddy, if I remember correctly, this is our base, right? Then why are these giant dragons popping up in our base? Targaryen's heart raced. But that wasn't the most shocking thing. The most shocking thing was that after arriving at the harbor, these young dragons were attracted by the warships inside and flew directly towards them, intending to play with these giant toys. At first, the commander didn't intend to make a big deal out of it, but now, he was instantly anxious. These warships are the Navy's treasures. If one is lost, the Navy will probably be defeated by the Air Force in the future. At first, the Air Force leader was a little gloating, but soon his smile faded. Because these dragons not only targeted the warships in the dock, but even their own battleships. This made the leader furious. Chapter 1540. The Dragon's Lair military base currently has only 2,000 troops stationed there. And they lack heavy weapons. What heavy weapons they have are mostly leftovers from the past. And many are just for show. Because war is impossible in the Dragon's Lair. And even if it were to break out, ordinary people would be completely helpless. Given the current situation, ordinary people would be torn apart by the dragons if they encountered war. The dragons have seized on this very fact. That's why they're trying every possible way to provoke the National Defense Force garrison within the military base, confident they won't resist. How dare an ant tear at an elephant? However, what the dragons don't know is that their so-called provocations are, in the eyes of the National Defense Force, truly provocations. The National Defense Force has never chosen to evade such provocations. They haven't tolerated any of the dragons' provocations. Their current silence is merely biding their time, waiting for the right moment to settle accounts with the dragons. These petty skirmishes are not worthy of public attention. Only when things escalate to a certain point will the National Defense Army unleash its fury. By then, it will be too late for the Dragon Clan to say anything. Facing the Dragon Clan's provocation, Lion was currently on a special train. Logically, he should have kept things quiet, but Lion was not one to shy away from trouble. Lion called the military directly. He then ordered the Navy's nuclear submarines to secretly sail to the eastern continent. Currently, the Great Yen Navy's nuclear submarines are primarily deployed in the inland sea. Initially, to combat the goblins, a large number of fleets were deployed to the inland sea. The aircraft carrier formation launched an attack on the southern continent. But the goblin civilization lacked many ships. They didn't even have a proper navy. This rendered their submarines useless. Most of the submarines carried submarine-launched missiles designed to strike nearshore areas and enemy surface combatants. Submarine forces were of no use against the goblins, so they naturally continued to patrol the inland seas. Additionally, the war on the east continent was over, and they no longer needed to venture out to sea. Submarines weren't completely safe, every voyage was a risk, and there was a possibility of never returning. Currently, the Navy had only 4 nuclear submarines. The remaining submarines were largely obsolete. While still functional, they carried significant risks. The probability of accidents skyrocketed. As a result, the Navy's submarine force remained largely inactive. It wasn't that they didn't want to earn credit. It was simply that their outdated submarines made it impossible for them to complete combat missions. Short-distance travel was fine, but long-distance voyages were impossible for any submarine other than the 4 nuclear submarines. It wasn't that these submarines were inferior, but rather that they were old and limited in capability. They were simply incapable of carrying out long-term combat missions. They could only stealthily approach their targets, launch a surprise attack, and then depart. The 4 nuclear submarines had always been the Navy's most valuable treasures. The Navy had never used them. They had been cherished treasures. But today, they were finally going to unleash them. After receiving Leon's order, the aircraft carrier formation immediately set sail for the eastern continent. The 4 nuclear submarines, meanwhile, headed towards the Dragon's lair from 4 directions. The Dragons were unaware that the Wehrmacht was gathering strength. The young Dragons continued to play around in the military base. The Wehrmacht tried to drive them away, but to no avail. The commander of the military base was a major general. In theory, he should have been in charge of more people, but at the moment, he was only responsible for these 2,000 men in the base. For a major general, his responsibilities were far too few. But the major general had no complaints. He believed the men he had were sufficient. He already had 2,000 elite soldiers. Many units didn't even have 2,000 elite soldiers. Faced with the Dragon's provocations, the major general remained courteous. He tried to avoid direct confrontation with them whenever possible. This was to give the Dragons the illusion that they wouldn't dare retaliate. This belief made the Dragons even more reckless. But compared to the Dragons' recklessness, the Wehrmacht was much more prudent. There wasn't even a single unnecessary movement. Like an incompetent husband, he simply watched everything unfold before him in silence. The young Dragons' destructive power was limited, and their speed wasn't particularly fast. The National Defense Force's interception halted their movements. Some of the young Dragons realized their mistakes. But the adult Dragons weren't so reckless. They'd been biding their time. After 2 or 3 days of disruption, the Dragon Clan finally fulfilled their long-planned plan. They then dispatched 3 dragons, intending to launch a surprise attack on the military base under cover of darkness. I wonder what they were thinking. The Dragon Lord had already agreed to exchange land for the National Defense Forces to build a base. And now they're resorting to such a tactic. This is simply a disregard for the Dragon Lord's orders. Doesn't my Dragon Lord have any dignity? Inside a hangar, 2 Su-27s were parked inside. These 2 fighters were among the few modified fighters at the base. The Wehrmacht has many production lines. But some of the Su-27s produced have already been put into service, while the majority are undergoing modifications. A small number have undergone temporary modifications, and have been sent to various air bases to be used as new fighters. As the saying goes, a little modification, and it's ready to use. This is a Soviet fighter. The Su-27 is a very classic fighter. There are many modified models. In addition to carrier-based aircraft, there are even specialized electronic warfare aircraft. It's all-purpose. There's no way around it. This thing is simply too classic. The military base at Dragon's Nest treats these 2 fighters like treasures. The previous MiG-29s were left outside in the wind and sun. Only a few fighter jets were housed in the spacious hangar. The rest had to be exposed to the elements outside. The general valued these 2 fighter jets immensely. At night, Several dragons sneaked into the hangar and set the two fighter jets on fire. Looking at the flames rising from the hangar, the staff on duty knew this was definitely not a natural fire. It's difficult to cause a hangar to spontaneously combust. The only way to set it on fire was by human intervention. The soldiers immediately began to put out the fire. The Major General was furious when he learned of the hangar fire. He then called Leon and summoned the Dragon Clan. He then launched a barrage of abuse in front of countless dragons. It's not enough that you've been causing trouble these past few days, now you're so bold as to attack our hangar. Do you really think we're made of mud? Fight if you want. Don't use such disgusting tactics to disgust us. We won't resort to such despicable tactics. The Major General's barrage of scolding stunned Julong. Julong, summoned here, was stunned. He had been making love with his wife, and then he was summoned here. What was going on? Chapter 1541. Tension in the Dragon's Lair continues to rise, but tension in the East Continent continues to decline. The situation in the East Continent is different from other places. Other places have been unified for a long time. Aside from the newly unified Goblin civilization, the rest of the world is relatively peaceful. The East Continent has significant cultural differences. But one thing is certain, the situation in the East Continent is different. In the beginning, the New West Empire's economy was indeed strong. Many believed that the New West Empire would rise. But the reality was that Bonaparte's selfish desires dragged the country into the abyss. His goal was to compete with the Western Empire to the south. But the outcome was obvious. Not only did the Western Empire disappear, but the New West Empire too. The New West Empire's economy, which had finally risen, collapsed in an instant. For a moment, the people of the New West Empire wanted to call the police. In the beginning, Bonaparte did bring them bread and milk. But what the people didn't know was, their bread and milk were essentially delivered by De Yin. Without Lion's support, the New West Empire would have long since collapsed. Or rather, it would have never achieved its previous success. It was precisely because of Lion's strong support that Bonaparte was able to elevate the New West Empire's economy to a higher level. Logically, if Bonaparte continued to develop the economy, the people's lives would improve, and Bonaparte's reputation would also improve. The New West Empire could also become the ultimate overlord of the Eastern continent. But the problem was that Bonaparte was too impatient, or perhaps too competitive. To become the overlord of the Eastern continent, he resorted to every possible means. He chose to drain the nation's potential in a short period of time. He pushed all his chips forward. At first, Bonaparte, observing the growing economy, believed the New West Empire was capable of fighting this war. But little did he know that this so-called economic growth was actually entirely due to the support of Great Yin. Northwind Port's economic output accounted for half of the New West Empires at the time. At its peak, it even reached 70%. Tell me, what fueled the New West Empire's economic growth? Was it those so-called data tables? Those figures were simply fabricated by his subordinates to please Bonaparte. They never proactively listed Northwind Port's economic output. They only highlighted the overall economy to please Bonaparte. Bonaparte might not be a fool, but he had a host of crooked subordinates. These sycophants never cared about the country, they only prioritized their own interests. They could easily manipulate Bonaparte with their words, effectively manipulating him into handing them immense power. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of parasites. Bonaparte was truly a brilliant figure, but unfortunately, he lacked the ability to behave like a human being, or rather, his skill as a fighter. But what good is fighting in this world? When you're a general, you can fight, and you're indeed very good at it. But now that you're the leader of a country, what good is your fighting? Do you really want to rely on the leader of a country to slaughter people indiscriminately? Come on, this isn't ancient times. How could there be so many emperors personally leading their armies? The correct solution is to stay home and command the front lines. Some might find this idea dangerous. After all, if you can't command the troops from the front, who would they turn to if problems arise within the army? But is placing the leader on the front lines always safe? Leon, I have something to say. In the past, Leon loved directing operations from the front lines, but he later realized that the outcome was the same whether he directed the troops from the front or not. The most important thing is to act as the logistics leader, diligently overseeing logistics from the rear. Also, periodically visit the front lines to boost morale. That's what a leader should do. This isn't about commanding battles from the front like a general. You might be a skilled fighter, but in a clash between nations, your ability to fight doesn't guarantee victory. What's the point of being a fighter these days? You pay for your actions sooner or later. These days, fighting is all about connections. If you want to get ahead, what else can you rely on? The three kingdoms of the Eastern continent. This is the poorest area. Although the new West Empire and the West Empire had experienced war, their size was still there. The Succubus Kingdom to the east also quickly unified and subsequently began to develop its economy. Only the three kingdoms had been unified the shortest, and their economies never really took off. Lion initially attempted to support the economies of the three kingdoms, but found this to be a futile effort. The economies of the three kingdoms were truly dire. Not only were their industrial facilities in decline, but even their mineral resources were scarce. Coal mines, coal industries, and even farmland were abandoned. How could Lion save this region? This is really treating Leon like a nobody. But at least the three kingdoms of the eastern continent are directly governed by Dayin, so they count as part of the mainland. At this point, forget about whether or not we can help them. Even if we can't, we must support them. They're our own children, so we must support them no matter what. Leon's support is indeed substantial. But the problem is that support is economic development. You can't mistake subsidies for economic development. Because the territories they have conquered are so vast, and developing them all requires money, the tax revenue they collected with great difficulty over the year vanished in an instant. Leon was completely devastated. This is all my money. I haven't even warmed it yet. This money was ultimately invested in the development of various regions. It can be said that it was put to good use. Compared to other places, the economic development of the three kingdoms is very slow. This is not just due to resource scarcity. Many people are unwilling to work for Dayin. The three kingdoms had always been small and sparsely populated, and their people mostly trusted their local royal families. While the nobles of the three kingdoms weren't particularly intelligent, they were generally kind to the people. Because the three kingdoms were small and their populations were sparse, they wouldn't allow their people to flee to other kingdoms, and thus always treated them well. It was precisely because of this that the local people lived a relatively good life. Then the National Defense Army attacked and annihilated the three kingdoms. After the change of leadership, the people of the three kingdoms deeply missed their former leaders. Compared to the past, the people's lives had improved somewhat, but this didn't stop them from missing the nobles of the past. Furthermore, after examining the nobles of the three kingdoms, they discovered that many were good people. The National Defense Army, originally planning a massacre, ultimately abandoned their weapons, selecting only those guilty of the most heinous crimes for execution and confiscating their property. For these good nobles, half of their property was confiscated. The original rule was to confiscate 80%. But the circumstances of the three kingdoms were unique. No one from the mainland was willing to invest here because it was too barren. Barren land couldn't foster economic growth. So someone was needed to carry the burden. This was Lion's brilliance. Lion allowed these nobles to retain half of their property, but forbade them from transferring it to other areas. This effectively bound the nobles to their lands. And Lion loved to dictate policies to these nobles. They were forced to find ways to invest in the region. The nobles' assets were completely tied to the three kingdoms. But far from resenting Lion, the nobles were grateful. Chapter 1542. The nobles were tied to the land, yet they still had to thank Leon. Have you said thank you? Many nobles believed their entire assets would be confiscated. But Leon spared them, only taking half of their assets. The wise nobles decisively accepted Leon's favor, because they knew Leon could easily wipe out all the nobles. A single word from Leon would accuse these nobles of some crime. So, when these nobles learned they had survived, their first act was to thank Leon. The great nobles showed no anger upon learning half of their property would be surrendered. On the contrary, they were incredibly calm, even somewhat relieved. Giving up half could save the lives of an entire family. That was already quite a feat. And they still had the other half, allowing them to make a complete comeback. Many large families thought this way, but the smaller families were different. They didn't have much money to begin with, and taking half would be like asking for their lives. Some foolish petty nobles began to stir up trouble, but were met with the ruthless iron fist of the National Defense Army. The National Defense Army wouldn't care. What are you talking about? Take my punch. With the investment of some aristocratic assets, the economies of the three kingdoms began to recover, but full recovery was still some distance away. The lives of the common people also gradually improved. Although the local nobles were indeed kind to the people, they had previously drained the country dry in their war planning. As a result, the common people lived a miserable life, even worse than those of the Western French Empire. At Lion's call, various companies in Dayin also sent branches there. Most of them were located in the former capitals of the three kingdoms. The former capital of the Kingdom of Plan. As the most formidable of the three kingdoms, its people were known for their toughness. However, this toughness was nothing compared to the even more formidable National Defense Forces. Outside of Bray's food shop, The clerk displayed the braised food in the window. These snacks were extremely cheap. You could take home a pound for just 1 or 2 copper coins. Most of these food shops received government subsidies. The people of the Three Kingdoms lived a miserable life, not only because they lacked money but also because they lacked delicious food. The poor were poor not just because they lacked money, but also because they had never seen the prosperous world. This world holds many beautiful things. Lion will not abandon anyone, and will always bring everyone with him. He will drag everyone to the finish line, leaving no one behind. What? You said you wanted to run away? You don't want to join the economic boom? Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? You got in my car, and you want to get out? How could that be possible? The staff at the braised food shop were preparing to open their shop when they suddenly saw a child outside the window. This child had been staring at the window for several days straight. And he'd been staring for over half an hour. These past few days, he'd been leaving with a look of reluctance on his face. Thanks to subsidies, braised food isn't expensive. Many workers from nearby factories would come in every day after get off work to buy a pound of braised food. The staff never looked down on anyone. After all, we were all workers. So, they didn't drive away or feel any dislike for the child standing outside the window, staring at the braised food inside. Whose childhood was smooth sailing? Whose childhood wasn't filled with envy and longing? Childhood things were expensive. Not because they were truly expensive, but because children's wishes were expensive. Looking at the child outside the window, the clerk finally couldn't help but speak. Little boy, do you have money today? Why don't you call your parents? 1 copper coin can buy over half a pound. The boy lowered his head. Just then, a woman rushed over, grabbed the boy's butt, and began to spank him. I told you to run around. I told you to run around. The little boy didn't cry, but instead spoke. Mom, I want some braised food. You want an egg? Come home with me. Mom, but I just want to eat it. I really want to eat it just once. The little boy said stubbornly. The woman became even more enraged upon hearing this, and raised her hand to hit the child. But looking at the child's face, the woman remained silent. Because her child was so sensible, it could be said that he had never given her any worries. The family's financial situation didn't allow for extravagance. The little boy had never asked for anything. He was 6 years old, and there were no toys or snacks at home. At first, his mother didn't react, thinking the child was asking for snacks or toys. But today, she suddenly remembered that the little boy in front of her was her child. Yes, he was still just a child. It wasn't that the woman didn't have money, but rather that her money was spent elsewhere. After all, not everyone has extra money. Okay, Mom will buy it for you today, the woman said with some heartache, then looked at the clerk. 1 coin per pound. The clerk looked at the shiny coin in the woman's hand, and decisively recommended the most affordable braised food. The woman was slightly stunned by this, but she gritted her teeth and bought a pound. Long live Mom. Let's take some back for Dad. He's definitely never tasted this before, is he? The woman was stunned by the boy's words. It turns out the little boy wasn't buying the braised food for himself, but for his father. Auntie, uncle. The clerk asked tentatively. His father is paralyzed, and I'm the only one who takes care of the family, so we don't have much money. The woman hesitated after hearing this. The clerk waved his hand. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The leader never abandons anyone. Chapter 1543. The rest of the eastern continent was relatively peaceful. Although the Three Kingdoms had been liberated, the situation wasn't quite as good. While there were no bandits, there were still numerous resistance groups. These resistance groups were mostly primitive. To be more precise, their weapons and equipment were extremely rudimentary. Forget automatic rifles, many of the resistance groups were still using muskets. Given the threat level, the National Defense Forces didn't even need to intervene. The majority of those responsible for maintaining local law and order were mercenaries. These mercenaries remained in the eastern continent after its liberation. A considerable number were converted into security forces. The remainder served a similar role to the military and police, tasked with both maintaining law and order and conducting counterterrorism operations. Some of the resistance groups were simply rebels against a yin. They didn't cause excessive harm to the civilian population, but others sought to inflict harm, believing these civilians were no longer their compatriots. They ate the food provided by Lion, and naturally became his lackeys. They decisively slaughtered their compatriots, looting their homes and slaughtering their entire families. Many rural residents were plundered. So much so that the mercenaries dispatched numerous soldiers, stationing them in villages. In a village. This was an ordinary village in one of the Three Kingdoms, not only ordinary but also very poor. Most villages in the three kingdoms were extremely poor. Economic development prioritized cities. And the money earned was essentially invested in infrastructure. Building roads takes time. It takes time to make all villages accessible. So many villages are extremely poor. But now, people are living a decent life. This is because many people have been exempted from taxes. The average annual income was already very low, and the three kingdoms had essentially drained their treasury to fund the war. Now, ordinary people have very little savings. If a famine were to strike, the three kingdoms would be devastated by starvation. So, Lion generously exempted the three kingdoms from taxes for 3 years. Of course, this exemption only applies to ordinary people. Businesses still have to pay taxes. What do you mean, your businesses make money, or ordinary people? Then talk to my intelligence agency, and the local people are still subject to the abuses of the rebel forces. At first, life was extremely difficult for the people. But after the mercenary squad settled in their villages, their lives gradually settled down. The mercenary squad's daily mission is to patrol the villages and protect the farmers nearby. Life in the villages gradually settled, and other places also settled down. In one village, a mercenary soldier stood guard. A mother and daughter were returning from the fields, carrying a large basket of rice. The northern region of the three kingdoms sat right on the equator. Here, rice is harvested 3 times a year. So, this was the perfect season to see the people harvesting their crops. The basket was so full of rice that it bent the woman's waist. The young girl wanted to help her mother, but she didn't know how, so she could only struggle to follow her mother, holding the basket. A mercenary soldier was gazing at the endless fields. It wasn't that he was dazed, but rather that he was on guard. A few days ago, a group of militants had hidden in the wheat fields and attacked passing vehicles. Whenever a vehicle passed, they would immediately rush over and perform a series of anti-tank exercises. Although they weren't using professional anti-tank weapons, their improvised bombs could still pose a threat to trucks. But they couldn't inflict any effective damage. Some might ask, what's the point? For them, what they were doing wasn't meaningful. It was that they were doing these things so they could recruit more deceived people. They could say this when recruiting. See? We confronted the Wehrmacht head-on. We even destroyed their vehicles. Car, are you being polite? It's precisely because of the resistance's so-called winning tactics that they were able to deceive themselves and lure themselves in. The mercenaries had deployed additional personnel to prevent such incidents. The mercenary soldier was monitoring the fields when he suddenly spotted a mother and daughter struggling to move forward. Without hesitation, the soldier sheathed his weapon, walked up to the mother and daughter, and lifted the basket of rice onto his back. The woman, nearly fainting from the intense heat, suddenly felt a lightness on her back. Stupefied, she looked up to see a mercenary carrying her rice. "Miss, where are you from? Don't work in this scorching heat. You can carry the rice back tonight," the mercenary said as he carried the rice on his back and walked forward. The woman wanted to take the rice back, but seeing the mercenary unwilling to let go, she had no choice but to follow him. "Sir, let me do it." "You?" The woman was a little anxious. The mercenary waved his hand. "If you keep carrying it, you probably fall to the ground. Stop trying to be so arrogant. Sometimes you have to face reality." The woman fell silent after hearing the mercenary's words. The little girl beside her stared at the older man with blinking eyes. As conservatives in the village, or rather, those who were not well received, the little girl and her mother rarely received much attention. Because her mother's father died within a year of her marriage, it was rumored that her mother had killed her father because of her unlucky nature. So, the village always looked down upon this mother and daughter. Even after their daughter was born, she received no attention. They believed she was a jinx. That was why they worked so hard. And they looked afraid of everyone they met, because they had truly suffered so much. In the little girl's eyes, these older mercenaries seemed like strangers who wouldn't be approached. Even the village chief had to bow and scrape when he saw them. Mercenaries never let anyone else bow and scrape. But the village chief always did. The mercenaries repeatedly corrected him, but the chief wouldn't change. The soldiers were at their wits' end. The village chief was very kind to many people. He was the type who said one thing to one person and another to another. When the three kingdoms governed the village, he was completely unfazed by orders from above. He pushed back whenever he could, and when he couldn't, he reduced them whenever possible. Using his eloquence, he brought peace to the village. The village chief was a good person, but the mother and daughter never received his favor. The woman, seeing the mercenary soldier's persistence, gave up and revealed her address. The mercenary soldier arrived at the woman's home, carrying over 100 pounds of millet. Looking at the bare house, The mercenary soldier was a bit bewildered. I thought the tent we were sleeping in was already basic enough, but I didn't expect there were even experts. The mercenary soldier told his comrades about this as he left his post, but they didn't say much. After all, it's not easy for everyone, so it's better to help out if you can. It won't hurt you anyway. But the captain immediately caught the soldier's absence. The captain was furious when he heard that his best soldier was absent. He rushed to the woman's house before his comrades could finish their explanation. God damn it! Are you trying to piss me off to death? Chapter 1544. The captain stormed into the woman's house in a rage. Without a word, he grabbed his men and began to lash out. Why are you here? What are you doing standing guard here? You? The captain's words were cut short. He had seen the pitiful mother and daughter. The captain looked at the mother and daughter, who then looked at the soldier clutching the rice. Feeling a sense of shame, he quietly retreated and closed the door behind him. But as soon as the door closed, it collapsed. The captain's face darkened. He tried to put the door back together, but found it was broken. The captain was caught in a dilemma. Finally, he closed the door and left, pretending nothing had happened. Although Zhuang hadn't done anything wrong, the captain immediately contacted his men after leaving, and asked them to find a way to fix the door. The men were stunned. What's going on? Didn't you break the door? Why are we the ones paying for it? The men were stunned. It seems their boss isn't playing by the rules. The soldier put down the rice and left with a forced smile. He didn't know how to complain about his captain. Looking apologetic, he went to the door and tried to close it, but found it had been kicked in. The soldier's face darkened. Captain, you're not my friend. How can you be so strong? The soldier walked out of the door with a gloomy expression. The mother and daughter behind him stared at him, unsure of what to say. After leaving the door, the soldier was relieved to see the mother and daughter hadn't caught up with him. But then he turned and saw the captain squatting nearby. Oh my God, Captain, why are you scaring me? What are you squatting here for? The soldier was terrified. Upon hearing this, the captain stood up and pulled the soldier aside, where he learned about the mother and daughter. After hearing the story, the captain was stunned. Then he looked at the gate he had kicked in, unsure what to do. Are there many families like them? Yes. A lot. The soldier answered firmly. In the 2 weeks he had been stationed in the village, he had seen several families like theirs. And most of them were single mothers raising 1 or 2 children. It wasn't that husbands abandoned their wives and children, but many families had lost men to the war. Although the 3 kingdoms surrendered quickly, the previous war with the West French Empire had already cost them many lives. Men die in war almost every year. With such a high-intensity war, how could there not be families like this one? Some advocate war, some oppose it, but ultimately, we must understand why war is waged. If war is fought solely for selfish ends, then it is meaningless, or simply a war of aggression. The wars between the 3 kingdoms and the West French Empire were more focused on defending their respective civilians. But war always involves casualties, and casualties come at a heavy price. Perhaps the nobles don't care, but what about the sons of peasant families? These men are likely the pillars of their families, and if they're gone, they're truly gone. A war leaves many without brothers, many without husbands, and many without fathers. But the one thing they hadn't lost was their status as nobles. The captain couldn't forget the mother and daughter for a long time, so that evening, several mercenaries helped them repair the gate. The captain even personally visited them, bringing a bunch of things. The mother and daughter were somewhat flattered. In their eyes, the captain, though a minor official, was still an official after all. Officials are officials. Ordinary people are ordinary people. The mother and daughter's perspective was simple. They didn't really care that the gate had been kicked in. What really mattered to them was the attitude of the group. Their gate had already been in disrepair for a long time. They weren't surprised that the captain had broken it with a single kick. The mother and daughter didn't intend to pursue the matter. Not long after, a large group of soldiers rushed over and replaced the old one with 2 brand new ones. They meticulously installed them. The mother and daughter were stunned. How could this group of people move so quickly? Are these the legendary soldiers? The mother and daughter were stunned by the scene before them. Such scenes were being played out everywhere. The people of the 3 kingdoms could never have imagined that the very people who had broken through their homes would become their most steadfast builders. The 3 kingdoms are currently the poorest. Even the Orc Empire is not as poor as the 3 kingdoms. Although the Orc Empire is plagued by fragmented factions, it possesses ample mines, and its people can find many jobs in the Great Flame Factory. But the 3 kingdoms are different. For the 3 kingdoms, we can only take one step at a time and see what the future holds. In the sea, for nuclear submarines were secretly sailing toward the East continent. Their mission was simple: to reach the East Continent, resupply at Beifeng Port, and then deploy directly in the waters east of Dongda Road. They were ready to proceed to the Dragon's Lair to support the military base. Unlike the situation on the surface, the sea was remarkably peaceful. Because there was only one nation engaged in the fighting, the Tsanshui Empire. The Tsanshui Empire controlled a large number of kingdoms. In the first 2 years of Lian's policy implementation, many kingdoms rebelled, but were violently suppressed by the Tsanshui Empire. Because all the seabed resources were concentrated in the Tsanshui Empire's hands, no matter how much technological advancement a nation made, it could not hide from the Tsanshui Empire. Initially, the Tsanshui Empire's use of violence to counter violence was ineffective and only angered its own people. The emperor of the Tsanshui Empire knew that this could not continue, so he decided to implement a comprehensive reform from top to bottom. The reform was successful and thorough, transforming the Tsanshui Empire into a new one, with a degree of democracy. The people now had their own lives. Unlike the land, the underwater world is far less complex. After the unification of the world, Lian began to focus on the Tsanshui Empire beneath the sea. As long as the Tsanshui Empire remained unresolved, there would remain an element of uncertainty in the ocean. So, after unifying the world, Lian began to focus on the sea. In fact, the ocean is far simpler than the land. Basically, simply dispatching specialized submarines to search the coastal areas would reveal countless marine life. Of course, the marine life we're referring to here is intelligent marine life. Not just fish. Originally, the Tsanshui Empire consisted of over 200 kingdoms, large and small. But after several rounds of rebellion and top-down reforms, only about 20 remained. Most of these kingdoms were directly incorporated into the mainland, while a few were simply destroyed. This was because many kingdoms were unwilling to accept a toast, relying on their few soldiers to believe they were powerful. The outcome is self-evident. They were crushed to pieces by the Tsanshui Empire. An ant trying to shake a tree? That's just wishful thinking. Chapter 1545. The Tsanshui Empire has been quite peaceful over the years, and incredibly loyal to Lian. Even though the Yin lacks a large number of submersibles, they harbor no rebellious intentions. The reason is simple. They witnessed firsthand how the once arrogant aberrations were flattened by 2 mushroom eggs. Those were mushroom eggs. Just one toss would have reduced not only the pirates on the high seas, but even the water within to steam. The explosion was simply too devastating. Just because of this weapon, the Tsanshui Empire collapsed in a flash. Tsanshui Empire, Dad, do you still need a son? If not, I'd be yours. It's precisely because the Tsanshui Empire recognized its father so early that it has survived to this day. Initially, Lian tried to incite a conflict between the kingdom and the Tsanshui Empire, but later discovered that the Tsanshui Empire was nothing but underwater garbage. The Tsanshui Empire was one of those places where, without external enemies, nothing could stop it. The main reason was that they lived too comfortably. Because this comfortable life made them extremely content, they gave up many things. Of course, the most important was their warlike genes. In the beginning, the Tsanshui Empire was indeed endowed with a pure warlike gene. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. As time passed, more and more of these warlike genes disappeared. The people of the Tsanshui Empire began to lose interest in all this. Because they believed that there was not much difference between the current leader and the saintly Lian. They would follow whoever could feed them. But it was obvious that Lian could not feed all his fellow sea people. Our fellow humans on the East Continent struggle to get enough to eat, so how could you, a foreign race, possibly have enough to eat? In the beginning, due to a lack of sufficient submersibles, control over the Tsanshui Empire was minimal, relying only on surface vessels for rudimentary information transmission. The Tsanshui Empire superficially preferred to be the sun. In reality, back home, it was determined to be the overlord. As a scumbag with a combat power of only 5, the Tsanshui Empire had never participated in a battle or held a meeting. It was a complete waste. Later, Lian began to reorganize the various nations, refocusing his attention on the underwater world. The subsequent advent of aerospace carriers presented Lian with even greater opportunities. Aerospace carriers are capable not only of soaring into the air, but also of diving into the sea. Designed to operate in outer space, they require exceptional sealing and exceptional pressure resistance. That day, as usual, the emperor of the Tsanshui Empire was enjoying a beautiful woman. His subordinates immediately reported the situation. But the emperor has been indulging in sensual pleasures for the past few years. It's not that he doesn't want to advance, it's that he can't. Where could he advance? Is he going to launch a land counterattack? A land counterattack? Stop laughing. Are you trying to make me laugh to death, and then inherit everything I have? The emperor of the Sanshui Empire has a clear understanding of his own strength. With your own strength, if you advance, you're just a dish. Expecting to be at the table, they won't even let you. The Sanshui Empire's pride seems somewhat hurt, but in reality, this is the nature of the Sanshui Empire's navy. The emperor has a very good understanding of his own strength, which is why he chooses not to flaunt it. Instead, he quietly became a basic slacker. Every day he just ate and waited for death, living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. Some might say, isn't that just lying flat on your back? In reality, the emperor had tried, but it was too late. When the emperor first wanted to work hard, the Sanshui Empire had already collapsed. Back then, the empire wasn't as dire as it is now. Back then, the empire could collect taxes from all over. But now, most taxes must be submitted to the yin. And they're submitted directly, without any officials intervening to exploit them. If there's a flaw in the data, then there's no way to escape. Because there are no middlemen to take a cut, a lot of money can be collected into the treasury without a penny left, and then spent without a penny left. For the past 2 or 3 years, Lion has been practicing a planned economy, essentially for the sake of making money. But there's a crucial problem. Ordinary sea creatures would have difficulty breathing upon reaching land. Only the most powerful few are allowed to remain on land. To put it bluntly, it was pure bloodline suppression. Ordinary sea creatures couldn't even breathe the air, but the nobles could enter the human world with impunity, breathing it in with open arms. Because of the oil here, the nations have always regarded this place as extremely important. In the beginning, all nations wanted the Sanshui Empire to surrender. But the emperor was no pushover. He accepted gifts from all sides, but whether or not to carry them out was up to him. The emperor took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune, and then decisively proposed giving the money to the soldiers. At the time, the Sanshui Empire was still quelling internal unrest. In the beginning, there were indeed many rebels, but as time passed, the number of rebellions dwindled. It was precisely because of these rebellious people that they didn't dare to indulge in extravagant feasts. The Sanshui Empire never imagined that a single word from Leon could inspire so many young men to revolt. Many of them were even true heroes. Because they were veterans themselves, and their benefits were so low, they had to pretend to be good, and then get ready to work. The young doctors didn't know what to expect. The sight of such elderly men appeared in the hospitals frightened them, and they didn't know where to turn for justice. The higher-ups said they would resolve the issue, and those who resolved it would claim they were in the process of resolving it. It was precisely because of these people that the Sanshui Empire was able to maintain stability. In fact, many countries in the Sanshui Empire were like this. There were already significant internal divisions. Add to that the external pressure. The entire nation had become a deformed state. Chapter 1546. The Sanshui Empire has now become a puppet. It's not that their emperor doesn't want the initiative, but rather that they simply don't have any. It's easy to want the initiative. Initiative comes only when you die. Because death leaves everything empty. The Sanshui Empire's emperor was initially arrogant, but later he became docile. The actions of the National Defense Forces made him afraid to move. When the mutated creatures attacked the seabed, his only role as the emperor of the Sanshui Empire was to encourage the soldiers. However, his so-called encouragement was of little use. Most of the Sanshui Empire's soldiers were shot. If it weren't for the 2 mushroom eggs that saved their lives, the Sanshui Empire would have been destroyed long ago. The people of the Sanshui Empire have no extra words for the National Defense Forces. Because they know everything they have now was brought to them by the National Defense Forces. If they forget their roots at this time, they would be no different from animals. Precisely because the people of the Sanshui Empire are peaceful, the entire Sanshui Empire has virtually no complaints about the rule of the Great Yin. On the contrary, they were quite happy to be ruled by Great Yin. The reason was simple. Following Leon meant they could have enough to eat. Just the fact that they could have enough to eat was enough, which was already beyond many people. The common people weren't stupid, they naturally knew who to follow to get enough to eat. This made the emperor of the Sanshui Empire very dissatisfied. Leon initially wanted to depose the emperor. But he discovered that even if he deposed the emperor would still have to send his own people to govern, which gave Leon a headache. If only the Sanshui Empire were on land. He could just throw his people over there, and nothing would happen. But the problem was that the Sanshui Empire was in the sea. How could they get there? Would they take their heads with them? The Sanshui Empire's unique nature puts the entire nation in an awkward position. Leon wants to send someone to manage it directly, but he has no idea where to start. It's either to manage or not to manage. The most important thing is that humans simply cannot survive in the underwater world. That's why the Sangshui Empire has always been the most relaxed of the surrounding regions. This is mainly because the sea creatures have no natural enemies. Their only natural enemies may be the neighboring kingdoms. But they are all nominally kingdoms of the Sangshui Empire. So naturally they can't fight. Even if a fight does break out, the Sangshui Empire will intervene to mediate. Because the Sangshui Empire is afraid. In the past, they often used this method to balance the various kingdoms and suppress their power. But now, using such despicable tactics will inevitably lead to attacks from Leon. Leon doesn't care. The underwater world should be peaceful and harmonious, but you insist on fighting. Wouldn't that be a slap in the face, Leon? The underwater world is currently relatively peaceful, and the people are not overly restricted. They didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Sangshui Empire. But they didn't feel much of a sense of belonging to the Yin either. They were completely free-range. On the land of the Elf Empire, Lion's special train was slowly moving forward. This train started and ended in Liongrad. To put it bluntly, it was a round trip. But this trip was different from previous ones. This time, they were completely planning to be away for a year or two. To ensure Lion's safety, half of the Imperial Guards were loaded onto the train and taken away. The purpose was to protect Lion. Several wives and daughters were also brought aboard the special train. One reason was to accompany Leon, 2 was to protect their families, and 3 was to test people's hearts. For most officers and generals, the war was over. Top-level officers and generals knew there were enemies out there, and they were under constant surveillance by the intelligence services. Corruption and bribery were practically impossible for them. If they dared to do so, they would likely face a horrible death. Lower-level officers didn't even consider these matters, because most of them had recently graduated from military academies. The thinking of this group of people was completely different from that of previous generations. Most people believed that the most important thing about military academies was to cultivate professional knowledge. In reality, the Great Yin Military Academy valued not professional knowledge, but character and interpersonal skills. A good general was always upright. Or, in other words, he would be praised by the enemy. Many Great Yin officers were hated by the enemy, but they were also admired by the enemy. Because these officers are true soldiers, nothing else mixed in. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. They won't confuse right and wrong, nor will they act recklessly. And they certainly won't condone their men's wanton looting. This isn't soldierly behavior, it's banditry. News of Lion's trip quickly spread throughout the nations, and they were extremely nervous. Now, most of the countries have become autonomous regions. Most of their district chiefs are locals, only the secretaries are from Great Yin. And the military is completely controlled by Great Yin. With the exception of the Qinchi nation, all armies were nominally commanded by the military. The autonomous regions had their own armies, but they were not their own, and they had to pay to maintain them. While these autonomous region troops could not be directly mobilized for war, they did have the authority to mobilize them if a natural disaster struck. Of course, this was limited to disaster relief and counterterrorism operations. The autonomous regions had no authority to mobilize troops for other purposes, such as military exercises. But at this critical juncture, Lion arrived. This startled the senior officials of the autonomous region. They began to urge their subordinates to pay attention to the local cityscape, fearing even the slightest flaw. Most mayors of the autonomous regions had visited Liongrad and were struck by its cleanliness and tidiness. As the first industrialized city, Liongrad had numerous blast furnaces remaining. But now, many of these blast furnaces are abandoned or converted into other facilities. Some blast furnaces might only be operational for a year or 2 before being shut down. This is because Liongrad has completely become a political center, not an industrial center. To ensure industrial capacity, Lion has designated a large area from south of Liongrad to north of Nanchuan City as a new industrial zone. It can be said that over half of all industrial products in the Yin are produced in this area. This so-called half is the total output of all surrounding autonomous regions. And this is only a conservative estimate. The weapons and equipment produced in this industrial zone not only equip the entire National Defense Army, but also equip the armies of neighboring countries. And most importantly, some weapons and equipment could be sent to the arsenal for storage. On the surface, it might seem like each nation's weapons and equipment are insufficient, but in reality, this is a deliberate move by Leon. Leon couldn't really expect these ordinary soldiers to fight the gods. So, their missions would, at most, be bandit suppression and disaster relief. They didn't need to worry about anything else. Being able to do all of this was enough. There was no need to train them all into elite soldiers. like the National Defense Force. Putting aside the cost, what was the point of training so many elite soldiers? There weren't enough warships to go around now. So with training so many soldiers just to serve as role models on the planet, 200,000 space troops were already the maximum capacity of the current 20-plus aerospace carriers. While aerospace carriers were still under construction, Leon had already secretly recruited 400,000 Space Force Reserve soldiers. This number might be small, but at least for the next 2 years, the aerospace carriers produced by the aerospace base would barely be enough to meet the equipment needs of these soldiers. 2 years would be enough time for Leon to train a new Space Force. And Leon also knew that the Space Force shouldn't be too large. The military expenditure for these 200,000 space troops alone would be equivalent to the entire National Defense Army. Yes, you heard correctly. The National Defense Army's Navy, Army, and Air Force, plus the airborne troops and guards, total around 2 million. The combined military expenditure is less than that of the Space Force. Currently, military spending accounts for 30% of the Yan's total expenditure. Of course, this proportion is not high in the Yan's history. During the most critical times, the military expenditure ratio was as high as 80%. It can be said that after ensuring the people's food and clothing, the entire country's productivity was poured into the military. Because the Yin was surrounded by powerful enemies at that time. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Last year, military spending accounted for only 15% of total expenditure. You have to remember that the Yin now has military bases in almost every country. It all comes down to money. Only 15% of expenditure is already very little. Chapter 1547. Lion's special train quickly arrived at the capital of the Elven Empire, where peace reigned supreme. Although the Empress's leadership was absent, the entire Elven Empire was thriving thanks to the efforts of the autonomous region's officials. There was no other way. If the Elven Empire wasn't thriving, Lion would make it prosper. Countries further from the mainland might not be so nervous, but the Elven Empire was right next to the mainland. And the distance between the capital and Liongrad was the closest of all nations. Tell me what a country like this could do. If it didn't act right by now, it would be doomed. The officials of the Elven Empire had governed the empire well. This was thanks to Lion's previous cultural invasion. After helping the elves drive out the demon invaders, Lion began to assimilate the culture of the Elven Empire. After 3 years of planning, most of the young elves in the eastern region of the Elven Empire had been influenced by the Great Yin culture. Now, not only are they qualified Great Yin people in terms of identity, but they are also fully Great Yin people in terms of ideology and fundamentals. Therefore, in the economic development of the entire Elven Empire, the elves of the eastern region have made a significant contribution. Because they have been deeply influenced by the Great Yin education, they naturally know that sometimes they need to take the fast track, and sometimes they need to slow down and take steady steps. The former queen of the Elven Empire, Sif, had already brought the Elven Empire halfway to industrialization. The Elven Empire can basically produce its own light weapons. While some heavy weapons need to be purchased from Great Yin, it can also produce and sell its own civilian machinery. It's just that some key technologies need to be purchased from Lion. But Lion never sells technology to other countries. Or rather, Lion won't sell core technologies at all. Lion only sells less important ones. As a qualified arms dealer, Lion naturally knows how to sell weapons and equipment and maximize profits. As long as the technology remains in his own hands, the entire market is completely under his control. Some might wonder, why can't others develop something better than you? Once you monopolize an industry, you understand all this. The good things on this path always go to the first person who dares to explore. Lion strives to be a pioneer in every field, because only in this way can it maximize profits. The Elven Empire followed suit. They began to imitate the weapons and equipment of the National Defense Forces. Lion turned a blind eye to this behavior because the Elven Empire was still an ally of Lion at the time. And the Elven Empire was needed to control the Dwarven Empire. But the Elven Empire's actions soon left Leon bewildered. Not only were they greedy, but they also harbored rebellious tendencies. For this ungrateful, untamed wolf, Leon's advice was to simply kill him. If you raise a dog, you must obey it. If the dog tries to discipline you, then you need to understand whether you are a human or a dog. The Elven Empire was eventually destroyed. All of the Elven Empire's industries were completely taken over by the Yin. After the takeover, industries were upgraded and replaced, and many previously lacking technologies were immediately supplemented, as the entire Elven Empire's main industries were completely controlled by the Yin. These were already state-owned. And now, hiding them was out of the question. He had to give everything he had without reservation to develop the Elven Empire. Leon's initial understanding of the Elven Empire was vague. This country boasted rich mineral resources, fertile land, and a uniquely advantageous geographical location. It was a vital corridor connecting the east and west, and even the south couldn't escape the Elven Empire. This meant that the Elven Empire was situated on a vital transportation route. Some might argue that the Demon Empire also connected the east and west, so why not support the more compliant Demon Empire? This inevitably leads to the Demon Empire's geographical location. Located in the north, the winter brought freezing temperatures. Both road and rail transportation would be severely impacted. This was when the Demon Empire's geographical disadvantage became apparent. Winter was significantly affected by the weather. But the Elven Empire was different. Many areas of the Elven Empire were like spring year-round. It was completely unaffected by the seasons. Only the northern regions of the Elven Empire were affected. However, the railway line happened to be located in the central region of the Elven Empire, completely shielded from weather interference from the north. With this east-west railway line, the Elven Empire's status naturally rose, and they even branched off a railway line to the south. Thus, the Elven Empire's position was unshakable. The Holy Empire's position was close behind. Because the Holy Empire was geographically closest to the eastern continent, Nanchuan Port's strategic position had declined significantly. Since the acquisition of the Elven Empire and the Holy Empire, the entire inland sea had completely transformed into the Great Flame Inland Sea. It's like a backyard pond. Nanchuan Port has become more of a commercial port. The Holy Empire's coastal ports have all seen a dramatic rise in status, as they can more quickly dispatch troops to the high seas and the eastern continent. Fearless Island is no more than 6,000 kilometers away from Beifuang Port on the eastern continent, so it naturally became a strategic location. Back to the Elven Empire. Leon stepped off the special train and was greeted by 2 rows of Elven citizens. These people, from the elderly to children, all looked at Leon with joy. Some even ignored the guards and tried to take photos with Leon. But they were stopped by the royal guards. "Let me through. I want a photo with the leader. If I let you through, won't I lose my job?" "So what? You only lose your job, but I lose the chance to take a photo with the leader." "Soldier, no, bro," the soldier exploded on the spot. What kind of outrageous statement was this? Although the soldiers struggled to hold it in, they managed to hold it in. As professionally trained soldiers, we normally don't laugh. The soldiers didn't laugh, but Leon did. He could tell the laughter of the common people before him was genuine. These people were actually quite simple and honest. Although they were elves and had long lifespans, no matter how long your lifespan, you are often simple and honest. This was especially true of these ordinary people. If you treat them well, they will treat you well too. Leon quickly began to inspect the entire capital of the Elven Empire. The capital of the Elven Empire wasn't actually very large. There were many places to see, but Leon immediately headed to the banks of the Song River. He was going to pay tribute to the National Defense Force soldiers, who had died defending the capital of the Elven Empire. Chapter 1548. In the capital of the Elven Empire, a large river flows along its periphery. Originally, the capital was built on the riverbank. Later, the capital expanded, and a new city was constructed on the opposite bank. The new city and the old city are collectively known as the capital. The main battles of the Elven Empire's capital defense took place in the old city. Now, the old city is filled with tall buildings and is even more prosperous than the new city. This is because the war destroyed the old city. The battle of the Elven Empire's capital shattered the old city. During the subsequent post-war reconstruction, the elves discovered the bodies of over 10,000 Wehrmacht soldiers in the ruins of the old city. And along with these 10,000 Wehrmacht soldiers, over 200,000 Elven Empire soldiers also died. Over 200,000 lives were buried forever within this city. The entire old city was reduced to rubble. Ruins lay everywhere, and beneath these rubble lay the remains of countless soldiers. The reconstruction of the Elven Empire mobile game took 3 years. The elves spent 6 months clearing the ruins and searching for the remains of the hero. Both the Elven soldiers and the defense forces treated the situation with extreme caution. If it weren't for these sacrifices, the Elven Empire would likely have perished long ago. And at the time, Yin wasn't particularly powerful. The entire nation had only 200,000 soldiers. Yet, Leon had the nerve to bring 150,000 troops to reinforce the Elven Empire, leaving only 50,000 to defend the border. You have to remember that Yin was being targeted by the orcs at the time. The orcs would have stationed their forces directly at the border, watching closely. If something had happened, Leon would probably never have forgiven himself. But the reality was that Leon led an army of 150,000 to reinforce the Elven Empire, helping it defeat the Demon Empire. More than 10,000 of the 1st Armored Division's 50,000 elite soldiers were eternally buried in the Elven Empire's capital. Among these 10,000 elite soldiers, if any survived to this day, many were generals. Some possessed ability, but were simply unlucky. Because of this lack of luck, they perished on the battlefield. Perhaps he was more capable than those generals, but the fact is that he survived at the expense of those mediocre generals. Fate often plays tricks on us. Heaven rewards hard work, but not everyone can wait for it. To realize one's efforts, one must wait. And yet, many never make it through this waiting period. Looking at the majestic Sangjiang River before him, Leon's thoughts drifted back to 4 years ago. Back then, Great Yin was just starting out and very poor. Leon's willingness to help the Jinling Empire wasn't just due to the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold, but also because the Elven Empire was his primary financial backer. The top man on the list was in trouble, so he had to intervene. Politically, after this battle, Leon successfully brought the Elf Empire on board. The Elf Empire became De Yan's largest arms partner at the time. Without the Elf Empire's initial funding, De Yan might not exist today. This initial funding was crucial. Militarily, Leon successfully defeated the Demon Empire. This allowed the world to witness De Yan's strength. He directly flexed his muscles. A single blow is enough to prevent 100 blows. This provided De Yan with a 6-month window of opportunity. During the past 6 months, Leon used the initial capital from his financial backer to multiply the power of Great Yin several times over. By the time the Orc Empire and the Demon Empire attempted to annihilate Great Yin, it was already too late. Leon chased the Demon Empire and beat them, trampling Bachmet's reputation in the mud. The Orc Empire dared not speak out. He also reclaimed the ceded Violet Duchy. He won the hearts of the people. And most importantly, he became the most legitimate heir to the Holy Empire. Leon had brothers at the time. Actually, he still has brothers now, but they are now black and white. Leon had several brothers at the time, all of whom had the right to inherit. But the problem was that these brothers didn't accomplish anything significant. Leon did. He not only recaptured the Violet Duchy, but also defeated the Orc Empire's army. This alone eclipses his popularity among the people. It's no exaggeration to say that even if he had chosen to rebel directly, the people would have supported him without hesitation. Nonsense, a useless emperor and a visionary successor. Anyone would know the choice. Edward III was indeed quite wise and powerful in his early years. It's a pity this was just a trial card. The most terrifying thing isn't a tyrant. The most terrifying thing is someone who doesn't even know how to be a tyrant. The fact that such a person sits on the throne is a disaster for the country. Because a tyrant at least knows that to enjoy themselves, they must employ capable ministers. They let these ministers work diligently for them, while they continue to enjoy themselves. But those who don't even know how to be a tyrant, yet they still want to enjoy themselves without employing capable ministers. Such a country will ultimately be divided up by the great powers. Looking at the monument before him, Leon remembered the waves of soldiers he had sent here. De Yin has grown stronger. Are you all okay? Chapter 1549. Lion gazed at the hero's monument before him, lost in thought. This monument had been built 2 years ago. It was because, at that time, the Elven Empire had just completed the reconstruction of its capital. Although the Elven Empire was then divided into the east and west, no one dared to neglect these heroes. Many elves in the Elven capital witnessed the tragedy. Blood dyed the Song River red. This once glorious city was littered with ruins and corpses. Lion stood before the hero's monument for a full 5 minutes. Lion recalled the scene of escorting the 1st Armored Division across the river. The 1st Armored Division then, and the 1st Armored Division now were completely different units. Although the 1st Armored Division then was already the most elite unit in the Wehrmacht, many of its members had just turned 18. Their lives were just beginning. But they responded to Lion's call and joined the Wehrmacht without hesitation. These immature children were thrown into the meat grinder of the battle to defend the Elven capital. Leon stared at the monument before him, at the densely packed names, his vision blurring for some reason. Leader, is everything you said true? What do you mean? You said you would make every De Yin person live a happy life. I'm from the countryside. I don't have any big ambitions, and I don't want to get rich. I just want my mother and sister to live a good life. Leader, you're different from those other officials. You won't lie to me, right? I won't lie to you. I never lied to anyone. You are my compatriots, and even more so my followers. I keep my promise. It's a deal then. I must go back and see my mother and sister live a good life. The young man ultimately died in this very city, this foreign land. Lion then spoke to Hans beside him. It's time for these heroes to return home. They've been waiting for us to take them home. It's time for them to see what the yin is like now. Lion then began a walk along the shore. Hans gestured for the CIA agent to follow, but Leon refused. Lion said he wanted to be alone. Yuan Qingqi stood silently in the distance, looking at the man before her. When Leon wanted to be alone, it meant he was either angry or sad. Because Leon always presented his best self to the world. After a dozen minutes of rest, Leon rejoined his team and headed to the War Museum in the capital of the Elven Empire. Although Leon appeared not to be patrolling, the CIA agents had actually already begun contacting the local branch. A frantic exchange of information began immediately. All intelligence from the entire Elven Empire's capital was uncovered. Some believed their actions were so secretive that they didn't need to worry about being discovered. They even made advance arrangements, contacted colleagues, and had them work together on the deception. The main goal was to deceive their superiors. But the outcome was self-evident. Never mind the deception. The Intelligence Bureau could even prove your son wasn't yours. This kind of trick was childish in front of the Intelligence Bureau. Leon brought his family to the War Museum. The War Museum was enormous. In a land as valuable as the capital of the Elven Empire, it covered an area equivalent to 7 or 8 football fields. The overall design was magnificent. Upon entering, Leon spotted the Type 213 Tiger tank parked in the lobby. Although the Type 213 Tiger tank's fame lay not in the defense of the Elven Empire's capital, but in the Battle of Sucras, it had taken place on the very land of the Elven Empire, so it was natural to bring the Type 213 Tiger tank out. At first, Leon had planned to send the Tiger tank back home. But then he thought, the Elven Empire was now part of the Great Yin Empire. The elves were his subjects too. Furthermore, this Tiger tank had been on Elven soil, helping the elves repel the enemy. So, it should remain here for the elves to admire. The entourage followed Leon on their tour of the Battleship Museum. Most of the entourage were from the Wehrmacht. So they were very familiar with everything in the War Museum. Because most of the exhibits here were weapons used in the defense of the Elven Empire's capital. Old Jack, see? You can actually see this antique here. What did you see? ZB-26. Holy crap. How did you even see that? The officer known as Old Jack immediately leaned over and looked at the machine gun in the display case. The ZB-26 was a truly legendary light machine gun. Although it originated in a small country, it was used by countless nations. Most importantly, it played a crucial role in the Rabbit War. De Yin originally developed the ZB-26, but it wasn't used by the Wehrmacht, it was intended as an export weapon. First, its ammunition capacity. 20 rounds is relatively small for a light machine gun. But those 20 rounds are full-power ammunition. So, it's naturally not comparable to today's light machine guns. But compared to the Wehrmacht's weaponry at the time, it pales in comparison. At that time, a Wehrmacht squad consisted of 14 men. An MG-42 provided overwhelming firepower, and the squad leader and deputy squad leader each used an MP-40 submachine gun. In later years, a squad could carry as many as 4 to 6 submachine guns. And that doesn't even include the portable mortars carried by the squad. In terms of this firepower, the ZB-26 pales in comparison. Throughout the entire War Museum, the weapons at the front were essentially those used by the Wehrmacht. As the group progressed, they gradually discovered a large number of weapons and equipment used by the elves. The elves' weapons and equipment were very similar to those of the Wehrmacht, but there were significant differences. The most common weapon used by the elves in the defense of the Elven Empire's capital wasn't the Mauser rifle. It was the newly arrived PPSH submachine gun. Training a competent rifleman can take a long time. But training a cannon fodder, or a soldier capable of firing a submachine gun, is not difficult. Submachine guns have much less recoil than full-power rifles. Furthermore, the vast majority of the battles in the defense of the Elven Empire's capital were night skirmishes, including urban fighting. The PPSH's overwhelming firepower reduced the demons to tears. Many Wehrmacht soldiers, driven to despair, even abandoned their Mauser rifles and MP-40s and snatched PPSHs from logistics. The PPSH, when manufactured, was chambered in 9mm, not the original 7.62 by 25. They were engaging in urban fighting, and the battle was being fought in the defense of the capital. What's the point of classifying weapons at this point? Unifying caliber is the best solution. Looking at these relics, Leon's thoughts drifted back to a few years ago. After touring the museum, Leon returned to his car without a word. Then he picked up the intelligence report sent by the Intelligence Bureau. This information wasn't a big deal, It simply revealed the corruption and bribery of officials in the Elven Empire's autonomous regions. Leon had been in a good mood, but after flipping through it, he was stunned. "I'm so pissed." Chapter 1550. With the establishment of the autonomous region, many officials moved there. Because the autonomous region offered a more relaxed environment than the mainland. For the local people, life was essentially free range. The policies were also relatively relaxed. Many locals simply lived a life of mediocrity. The policy criteria set by Lion were actually very simple. That was to ensure the people lived a good life. Eat well, wear warm clothes, have a roof over their heads, live a healthy life, and avoid serious illness. This was Lion's ultimate goal. Elves were easily satisfied. But many officials were not so easily satisfied. Because their greed had never diminished from the beginning. Even though Lion had warned them many times, they still ignored him. After all, the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife was exhilarating. Of course, they weren't just seeking the thrill, they were more driven by the money. For those in high positions, making money was incredibly easy. Making money didn't mean much to them. They were more concerned with pushing their limits. Or how to dance in Leon's face. Once people are influenced by power for a long time, their thinking changes. They will gradually climb higher. Even if it's difficult, they will climb without hesitation. The scenery they see halfway up the mountain already makes them crazy, and they want to climb to the top to see the scenery there. But the top is already occupied. Leon is the true king of the mountaintop, and they are just people at the foot of the mountain. They have become workers of this country. Their ability to become workers is largely due to their own hard work. Lion hadn't treated them unfairly. But people change. Or rather, their mindsets would eventually shift. Who wouldn't want to climb to the top of the mountain, but for them, reaching the top proved difficult. At first, they were indeed full of ambition. But over time, they realized their efforts yielded minimal results. Rather than working hard, they felt it was better to just sit there and do nothing. So they began to collect money. They hid the proceeds secretly, or used them covertly. Some were even more eccentric, using them to bribe their way up. They were still stuck in the old feudal mindset, believing that money was the only way to get ahead. But in reality, money simply didn't work into yen. Ever since Lion discovered someone was tampering with these economic development funds, Lion set up a special task force to monitor these funds. Every disbursement was monitored by a dedicated person. It's no exaggeration to say that every copper coin was being monitored. But Leon didn't rush to expose the truth. Instead, he quietly watched everything unfold, as if watching a clown. Because Leon just wanted to know how many people had reached into this pocket. After looking at the list handed over by the Intelligence Bureau, Leon felt dizzy. If the number of officials in the capital, Liongrad, who embezzled money, was at the level of giant pandas, then the officials in the Elf Empire's autonomous region who didn't embezzle money were also at the level of giant pandas. Yes, you heard correctly, those who didn't embezzle money were called giant pandas. Few officials in the Elf Empire's autonomous region were clean, but most officials only embezzled a small amount. There were only a few major corrupt officials. Leon didn't pay much attention to these smaller players. He simply pressured them into returning the money. Because Leon couldn't possibly take down all of them. The entire Elven Empire's autonomous region had nearly 100,000 officials. Over 90,000 of them had engaged in corruption and bribery. But among these 90,000 had taken minor profits. Leon couldn't remove all of them quickly. If that happened, the entire Elven Empire's autonomous region would be paralyzed. Precisely for this reason, Leon didn't rush to take action against them. Instead, he began investigating the corruption and bribery of higher-ranking officials. However, Leon was reassured that those absolutely high-ranking officials hadn't engaged in corruption. For example, the autonomous region's secretary and mayor were honest and upright. At least the intelligence agency hadn't uncovered any cases and taken action. Especially the secretary. As the secretary of an autonomous region, logically speaking, if not lavishly rich, he should at least have plenty of food and clothing, right? But this secretary's most expensive possession might be the government-issued clothing. The Jinling Autonomous Region is almost the size of a country, and the secretary is the equivalent of a national leader. And you're telling me a national leader has no clothes to wear? Leon, oh my, what a coincidence. You don't have any clothes either? These district heads and secretaries were carefully selected by Leon, taking into account the precedent set by the governor of Northwind Harbor. Thus, these officials were completely loyal to Leon. These officials unwaveringly followed Leon's lead, naturally absorbing many of his philosophies, both in their conduct and in other areas. It's fair to say they were following his example. And most importantly, they learned Leon's frugality. Leon rarely went out to buy clothes. When women like Yun Qingqi went out to buy clothes, they used their own money. The richest person in the Duke's mansion was no longer Yun Qingqi, but that silly, cute little girl named Heyu. At first, Leon emptied Heyu's vault. But later, Leon returned millions of gold coins. But for Yun Qingqi, the ruler of a country, millions of gold coins were still easy money. But then, Heiyu's mother, Wailia, came to visit. Having lost her daughter for centuries, Wailia was eager to give Heiyu everything. Not only did she leave Heiyu the position of the next Dragon Lord, she even gave him half of her years of savings. Especially after learning that Heiyu and Leon had a child. Wailia was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night, and then gave Heiyu a large sum of money. Heiyu had become a truly wealthy man, rivaling a nation. Heiyu's cleverest move was depositing the money in the Great Yin Bank. That's right, she deposited hundreds of millions of gold coins in the bank. The ladies all called Heiyu foolish. But only Heiyu knew that her special status meant her child couldn't become the heir. The nation behind Yunli wasn't powerful. But the power behind Heiyu was incredibly strong. Neither Leon nor anyone else would allow Heiyu's child to become the next Leon. Even Leon himself wouldn't treat them differently. But others wouldn't think so. Even with this concession, Heiyu ultimately lost her child. And a rift developed between her and the ladies. This journey wasn't just for inspection, but also to heal Heiyu's inner pain. He wanted to take Heiyu to see this beautiful world. Chapter 1551. Lion, having worked all day, tossed the documents aside late into the night. He then gave an order to Hans, who was standing by. Take care of all those I circled and recover all their money. As for those whose embezzlement wasn't large, have them return the money, demote them one rank, and reward them with meritorious service. If they can't demonstrate their abilities, their lives will be over. Lion's words seemed devoid of emotion. Hans nodded silently, and then withdrew. Both he and Leon hated corrupt officials to the core. Hans's fall into the Sin territory was largely due to corrupt officials. As Hans left, Leon stood up from his seat again, and opened the door to find Fleischtam standing there. Originally, William was supposed to accompany him on this trip. But the other world's doomsday plan had reached a critical juncture. William had no choice but to travel to the other world and personally oversee its completion. So the task of escorting Leon fell to his younger brother Fleischtam. Leon still had some affection for William's brother Fleischtam. If William was a qualified general, then Fleischtam was a qualified soldier. But the soldier had now become an officer. He could no longer act recklessly like before. Seeing Leon emerge, Fleischtam immediately stood straight and saluted. Leader. Leon nodded, then spoke. Don't make things difficult for yourself this late. Let's go back quickly. I heard your new wife is on this train too. Hearing Leon's question, Fleischtam nodded immediately. Yes, leader. Sia is now the Succubus Kingdom's ambassador, specifically responsible for diplomatic relations between the Succubus Kingdom and us. The Succubus Queen asked her to accompany you this time, and she stated that the Succubus Kingdom is at your disposal at any time. Leon fell silent after hearing Fleischtam's words. The Succubus Queen was truly adept. So expertly skilled that Leon couldn't find a single mistake. This special train had a total of 20 carriages. 8 of them were reserved for Leon's family. In addition to the basic living quarters, there were also leisure areas, fitness areas, and office areas. Of course, Leon actually traveled back and forth between the office and living areas. The leisure and fitness areas weren't just for Leon's family. Everyone on the special train could use them, from soldiers to waiters. And if you chose the right time, you might even get to see Leon. With luck, you might even get an autograph and a photo. The staff on this special train were essentially impromptu transfers, having no idea they would be boarding it. Moreover, most of them were genuine Lion-grad natives. Many were second-generation Great Yans. So, there was no need to worry too much about their identities. Most were purebreds from good families. Many only realized they were serving the leader after boarding the special train. Lion didn't treat these staff members as mere staff. He chatted with them whenever he had time, actively inviting them to enjoy meals. He mingled directly with the common people. Many staff members were astonished. They had heard that Leon treated everyone equally. But when they actually saw it, their thoughts changed. The legend and the legend unfolding before their eyes were two completely different things. The staff members on the train had glaring eyes. Leon passed through the middle carriages and arrived at the residential area. These carriages housed his wives and 2 children. Leon knocked gently on the door, afraid to disturb the children's sleep. It was already late at night, even midnight. Knock, knock. At this moment, Leon was as reserved as a child. He seemed to have forgotten that he was a being capable of fighting with gods, and that he could sense everything inside the carriage without even knocking. But he didn't. At this moment, he was just an ordinary father, truly afraid of disturbing his children's sleep. Yuan Qingqi, so you don't care? I count to 3, then come over and kneel on the washboard. Yuan Qingqi heard a knock and gently opened the car door. Lion plopped in, and found the 2 little idiots already fast asleep on the bed. Lion came over to the 2 of them, and gently stroked their cheeks. Are you done? Almost. We can leave for the next city tomorrow. Aren't there a lot of corrupt officials? It's okay. Don't worry about them. Some of them never see the sun again. Lion seemed to be discussing something insignificant. Yuan Qingqi nodded, and was about to end the conversation when he suddenly spoke. In that case, go keep Heiyu company. She's still looking downcast. And Zoe said her heart is dead. Yuan Qingqi's words pierced Lion's heart like a knife. Yes, just as Yuan Qingqi had said. Heiyu's heart was dead. Leon had been trying to influence Heiyu with love these days, but Heiyu remained like a statue. Leon couldn't be with Heiyu constantly. She could only find time to spend with him during her free time at work. It was no exaggeration. During this period, Leon spent far more time with Heiyu than with the other wives. Even the time she spent with her daughter, Yunli, was less than what she spent with Heiyu. Leon really wanted to cheer Heiyu up, but he just wouldn't. Li Yang was completely at his wit's end. Putting himself in Heiyu's shoes, he probably wanted to die too. After so much effort, she had a child, and was ready to welcome a new life, only to have it suddenly gone. The blow to a mother was truly immense. Leon calmed herself down, then opened the door, and saw Heiyu sitting on the bed, looking out the window. How was your day? Did you eat on time? Leon said, and sat down next to Heiyu. Heiyu didn't say anything, just stared out the window blankly. Chapter 1552. Lion's special train soon arrived at Sucrus. Sucrus was now completely different from before. Before, Sucrus was a devastated, deserted place. It had been decimated by the dwarves. And later, it was directly destroyed by Thanatos. It could be said that Sucrus suffered a devastating disaster. Furthermore, many people were not optimistic about Sucrus. After the war, Sucrus had become a barren land. Rebuilding Sucrus would cost a great deal. After everyone's calculations, they found that rebuilding Sucrus was not realistic, or even worthwhile. But Leon did not give up on Sucrus. First, Sucrus had a unique geographical location. Sucrus was not only a coastal city, but also located at the mouth of another major river in the Elven Empire. This meant that Sucrus's ships could not only sail across the ocean, but also travel inland along the inland waterway system. The Elven Empire itself is rife with forests, making the construction of roads and railways exceedingly difficult. Currently, the Jinling Empire's railways this year are primarily built under the Great Yin Railway Project. The railway project primarily focuses on building lines along important cities. Many areas of the Elven Empire are completely covered by mountains and forests. The difficulty of building roads and railways there is exponentially higher. To build a complete railway, the Elven Empire expended greater effort and sweat than any other kingdom. As a result, the Elven Empire relies heavily on shipping. However, the Song River is an inland river within the Elven Empire. Building a shipping route along the Song River is simply impossible. The Song River simply couldn't accommodate large ships. So, the ships along the Song River were mostly small and medium-sized. Large ships were mostly found near Sucrus. The problem was that Sucrus happened to be caught in the middle of the war. Sucrus was completely destroyed by the war. Moreover, Sucrus wasn't just destroyed by the war. The local people were also displaced by the war, and most chose to leave Sucrus. Those who chose to stay were almost all slaughtered by the dwarves. When the dwarves broke into the city, literally no one was left alive. Countless elves were slaughtered. By the time the National Defense Force arrived, Sucrus had become a living hell. After the war ended, Sucrus was left with only rubble, even more dilapidated than the Elven Empire's capital. After all, at least some buildings remained in the Elven Empire's capital. Sucrus was completely razed to the ground. It was precisely because of this that the elves abandoned Sucrus. Later, the Eastern and Western Elven Empires merged. Sif, against all odds, chose to build Sucrus. This was because Nanchuan Port had already monopolized shipping for all the coastal cities along the Inner Sea. The entire Inner Sea had become Nanchuan Port's backyard. Sif, unwilling to be left behind, began vigorously developing Sucrus, aiming to revitalize shipping. In less than a year, Sucrus sprang to life. Once Sucrus was an ordinary city. It was later destroyed by war. The rebuilt Sucrus is now not only larger, but also boasts greatly enhanced shipping capabilities. Most importantly, Sucrus completely transformed its previous situation. Before the war, Sucrus was a port city. After the war, it became a hub city. Today, Sucrus not only serves as a shipping hub, but also serves as a crucial railway link. The railway connecting to the southern continent passes through Sucrus. When the Elven Empire first built its railway, one of its 2 lines was built along the coast. This wasn't to facilitate the port city, but to allow the National Defense Army to protect this line. These railways were located along the coast, and there were some internal divisions within the Elven Empire at the time. This is why Leon demanded that the Elven Empire build a coastal railway, allowing them to legitimately protect everything along the coastal line. In fact, it was mainly because Leon didn't believe the Elven Empire could properly protect these railways. At that time, the Elven Empire relied on the National Defense Army to regain its land. Without the National Defense Army, the Elven Empire would have collapsed long ago. After the reconstruction of Sucrus, it was nearly doubled in size, and the waterway was widened. 2 or 3 ports were even built specifically for shipping. Sucrus' throughput skyrocketed, and it was even beginning to have the potential to compete with non-Huon port. But whether or not it was a hedge no longer mattered. After all, the Elven Empire had been incorporated into the Yin. So, this time, Leon wanted to see what the rebuilt Sucrus looked like. The rebuilt Sucrus was far superior to other places, because the rebuilt Sucrus clearly leaned more towards the Yin style. If the previous Sucrus had Elven architectural style, the current architectural style of Sucrus has completely gravitated towards the Great Yin style. It has evolved from the classical style of the past to the technological style of the present. It even has a subtle modern feel. Leon is very pleased with the changes in Sucrus. For only by changing can Sucrus become a new Sucrus. If Sucrus cannot break free from the limitations of the past, it will never succeed. This is not Leon's boast. When Sucrus was first rebuilt, many elves were reluctant to return to this tragic place. The elves in the city of Sucrus suffered heavy casualties, but most of the elves in the suburbs fled. But the elves in the suburbs are completely different from the elves in the city. The elves in the suburbs witnessed the massacre. In their hearts, the massacre was truly horrifying. The elves in the suburbs were forced to flee. Those in the city, however, at least received assistance. The arrival of the National Defense Forces saved some of the surviving elves in the city. These people have rekindled their hope for life. The elves in the suburbs, however, are left with nothing but despair. So they are extremely reluctant to return to Sucrus. Sucrus's change of style isn't just meant to attract more elves back to Sucrus. It's also a declaration. The elves of the past are gone, and the current Elven Empire has begun to embrace a new life. It's time for the common people to change, too. They shouldn't continue to dwell in the past. Living in the past prevents them from growing up. Dian's various initiatives have made the entire country prosperous and powerful. Yet many elves cling to the past. It's not that they yearn for the powerful nation of the past. It's simply that they don't want to change the status quo. The elves' long lifespans mean they can't see things from a human perspective. They can perfectly well wait for time to settle. But most people can't. Just like Lion's Dian, who built a world power in just 5 years. If the elves continue to use the time to settle as an excuse, it would be sheer folly. There's a limit to time to settle. To wait for time now would be holding Lion back. Leon wants everyone to live a good life. But dragging things down at this moment would be sheer folly. So, besides visiting Sucrus, Leon also sought to understand the elves' situation. The ideas of the Elven High Command differ from those of the lower command. The lower command thinks completely differently from the upper command. This is a conclusion Leon has drawn from countless experiences. For example, among the current leaders of Great Yin, there is a large group of warmongers eager to conquer all the surrounding nations. Even before they were fully powerful, they were determined to fight to the bitter end. Even now, after unification, their ideas remain dangerous. Chapter 1553. After spending a day in Sucrus, Leon discovered that the city had completely changed, and its citizens were full of hope. Compared to the past, the people now were full of fighting spirit. Many elves had returned to Sucrus, hoping to receive better treatment. The development of the Elven Empire was ongoing. Whether it was De Yin or anyone else, the development of the Elven Empire had never stopped. Even when the Queen was still alive, the forest had already been developed. The current development was somewhat different from the previous one. Leon placed greater emphasis on steady development. The Queen's development was somewhat hasty. This resulted in many things not being properly handled. Many resources were wasted. After all, how could one succeed with both speed and quality? It was simply a dream. Later, Leon took over the Elven Empire and began to set it on the right path. The Elven Empire began to prioritize quality development. Slow progress was not a problem. The important thing was to leave something behind for future generations. If we can't leave anything behind for future generations, then our fate will be utterly deplorable. But the elves are willing to sacrifice everything for development. This is simply absurd. Leon arrived at the port of Sucras. According to reports from his entourage, there are at least 100,000 dock workers at Sucras port. Yes, you heard that correctly, a full 100,000. Of course, these dock workers aren't all dedicated to shipping. A significant portion of them serve the dock workers. The docks aren't just a gathering place for the poor, they're also a gathering place for those with aspirations. Although there are no longer any poor people in Diyin, most people now consider it a hardship job. In Diyin, there are no such things as poor people, only lazy people. People in Diyin don't need to pay for education or medical care. Ordinary people can spend their money on it. But they have nowhere to spend it. Where can they spend it? Perhaps the only way to spend it is by traveling abroad. But now it's no longer considered traveling abroad. At most, it's called traveling across provinces. How much does it cost to travel across provinces? With the completion of the great cause of unification, and after a year or two of development in the surrounding areas, prices have stabilized everywhere. While there may be some differences between countries, overall, prices are similar. For example, 1 copper coin can buy 2 loaves of bread in the mainland. It can also buy 2 loaves of bread in the Holy Empire. It might be slightly more expensive in some remote areas, but local handmade bread is actually even cheaper. So overall, the price difference isn't that big. And the salary difference isn't that big either. Factories are all over the world. And these factories are generally state-owned. Workers everywhere receive essentially the same wage. Lion doesn't adjust wages based on regional differences. Doing so would only widen the disparity, and even fuel conflict. Many people don't really ask for much. Adequate food, warm clothes, and shelter are all they need. After disguising himself, Lion apprehended a dockworker. "Brother, I'm from the north and looking for a job here. Any recommendations?" Leon looked at the dock in front of him as a worker spoke. The dock worker, sweating profusely after finishing work, grew impatient when Leon asked. Just as he was about to send Leon away, he saw the cigarette he offered him. The dock worker glanced at Leon, then at the cigarette he offered, and smiled. "Young man, you come to the right person. I'm a well-known figure here." The worker came up and started arguing. Leon's mouth twitched, but he didn't criticize the worker. Instead, he quietly listened to his performance. Making a living in Sucras is actually quite easy, as long as you're willing to endure hardships. Dock workers are the most unskilled job. Those large containers are lifted by machines, so dock workers, like me, only need to move small items. At the port, a worker like me, working 8 hours a day, can earn 5 silver coins a month. There's also a housing allowance. The docks provide housing, but if you don't live there, they give you another half a silver coin. That brings it down to 5.5 silver coins. If you're a great yen, you can get another half a silver coin. Because the pace of unification is so rapid, many people, despite obtaining great yen citizenship, don't actually enjoy medical care. But dock workers, like us, receive a hidden half-silver monthly medical benefit. This money is like paying into the hospital. If you get sick, the accumulated medical benefits will help offset your expenses. Of course, if it's not enough, you definitely have to pay more. But if you can produce dozens of small battles with a 6 silver subsidy a year, then I have no problem. Listening to the worker's words, Leon remained silent for a moment. The worker took the cigarette and reached for his lighter, but it was missing. He then looked at Leon, who, realizing what was happening, took out his lighter and lit the cigarette for the worker. The worker took a few puffs, his face radiating satisfaction. "So with 5 silver coins a month you're living well?" Leon asked. "Of course. 5 silver coins not only covers my food and clothing, but I can also save 3 silver coins each month. In the past 6 months, I saved over 20 silver coins. I plan to save some more and then go back home to get married. I start a small business back home and live out my life there." The dock worker's eyes were filled with longing for the future. Leon smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. Although 5 silver coins wasn't much, even for a stamina-boosting worker like him, it was a pittance. But there was no other way. The Elven Empire's treasury was limited. At Nanjuan Port, a dock worker performed the same workload as a worker at Sucras Port. But their wages reached 8 to 12 silver coins. This was because Diyin had sufficient funds. But the Elven Empire was different. With limited funds to begin with, they relied on subsidies from Lion. Being able to live this way was already quite good. Watching Lion light a cigarette for a worker, the nearby intelligence bureau agents and guard soldiers were stunned. Good boy, having their leader light a cigarette for him? This is something you never seen before. The intelligence bureau should have filmed this scene, but they didn't dare. Yuan Qingqi, however, saw it and decisively took out his camera to record it. This was the first time Lion had smiled in days. Yuan Qingqi was leisurely sipping tea at a nearby tea shop. Many eyes turned to her, because she was so beautiful. But then, they saw her standing there. The men in black around him instantly wilted. They knew which vote was more important. The dock worker had never imagined the man before him was actually the leader he respected most. As Leon finished his question, he handed the worker the pack of cigarettes in his pocket. Leon didn't actually smoke, but he had borrowed the pack from the CIA. It was mainly because Leon had a sudden urge to go to the docks this morning, so he stole a pack of cigarettes from the CIA agent. Agent, feed me peanuts. Chapter 1554. Before leaving, Leon asked the dock worker a question. Brother, I want to ask you something. Little brother, what else do you not know? Ask. I want to ask you, do you feel happy with your life now? Leon's words immediately silenced the worker. Then the worker's eyes suddenly reddened. This completely threw Leon off. Just as he was about to offer some comfort, the worker waved his hand. I'm not offended, nor am I sad. I just think if life is happy now, then what kind of life is happy? Compared to the feudal era, although I can only do manual labor like a dock worker now, working hard every day and getting a little bored, but at least I can eat. In the feudal era, forget about being full, just having something to eat was good. We elves are relatively well off, but what about others? What about the common people in the Holy Empire? Their emperor isn't that smart. Back then, the Holy Empire had only 10 rebellions a year. The number is comparable to the number of rebellions we elves have had over the past few decades. So I never say that life today is much the same as it was in the past. I heard from others that some people say life today is the same as it was in the past. Lion is still the despotic emperor, and the entire country is still a military-ruled military state, constantly expanding abroad and plundering other countries' resources. Hearing this makes me furious. Sometimes I really want to beat these people up. If it weren't for the leader's leadership, this country would have fallen apart long ago. And the leader has never initiated a war. No matter which war it was, the Wehrmacht was always the one on the receiving end. After taking a beating, they slapped the enemy to death. Can this be called aggression? Let's go back to the issue of resource plunder. What a joke. How could they have achieved what they have today, if not through plunder? If the leader had 20 or 30 years to develop, then they could certainly have developed slowly. But with a tiny homeland, and surrounded by enemies eyeing them covetously, the leader completed a millennium-long journey for an empire in just 5 years. This required not only effort, but also a vast investment of resources. So where did the resources come from? Did the homeland have so many resources? That's why the leader plundered other countries' resources as part of the terms of defeat. And these resources were ultimately used for the people of Great Yen. This might be unfair to the people of other countries, and some will seize on this point to attack the leader, calling him a hypocrite. But the leader is not a god, not an omnipotent one. The leader's wisest decision was launching the war of liberation, but his stupidest was ensuring everyone was well fed. The worker said indignantly. Lion remained silent after hearing this. Lion wouldn't deny that he had plundered another country's resources. But 5 years wasn't enough time for Lion to sit down and discuss things. At the time, the Wehrmacht was plundering and building as it went along. Take the Demon Empire, for example. After defeating the Demon Empire, they forced it to sign a surrender. Then, they decisively set their sights on its resources. Truckload after truckload was brought back to the country. They became armored vehicles, tanks, and weapons for the Wehrmacht. Wehrmacht soldiers used these weapons to continue defending the country. The subsequent upgrade of light industry was also inseparable from these resources. Dayin possesses ample coal, oil, and iron ore. But industry requires more than just these 3 things. Where will the rest come from? By it, it's a joke that the neighboring countries were hoping the yen would die in the womb. How could they possibly sell resources to Lion? What should they do without resources? Will they just stagnate? Or should they kneel down and beg them to end the blockade? Kneeling will only bring more humiliation. Instead of kneeling and paying compensation to others, why not stand up and use the money as military expenditure? Lion's unyielding spirit earned the Wehrmacht its reputation. The dock worker took the half-pack of cigarettes Lion offered him and watched him leave. Looking at the cigarette in his hand, the dock worker beamed. These cigarettes aren't cheap. Just 1 pack costs several copper coins. Which rich kid is this, enjoying the life? But he doesn't look like a rich kid. This aura, the dock worker muttered to himself. Just then, an intelligence agent approached and spoke. Do you know who that man was just now? Looking at the CIA agent before him, the dock worker frowned, his expression unfriendly. The tone of voice was definitely that of an agent or official. Who is he? He's our leader. The agent patted the worker on the shoulder, took a cigarette from the pack, and walked away with it. Because the pack belonged to the agent. The leader had taken his cigarette, and he hadn't complained. But now that he finally had the chance, he had to smoke a cigarette the leader had taken, right? Genius. I'm a genius. The agent left, leaving the dock worker alone, disheveled in the wind. The worker looked at the cigarette in his hand, repeating over and over again. He's the leader. He. Chapter 1555. Lion's special train quickly left Sucra's. Lion couldn't stay in one city forever. So he left quickly. There were still more cities waiting for him to inspect. But what Leon hadn't expected was this. The more remote the area, the fewer corrupt officials there were. This was because many elves in remote areas maintained the customs of their primitive societies. People produced and sold their own goods, without excessive material pursuits. Many people considered material pursuits important. That's because they live in a materialistic world. But for the elves living deep in the mountains and forests, money might just be a number. Their only concern was the annual harvest. The problem was that elves might encounter natural disasters or man-made calamities. But they would never starve to death. No elf had starved to death in all those years. The most dangerous thing might be the magical beasts in the forest. But the problem was that the elves now had access to firearms, and the magical beasts began to sing and dance in their presence. In the beginning, many people resisted firearms. The elves considered these firearms to be unorthodox practices. But they soon discovered their true value. Compared to bows and other weapons, firearms were far superior. With firearms, the elves were completely different. They no longer had to worry about food and drink. They could also protect themselves from monsters. So, their material pursuits were minimized. But others were different. The elves living in big cities had changed. Or perhaps they were gradually beginning to focus on material desires. But the problem was, whether it was the elves or other nations, after unification, prices had fallen significantly. Ordinary people no longer faced hunger. But some people were simply greedy, or simply covetous. They were desperate to make money. But the problem was, it wasn't that easy. The Intelligence Bureau was keeping a close eye. But there were always those who wanted to play on the edge of a knife. Lion soon arrived at the southern border city of the Jinling Empire. This place was close to the southern mountains. The southern mountains formed the dividing line between the Elven Empire and the Dwarven Empire. In the past, this area had always been a battleground. But the elves, once the dominant power, firmly held the southern mountains. However, most elves looked down on the desert to the south. So, from the outset, they didn't consider taking the initiative, instead building numerous fortresses in the southern mountains for defense. In fact, they didn't focus on building fortresses. Initially, they didn't believe the dwarves had the strength to advance north. By the time the dwarves were strong enough to launch a war north, they were already unable to react. The Elven Empire had already declined by then. Around 1,500 years ago, the dwarves rose to prominence. They then invaded the southern mountains and began encroaching on the Elven Empire's territory. Jinling rallied and, after suffering heavy casualties, drove the dwarves from their lands. They also built numerous fortresses in the southern mountains. The Dwarven Empire was severely weakened. However, upon learning of the elves' fortresses in the southern mountains, the dwarves assembled a massive army to retake control of the southern mountains. But as always, the elves were not willing to surrender the southern mountains easily. With the elves' sacrifices, they successfully gained control of the southern mountains. They trapped the dwarves in the southern desert. The dwarves could only remain dormant, waiting for 500 years. With much difficulty, their technology finally advanced. 1,000 years ago, they were preparing to avenge their defeat and march north to reclaim all they had lost. But then, 1,000 years ago, Kuenberg suddenly appeared and not only crushed the elves, but also the Dwarf Empire to the south, unable to resist. The Dwarf Empire was completely defeated. They even began to question their lives. They couldn't understand why they had spent 500 years in hiding, gathering strength, only to be beaten back again. Bewildered by Kuenberg, they ultimately chose to retreat. This time, they learned their lesson and decided to lie dormant for another 1,000 years before emerging. If 500 years isn't enough, then I lie dormant for 1,000. Is 1,000 years enough? The idea was good, But the reality was cruel, because they encountered the Great Flame Man. Kuenberg 1,000 years ago was just an appetizer. Lion was the ultimate boss of the End era. Originally, the dwarves planned to march north to annex the Elven Empire, perhaps even to become the overlord of a new era. But they ran into Lion, and were immediately crushed by him. Neither the elves nor the other nations anticipated the National Defense Army's sheer might. By the time they finally realized what was happening, it was too late. The dwarves were driven back into the Great Desert. Even the elves succumbed to the National Defense Army's iron torrent. The dwarves finally realized that they weren't the ones who were truly powerful. They couldn't escape, so they couldn't blame themselves. It was just a matter of bad luck and bad luck. If only the dwarves had stayed dormant for only 900 years. You wouldn't have encountered the continent-shattering Demon Empire, nor the Elven Empire, which was on its last legs. You wouldn't have encountered the Holy Empire of Alexander's time, nor the Great Flame of Lion. They can only play tricks on us. Success often comes just a hair's breadth away. Perhaps if only you had persisted, the outcome could have been different. But the problem is that you didn't persist. Whether dwarves or others, everyone's goal was simple: to make their country prosperous and strong. But becoming strong wasn't something that could be achieved simply by talking. Lion had always been a man of action rather than words. The southern fortresses had lost the historically entrusted responsibility. Originally, the fortresses were supposed to defend against the dwarves to the south. But now the dwarves are gone, and so are the goblins further south. The southern continent has become a complete backyard. In the final analysis, the fortresses have lost their purpose. Most of the fortresses are now mothballed and decommissioned. Some of the fortress cannons have been removed, and others are mothballed on site. Only a few of the more important fortresses remain operational. Because you can never guarantee that something new won't happen someday. What if the dwarves suddenly erupt? Or what if the Elven Empire rebels? The fortresses have now been taken over by the National Defense Forces. And the fortresses aren't just one way, but rather two-way. When the fortresses were first built, the goblins couldn't penetrate them from the front, so they chose to cross the mountains and launch a surprise attack from behind the fortresses, right inside the Elven Empire. The elves learned from their mistakes, and naturally built sufficient fortresses on both sides to defend themselves. This absolute defense has made the southern mountains an impenetrable barrier. Lion stood atop a peak in the southern mountains, gazing at the Dwarven Empire to the south. He was at a loss for words. Compared to the forests of the Elven Empire, the Dwarven Empire to the south was nothing but endless desert. The southern mountains were more than just a cluster of fortresses. They marked the boundary between forest and desert, the line between life and death. Chapter 1556. The southern fortress doesn't have much to inspect. It's mostly occupied by garrisons. The only major city near the southern fortress is 50% occupied by soldiers. The remaining 50% are military families. This is a historical issue, and Lion can't easily change the local demographics. Many Elf Empire soldiers have defended the southern fortress their entire lives. Now, if Lion were to tell them to stop defending, they'd probably be unacceptable. Many consider defending the fortress not just a job, but a mission and a belief. None of the elves living on the border has it easy. Most of them have held on to their lives, holding on for dear life. They have to defend the border for their country. Even after Lion unified the Elven Empire, he didn't make any major layoffs in the south. Instead, he surveyed them, asking them if they were willing to continue defending the southern fortress. Some of the more stubborn ones were given new roles by Lion, tasked with defending the fortress. Their new roles were resounding. Guardians of the ruins of the southern fortress complex. They still guard the fortresses, but in a new way. Not only are their salaries higher, but their work is also safer, no longer requiring them to walk on the line between life and death. Leon's special train entered the Dwarven Empire. Since the Dwarven Empire and the goblins had only recently unified, Leon prioritized visiting these two countries. His goal was to accurately ascertain the current plight of each nation. Since bandits still existed within the Dwarven Empire, Leon's special train headed directly to the Dwarven Empire's capital. At this moment, the capital of the Dwarf Empire could be described as a paradise for all races. The Dwarf Empire currently possessed abundant iron ore. While these iron ore mines belonged to the Yen, this did not mean that there were no opportunities for prosperity. Lion merely monopolized the local mining industry. He did not restrict other industries related to mining. This meant that ordinary people could earn money by engaging in these industries. Lion never cut off the common people's financial resources. Related industries took root in the Dwarf Empire like mushrooms after rain. At first, the National Defense Army was unimpressed by these industries. But later on, they discovered that the tax revenue for these industries was no less than that of the mining industry. This immediately invigorated the National Defense Army. If the Dwarf Empire's mining industry could bring the yen over 20 million gold coins annually, then related industries could bring in over 15 million gold coins. This sum, combined, would be enough to cover the Army's military expenses for 2 years. So, the National Defense Army initially disregarded these industries, but upon seeing the tax revenue, they became anxious. Anyone who dares to touch these industries will be dealt a life-and-death blow. Most of these related industries are supporting and service sectors. They are inextricably linked to the mining industry, but they are also crucial to social stability. Some iron or mining sites are located in the heart of deserts and Gobi deserts. Generally speaking, there are no other industries near these mining sites. But where there's profit, there are people. Some people seeking quick or even substantial wealth choose to take risks and open businesses or other supporting industries near these mining sites. This improved the lives of workers near the mining sites. But they also became targets of the Dwarven resistance. The Dwarven resistance was in a similar situation to that of the Eastern continent. Some were genuine, simply rebelling against Leon. They had no intention of making money, nor did they massacre their compatriots or plunder the people. Others, under the guise of national restoration, exploited the people in various ways. Many civilians simply did not want to be drawn into this divine war, but they had no choice. When the National Defense Army was first established, it did not protect these related industries and service sectors. But later, with the announcement of the tax system, the National Defense Army proactively designated these industries as part of its protection zone. This surprised many resistance groups, who even planned to seize these industries and extract funds to support their own armies. Because the National Defense Army initially refused to protect them, the resistance groups were later left stunned. The National Defense Army began protecting these industries again. The resistance groups' living space was continuously squeezed. There were even cases of many resistance groups disbanding due to lack of food. Farming in the desert was simply impossible. So these resistance groups could only rely on looting or stockpiling food, but even that stockpile would eventually run out. So the resistance groups were forced to send troops to seize food. But over time, the surrounding civilians could no longer obtain food, and the relief rations they received were only enough for themselves. Many resistance leaders, though reckless, were not without brains. If they truly starved the civilians to death, the Wehrmacht would soon strike back. So they set their sights on these supporting and service industries. But now the National Defense Forces were also protecting these industries, leaving the desperate dwarves bewildered. Some organizations seeking to restore their empire completely changed their minds. They noticed that the Dwarven Empire was improving under Leon's rule, while they continued to disrupt it. So, they decisively chose to abandon the dark and join the light. Still, some stubborn old guard were determined to rebel. Even if those industries were protected, they would still launch attacks. The outcome was self-evident. After more than 6 months of bandit suppression, the National Defense Forces achieved considerable success. In each case, the ratio of National Defense Forces to Dwarven Empire vassal forces was typically 1:10. But the kill counts on both sides were equal. This meant that for every 10 enemies killed by a National Defense Force soldier, 10 Dwarven Empire soldiers shot down 10 enemies. The killing efficiency of both sides was completely unequal, and Leon had never considered these ordinary troops elite. After all, those who fought against bandits were always bandits, not soldiers. Bandits were bandits because they could never become soldiers. There was a fundamental difference between them and soldiers. The bandit suppression campaign achieved very fruitful results. But the Dwarf Empire did not enter complete peace. When the Defense Army used its goblins, these resistance groups rekindled their rebellion. They placed their hopes in the mythical goblins, but the goblins were utterly crushed by the Defense Army. When they first saw the Defense Army retreat, they immediately jumped out and rose up, aiming to overthrow the rule of the Great Yen. However, the Defense Army retreated to lure the enemy, making these resistance groups look like clowns. The resistance groups never imagined they were being fooled. The goblins' lightning fast defeat left them bewildered. The main force of the National Defense Forces was indeed dispatched to deal with the enemy, but the world wasn't solely populated by the National Defense Forces. Besides the National Defense Forces, the Dwarven Empire also had numerous vassal armies. These vassal armies, upon receiving orders from the National Defense Forces, immediately began to eliminate these newly emerged resistance groups. If before, these resistance groups could at least hold out for a while, then the resistance groups now were like babies. Can babies really resist? Chapter 1557. Although the resistance groups have now emerged, This doesn't mean the National Defense Forces haven't taken control of the entire southern continent. After all, these resistance groups hid in the desert, making them difficult for the National Defense Forces to pursue. So, the National Defense Forces adopted a cautious strategy, crushing the resistance groups in the desert. The dwarven civilians, however, were able to live safely in the coastal cities. Although the coastal cities were a bit hot, they were still better than the desert. And some coastal cities were still covered in forests. Over 70% of the Dwarven Empire's population was concentrated in the coastal areas. And the railway was built along the coastal areas. It wasn't that Lion didn't want to build the railway inland. It was that the inland areas were entirely desert. Building a railway in the desert was extremely difficult. Lion's speed requirements meant that the inland railway couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Thankfully, the existence of the coastal railway had solved the immediate problem. The goblins' lives gradually became more prosperous. After disguising himself, Leon walked the streets of the dwarven capital with Hans and Yun Qingqi. Although this was the capital of the Dwarven Empire, logically the wealthiest place, many ordinary people still lived in poverty. It wasn't that these dwarven people couldn't earn money, nor that they didn't have any at the moment, but rather that they were truly afraid. They were deeply terrified of past policies. Now that they finally had some money, they held on to it, fearing it might get out of hand. They feared the day when the National Defense Forces would suddenly impose taxes on them. Because that's what the dwarves did in the past. Leon was a bit amused. He had already exempted the dwarven farmers and workers from taxes for 2 years. And yet, these dwarves were still living in the fear of the past. This clearly demonstrated the severity of the persecution inflicted by feudal society. Leon walked down the street, followed by 2 people, naturally attracting attention. At first, they glanced at Leon, noticing his ordinary attire, and then looked away. But when they saw Yun Qingqi behind him, they were all stunned. The current Yun Qingqi was completely different from her past. The previous Yun Qingqi might have been aloof and domineering. But now, she was a fully mature queen. She had a look of aloofness, yet her captivating eyes seemed capable of killing. But even this icy beauty seemed incredibly reserved in front of Leon. Yun Qingqi had a deep admiration for the strong. This was because her background and environment had shaped her character. She was born within the Orc Empire, a land ruled by the survival of the fittest. Life was a luxury, and for the orcs, even a humble existence was a luxury. So, she yearned to become a peerless powerhouse, to protect her people. That's why she harbored a fascination for the powerful. But then she became queen, and she no longer had to admire others. Now it was others' turn to admire her. But what she never expected was the Orc Empire's combined forces to strangle the orc survival. Just when Yun Qingqi's life hung by a thread, Leon appeared. Lion was like a lifeline, pulling the orcs back from the abyss. Yun Qingqi was willing to become Lion's wife not only because she loved him, but also because he had saved the orcs. After all, she wasn't Lion's lover at first. She was a queen first, and Lion's lover second. But as time went on, love blossomed, and over time, Yun Qingqi lost her former aloofness and coldness. Whether at home or elsewhere, she never displayed that distant air in front of Lion. Hans, tactfully, kept a distance from the two of them. He knew the couple simply loved to display affection. He had been with Lion for who knows how long, so he could naturally guess what he was thinking. The two of them walked down the street like a couple in heaven. A little dwarf girl came over, carrying a basket of flowers, and spoke sweetly. "Big brother, your wife is so beautiful. Can you buy me a bouquet of flowers? These are unique to our Dwarven Empire." Looking at the 7- or 8-year-old girl before him, Leon squatted down and spoke. "How much are the flowers, little girl? I picked these flowers from the mountains outside the city this morning. They're cheap. 1 copper coin buys 10 flowers, and a bouquet is exactly 10. If you only want 1 flower, I give you the change." The little girl lowered her head, clearly unwilling to let Leon buy just 1 flower. The copper coin is the smallest legal tender unit. But there's a common custom among the people. It's to buy goods that cost 1 copper coin whenever possible. If you insist on buying goods worth less than 1 copper coin, you can still get change. Of course, most of this change is broken copper coins. Yes, the ingenuity of the working people is endless. They anticipated from a very early stage that the face value of the copper coin might cause trouble. So they made it a rule. A broken copper coin still had value. And it didn't count as destroying the currency. Copper coins not only were widely circulated, but they were also a special metal. The feudal era prohibited the private minting of coins, but it didn't prohibit melting them. It's just that often these copper coins weren't pure copper. Even if you knew the technique, You couldn't convert the same weight of copper coins into the same weight of copper. Leon counted the flowers and found that the basket contained over 100. And many of the flowers were nearly wilted. Leon then asked, "How did you earn today, kid? And shouldn't you be studying? Why are you selling flowers here?" Chapter 1558. Compared to other continents, the situation in the southern continent was very diverse. The main problems were resistance groups and banditry. Aside from that, there wasn't much else to offer. However, these resistance groups and bandits were incapable of achieving anything significant. They were merely short-sighted. Many fought on their own, and some even fled into the desert to avoid pursuit by the National Defense Army and its vassal armies. According to incomplete statistics, the Dwarf Empire's resistance groups and bandits totaled over 100,000. But of these 100,000, 80,000 were hiding in the desert. These 80,000 were some distance from the National Defense Army's mining operations. They, too, sought to gain territory in the desert, but they were no match for the National Defense Army, which could easily pin them to the ground with a single blow. They quickly realized their disadvantage. They didn't believe they could defeat the National Defense Army, but they were unwilling to see the Dwarf Empire end. Among these resistance groups and bandits were many princes and nobles. Initially, some princes and nobles fled to the Papal States. But their fate was tragic. Like the dwarven capitalists, they were completely exploited by Holdras of the Papal States. Holdras was no good man. In essence, he and Leon were of the same ilk. If they smelled blood, they wouldn't hesitate to bite. Holdras slaughtered these dwarves and capitalists, pocketed their assets, and then raised a vast army. But this army was unable to turn the tide in the Papal States. On the contrary, the Papal States were defeated, crushingly so. The princes and nobles who remained within the Dwarven Empire chose to rise up in rebellion. Why should the Dwarven Empire be destroyed if the Dwarven Emperor were gone? They were also ministers of the Dwarven Empire, part of its ruling class. The throne rotates, so who will be emperor this year? If you can be emperor, so can we. But these princes and nobles underestimated the Wehrmacht's ability to divide and conquer. The Wehrmacht chose not to pursue deep into the desert. Instead, they stationed their elite troops in watersheds. The Wehrmacht remained motionless. They firmly controlled the water oases. Most of the Dwarven Empire is desert, and the only recourse within the desert is likely these oases. The Wehrmacht's exact locations had long been known. In a typical desert oasis, the Wehrmacht garrisoned about a company, along with a battalion of vassal troops. Total numbered around 1,000 men. 1,000 men guarding an oasis. For these resistance groups and bandits, this was a nightmare. They were small to begin with. The rebels and bandits combined numbered only about 100,000. The Dwarven Empire's deserts probably contained hundreds of oases, large and small. If we use that standard, these hundreds of oases would represent hundreds of thousands of troops. Of course, the National Defense Army didn't have that many, nor did the vassal armies. In reality, only a large oasis had 1,000 men, while a small oasis might have only 100 or 200. But even an oasis with a gathering of 100 or 200 men was not something the Dwarven resistance and bandits could possibly target. The Wehrmacht occupied the desert oasis, gradually depleting the rebels and bandits' manpower. To annihilate these rebels and bandits, the Wehrmacht borrowed a large number of helicopters from the airborne troops. With the help of helicopters, even if certain oasis gathering points were attacked, the Wehrmacht could quickly respond and dispatch helicopters to rescue friendly forces. It was precisely because of this extreme efficiency that the Wehrmacht was so invincible. Although the Dwarf Empire was still somewhat chaotic, the matter was settled, and everything just needed to be settled. In the Dwarf Empire's capital, Leon looked at the 100 or so flowers in his hand, somewhat bewildered. Initially, he had only planned to buy a few dozen. But Yun Chi-Chi, feeling sorry for the little girl, bought all the flowers. Although he had spent her own money, Leon was holding the flowers himself. "I'm such a delicate woman, I don't have any strength at all." "Lion, you know what I'm going to say." Lion didn't believe a word his wife said. "Nonsense." Back then, a group of people embedded Lion in the wall. The kind that couldn't be pried out. "You're telling me I don't have any strength." Lion still didn't argue with his wife. Because he knew he couldn't win an argument with his wife. "That's the truth." "Lion, how did the Dwarf Empire become like this today? They were far more powerful than us back then." Yun Chi-Chi gazed at the landmark building in the harbor, lost in thought. For that landmark building was none other than a god of war battleship. The Dwarf Empire had built 3 of them. One was towed away by the Wehrmacht, another was sunk, and the other was right in the harbor. The war god battleship had been stripped of its main armament, leaving only its exterior. The battleship's main guns were mere shells, and its secondary guns were almost as good. It was placed there for public viewing. And the War God battleship was located right in the center of the harbor. The harbor of the Dwarf Empire's capital was quite unique, with a small island nestled in its center. Legend has it that the southern continent rose from the sea. This island was the first land to rise. Thus, in the eyes of the Dwarf Empire, this island held an irreplaceable influence. Lion had carefully considered placing the remains of the battleship on this island. The remains of the War God battleship completely symbolized the past of the Dwarf Empire. Like this battleship, the Dwarf Empire had become a thing of the past, preserved only in history books for future generations to admire. If someone wants to turn back the clock, then Leon doesn't recommend helping them. Send them back to the past, let them return to the depths of history and engage closely with the past. Leon, I'm so kind. They say success doesn't determine a hero, but history is written by the victors. The Dwarf Empire played a good hand badly. The Demon Empire lost the war, but gained respect. The Elf Empire didn't lose the war, nor did it lose its dignity. But the Dwarf Empire and the Orc Empire have lost everything. One has completely lost its heritage, and the other has been shattered by the defeat. I never tried to destroy a civilization. I respect their culture and customs, but some people simply seek death and want to be different. I allow multi-ethnicity, but I don't allow multiraciality. Whether elves or demons, once they identify with the Gratian culture, they become my compatriots. But what about these dwarves? They simply refuse to submit to the king. Leon expressed his thoughts. Because these dwarves truly don't appreciate it. Even the common people of the East Continent knew to follow Leon's teachings. After all, Leon had fed them. They naturally followed Leon. But dwarves are incredibly stubborn. Until the resistance groups and bandits were eliminated, many dwarves would publicly obey Leon's orders, but secretly, they were secretly scheming against him. Take the little girl selling flowers, for example. Good people like little girls do exist, because they just want to eat. But some people want both food and independence. This is simply playing Leon for a fool. Since you don't want to become a part of the Gratian people, then I can only consign you and us to the history books. Lion had already made up his mind. If these dwarves still refused to show their gratitude even after eliminating the resistance groups and bandits, then he would have to start Plan 2. Chapter 1559. Just as Lion began his tour of the various countries, the dragon's nest finally erupted. The defense forces' repeated concessions not only failed to bring peace, but instead only resulted in the dragons becoming even more aggressive. At first, the dragons merely allowed a few young dragons to cause trouble. Later, they went even further, sending adult dragons to openly invade the defense forces' military base. This was a complete disgrace to the defense forces. The Dragon's Nest military base was acquired by Lion through a profiteering scheme. And now, you dragons are openly invading it. You had your cake and eat it, and now you're refusing to acknowledge it? Do you really think we humans are easy to bully? So what if you're a dragon? If pushed to the limit, we humans can still slay dragons. Thanks to Lion's previous decision, for nuclear submarines have been deployed along the coast of the Dragon's Nest. And these 4 submarines are made of the latest materials and technology, making them immune to magical detection. Aside from the Yin, almost every other nation in the world uses magic detection technology. Magic detection is similar to electromagnetic wave detection. Both achieve detection through the reflection of emitted waves. In simple terms, waves spread outward, but if they strike an object along their path, they bounce back. Stealth fighters, on the other hand, are equipped with special coatings that absorb waves. By absorbing the waves, radar won't receive the reflected signal, and naturally, the fighter won't be detected. As a child, Leon believed stealth fighters were truly invisible. This meant being physically invisible. Later, as Leon grew up, he discovered that it wasn't fighter jets that were invisible, but rather those special camouflage coatings that absorbed radar waves, achieving the stealth effect. In fact, nuclear submarines could also use camouflage coatings. But the technology wasn't yet developed. But Leon was different. This was a real magical world, where you could use your imagination to come up with wild and imaginative ideas. As the saying goes, if you don't have enough intelligence, you can make up for it with magic. In a magical world, as long as you dare to try, nothing is difficult. With the help of magic, the number of trial and error increases significantly. Forget failure. Even if you caused a massive explosion due to experimental error, Leon would praise you for your skill. No matter what your technology, technology that can explode is good technology. Because art is explosion, for nuclear submarines were deployed unnoticed around the dragon. The dragons were openly trampling on the dignity of the Wehrmacht. Caddis could no longer tolerate it. Carl was also furious. Chester didn't think too much about it. At the time, the Navy vessels were mostly conducting patrol exercises in the nearby waters. The Navy wasn't at the base, so only the Air Force and Army were exposed to the Dragon's direct attacks. And Chester knew the Navy's nuclear submarines were already deployed nearby. The Dragon wouldn't last much longer. So Chester was destined to be the one to be killed. But this initial wave of damage from the Dragon infuriated Caddis and Carl, who immediately called Leon. When Leon heard this good news, the Dragon finally couldn't help but strike. Actually, no one can be blamed for this. It's only the arrogance of the Dragon clan. They believe themselves to be above all else and look down on everyone. But in a world of great strife, every dragon must coil. So what if you're a real dragon? Real dragons must coil too. Lion hung up the phone and immediately began mobilizing his troops. Initially, Lion did intend to make peace with the Dragon. After all, he still had to attack the Papal States. If Holdras had truly lost his mind and chosen to cooperate with the gods, opening the door and allowing them to descend upon this world, Lion would have been doomed. But fortunately, although Holdras chose to cooperate with the gods, he always adhered to his bottom line and did not allow them to descend. Because Holdras knew it was easier to invite the gods than to send them away. Even if he could have used the gods' power to destroy Lion, if the gods had stayed and refused to leave, Holdras would have been embarrassed. Rather than that, it was better to be a human being in his final moments. Although Holdras ultimately failed to become a human being, he chose to transform the entire North into a living hell. He became a complete traitor to humanity. He was immediately nailed to the pillar of shame without even needing Leon to intervene. Leon felt no sympathy for Holdras's fate and end. Instead, he singled out Holdras's example as a teaching example. Of course, this teaching example was a negative one. Leon would not allow a scumbag like Holdras to lead children astray. However, there were some fools who mistook a negative example for a positive one. A wide forest has its share of birds. Leon had originally pursued an elitist approach, ensuring that every child could grow up with integrity. But things are different now. The population is simply too large. It's impossible to continue pursuing an elitist education system. With a large population base, there will naturally be some monsters and freaks. Many people in Dine are pessimistic about future development. Having witnessed the existence of these monsters and freaks, they believe that the country will be dominated by them in the future. But in reality, their worries are completely unfounded. A country's future depends on more than just this small group of people. Perhaps the sheer size of the population has given rise to countless monsters and demons. But it's also true that populous nations, no matter where or when, have never lacked patriots. Just like that wise nation in our past lives, they persevered in the face of powerful invasions. At every critical moment, national heroes step forward. There are monsters and freaks now and always, but there is also no shortage of patriots. Foreign conspiracies will naturally distort some people, but these distorted people are often the most vulnerable to becoming monsters and demons. If the mere words of external forces could distort the thinking of these people, then how weak are their inner strength? Many may appear timid or even careless on the surface, but deep down they are virile and loyal to their country. They are timid and cowardly only because this is a peaceful era. In times of chaos, their inner virility would be unleashed. No one talks about patriotism all the time. People should talk less and do more, not talk more and do less. After hanging up on Caddis and Carl, Leon immediately took action. He called Alan. At that moment, Alan was practicing fleet maneuvers in the far north, practicing aircraft carrier coordination. But before he could even achieve any results, Leon called. Hurry up and prepare for battle. We're going to fight a dragon. Alan was stunned when he heard this. I'm going to fight a dragon? Seriously? Chapter 1560. Although Alan's Space Force hadn't yet achieved results, it was still no problem for them to bully the dragons. Alan then immediately mobilized the Space Force to prepare for the dragon's lair. There was also movement from the Navy. Chester immediately mobilized all available fleets and headed directly for the dragon's lair, intending to completely encircle it. With over a dozen aircraft carriers and the Space Force's over 20 aerospace carriers, the carrier-based aircraft alone totaled over thousands. A single aerospace carrier could carry hundreds of fighter jets. These carrier-based aircraft alone would be enough to give the dragons a hard time. Not to mention these aerospace carriers also possess main guns. The main guns of an aerospace carrier are different from those of a battleship. Although they are called aircraft carriers, aerospace carriers are actually a completely new type of combat unit. An aircraft carrier is primarily a weapons platform, providing a takeoff and landing platform for aircraft. But an aerospace carrier is different. First, it's significantly larger than an aircraft carrier. And it can carry not only carrier-based aircraft, but also a variety of main gun missiles. To put it bluntly, it's a mobile fortress. Inside the Dragon's Lair military base. Early in the morning, the Dragons began their close combat again, but today, the Wehrmacht, unlike their usual self, showed no sign of retreat or indifference. Instead, they chose to bring out their tanks and confront the Dragons head-on. The Dragons were stunned. They knew the Wehrmacht was audacious, but they had never imagined they could be so resolute. How could a mortal dare to challenge them? Do they even take them seriously? The Dragons were stunned. The Wehrmacht wasn't going to give up. The Wehrmacht tanks rammed directly into the Dragons' faces. Without a flicker of fear or retreat, the barrels of their guns rammed straight into the Dragons' mouths. The Dragons were stunned. You ants? Who gave you the guts to offend the mighty Dragons? A dragon shouted. The base commander emerged, loudspeaker in hand, and began to blast the Dragons. Of course, it's the great leader. You're a bunch of gauze with brains smaller than walnut kernels. Your thoughts are all muddled, and you never see the big picture. You only care about reproducing, and now you're being used like pawns, yet you still don't realize it. And you're so arrogant, thinking you're dragons and everyone should respect you. But I have to tell you, you're nothing but a bunch of trash. A bunch of trash, who only know how to bully the weak by relying on your bloodline superiority. We're stationed here not to curry favor with you, but because your dragon lord is currying favor with our leader. The commander's words sent the Dragons into a rage. Dragons are naturally fiery creatures. They wouldn't care, they felt insulted. And most importantly, in their hearts, Vilya is a god. But in the commander's eyes, she's become someone trying to curry favor with Leon. In the eyes of the Dragons, you, Leon, are nothing. The great dragon lord is the world's overlord. We don't fight for world supremacy simply because we don't want to, not because we lack the strength. The Dragons have always lived the dream of being the celestial empire, and have always been immersed in the memory of being the world hegemon. It's time to wake up from the dream. The defense force's toughness exceeded the Dragons' expectations. They panicked instantly, calling for help and seeking countermeasures. Vilya, who had been in seclusion for training, had just ended her retreat. Upon emerging, she inquired about the current situation with her guards. Are you saying that Leon has unified the world now? And what about the Space Force? Vilya trembled with fear as she listened to her subordinates' reports. She felt incredibly nervous and terrified. She hadn't imagined that just a few months of seclusion would lead to such drastic changes in the world. The goblins that had initially been so active were gone, and later the eastern continent was unified. Now, it seemed that the only external force left in the world was the Dragon's Nest. Vilya sensed a sense of crisis. But fortunately, her relationship with Leon was not just mother-in-law and son-in-law, but also an alliance. It looked like the situation was stable. The Dragons finally had someone to rely on. It was time to let these dragons see the world and connect with real life. But Vilya didn't have time to rejoice. A loud noise came from outside. Vilya immediately ordered the guards to go out and question them, and then report back. The guards hesitated, unsure what to say. Seeing this, Vilya knew the guards were hiding something from her. Tell me now. Are you hiding this from me too? Am I the Dragon Lord, or who is? Vilya said coldly. The guard shuddered, then confessed honestly. After hearing the guard's report, Vilya was so angry that she smashed the cup in front of her. Who gave you the guts to provoke Leon? Don't you know what happened to everyone who provoked Leon? Vilya raged. She was filled with a tremendous amount of righteous indignation, her entire body surging with energy, and her breath took a long time to calm. The guards lowered their heads, fearing to anger Vilya. After a while, Vilya finally calmed down and planned to personally seek out Leon to apologize. But before Vilya could leave her palace, the roar of fighter jets could be heard from the sky. This time, without any warning, the National Defense Force's fighter jets entered the airspace of the Dragon's Nest. Vilya's face darkened, and the guards couldn't help but speak. Lord, what is Diane trying to do? What a joke. Do I need to tell you before I hit you? Chapter 1561. The Wehrmacht fighters began circling directly over the Dragon's Nest. The Dragons, feeling the pressure from the air, took off in preparation for battle. But how could they match the fighters' speed? Before the Dragons knew what was happening, they were surrounded. The Wehrmacht fighters quickly sealed off the Dragons' airspace. By the time the Dragons could react, the Wehrmacht fighters had already completed the blockade. Blocking the airspace was only the first step. Ordinarily, the Air Force would have been dispatched to launch a strike, followed by the army. But this was a dragon. It was no ordinary foe. Ordinary soldiers could not harm a dragon. So, after careful consideration, the Wehrmacht decided to directly leverage the Space Force's advantage to strike the dragon. Aren't you dragons powerful? Then I just crush you with my technology, and you'd be utterly destroyed. The dragons reacted immediately upon discovering their airspace was blocked. They launched their dragons into the air while searching for the Dragon Lord Vilya. But Vilya didn't care about this anymore. Her subordinates were no better than idiots, only remembering her when they needed help, and never saying a word otherwise. At first, Vilya had enough authority to command everyone's submission. But after a long period of comfort, the new generation of dragons had no idea of Vilya's strength and methods. Vilya didn't care. You have to remember that when they first arrived at the dragon's lair, Vilya was practically on a killing spree. Because at that time, Vilya wasn't yet the Dragon Lord. To be precise, there were a few who could have challenged Vilya for the Dragon Lord title, but without exception, she had killed them all. Vilya had been a troubled person from the beginning. It's just that history has glorified Vilya, portraying her as the Dragon Lord's successor. Nonsense, if Vilya wasn't glorified, then it would be them. Vilya's dominance exceeded everyone's expectations. By the time the ancient dragons realized what was happening, Vilya had already slain all her rivals and ascended to the throne of Dragon Lord. The ancient dragons simply let it go and acquiesced to the outcome. Thankfully, Vilya managed the dragons in an orderly manner. The dragon race thus gained a new life. Or perhaps it could be said that they had emerged from the sorrows of the past, and the race continued. The ancient dragons and the older generation of dragons treated Vilya with the utmost respect. The dragons Vilya had slain could have formed a clan. There was no way around it. The pride of dragons always made some stand up. Dragons weren't so quick to mince words. They speak out immediately about anything that displeased them. But their excessive pride had landed them in endless trouble. Without the support of strength, the dragon clan would have collapsed. Vilya led the dragon clan to the dragon's lair, effectively saving the dragons. The older generation of dragons treated Vilya with respect, but the younger generation showed no respect. After all, Vilya had been in seclusion for years, and a few rebellious individuals among the new generation were already vying for rebellion. They thought they had grown strong enough. They wanted to overthrow Vilya's rule. But the outcome was obvious. Vilya had never taken these people seriously. In her eyes, this so-called new generation of the strongest was a joke. She could easily slap them to death with a single blow. But these new generation members didn't realize it. They always viewed everything from a narrow-minded perspective. If Vilya can take the position of Dragon Lord, then so can we. The main problem was that these new generation members had a very strange mindset. They believed that dragons were the strongest, and therefore were deeply dissatisfied with Vilya's attitude towards Leon. A mighty dragon was actually groveling before an ant. Is there any justice in this? Is there any law in this? Is this worthy of the dragon blood that flows in their veins? So, the dragon clan resorted to their original foolish strategy, choosing to provoke the National Defense Forces and trample on their military bases. The result was obvious. The National Defense Forces simply turned the tables and refused to comply. Repeated provocations would only escalate the situation, so the National Defense Forces chose to engage directly. The Air Force's fighter jets were merely an appetizer, or a warning. The real war was about to begin, and the dragons were still lost in their dreams. Still lost in their own self-righteous dreams. When the Ministry of Defense fighter jets roared past, these new generation dragons felt fear. These new generation dragons had never known hardship. The greatest hardship they had experienced was probably the bitterness of bitter melon. It can only be said that Vilya protected them so well that these dragons lost their minds. Now that the National Defense Forces had finally taken action, these dragons finally felt fear. They feared the National Defense Force's strength. They feared even more the prospect of the National Defense Force unleashing full force. In the dragon's lair, a large group of young dragons stared at their leader. The leader was also a young dragon. If we measure dragon age by age, this leader might have barely reached adulthood. He was only a few hundred years older than Black Feather. To put it bluntly, he was still a child. But with his immense talent, he forcibly became the leader of a new generation. Add to that his radical ideology, and the new generation was directly led astray by him. Originally, Vilya intended to weaken the dragon clan's arrogance. Or perhaps, to make the dragons less arrogant and more humble. She was truly afraid these dragons would be killed if they were released. Those who have never experienced hardship don't know what the outside world is like. If these dragons were released, they would be a disaster. Black Feather's survival was entirely due to incredible luck. Otherwise, a high-value target like the dragon would have been slaughtered long ago. It was just sheer luck and the right people. The new generation of dragons didn't understand this, which is why they're constantly jumping around, relying on their youth. They are the future of the dragon clan, and everyone must obey them. A rebellious mindset met a rebellious person, and coincidentally, a rebellious opportunity. It's simply the height of rebellion. The young dragon, before he knew what was happening, was strapped to the chariot. Heeding his subordinates' questions, the dragon leader spoke. So what if the Wehrmacht starts a counterattack? They're just a bunch of lowly humans. They're not even worthy of carrying my shoes. If they want to fight, then let them fight. The leader spoke angrily, instantly earning cheers. But at this critical moment, the leader's father stormed over, grabbed the leader, and beat him up. The leader never imagined that his lifelong reputation would be ruined by his own father. Chapter 1562. The leader was beaten by his own father. The dragons present were stunned, for they all revered the leader as a godlike being. But now, their god was being beaten. Although you are our leader's father, you can't be so disrespectful, right? The leader's father didn't care and gave the leader a beating. Bobos! I told you to form cliques and plot all this. Look at what you done. Now the Wehrmacht is angry. What's going to happen to you? The father struck out with a powerful blow. Bobos was beaten to the point of being powerless to fight back, for he was truly no match for his father. The foundation of the older generation of dragons was unshakable for these new generation dragons. Bobos was forced to defend himself. In fact, he wanted to overturn the table. But with his strength, he couldn't do that. Although he was a top dragon of the new generation, to put it bluntly, he was just a child king. Bobos, beaten harshly by his father, instantly became obedient. Dad! Stop it! I was wrong. Don't I have any dignity left in public? Bobos pleaded. You still want dignity? What kind of dignity do you need? Disband your little group and come home with me. Now's the time, before you make a serious mistake. A prodigal son's return is worth more than gold. I believe the Lord will forgive you. If not, I risk my life in exchange for yours, said his father, about to carry Bobos away. But now Bobos stammered. Dad, it's too late. I already sent people to fight the Wehrmacht. Listening to Bobos' words, Bobos' father fell into deep thought. He had already thought of a response plan. But now, with this situation, there was no need to think about a response. If Vilya didn't crush Bobos to dust, she would be showing mercy. But the problem was, Bobos' actions had completely pushed the dragons into a desperate situation. The dragons didn't want to fight Leon directly, or most of them didn't want to, but this new generation always had strange ideas. Most powerful dragons don't advertise their strength. They hide themselves away, continuing to practice in seclusion to prolong their lifespans. Therefore, they turn a deaf ear to what's happening outside, because they believe Vilya will give them an explanation, and that Vilya won't sit idly by. But the problem is, Vilya is also practicing in seclusion. Isn't this a big deal, brother? The older generation of dragons chose to trust Vilya. But Vilya chose to believe that the dragon clan would not cause trouble. At least, he wouldn't cause trouble at this critical moment. But reality exceeded everyone's expectations. Bobos actually sent people to provoke Leon. And he even sent people to start a war with Leon. Bobos' father wanted to die. Why had he been so impulsive and given birth to something like Bobos? Isn't this a slap in his face? Bobos' father was completely at a loss. He pointed at Bobos for a long time, unable to speak. You? Bobos' father was about to speak when his eyes went dark, and he fainted from anger, which frightened Bobos deeply. Bobos immediately hugged his father. Some looked around bewilderedly, and the others around them didn't know what to do. Anxious, Bobos could only carry his father to find the Dragon Clan's doctor. At the same time, he sent people to stop the fighting ahead. But how could a war be stopped so easily? Bobos' men soon collided with the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht was guarding the military base, while Bobos' men had directly invaded it. At first, the Wehrmacht thought this was just another minor skirmish, with the dragons darting back and forth. But reality gave them a slap in the face. The dragons had actually launched an attack. The Dragon Clan launched a direct assault on the military base. The first fireball landed on the base. The Wehrmacht soldiers immediately sounded the battle alarm. As well-trained soldiers, they had already practiced dragon invasions. So, after being attacked by the fireball, the Wehrmacht immediately began to defend according to their rehearsal. Some soldiers immediately entered the fortress, while other support troops entered the underground defense facility. They blocked the gate. These support troops had little combat power to begin with. From the outset, they had planned to rely on defensive lines. Their mission was to hold out until reinforcements from the National Defense Forces arrived. The dragons, however, now looked grim. The National Defense Force's reaction was incredibly quick. After the battle alarm was sounded, some immediately retreated to the underground base, and then all manner of weapons were deployed. Furthermore, this military base was built with a primary defense purpose in mind. It could be said that Leon had anticipated an attack on this military base. Therefore, from the outset, this military base had been heavily fortified. Destroying the base was easy for the dragons, but destroying all the buildings was difficult. This was because many of the defensive structures were built to withstand nuclear strikes. You dragons are powerful, but they are still no match for mushroom bombs. The Wehrmacht quickly retreated into hiding. The dragons began to wreak havoc on the base. They first targeted the hangars and runways. With a few breaths, much of the runway was destroyed, and the hangars were engulfed in flames. The fighter planes inside were instantly ignited and reduced to piles of scrap metal. The Wehrmacht soldiers hiding underground witnessed this scene, and their hearts were instantly pounding. They treasured these planes. For the Air Force pilots and ground crew, these fighter planes were their lives. Now they were gone. They were naturally furious. But they were helpless. This sense of powerlessness deeply irritated them. The Wehrmacht soldiers could only watch helplessly as the planes were destroyed. Even on the other side, the Wehrmacht also launched its offensive. Although this military base was primarily defensive, it didn't lack offensive capabilities. The base didn't have fortress artillery, but it did have missile silos. After witnessing the dragon attacking the fortress, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. The missile silos immediately began operating, and missile after missile was launched from the silos, soaring towards the dragon in the air. Normally, missiles wouldn't be able to carry out such a close-range attack. But now that the dragon had bullied them, it would be too late if they didn't take action. There was no point in worrying about it. Just do whatever you have to do. Chapter 1563. Upon learning that the dragons had committed an irreparable error, Walera was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Without hesitation, the dragon clan sprang into action. Willia immediately contacted the ancient dragons, instructing them to recapture the dragons as quickly as possible. These young dragons were simply bored and wanted to show off their strength. But the problem was, showing off their strength was completely useless. If you have the skills and ability to show off your strength, why not go for a real fight? These people who only care about bullying the weak and showing off their strength in front of them are simply bullies. Willia had finally found a backer, but the reality was that the dragon clan had sent this backer away. This made Walera explode. Willia was furious. But there was nothing she could do. The matter was done. The only thing she could do now was to minimize the impact. While dispatching ancient dragons to restrain the young dragons, she personally went to find Leon. Anxious, Vilja went directly to the Duke's palace in Liongrad, but learned from Leon's mother that Leon had gone out on patrol. Vilja, unfazed by any complaints, rushed to the southern continent without stopping. The crowd then saw a giant dragon soaring in the sky. The terrifying aura it emanated sent shudders through the air. The Wehrmacht fighter planes repeatedly attempted to intercept it, but were held back by Karl. While fighter planes might be effective against ordinary dragons, they were mere toys against Vilja's kind. Not even toys, because with a single wave of Vilja's hand, the fighter planes would shatter into pieces. Vilja was so anxious that she practically flew close to the ground. And most crucially, Vilja nearly capsized several fishing boats by flying at low altitude. After leaving Liongrad, Vilja flew south along the inland sea. Many marine creatures were nearly terrified. Some of these creatures contained traces of dragon blood. These creatures sensed the blood suppression emanating from Vilja. They all cowered like turtles, not daring to reveal themselves. They feared Vilja was coming for them. But the reality was, Vilja didn't take these little scumbags seriously. She had been heading for Lion from the start. Lion, who was arranging his troops on the special train, received the news. What? You mean Vilja's here? And she's just coming from Liongrad? Now it was Lion's turn to be stunned. He had initially assumed Vilja was secretly supporting the dragon's actions. But in reality, Vilja had no support at all. Leon, belatedly realizing all this, couldn't help but laugh. So, even the dragons in mythology are this vulnerable. No one's story is smooth sailing, and the dragon clan is no exception. On the surface, the dragon clan appears powerful, but in reality, they are just a facade. Take this current incident, for example. Without Vilja's knowledge, the new generation of dragons simply overturned the table. Is it that the new generation of dragons is too powerful, or has Vilja's influence weakened? But Leon clearly sensed the latter. As a god-level powerhouse, Leon could naturally sense Vilja's presence. There aren't many in this world who can rival Vilja. Velia must have come to apologize. Lion knew Velia probably hadn't started the war. But who told you, the Dragon Clan, to start it? Since you made a mistake, you must be prepared to accept the punishment. Lion was prepared. Or rather, he was ready to strike with death. With such a good opportunity, he would definitely tear a piece of flesh from the dragon. Otherwise, the Wehrmacht would suffer a great loss. The dragons moved very quickly. But the Wehrmacht moved even faster. The dragons sent by Babos had not yet been punished by the ancient dragons. They continued to ravage the entire military base with full force. The entire military base was devastated, and many missile silos were destroyed, trapping the soldiers inside. The Wehrmacht Navy station nearby immediately received news of the war. Naval ships immediately surrounded the dragon's nest, and locked onto the dragons, wreaking havoc within the base. Missile after missile was fired at the dragon. The dragon, currently on a rampage within the base, suddenly sensed it had been targeted. Without hesitation, it launched a counterattack. A missile accurately struck a dragon. But the dragon, having previously been attacked by the base's missile silos, had been prepared. It had previously channeled its magic power, gathering it, and ready to deploy defenses. A missile struck the dragon, but caused no damage. A dragon had taken a missile with its strength. This shocked everyone. But the captain showed no sign of discouragement. He waved his hand. I haven't seen such a resilient target in ages. Go on, full force. The soldiers were a bit stunned when they heard this. But they quickly reacted, unsheathing all their weapons and activating them. Missiles were merely the most basic weaponry on a warship. Today's warships are completely different from those of the past. Warships of the past relied on their main guns, but today's are completely about attacking from a distance. The so-called main and secondary guns are merely a means of attack that is rarely used. To put it bluntly, these weapons are probably used to intercept incoming missiles or fight pirates. The Wehrmacht's missile destroyers have missiles besides missiles. But these missiles are not the same as those. The Wehrmacht's missile destroyers have a full 6 types of missiles. And after the German intelligent dragon began its provocation, the Wehrmacht prepared a new type of missile for the missile destroyers. This new missile can be said to be specially prepared for dragons. It draws inspiration from the Thanatos and Hades series. It is specifically designed to deal with large and powerful beings like dragons. A gray missile was fired from the missile destroyer. This missile looked ordinary, not even emitting any energy fluctuations. Instantly, the dragons locked onto the missiles. But they didn't initiate an attack. These missiles appeared even weaker than the previous ones. The magical fluctuations alone indicated they were less powerful. But the National Defense Army was capitalizing on this mentality. To be precise, the researchers exploited the dragon's arrogance. They had long anticipated the dragon's disdain. So, they meticulously disguised this new type of missile. The goal was to penetrate the dragons without anyone noticing. A dragon ignored the missiles, which quickly flew in front of it. Only then did the dragon begin to block them. As usual, the dragon raised its hand to block, but the next second, it exploded. A small white dot suddenly lit up in the sky, attracting the attention of the surrounding dragons and National Defense Army soldiers, but the next second, the bright light blinded them. What was this? Chapter 1564. The explosion in the air sent the dragon flying. To be precise, it wasn't transformed into liquid, but physically carried away. The terrifying blast propelled the dragon backwards, landing in the sea in a state of extreme disarray, unable to muster even the slightest bit of strength. Of course, he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of so many people. But the die was cast, or rather, he was completely blasted beyond all possibility of resistance. With the help of his companions, the dragon managed to crawl out of the sea, but by then, he was in a state of extreme despair. To be more precise, his body was severely damaged, covered in wounds, and a large part of his chest had collapsed. Just a moment ago, he was such a mighty dragon. Now, he looked like nothing more than a worthless creature. A phoenix turned drenched. This infuriated the dragon. He couldn't understand how an ant could harm him, but what the dragon could never understand was that the Wehrmacht had never intended to harm the dragon from the very beginning. Their goal from the very beginning was to destroy it. Nonsense. Of course, when dealing with your enemies, you should kill them with one blow, not let them linger and eventually come back. Lion never lets his enemies go, or rather, when he possesses absolute strength, he won't let them go. Because Lion knows the origin of the idiom sleeping on straw and tasting gall. So Lion fears the emergence of a Gojian. Perhaps a Gojian is rare, but if one did appear, you wouldn't be happy. So Lion kills everyone with a single blow. Since Lion believes this, it's natural that the Wehrmacht also believes this. So they had already devised a countermeasure. From the very beginning, they intended to go all out to destroy the dragon. So what if you're a dragon? Even dragons have to coil. The dragons never imagined that the National Defense Army had considered them their imaginary enemy from the very beginning. Or rather, they never underestimated the dragons from the very beginning. Lion always treated others as imaginary enemies. Or perhaps, he would consider powerful allies as imaginary enemies. He wouldn't say it out loud, but secretly, he had long considered them such. At any time, an army must have an imaginary enemy to be strong. Because only with a target can an army move forward. The strength of the dragons was obvious. So, after defeating the Papal States, Lion ordered the National Defense Army to treat the dragons as their imaginary enemy. The dragons never imagined that they were being targeted from the very beginning. Many dragons viewed Lion and his men as ants. But little did they know that these ants had long considered them their enemies. But these ants never showed it. The dragons would never have dreamed that ants would even want to slay dragons. But now, these dragons have become obedient. To be more precise, they become obedient after being bombed. Because they truly couldn't imagine the Wehrmacht actually bombing them. This missile strike instantly awakened the dragons. The young dragons, who had been eager to continue the attack, instantly wilted. Though they may be reckless, that doesn't mean they're fearless. The dragons may appear incredibly brave on the surface, but in reality, they're the most fearful of death. At the slightest sign of trouble, they flee faster than anyone else. The dragons instantly fell silent. But the Wehrmacht would not let the dragons go. They launched a decisive attack, missile after missile blasting towards them. The dragons felt the pressure surge, and those attacking the military base took off and fled. They were powerful. But they were not mindless. In this situation, their lives were of paramount importance. Babos's orders were just orders, their lives were the real deal. The young dragons attempted to flee. The Wehrmacht, not standing still, immediately launched a pursuit upon seeing the enemy's attempt to flee. Thinking of running? You never return. As if they had eyes, the Wehrmacht's missiles flew towards the dragons. The dragons instantly exploded. Who was the aggressor? Why do you seem to possess greater martial virtue? The young dragons had never seen the world before, and the Wehrmacht's barrage instantly subdued them. Furthermore, some of the faster young dragons simply abandoned their companions. The clumsy dragons, left with only their limbs, remained where they were, exposed to the bombing. Now it was the dragons' turn to be stunned. And at this critical moment, with the missiles about to hit the young dragons, the ancient dragons finally arrived at the battlefield and, with a powerful wave of their hands, saved the young dragons. The Wehrmacht commander frowned upon seeing this. What are these dragons doing? Don't they understand the situation? The Wehrmacht commander was overwhelmed. Because the dragons that had arrived were clearly not ordinary dragons, or in other words, their strength was simply not on the same level. The Wehrmacht was extremely cautious. After rescuing the young dragons, the ancient dragons immediately turned their gaze toward the Wehrmacht navy in the distance. They also saw the base engulfed in flames. At that moment, the ancient dragons wished they were dead. They had just witnessed the young dragons, helpless and defenseless after being bombed. Those young dragons might not be as strong as the ancient dragons, but none of them were worth much. The fact that they were bombed and defenseless proved only two things. The first was that the Wehrmacht was powerful enough. The second was that the Wehrmacht had been prepared for this. Of course, the dragons were only speculating about the second. They found it hard to believe that the Wehrmacht had already considered them an imaginary enemy. The ancient dragon's appearance changed the course of the battle. The Wehrmacht, fearing defeat, did not continue the attack. And upon receiving Vilya's orders, the ancient dragons chose not to escalate the conflict but to seize it. Capture all these young dragons. Seeing the ancient dragons capturing the young dragons, the Wehrmacht soldiers present breathed a sigh of relief. While they didn't know whether these ancient dragons were friends or foes, the fact that they were capturing the young dragons at that moment proved they weren't enemies. Will this war not continue to escalate? The Wehrmacht soldiers' faces were grim. But by then, the nuclear submarines had already arrived at their launch position. The submarine captains were already preparing to launch their mushroom bombs. Forget all your nonsense. Just talk to my mushroom bombs. Chapter 1565. The situation in Dragon's Lair is gradually deteriorating. Where else, things are gradually stabilizing. Or rather, other places are developing steadily. However, in some places, the overly rapid economic development has naturally fostered many unnecessary ideas. These ideas are very abstract, or rather, extremely abstract. Lion has repeatedly stressed the need to strictly control ideas. But without exception, they explode. More accurately, not explode, but simply cannot be stopped. The Intelligence Bureau is currently strictly controlling public opinion. But public opinion cannot be suppressed simply by wishing to. Initially, in order to promote students' thinking, Lyon did not restrict students' intellectual and academic discussions. This meant that students could express themselves openly. This presented a problem. The students' speeches were somewhat abstract. Or rather, they were mixed with strange ideas. They gradually began to oppose the priority of the National Defense Force. They developed doubts and resentment towards it, because they believed that the National Defense Force was already consuming too many social resources. This country should be a country of the people, not a country of the military. But little do people know that the National Defense Forces haven't infringed upon the interests of ordinary people. They haven't even taken anything from them. But some people don't see it that way. They feel the National Defense Forces have simply taken everything from them. The same level of support they once had for them now echoes their dislike. To put it bluntly, these people are simply too full to do anything. Because, frankly, these people are a special breed. They never exist for themselves, they exist to suppress others. Once their own lives are better, they start to act up and oppress others, seeking ways to ruin their lives. It's not that their own lives are unsatisfactory. They're simply evil, simply wanting to ruin others, and unable to bear the thought of them doing well. During the war years, they didn't intervene because the intelligence agencies controlled public opinion so tightly. Back then, the country had to ensure a single path forward, not the slow pace of development it enjoys today. Now, with enough food to eat, ordinary people are more ambitious and demanding more. Many feel their lives and status are inferior to those of the Wehrmacht. So they begun to think of various ways to improve their own lives. But making others' lives worse is obviously easier than working hard. That's why these people resort to all sorts of methods and tactics. They never use these tactics against the enemy, only against their own people. It's not because they don't know how. It's simply because they bully the weak and fear the strong. Without external enemies, they begun to use all sorts of tactics against their own compatriots. In other words, they used to be submissive, but now they strike hard. It was too late for the Intelligence Bureau to stop this, or perhaps this trend had already taken hold among the grassroots. Many ignorant civilians were unaffected, for they understood right from wrong and knew who fed them. But the intellectuals were different. To put it nicely, they were thoughtful. To put it bluntly, they were just bored. And most terrifyingly, this trend originated from Dian College. Lyon has accomplished what other countries would have done in hundreds of years in just 5 years. Now that stability has finally been achieved and the economy is booming, these problems are naturally emerging. These problems are both simple and complex. But in reality, these people are causing trouble simply to show off their abilities. Inside Dian College, dozens of students are protesting. Cut the salaries of the National Defense Forces, and use more money to improve students' living standards. The National Defense Forces are just a bunch of scoundrels. Their existence only harms the nation's image. We should disarm and use reason to influence other countries. At first, the teachers thought it was just an ordinary protest, but later they realized something was amiss. The words were so abstract that any sensible person would be frightened to death after hearing them. The teachers tried to stop the students, but they shouted, "Are you going to stop us from exercising our right to speak? Are you going to become the National Defense Forces running dogs?" This time, it was the teachers' turn to be dumbfounded. What kind of people were these students? How could they be so rebellious? The students were so rebellious that the teachers, upon witnessing this, immediately went to their superiors. Since the country stabilized, the National Defense Forces withdrew from the academy. Or rather, Dian Academy was no longer the same academy it once was. The National Defense Forces no longer treated the academy as a treasure. But these students, however, were completely out of their minds. Their demonstration quickly reached the ears of the Royal Guards guarding Leningrad. The Royal Guards in Leningrad, upon hearing the news, were horrified and immediately reported it to William. Without hesitation, William dispatched his troops to the academy. The senior commanders of the security forces, upon receiving the news, wanted to send in security forces to stop the demonstration, but they had already heard about the Royal Guards' deployment. The security force commander immediately ordered the troops to halt their actions. Wait for the Royal Guards to arrive before dispatching. If the security forces couldn't get there, at most they just arrest them. But if the Royal Guards got there might be bloodshed, because the Royal Guards weren't the kind to be coddled. The Royal Guards rushed to the academy gates as quickly as possible, and saw a large group of demonstrators inside. At first, there were maybe a few dozen people, but more and more joined in. Even when the dean personally ordered them to stop, they remained unfazed. They spoke directly and boldly. The truth cannot be stopped. The royal guards were amused. Truth? Is your truth as true as the truth I hold in my hands? Chapter 1566. By the time the royal guards arrived at the academy, a demonstration had already begun. The dean attempted to dispatch security forces to stop the march. Due to Lyon's previous tolerance of intellectuals, the protesters could only offer simple dissuasion. They were unable to directly stop the protests by force. This made them extremely nervous. They feared that a mishandled approach would draw scrutiny and inquiries from higher-ups. Since the academy was hesitant to intervene, they grew increasingly aggressive. They gradually came to believe they could control everything. What began as a demonstration devolved into a riot. More precisely, they began to confront teachers and attack staff. The security forces, upon learning of this, prepared to intervene. But the royal guards, unaware of the situation, had already arrived. By the time the royal guards arrived, the entire academy was in turmoil. Initially, they were told that the students had been bewitched. Their orders were to use gentle means to suppress the riot whenever possible. Therefore, the first guards to arrive at the academy didn't carry many weapons, only the most basic riot shields and batons. The guards aren't just a combat unit, they're also a rapid response force capable of suppressing riots. Inside the academy, a young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features stood high above, directing the bewitched crowd below. As long as we persevere, the leader will surely see our efforts. He definitely listened to our advice. Victory is within reach, comrades, keep pushing. The young man with a pointed chin and monkey-like features spoke, glancing around, fearful of being noticed. This sharp-nosed, monkey-faced young man was the mastermind behind this operation. His admission to this academy wasn't due to his own hard work, but rather the help of others. More precisely, it was the help of a group of gods. The gods had already dispatched a fleet to attack the planet. But they needed to prepare in advance, or rather disrupt the National Defense Forces. They wanted to completely destroy the National Defense Forces, and the best way to do that was to plunge them into internal strife or target them. Most ordinary people were ignorant, so the gods began to use all sorts of tactics to spread propaganda and incite them. They began to recruit subordinates, who hadn't been recruited before, forcing them to infiltrate Diyin by any means possible. They used various means to make Diyin worse. The spies tried many methods, but none of them could come up with a reasonable one. Finally, they came to an idea. They decided to target the blank slate students. In Diyin, many students were able to complete university in the past because they were able to endure hardships. The environment back then was not as favorable as it is today. When Diyin was first established, the students at the academy were as powerful as supermen. Not only in terms of academic research, but also in their comprehension and even physical strength, they were several orders of magnitude stronger than they are today. The students back then were considered both literate and martial. But things are different now. They have collectively weakened. If the first generation of students were the pillars of the nation, then a significant portion of today's students are just idlers. Leon now oversees most of the planet. He can no longer oversee the academy as he once did. Education is now completely under the responsibility of the cabinet. But Winston wasn't a dedicated minister of education. As the head of the cabinet, he had countless tasks to deal with daily. There was, however, a minister of education specifically responsible for the direction of education. But even that minister couldn't oversee the colleges every day. There are now over 100 registered universities. Many of them are newly established, and the majority of their enrollment is local. Among these students, there are many of varying quality, but the country currently needs sufficient talent. The Ministry of Education can only adopt a last-in-first-out system. Anyone with insufficient or extremely poor grades or poor conduct will be eliminated. This is the only way to ensure student excellence. Not everyone can graduate. But Diyin College is different. The college's unique status means that even the Education Bureau doesn't dare to intervene. After all, the graduates from this college in the past 2 years are as numerous as immortals. Not only are they all talented, but many now hold important positions. Of course, a few are nearing retirement. For example, the famous Robert. Robert has become a hands-off manager, and Pierre Chet is now completely stable, able to operate normally even without him. And most importantly, Fuchsia is practically glued to Robert 24/7. Robert used to be a science and engineering man. He spent his time researching, studying, and then studying. He had virtually no personal life. Later, Leon appointed him chief engineer of Pierre Chet. Robert hasn't changed much. Until he met Fuchsia, Robert was still a bit of a blockhead. Later, I finally understood. So, this group of veterans at the academy are truly powerful. Not only do they possess the strength of a powerful, they also possessed the demeanor of a powerful. True strength is never just talk. Because the Academy has produced so many top talents, tolerance has reached an extreme. But tolerance is tolerance, but you can't mistake it for indulgence. This was more than just a blast, it was simply trampling on everyone's heads. It was a classic case of forgetting one's own existence. When the guards arrived at the school, many students were stunned. They thought, at most, the security forces would arrive and arrest them. But the reality exceeded their expectations. The guards arrived directly. The sharp-nosed, monkey-faced young man was also stunned, because he had never expected the guards to arrive. He thought, at most, the security forces would arrive. If it had been the security forces, he could have easily manipulated them. But the problem was, the security forces never arrived. When the sharp-nosed, monkey-faced young man saw the royal guards approaching, he was completely paralyzed. Without hesitation, he immediately moved the group to his side. Yes, the young man who had just promised to stand by them had betrayed the students in an instant. While commanding his men to engage the royal guards, the young man himself, protected by a few trusted aides, prepared to flee. These incited people could never have imagined that the leader, who had just claimed to have stood by them through thick and thin, was now ready to abandon them. It can only be said that these people are too naive, completely unaware of the dangers of society. Faced with these rioters, the royal guards, without hesitation, sprang into action. Everyone, halt immediately. Wait for action. Anyone who resists will be arrested. Chapter 1567. When the Imperial Guards actually entered the scene, the group was instantly stunned. Most of them had been instigated, or rather, could be instigated, and were essentially bullies, who feared the strong and only cared about the weak. Letting them bully others might be fine, but if you actually let them take action, their behavior would definitely exceed your expectations. The young man knew this, so from the outset, he had never intended to let these students overthrow the National Defense Forces. From the beginning, his goal was to sow the seeds of rift. But the Imperial Guards had never taken these students seriously. After learning that these students had attempted to take action, the Imperial Guards' good impression of the students completely vanished. Originally, they thought these students were at most mentally ill, or perhaps simply stupid from studying. But they had never expected these students' thinking to be so astonishing. This wasn't just out of character, this wasn't human at all. The guards, without hesitation, immediately drew their riot shields and batons and began to confront the group. Who cares if these protesters are scholars or not? I just use my batons to deal with them. At first, the guards held back somewhat. After all, they were fellow citizens, so they should at least give them some respect. So they used their riot shields to push the crowd to the other side and divide them. But these people were completely clueless. Even after the young man had fled, this group of students chose to fight to the end. And then, there was nothing else. This behavior completely infuriated the guards. From the riot shields at first, to the batons later, to the tear gas at the end. The guards used every conventional weapon they could muster to suppress the rebellion, save, of course, for guns. They simply stunned these pampered students. At this crucial moment, the security forces arrived and began cooperating with the guards. It wasn't that the security forces didn't want to intervene, but rather they didn't know how. After all, while they were responsible for this matter, they couldn't afford to offend either the guards or the academy, leaving them completely caught in the middle. So, they decisively chose to stay out of the situation and bide their time, or rather, wait for one side to gain the upper hand before stepping in. The security force commander suspected from the outset that these students were being bewitched, but he had no way to verify it. So, his only role was to explain the situation to the guards. The guard suppression operation quickly began. The previously arrogant protesters collapsed in an instant. The guard soldiers easily crushed them. A young student shouted, "You're nothing but Leon's lackeys. You only know how to follow Leon's orders and control the country to commit terrorism." The guards laughed at this, then drew their clubs and struck them twice. Were we terrorists? If we were, you'd be starving long ago. You're still studying? We're lucky we didn't send all of you away. The guards' crackdown quickly quieted the group within the academy. There was no other way. If they didn't stop, the guards would use their clubs to teach the students the truth. The students' eyes suddenly cleared. There was no thought of resistance at all. They simply chose to accept everything. The royal guards arrived and put an end to the rebellion within an hour. The Intelligence Bureau arrived shortly thereafter and immediately launched an investigation, discovering that the demonstration was clearly orchestrated from behind. After confirming this, the senior Intelligence Bureau officers stationed in Leningrad began to consider various solutions. The reason was simple. Lion was currently in the southern continent. He had to conduct the visit while also dealing with Vilja. Vilja had already found Lion, but hadn't taken any action. Because Lion hadn't given her a chance. Lion was already frustrated, and now so many things had happened. Some things needed to be investigated first before they could be reported to Lion. So, the Intelligence Bureau planned to capture a few spies to atone for their mistakes. The Intelligence Bureau's intentions were good, but the reality was harsh, as the news quickly reached Lion. The highest-ranking officer of the Intelligence Bureau was Hans. Although Hans was gone, he still had many loyal followers. These loyalists reported the situation to Hans without hesitation, and Hans in turn reported it to Leon. Leon was furious upon learning the news. These people always set their sights on the pot, or rather, they smash the pot after eating. The pie is so small, so those who work hard naturally get a bigger share. You don't want to work hard, yet you want a bigger share. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen? Because of the unique nature of this matter, Leon ordered the guards to temporarily station themselves at the academy. This instantly sent the entire academy into a state of panic, and many students became distracted daily. But this was a helpless move. After all, Lion couldn't tolerate a bomb being placed in Liongrad. So Lion came up with a brilliant plan. He wanted the guards to train these students vigorously. Take them to the next level, because only in this way could they understand what the National Defense Army was all about. Lion's order was quickly issued, and the guards' officers beamed with joy upon learning they would be training the academy's students. A significant number of the students were stunned. Some were incredulous, while others, some with a certain wit, said right then and there, "I'm a scholar. I won't do this kind of peasant training." Of course, this wit was a minority, the vast majority were reasonable. But there were a few stubborn ones, who thought military training was nothing. They could easily handle it. After a month of training, they would definitely become top soldiers. Lion, you better really become a top soldier. As a result, the guards completely crippled half the students on their first day. Because the guards ignored their academic performance and moral character. They just threw them into a 5-kilometer race. And to reduce the burden on the students, the guards didn't have them fully armed. Instead, they had them lightly equipped. Even though the guards were considerate, these hothouse flowers exploded. Many students collapsed mid-run. Another 20% were sent to the hospital. Their physical fitness was so poor that they couldn't hold up. And many of those sent to the hospital boasted that they could handle the training perfectly. Chapter 1568. The situation in the north stabilized, while the situation in the dragon's lair became more tense. Upon receiving the order, the Wehrmacht immediately launched a joint encirclement and suppression of the dragon's lair. The dragons had never imagined they would be surrounded so quickly. At first, under Babos's leadership, they attacked the military base repeatedly. But most of the soldiers inside had already taken cover. Only a small number of soldiers remained on the ground to resist the dragons. Though these few soldiers remained to resist the dragons, they were actually there to draw fire. Because both soldiers and others, their primary mission was to hold their ground. At first, they did have the upper hand, but later the dragons began to tire. The Wehrmacht fighters roared incessantly. The attacks continued uninterrupted. They constantly used various means to disrupt the dragons. Many dragons became annoyed. They wanted to attack directly. But the result was that they couldn't even catch the Wehrmacht fighters' tails. As the dragon took off, the Wehrmacht fighters sped up to maximum speed. "You dragons are powerful, but no matter how strong you are, you can't catch me." The Wehrmacht Air Force harassed the dragons 24/7, causing them unbearable pain. Many dragons were annoyed. But they couldn't catch up with the Wehrmacht fighters. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally decided to make peace with the Wehrmacht. But by then, the Wehrmacht couldn't stop. The Space Force was already on its way, the nuclear submarines were deployed, and even the army was on the troop transports. The arrow was on the string, and had to be shot. Now you tell me you know you're wrong? Then I ask you, what were you doing all along? The attack on the dragon's lair was only a matter of time. Vilja, naturally aware of this situation, rushed south without stopping to find Leon, hoping to get a definitive answer from him. An answer on whether to declare war. But what Vilja didn't expect was that Leon wouldn't even see her. The special train stopped at a station. This station was a temporary stop. And it wasn't marked on the map, it was a Wehrmacht military station. Originally, Leon hadn't planned to stop at this station, for no other reason than his mother-in-law's visit. The problem was, his mother-in-law, Vilja, hadn't come to see Hayu and him. She had come for him. On the special train, Lion sat in a chair, his face solemn, holding a cup of tea silent. Han stood behind him, a serious expression on his face. Yun Chi-Chi also rarely looked serious. Yunli, clinging to Yun Qingqi, was also sent to Leia's room. Let Leia and Yunqing take Yunli. Leon, Black Feather Mother is waiting outside. Do you want to see her? Yun Qingqi said. Leon took a sip of tea, studied it for a moment, then gently placed it on the table. How can I even meet her? With what identity can I meet her? Isn't she here just for the dragon? She has her dragon, and I have my Great Yin. Although I'm her son-in-law, I'm ultimately the leader of Great Yin, and I have a responsibility to my people. I can't let my people down, and I can't let those soldiers who sacrificed their lives down. They trusted me so much. They thought the dragon's lair was an easy mission, but in reality, it was their downfall. It was my mistake. I never imagined the dragon would actually dare to attack. Even though I ordered the construction of the fortress, dozens of people still died. Listening to Leon's words, Yun Qingqi fell silent, unsure what to say. Because, as Leon said, Vilya may never have intended to harm anyone. But she was undoubtedly the Dragon Lord. The mistakes made by the dragons were naturally hers. You said she was unaware, but that doesn't mean she's not responsible, right? For an ordinary person, of course, this wouldn't count, but she was the Dragon Lord, the leader of the dragons. As a leader, you naturally have to pay for the mistakes of your subordinates. If you don't pay for the mistakes of your subordinates, and act like a hands-off boss, then what kind of leader are you? Even ancient emperors knew when their subordinates had done something wrong, they must find a way to apologize to the people. More serious cases will result in a reprimand. To put it bluntly, this is either a lack of rigor or a misjudgment of character. Vilya has humbled herself to come to Leon, not because she recognizes her mistakes, but simply to exonerate the Dragon Clan. If she truly recognized her mistakes, she would immediately execute all of Babos's men. As a leader, you can make mistakes, but you cannot be indecisive. Deal with things quickly. Otherwise, public opinion will only become more complex. Vilya clearly doesn't realize this, or perhaps these years have completely eroded her sharp edge. When she first took over the Dragon Clan, she was so full of vigor and energy, executing all opponents. But now, things are different. She has begun to compromise when faced with difficulties. After pondering for a moment, Leon looked at Hans and gestured for him to bring Vilja in. No matter what had to be faced had to be faced. Hans nodded after receiving the order, then immediately stepped out of the special train and brought Vilja in. Opening the door, Hans saw Vilja. Vilja looked lost, her pride as a dragon lord gone. As Leon's mother-in-law, she should have been an elder, but now she acted like a rookie. When she saw Hans come out, Vilja became extremely nervous. Vilja had been thinking a lot in the past. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind, and had already thought of countless ways. She knew that the current Great Flame was no match for the dragons. After all, the dragons had been defeated in their battle with the gods. It was only with the sacrifice of the first Dragon Lord that they finally had a chance to respite. Only then could they find a safe haven in the dragon's lair. The dragons, now out of war for so long, have typically forgotten their roots. Vilya looked at Hans, and immediately regained consciousness. Hans spoke. Senior Vilya, the leader invites you in. Hearing Hans' words, Vilya's face lit up with joy, her whole body filled with hope. Could it be that Leon had forgiven her? Vilya's face was filled with excitement, and she immediately stepped forward. Hans didn't show any emotion, but immediately led Vilya onto the special train. Vilya felt a surge of attention as she entered the train. These people were none other than officers of the National Defense Forces. There were few ministers accompanying them, and most of them were officers. Most of these officers were students from military academies, having come to gain experience, or to see the world. They wanted to put their knowledge into practice. This trip south was primarily to survey the terrain. After all, terrain has a significant impact on the military. This special train carries over 100 outstanding young officers. And these officers are not only extremely capable, but also capable of fighting. Chapter 1569. As the Lord of the Dragons, Vieria had her own pride. But she admitted that she was stunned when she saw these high-spirited young officers. Because compared to these bright-eyed young officers, the young Uncle Chiao of the Dragon Clan was nothing but a waste. The younger generation of the Dragon Clan essentially formed their own small groups, never considering the interests of the dragons, but only their own small groups. In their eyes, the interests of their small groups far outweighed those of the Dragon Clan. This led to their complete inability to think about anything. Every day, they basically just stuck together in their small groups, clashing and fighting with other small groups. They paid no attention to anyone else. They treated other dragons with indifference and indifference. Vilya tried many times to improve the Dragon Clan, but the small groups were always ineffective. These small groups never had a sense of the bigger picture. Instead, they only cared about themselves. This made Vilya explode. However, Vilya's lifespan is limited. Now entering her old age, she has engaged in repeated periods of seclusion and cultivation to avoid the penalty imposed by her lifespan. Dragons can extend their lifespans by secluding themselves in a long sleep. For example, a dragon's lifespan is 10,000 years, but it can seclude itself for 20,000 to 30,000 years. This would bring its lifespan to 30,000 years. The problem is, however, that over 20,000 of these years are spent in slumber. This is why the more powerful dragons are most often in a state of perpetual slumber. After all, a dragon with a 10,000-year lifespan will begin to slumber at around 9,000 years old. If someone were to wake them at this point, they'd definitely explode on the spot. Of course, most dragons are actually quite good-natured, because those who live to over 9,000 years old are anything but ordinary. The young and arrogant dragons were long ago defeated. The dragons that survived are the real dragons. The dead dragons are just weaklings. The survival of the fittest in the dragon race is vividly demonstrated here. But that was only the dragons of the past. The dragons that followed settled into a corner, ensconced in their dragon lairs. They have gradually lost their former sharpness. The dragons of today are utterly useless. There's no natural selection, no racial competition, only complete doom. And there's even internal strife within their factions. This situation is already giving Vilya a headache, but Vilya can't do anything about it. On the surface, Vilya still looks beautiful. But in reality, her vitality has deteriorated drastically, and she's completely exhausted. If nothing unexpected happens, she can live another 500 years. But the problem is, she can't fight at all during these 500 years. If a high-intensity battle breaks out, her chi and blood will be severely depleted. If her chi and blood are depleted, Vilya will be completely finished. So Vilya now dares not make any move. It's not that she's not ambitious, but she's no longer young. Just like her youth, the glory of the dragon has faded with it. Vilya arrived at the carriage where Leon was. Hans opened the door himself and gestured for him to come in. Vilya walked in. Upon entering, she saw Leon, sitting in the main seat with a solemn expression on his face. Wirya looked at Yanchichi, who blinked and then shook his head. Wirya's expression grew increasingly serious upon seeing this. In reality, she could have simply called her daughter, Heyu, over. That would have distracted Leon, or perhaps softened his heart. Of course, if Leon were an ordinary person, this tactic would have worked, but Leon was anything but ordinary. Using Heyu to distract or restrict Leon would have only inflicted immense resentment. Perhaps Leon was indeed easily distracted by women at first, because at that time, Leon had been single for 40 years. Over 20 years in his previous life, another 10 to 20 years in this one. So, Leon was certainly nervous at first, even losing his composure around women. It wasn't that Leon was incapable, but rather that he hadn't had much contact with the opposite sex in his daily life. Either in books or in the lab. Every day, besides research, it was work. Research is research, work is work, but the content of work is research. That's how Leon developed his character from the beginning. And in this life. Because he was a fabled person, Leon was naturally isolated by Edward III, and even those around him isolated him. The only warmth Leon felt was from his mother, Irina. This was also the last limit in his heart. It was not until he met several lovers that Leon gradually became a whole person. From the naive young man he began with to the qualified leader he is today. Leon has changed dramatically. Besides his mother, his heart also holds several lovers and children. His heart is limited, mostly occupied by the people, leaving only a small part for his family. But if anyone dared to use his beauty to threaten Leon, Lion promised to make him understand the meaning of terror. Vilya naturally knew Leon's character. So she decisively chose to face Leon alone, without her daughter. If she had really used her daughter to threaten Leon, the dragon's nest might have been destroyed. Mother-in-law, why did you come here today? Blackfeather, me? Or the dragon clan? Lion pretended to be confused, pretending to know the truth. Vilya shook her head. I came here today for myself. Vilya's answer left Leon stunned. What kind of statement is this? Is there such a statement? Vilya clearly values the dragon clan above all else. So why is she like this? Sensing Leon's doubt, Vilya shook her head. Because I know that if I tell you I'm doing this for the dragon clan, you reject me without hesitation. So, I'm doing this for myself, because I promised the previous dragon lord, Heiyu's father, that I would protect the dragon clan with my own life. If the dragon clan is to perish, it must be after I'm dead. Lion was speechless after hearing Vilya's words. Goodness, His mother-in-law is threatening him with her own life. Will threatening her life bring back those fallen soldiers? Lion would not accept such a life-threatening request. Mother-in-law, if you're threatening me with your own life, I want to tell you that you're overthinking it. Perhaps Heiyu values you, and I love you dearly, but I can't do that to my people. Do you understand? Lion said, pushing the tea in front of Vilya. Chapter 1570. Vilya is being tortured by Leon. The tension in Dragon's Lair is skyrocketing. Many Wehrmacht soldiers were caught off guard. They had thought the war was almost over, but now it has intensified. The fighting in Dragon's Lair has completely caught them off guard. Thankfully, the Wehrmacht's ground forces weren't significantly affected. The Air Force was the first to go. And the Air Force remains the primary force, leaving the ground forces ample time to prepare. Even so, anti-war sentiment remains high within the country, because they truly don't want war. Compared to Dragon's Lair, the situation elsewhere is significantly better. Right now, the quietest place, besides the mainland, is the Elven Empire. The Elven Empire is not only stable, but also boasts beautiful scenery, making it a perfect place for retirement. Robert is currently living in the Elven Empire. Due to his health, he mostly stays in the Elven Empire, in a mansion in the capital of the Elven Empire. Robert leisurely sipped green tea. Ever since Leon gave him a long vacation, Robert felt incredibly relaxed. To be more precise, he didn't have many missions at all. Leon wouldn't assign any missions to Robert. Furthermore, if Robert tried to do anything, Leon would stop him. At first, Robert tried to resist, but then he quickly gave in, because Leon wouldn't give him a chance. As a heroic researcher, he had to lie down when it was time to do so. If he continued working at this point, Leon would appear cold-blooded and heartless. Leon wasn't a cold-blooded person. For Robert, a day without work was a source of discomfort. It was indeed difficult at first, and Leon had no choice. After all, Robert's status and position already held considerable influence. If he interfered with Robert at this point, it would likely cause many people to have skeptical thoughts. So Leon could only offer Robert his support. But facing Robert's desire to work, Leon was at a loss. After much deliberation, Yun Qingqi finally came up with an idea. Send Fuxia to intervene. The two of them had now made their relationship clear. But the problem was that Robert, like Leon before him, was a blockhead. He was the type who wouldn't open his mind. Then there was the problem. Fuxia couldn't get Robert to do what she wanted. Robert knew Fuxia liked him. He liked her too, but Robert wasn't the type to express himself. The only thing between the two sides might be this thin window of communication, but they couldn't break it. Leon saw it all and was anxious. Yun Qingqi therefore came up with an idea, to send Fuxia over. Since you, Robert, are such a sunny, cheerful, and innocent young man, I just pull this off. As the saying goes, what you fear will come true. Robert, leisurely sipping tea in the mansion, suddenly felt a murderous aura approaching. Robert was sipping his tea, but the next second, upon sensing the murderous aura, he froze. As a scientific researcher, though not a master of cultivation, he had seen top-tier experts, so he could naturally sense this terrifying aura and instantly regain consciousness. But he wasn't particularly frightened. Because he could sense this aura, it was incredibly familiar. To be more precise, it was a scent he would never forget. I heard you were hiding here alone? Fuxia approached from behind and sat down in front of Robert. When Robert heard this, his entire body tensed. Why, are you here? Didn't I say I'd be back in Liongrad in a few days? Robert said, feeling somewhat guilty. What do you mean by back in Liongrad in a few days? You said the same thing last week, and yesterday with the intelligence officers, and now you're doing research here. Don't you want to die? Fuxia said, pinning Robert down. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Robert gritted his teeth. Oh my God, why are you doing this? I never lie. I'm an honest man. Robert tried to beg for mercy. But Fuxia wouldn't give him the chance. Still trying to quibble? Do you think I believe you? Fuxia said, grabbing Robert. Robert was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Fuxia to act so quickly. This left him no chance at all. Robert thought of many solutions to deal with Fuxia. But without exception, they all failed. Because the ideas were good, but Fuxia was completely unreasonable. What could you do? Robert finally gave in. After lunch, Robert looked like he was going to do something he hated most that afternoon, go shopping. The Elven Empire's distinctly ancient style. A vast number of solemn and elegant buildings give the Elven Empire a unique hue. Many people from the Holy Empire come to the Elven Empire for a nostalgic reunion. Most of the Holy Empire's buildings have now been modernized. Only a few remain, and the authentic ancient architecture of the Holy Empire lies in the Elven Empire. Due to Kuenberg's western expedition, he brought the Holy Empire's ancient architectural style to the Elven Empire, creating a fascinating interaction with Elven architecture. This successfully helped Elven architecture forge its own path. Now, if humans want to establish their own style, they must revisit archaeology. Robert led Fuchsia through the streets of the Elven Empire's capital. All the way, Fuchsia followed Robert like a little girl, a stark contrast to her previous witch behavior. Robert, however, followed timidly. Fuchsia glanced at Robert. "Don't you like scientific research? Why don't you take me with you?" Hearing this fateful question, Robert fell into deep thought. The question was a tricky one, and Robert was completely at a loss for words. He didn't know how to answer, and if he answered incorrectly, it might be Fuchsia's revenge. Fuchsia was no good. None of the witches back then were good people. They were the kind who would never give up until they achieved their goals. Robert mechanically turned his head and looked at Fuchsia. "Well, I said I did it for you. Do you believe me?" Robert bared his teeth. Fuchsia nearly burst out laughing. "For me? Do you believe that?" Robert shook his head, but then realized what was happening and nodded. Fuchsia smiled a harmless smile. Robert breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt a terrifying sense of weightlessness. Huh? Why am I flying? Chapter 1571. Robert's life was very happy. The lives of the local people were also becoming more stable. However, the war in Dragon's Lair was a minor incident that gradually changed the nature of local life. Dian Daily was the largest official media platform. Later, with the rise of television, many ordinary people founded their own television stations. One of these stations was called Tomorrow's Star. It was founded by a group of young people. This group approached the program from a youthful perspective, gaining a large audience and listenership. They also released a number of popular songs. They instantly gained a large fan base. The station's market value also soared. In the beginning, the stations were indeed somewhat unruly, but later they became more docile. These stations did enrich the lives of ordinary people at first, but things changed later. Many stations began to smuggle their own agendas, and Leon had no choice but to crack down on them. Many stations were immediately subject to interference. Tomorrow's Star TV gradually became a formal television station. Because of its initial large audience, it became quite large. However, the transition to a formal television station led to a sharp decline in ratings and a loss of creativity. The station's ratings continued to plummet, and they could no longer sustain the decline. The station's owner finally decided to organize a headline-grabbing event, a challenge. The TV station would provide full coverage and offer generous prizes. At first, it was a small-scale event, but later, the Dian Daily launched a highly formulaic challenge. This put Tomorrow's Star TV in an awkward position, neither up nor down. After all, the Dian Daily was more dynamic and creative than them. This situation put Tomorrow's Star TV in a very awkward position. Tomorrow's Star TV tried many ways to change the status quo, but none could compete with the newspaper. With no other options, they decided to take a risk and try something big. Starting today, we are announcing a challenge to all our compatriots. This challenge will involve transporting ice from the far north to Nanchuan Port. For every kilogram of ice transported, you will receive 1 gold coin, and best of all, there's no upper limit. Many people went completely crazy after hearing about this challenge. Because what did that mean? It's like delivering a ton of ice to Nanchuan Port and receiving 1,000 gold coins. Some might say, what's a ton of gold coins? But what if 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100,000 steamed buns? 1 ton of ice is worth 100 million yuan. That might sound like a lot of money, but don't forget that this challenge comes with strings attached. No refrigeration equipment or magic is allowed. This means that transporting the ice can only rely on ordinary means. In the month after the challenge was issued, countless people wanted to take it up, but after careful calculation, they realized that it was impossible. Because Nanchuan Port is already close to the equator. Sending ice from the Arctic to the equator, why does that sound so amazing? Yes, they actually planned to send ice from the Arctic to the equator. Many people thought about trying, but without exception, they gave up because they simply couldn't do it. Accomplishing it without magic was simply impossible. Many people criticized Tomorrow's Star TV for being insincere, but the station's owner had this to say. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Since we're organizing this challenge, someone must be able to do it. If you can't, it must be because you're not good enough. The station owner's words immediately infuriated everyone. It was practically a slap in their faces. The public couldn't stand it anymore and began to criticize Tomorrow's Star TV. Tomorrow's Star TV's reputation plummeted, but its ratings soared. The station owner finally realized that even if they were criticized, they could still be popular. Just when everyone thought it was just a joke, someone took it seriously. Inside an aerogel factory in Leningrad, the factory owner read the newspaper article with excitement, his face brimming with ambition. Because, just as the newspaper said, the factory owner had his eyes on this challenge. Some might not know what aerogel is, but once you mention it as an insulation material, everyone might understand. Using aerogel to build protective equipment and participate in the challenge was like a professional athlete. Without hesitation, the boss immediately called the engineers and had them begin calculating the losses. The engineers were stunned. What do you mean by transporting ice from the far north to Nanchuan City? Boss, are you sure you're not kidding us? Looking at the boss's serious expression, the engineers realized this wasn't a joke. The boss spread the newspaper in front of them, and they gasped at the sight. Go for it. We have to do it. Such free lunches rarely happen. Are there still idiots rushing to give them money? The engineers were all excited, but the next second they calmed down. Boss, we can do this, but we need to know how much ice you're transporting, the route, and the transportation methods, so we can calculate the losses. The boss fell silent after hearing this, and the engineer beside him spoke up. How about 100 or 80 tons? The boss couldn't help but hold his head in his hands after hearing the engineer's words. If you really went for 100 or 80 tons, tomorrow's Star TV would have run away with the money. After hearing the boss's words, everyone suddenly realized. Yes, if it really went for 100 or 80 tons, wouldn't it have exploded? The engineers said you come to your senses. Maybe they should make money, but they can't be so radical. How about 5 tons? One engineer asked tentatively. The boss shook his head. 3 tons will be enough, and this operation isn't about making money, but promoting our product. Sometimes, instead of spending money on publicity, it's better to participate in these so-called challenges and launch our product in front of everyone. After hearing the boss's words, everyone realized that he hadn't intended to make money from the beginning, but rather to promote his product. Because aerogel isn't something that ordinary people can afford. The boss wanted to take his factory global. Free publicity, and a chance to make a killing. What good is this? Hurry, or it might be out of stock. Chapter 1572. On the special train. Looking at the pitiful Vilja before him, Leon didn't give his mother-in-law a friendly look. What kind of look could he possibly give? Could he possibly be making peace with Vilja with a smile? Leon's unkindness made Vilja bow her head even lower. At this critical moment, Yu rushed in. Seeing his mother like this, Yu froze in his tracks. Mother! Leon! What's going on? Yu's face was filled with disbelief. Hans, standing by, couldn't help but rub his nose. He had just wanted to stop Yu, but Yu was a peak-level 9th-level expert. How could he stop him? Hans could only focus his attention on Leon. As if to say, your wife, don't you care about her? Leon, I don't care about anything. Leon smiled. Yu, how are you? Is your health getting better? Yu asked absent-mindedly. Leon, why did it become like this? Leon. Seeing that Yu didn't answer his question, he didn't get angry, but spoke gently. The dragons from the Dragon's Lair attacked the military base, and your mother came to negotiate an end to the war. She hopes to use her reputation to secure a ceasefire, but what about the fallen soldiers? Leon's words were well-reasoned and silenced everyone present. The expressions on everyone's faces varied, some solemn, some disappointed. In truth, Leon had never intended to exterminate the dragon clan from the beginning, because dragons are an extremely skilled combat unit. So Leon had never considered wiping out the dragon clan. All his current indifference and disregard were simply an attempt to put psychological pressure on Vilja. The goal was to throw Vilja off balance. If it were before, Vilja wouldn't have been so frightened. Now, Leon was a force the dragons couldn't afford to provoke. The Yan's national strength could destroy a dragon's nest dozens of times. And Leon himself was no pushover. Not to mention shattering a dragon's nest with a single blow, he could crush Balian. When did I become a unit of measurement again? Mother-in-law, Yu is my wife, and you're my elder, but the dragons aren't. Do you want me as a family, or the dragon clan? Leon's motives were clear, and he directly asked the core question. Hearing this, Vilja shuddered. She seemed to see the dragon clan being annihilated. Seeing his mother like this, Yu stepped forward and supported her, her shaky body. Mother! You! Yu was extremely anxious. She knew the dragon had committed a crime, but her mother was innocent, and neither was Leon. So Yu felt very uncomfortable. After a long moment of thought, he looked at Leon, hoping that Leon would let Vilja go just this once. Leon shook his head. Are you feeling uncomfortable now? Feeling powerless? I feel the same way. I have millions of compatriots behind me. So what about family? At my current state, family affection is out of reach. Using power for personal gain is a grave taboo, but I wouldn't do anything like sacrificing one's own family for the sake of justice. I'm not that heartless. Mother-in-law, I just want an answer. Is the Great Dragon willing to hand over the main culprit in this incident and accept Diane's orders? Leon's words stunned Vilja and Hayu. Only then did Vilja understand Leon's intentions, and suddenly it dawned on her. Did you instigate this war, Babos? You? Before Vilja could finish her sentence, Hayu beside her grabbed her. Hayu. Hayu shook his head. The mother and daughter sighed in unison. When Leon uttered these words, the fate of the Dragon clan was sealed. Leon would not allow a ticking time bomb to exist, so he orchestrated this. On the surface, it appeared that the Dragon had instigated this war. In reality, Leon had exploited the Dragon's stubbornness and arrogance. The Dragon never understood the principle that excessive strength can easily break. Even after becoming a Boom Beach player, he still didn't understand the art of survival. Leon, as the king of survival, and Diane's success were a vivid example. Not only did the Dragon not understand, but he also played Boom Beach instead of investigating the reasons behind it, only bullying the weak. If not you, who else? It was only at this moment that Vilja realized how ridiculous her initial attempt to exploit Leon had been. Time flashes back to 6 months ago. Inside the Lion-Rad capital, Leon didn't head to the upper floor conference room. Instead, he led Hans and the others to an unassuming office and opened a hidden door at the back. Inside the hidden door was an elevator. Hans entered first, opened the door, and everyone stepped inside. The elevator ran for a minute before stopping. As the doors opened, everyone was greeted by the world outside. What came into view was a monolithic gray wall and a vast expanse of empty ground. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary base. But their composure soon faded, because they saw the Imperial Guards in training and a large number of Imperial Guard mechas. Caddis and the others then realized that the most powerful armed force, the Great Flame Imperial Guards, was located beneath the capital. It's absolutely safe here. I won't beat around the bush. The gods will act soon, and the Space Force is almost finished training. When that happens, the main battlefield must not be on the planet. Even if we all die in space, we can't let the war spread to the planet. Lion's words were recognized by everyone. There weren't many people present. Winston, Hans, Caddis, Carl, Chester, Malgrove, William, and Barian. Although Barian had faded from view, he was the leader of the Imperial Guards. Everyone thought Barian had disappeared, but only Leon knew that Barian was doing something big, something terrifying. Do we have the strength to wage war against the gods? Malgrove asked. As a human being, he still had a fear of the gods. Even if we don't have it, we fight, Caddis said domineeringly. Everyone nodded in unison. Letting the war spread to the homeland would be tantamount to chronic suicide. Infrastructure and many other things would be affected. People's safety, economic growth, and social stability are closely related. If war ignites on the homeland, unless you have extensive territory or help, there's no hope of turning defeat into victory. Yes and no, Leon said, giving an ambiguous answer. The Divine Realm is currently preparing for war, but they're also busy. But a technological explosion isn't something that can be achieved through mere speculation. In that case, we need to act quickly. There are still unexplored areas south of the southern continent, and the Dragon's Lair is also a problem. Winston spoke. As the head of the cabinet, Winston was well aware of the situation in Great Flame. Currently, Great Flame is investing in various regions, aiming to transform concentrated industries into decentralized ones. Interstellar war isn't a straightforward undertaking. It's like going from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. Attacks can come from all directions. War on a planet will likely consist solely of air defense and direct confrontation. It can be roughly viewed as a flat surface. But planetary warfare isn't that simple. A planet could be attacked at any moment. To resist external aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. It's time to address the uncertain factor of the dragon. Chapter 1573. How should we deal with the dragons? The Dragon Clan is incredibly arrogant, conceited, and incapable of putting themselves in others' shoes. Perhaps there are some wise individuals among the Dragon Clan, but there are far more reckless ones. Lion began to answer Caddis's question. Hearing Leon's words, Caddis seemed to have guessed something, but he didn't say it out loud. Then should we set up a situation? Carl asked from the side. Lion nodded, then spoke. I plan to fan the flames, intensify the conflict, and get them to attack the military base, which will then trigger a war. Everyone fell silent after hearing Leon's words. The meaning was clear, using the military base to lure the enemy. Let the dragons attack the military base, giving them a pretext to launch an attack. But to put it bluntly, this would be using the Wehrmacht soldiers as cannon fodder and bait. Lion didn't want to do this, but reality forced him to do so. They absolutely must not initiate the offensive, so they must devise every possible means to trap the Dragon Clan. The best way to do this is to entangle the Dragon Clan in a storm of public opinion. Leon already had a more mature plan for this operation. Not only must the Dragon Clan initiate an attack on the military base, but they must also cause massive damage. Only by inflicting such devastation will the National Defense Forces be able to take action. We must find a way to provoke those within the Dragon Clan. This will put pressure on them. The combined pressure and anger will cause them to explode. They act impulsively and inappropriately. Listening to Leon's words, everyone present fell silent. To be honest, Leon's method does work, and it's very effective. As long as the dragons take action, they have every excuse to escalate the war. Foreign aggression is wrong. But the problem is that Leon and his enemies aren't on this planet right now, but in the divine realm. This means that if they can't stabilize the planet, then a real fight will erupt. That's why Leon came up with this idea, to find a way to integrate everything on the planet. The idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Whether it's war or anything else, it requires an excuse, and that excuse must involve bloodshed. How could the situation worsen without bloodshed? So, after learning of Leon's plan, everyone kept silent. Because no one wanted to see sacrifice, or rather, such a dirty sacrifice. Politics is dirty. Politics is a melting pot. Leon might be able to stick to his principles, but others are different. Many people and many things are more than just talk. Lion's thinking was very realistic. Everyone's thinking was also very realistic. In that case, let's send some people to the military base, and have them build a few more bunkers at the garrison dam. If a dragon really attacks, more people will survive. As the head of the army, Caddis naturally had to consider the army's interests. Carl spoke up. Then keep a few fighter jets for show, and build 2 more hangars to accommodate some older aircraft. Hearing Carl's words, Admiral Chester could no longer sit still. Because now, it translates to they're just putting on a show. Your army and air force weapons and equipment can be showy, but what about my navy? How much does a single ship cost? Now it was Chester's turn to be dumbfounded, his face turning green. But for the greater good, he still chose to station a fleet. This fleet's weapons and equipment were very advanced. Many of the ships were newly refitted. Because only this way could the dragons understand the importance of the military base. Unbeknownst to the dragons, they had already been tricked. And Leon had already arranged a countermeasure. Spend some extra money to build a few bunkers. If something goes wrong, let the soldiers take shelter there. Move fighter jets to the Succubus Kingdom's military base. If the dragons attack the military base, the fighter jets from the Succubus Kingdom's military base will immediately take off to reinforce. Leon said this, glancing at Air Marshal Carl. Carl replied immediately. No problem. The Air Force will arrive at the battlefield immediately to attack the dragon and protect the lives of our soldiers. After hearing Carl's response, Leon nodded. According to the date, by the time the battle begins, the Space Force should be fully trained. When that happens, simply send the Space Force in and use them to eliminate the dragon, showing it the true meaning of strength. Some people are unworthy of their positions, while others are modest and cautious. The dragon has become a boom beach and still doesn't understand its situation, still thinking of itself as the dragon of the past. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. No one can remain at the top forever, nor can anyone guarantee they will always be at the bottom. All we can do is, within our limited time, while we are strong, to resolve everything for future generations. Perhaps these methods are dirty, but for the sake of future generations, I'm willing to bear this infamy. Everyone's faces darkened at Leon's words. As Leon had said, sometimes one does have to take the blame, and this infamy is often for the sake of future generations. When the time comes, the Air Force will go first, and the Space Force will follow. What about the Navy? Chester asked. The Navy will just send nuclear submarines. Sending ordinary warships will make them sitting ducks for the dragons. It's better to send submarines. Lion had already assigned the combat missions. Margelove and William looked at each other, bewildered. Lion had finished assigning the combat missions, but had forgotten about them. The army was to take the brunt of the attack, the Air Force and Navy were to attack, the Space Force was to make the final appearance, and their airborne and guards were just there to make up the numbers. Who is the real ace? The two men fell into deep thought, at a loss. Lion spoke. What are the airborne and guards going to do? To deliver food? You're just ordinary units. I don't even want to send the Imperial Guards. They talk about the Imperial Guards, but in reality, they wouldn't necessarily be able to evenly match the dragon in a fight. After hearing Leon's words, both fell silent. To be honest, if they went to join the battle, it would be like a death knell for the dragon. But Leon wasn't too worried. Conventional forces might not be able to defeat him, but he has mushrooms. Can you fight the dragon? I have mushrooms. Chapter 1574. The war between the dragon giants affected all regions. But the impact on the mainland was minimal. Or perhaps it could be said that for the common people, war has become normalized. They went from initially fearing war to now revering it. The common people are not afraid of war, but they are cautious and respectful of it. The impact on the mainland was very minimal. However, unlike the prosperous mainland, many places, despite economic development, remain impoverished. For example, the famous Dwarf Empire. The Dwarf Empire's current economic growth rate is increasing. But many dwarves maintain a pessimistic attitude. The economic growth rate has not outpaced their despair. Many dwarves are full of disdain for the lion government. Some continue to work honestly, but others are extremely fierce. Or perhaps they take risks for the sake of money. To build the Dwarf Empire, De Yen established many industries there, and naturally, also established numerous banks. These banks became the economic backbone of the Dwarven Empire. However, most of these banks were state-owned, with few privately owned ones. Lion would not allow the emergence of private banks, because the existence of private banks would inevitably lead to a gradual deterioration of the economy. Only by maintaining a firm grip on the economy could the existence of Ponzi schemes be avoided. Because of Lion's tight control over the economy, many ordinary people were unable to make money. Or, in other words, unable to make quick money through normal means. Most people were honest, believing their salaries were sufficient, but some were notably dishonest. They began to think of all sorts of devious ways to make money, but how could such a thing be so easy to earn? As the Dwarven Empire's most economically developed region, the capital naturally produced countless wealthy individuals. These wealthy individuals openly wielded their wealth. It wasn't that Leon didn't want everyone to live a good life, but rather that he knew that rapid economic growth required promoting competition, because competition would encourage these entrepreneurs to evolve. Entrepreneurial evolution naturally drove economic growth and created jobs and many other benefits. Encouraging entrepreneurial evolution was a good strategy for economic development. However, these wealthy individuals weren't modest or dignified. Their personalities dictated that they couldn't be so low-key. Once they had money, they began to enjoy life with open arms. Logically, it's perfectly acceptable to use your own money for your own enjoyment, but the crux of the matter is that the Dwarf Empire currently prohibits flaunting wealth. First, the dwarves are known for their tough character, so they naturally look down on the rich. While no one would object if you, the rich, enjoyed yourself, no one would object, you simply throwing money around in the streets? That's simply insulting. Yes, some dwarven entrepreneurs are reckless, throwing money around lavishly. The National Defense Forces want to discipline these people, but they are undoubtedly the backbone of the Dwarf Empire's economic development. They catch them, find them, and then the matter is dropped. After all, the priority now is to ensure that all people have enough to eat. That's the only way to ensure their stability. The people of the Dwarf Empire are increasingly resentful of the rich. At this moment, two frustrated young men witnessed a capitalist using money to humiliate a mother and daughter. This deeply shocked them. The feudal dictatorship had been driven out, so how could someone do such a thing? Wasn't this a civilized nation? They witnessed the struggles of some impoverished people struggling to survive. They realized even more deeply the importance of money. So, a paranoid thought emerged within them. They wanted to make a quick buck, but making a quick buck in this era was practically impossible. If you tried to find some means to make a quick buck a year or two ago, before the Wehrmacht arrived, you could certainly have done it. After all, the officials of the Dwarf Empire at the time could be bribed with a willing hand. Getting them to turn a blind eye allowed you to develop both gray and other industries in this land. This approach made money incredibly fast. But that was then, and this is now. Now that industries are regulated, engaging in these illegal activities is impossible. After much deliberation, the two brothers suddenly hit upon a solution. The bank had money, but it wasn't theirs. So if they robbed it, wouldn't it be theirs? Genius. I'm a true genius. After the two brothers figured this out, they were instantly smug. Just do it. Isn't it just robbing a bank? Let's do it. The brothers' idea was simple and crude. Just start robbing. Okay, now that they decided to rob a bank, the next step is to find a target. Which bank should they rob? After careful consideration, the two brothers decided not to rob a bank in their homeland. Because if they robbed a bank in the Dwarf Empire, they might not be able to escape. Mainly, they feared their fellow citizens there. Although they were somewhat hostile to the rich, they were also righteous and upright. If you actually robbed a bank in the Dwarf Empire, you probably die without knowing how. It was precisely because of this particular sentiment that the two brothers ultimately chose not to carry out the robbery in the Dwarf Empire. They were truly afraid of death. However, what surprised no one was that they actually decided to carry out the robbery in Leningrad. Their idea was simple. Leningrad, as the capital, was naturally wealthy. Wealth meant a lot of money in the bank. The brothers' thinking was truly extraordinary. The intelligence bureau would be ashamed of themselves watching. After figuring it out, the two brothers decided to go for it. They bought a boat ticket and headed for Dian. However, the most complex issue was that the two brothers only had enough money for a one-way ticket. The brothers' plan was simple. Wait until they had robbed the money, and then find a way back. The two soon arrived at Nanchu port, which had always been very tolerant of outsiders. The reason was simple. As the world's leading port city, Nanchu port naturally needed a large labor force. These outsiders were simply the best labor force. So, Nanchu port essentially accepted them all. After all, the intelligence bureau and the security forces would handle any problems. Nanchu city simply accepted them all, while others had more to consider. The two brothers wanted to go to Leningrad, but found they had no money for tickets. So, they worked at Nanchu port to earn some money, and then headed to Leningrad to plan their robbery. Once they arrived at Leningrad, they found that carrying out their planned robbery was incredibly difficult. First, guns were now banned in Leningrad. And most importantly, Leningrad's security is incredibly strong. The two brothers exchanged a deep glance, seemingly foreseeing their own fate. But they firmly believed in one thing: my fate is in my own hands. Chapter 1575. The two brothers firmly believed that their fate was in their own hands, so they began searching for their own target. Since they were already here, they had to make a killing before leaving, right? The brothers' idea was simple and straightforward. They began searching for a target. They didn't target other banks, but instead chose the largest, Dian Bank. And the two brothers were incredibly clever. They didn't target any branches, but instead the head office. Their thinking was, how could a branch have as much money as the head office? But what the brothers didn't realize was that the head office actually had less money than the branches. Almost every district has a branch, and these branches are primarily designed to make it easier for residents to withdraw money. Currently, there are 4 banks in China. However, Dian Bank manages the other 3. Bank cards from the other 3 banks can be used at Dian Bank. The goal was to improve efficiency and reduce barriers between banks, saving residents from having to make so many trips. The two brothers were very proactive. After careful consideration, they decided to. The bank's headquarters quickly set out to rob the bank. First, find a gun. Second, find a car. Third, find a way to break into the bank. That's right. The plan to rob the capital bank headquarters was surprisingly simple and crude. It must be said that the dwarves' ideas were indeed simple, but their execution was also quite impressive. The two brothers quickly gathered tools and a vehicle. Through the Dwarven Labor Guild, they found fellow dwarves and found ways to buy guns from them. They eventually acquired 2 guns. But these 2 guns were impressively powerful pistols. It wasn't that the Labor Guild couldn't get guns, it was that the two brothers' earnings from a month or 2 of work were only enough to buy 2 pistols. After deducting the costs of the operation, the two brothers had no extra money left, leaving them unable to even afford a meal. That's right, 2 people about to rob a bank couldn't even afford food. The brothers initially planned to starve for 2 days, then eat their last meal before robbing, hoping to earn enough money if they succeeded. But after just 1 day of starvation, the brothers couldn't stand it anymore, so they took on odd jobs and earned some money. Yes, a grand plan, delayed for a day because of lack of food. The brothers finally gathered all the necessary supplies, and set out to storm the bank headquarters. The brothers picked a good day. It was a typical business day. Early in the morning, the bank was open for business as usual, but the two brothers drove their car straight up to the bank's front door. Before the shocked eyes of the bank employees, they jumped out of the car, grabbed 2 guns, and charged, wearing a tattered bandana. The funniest thing, however, was that they had made these 2 turbans themselves, because they had no money to buy new ones. Seeing you two dressed like bandits, the bank clerk finally realized what was happening. Without hesitation, he immediately pressed the button to close the gate, and at the same time, several iron bars protected the bank counter. The two brothers rushed through the gate, only to find it blocked, and then the counter was also protected. They were stunned. This is not right. How could this be different from what I expected? The two brothers were stunned. But they didn't panic too much. Instead, they immediately grabbed a hostage. They believed the Wehrmacht wouldn't attack the hostages. The bank tellers had already rehearsed being robbed. They had also rehearsed situations where they held hostages. They were people-oriented. If the robbers threatened the tellers with someone, they would open the door. But some didn't dare actually attack the hostages, knowing the terror of the Wehrmacht. If they dared, the grass on their graves would be 3 or 4 feet high. But these two brothers didn't know that, in their eyes, everything was about the money. To get it, they would give anything. The bank tellers looked at the two brothers as if they were monkeys, and the ordinary people nearby didn't seem to have any fear of being robbed. Oh my God, are people still robbing these days? The two brothers couldn't hold their temper. This was the first time they had been provoked like this, so they took a hostage. After they took the hostage, the bank teller immediately relented. The bank teller looked to the manager for help, and the manager went out and led them into the vault. Seeing that the manager was so sensible, the two brothers didn't make things difficult for him. Gently led the two brothers straight into the vault. As the vault door opened, the two brothers were stunned. The huge vault contained very little gold or banknotes. It was mostly documents and materials. These documents had been deposited there by the National Defense Force and the government. The two brothers were stunned by the papers scattered everywhere. Then, after picking up a piece and examining it, they were instantly horrified. This information was none other than the legendary confidential documents. Dine Bank was state-owned, and its level of confidentiality was extremely high. And no one at headquarters dared to rob it. That's why they kept some unimportant, confidential documents here. After all, the Wehrmacht's database was practically full. And some of the military and government documents overlapped. The government couldn't possibly run back and forth between the military and the capital. That's why they kept some documents at the bank headquarters, for easier access by both the military and the government. So when the two brothers learned these were confidential documents, they were stunned. They were dumb, not stupid. So, after seeing the incentive documents, they immediately tossed the manager's documents aside, claiming they hadn't even looked at them. Then, they noticed the manager nearby, who smiled, as if to say, "Look, why aren't you looking?" The two brothers exchanged glances, then picked up their bags and began packing the gold bars. The Holy Empire's gold coins are pure gold, but the gold bars in these banks are. This is for storage convenience. Besides, Leon didn't want too many gold coins circulating. Gold isn't a common metal. Gold is a legitimate rare metal. At least with the current strength of the National Defense Force, it's simply not possible to explore outer space. If they could reach outer space, they would naturally be able to obtain a great deal of gold. But ultimately, De Yen is trying to gather gold. Having sufficient gold reserves is a surefire way to gain benefits. If there were other countries in this world, the importance of gold would be self-evident. However, now that all nations are unified, there's no chance of other countries exploiting their economies through monetary systems. Chapter 1576. When the security forces received the news, they were stunned. They didn't believe anyone would actually dare rob the bank headquarters. And based on the descriptions given by those at the scene, they assumed the enemy had no significant firepower. At first, they were unsure. They couldn't believe the bank robbers had only 2 pistols. In this day and age, would anyone rob a bank with only 2 pistols? Could they possibly penetrate the bank's bulletproof glass? The security forces were somewhat incredulous, but they quickly assembled and dispatched their mobile unit. The security forces' mobile unit was relatively simple, and truly mobile. While other units kept their vehicles in warehouses, theirs were parked directly on the playground. Initially, the security forces were criticized by the Wehrmacht for this, believing that leaving their vehicles out in the open would make them vulnerable to enemy attack. However, repeated attacks by the security forces taught them a lesson. For the support troops, time is money. If they couldn't deploy within the stipulated time frame, the safety of the people and property would be seriously threatened. This is the conclusion of blood and tears. Over time, the security forces lost their rigidity, like the military. They became more responsive to the people and began to protect them. The security forces dispatched at top speed and rushed to the bank, ready to secure the scene and rescue the residents. But what everyone didn't expect was, the 2 robbers were truly shocking. Or perhaps their actions were truly unrealistic. The two brothers used hostages to force the manager to open the vault door. The manager offered no resistance, knowing the brothers couldn't get the money out. Or perhaps it was simply a joke. As experienced men, they naturally knew they couldn't pull it off. So, they didn't take the two brothers seriously at all. The two brothers grabbed their bags and began frantically filling them with gold bars. But after just a few seconds, they froze. The gold was too heavy. They couldn't even fill half the bag before they were practically unable to move. They found it too difficult to load the gold. So they thought of another solution: gold certificates. But the time they spent here was already too much for them to leave. The most important thing in a robbery is timing. The two brothers didn't give it much thought. They were just focused on getting the money, not even considering the importance of the gold. Only after they filled the bags did they realize how heavy it was. By the time the two brothers had finished packing the gold certificates, the security forces had already surrounded the bank entrance. They had taken tens of thousands of gold certificates, but just as they were about to flee, the security forces had already begun attacking the bank. One was keeping watch outside, while the other was robbing inside. But they couldn't resist the brothers' greed. If they weren't greedy, they wouldn't have robbed the bank. Now, they rushed into the bank like a flood or a beast upon seeing a beautiful woman. Who could restrain themselves? The security forces saw that no one was guarding the door. Everyone was a little confused. After exchanging a glance, they quietly entered the bank. But by then, the bank tellers were already trying to escape. To be more precise, the bank tellers had already started thinking about their escape the moment they saw the brothers enter the vault. Several bank security guards watched the vault corridor, while tellers directed the residents to evacuate the bank in an orderly manner. It's come to this, let's evacuate first, forget about all this nonsense. So when the bank tellers saw the security forces arrive, although somewhat surprised, they quickly accepted it and pointed inside to indicate where the two brothers were. The security forces dispatched soldiers to escort the residents away while surrounding the vault corridor, preparing to capture them. But just as they were about to act, a teller nearby warned them. The manager is still in their possession. After hearing the teller's words, the tellers exchanged glances and prepared to act. Inside the vault, the two brothers gazed at the gold scrolls in their bag, filled with lofty ambition. "Brother, if we just take this money out, we can live a good life, right?" "Of course we can. With this money, we won't have to worry about our lives. Besides, my sister can find a good husband, my mother can get medical treatment, and my uncles and aunts can get by and have a house to live in." The manager, standing by, initially thought the two brothers were idiots trying to steal. But upon hearing this, he was stunned. It turns out many people are like this. Most of them don't just live for themselves, they also live for their families. At this moment, a security force unmanned vehicle had quietly entered the vault and began monitoring the conversations inside. The security force observer's face darkened upon hearing this. Their internal risk rating for the two brothers dropped a few points. True desperados never discuss such matters. Many desperados constantly say not to be overly concerned with money, because it can cost them their lives. But these desperate criminals often lose their lives for money. The more they claim to be indifferent, the more they care about it. Because people's words are never to be trusted, many statements can only be half believed. "Have you ever considered this? You can't get out at all?" the manager asked. The two brothers were stunned upon hearing this, staring at each other. "Why can't we get out? We have guns and hostages," the younger brother said in a trembling voice. The older brother didn't say anything, but he already had the answer in his heart. The manager was right. In fact, the older brother had given up hope on the robbery plan since he set foot on this land. The Wehrmacht's strength was unchallengeable. So the older brother considered abandoning the robbery many times. But the two brothers simply couldn't bear the thought of returning home empty-handed. The two brothers had carried out the robbery so dramatically, and had successfully entered the vault like a tall tale. No one could have imagined that this seemingly absurd plan would actually come to fruition. Just like reality, this was not only absurd but also hilarious. But how absurd and hilarious could reality really be? Life is exhausting enough. If this normal world were to contain a bit of absurdity and hilarity, then this world would be incomplete. The manager continued. "Perhaps the Wehrmacht has surrounded this place. You two will die if you leave, and you won't be able to return the money you stole to your families. Your families will even be held accountable for your bank robbery." The two brothers fell silent at the thought. The manager's words stabbed into their hearts like a knife. They instantly became obedient. Perhaps the manager hadn't considered this from the beginning, but the two brothers were now wavering. "Can we just give up the money and go home?" the younger brother asked innocently. Only at this moment did the manager truly believe his younger brother was mentally retarded. At least, his mind was that of a child. But that's the law. Some things are already predetermined. Since you made a mistake, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Chapter 1577. Before the two brothers had time to think, the security forces were about to launch a surprise attack. Because the security forces had seized this opportunity, the two brothers were now in chaos, and the younger brother was extremely frustrated. The older brother appeared to be calm on the surface, but in reality, it was only a matter of time. The younger brother had already broken down, and the older brother's collapse would not be far behind. The security forces immediately prepared to attack. Just as the security forces were about to strike, the older brother suddenly realized something. He grabbed a gun and grabbed the manager, holding the gun to his head, and then shouted loudly into the vault hallway. "Don't come any closer. I have the hostage. Come out. Don't hide behind your eyes." The older brother's spider sense saved the two brothers' lives. Just then, the security sniper was about to kill them. But the older brother's reaction surprised everyone. He immediately used his spider sense to protect the younger brother and regain control of the hostage. The security forces had to reassess the situation and attempt to reconcile, but the problem was that the elder brother was no fool. He had been using the manager to keep the security forces within his sight. The security forces were forced to move out from either side of the passageway and stand before the elder brother. The younger brother, upon seeing this, wanted to rush forward and take out the security forces, but was stopped by his elder brother. "We're only robbing now. If anyone gets hurt, we'd be committing assault or even murder. You and I could both die on the spot." The younger brother took his brother's words to heart. He sheathed his own weapon and rushed forward to seize the security forces' weapons. But just as the younger brother was about to grab the security forces' weapons, the security forces quickly reacted and restrained him. The older brother, upon seeing this, was instantly panicked, his face determined to fight to the death. "Let my brother go now, or I shoot." The older brother was terrified. He only had one brother. In the distant dwarf empire, he still had a mother. So his brother was everything to him, and he had to protect him. Because that was what his mother had told him before she left. The older brother spoke solemnly. But the security forces were fearless at this moment, knowing that the older brother was a sensible man, or perhaps someone who deeply cared about his brother. Even if the manager was in his hands, the so-called older brother wouldn't do much. Because the security forces were certain the other side wouldn't attack the manager. But the problem was that the manager was now extremely afraid. "What's wrong with us? Why are we just going to attack? Are you kidding me? I'm still in their hands." After being apprehended by the security forces, the younger brother became instantly anxious. "Brother, I want to go home. I don't want this money anymore. I just want to go home." Hearing his brother's words, the older brother became anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Because the security forces now held the initiative, they knew everything about his brother. It was only at this moment that the older brother realized how ridiculous he had been, or how naive this so-called robbery plan had been. "I'm going to let the manager go now. Can you let my brother go?" The elder brother spoke with all his strength, knowing that if he let go of the manager, they would charge immediately. Then, he wouldn't be able to control himself. But now that his younger brother was in their hands, the elder brother had no other thoughts. What's that saying? Right and wrong no longer mattered once the younger brother was captured. Seeing his elder brother trying to trade the manager for him, the younger brother instantly panicked, knowing that if the manager was released, they would both be caught. The younger brother was a bit retarded, but he wasn't stupid. Before the operation, the elder brother had reminded him countless times that the hostages were always their last resort. If they were gone, the two brothers would be lambs to the slaughter. As the elder brother released the manager, the security forces immediately rushed forward and apprehended the elder brother, thus ending this absurd bank robbery. Leon had also heard the news. Unlike the outside world, who were focused on the bank robbery, Leon's focus was on the two brothers, or rather, on their mental retardation. Reading couldn't change this. There are many cases like these two brothers, who only gained widespread attention because they robbed a bank. So Leon understood that to change these mentally retarded people, he had to start with nutrition. Many impoverished areas suffer from malnutrition, and many children are born mentally retarded or even mentally disabled. Leon knew that mental retardation and intellectual disability were possible, but he didn't want the rate to increase. So Leon began to strictly order local governments to pay attention to local nutrition conditions, and to ensure that pregnant women get enough rest. The most important factor in a strong nation is the nation, not its strength. Because a nation can only become strong if it has a nation. If it is strong without a nation, it is like floating duckweed without support. On the special train, Vilja had already made up her mind. Faced with Leon's request, Vilja ultimately chose to accept. To be honest, she had no other choice. She only had these last few years of her life. She had hoped to see her daughter's child born, but the goblin assassination disrupted everything. If it hadn't been for the assassination, perhaps the Dragon Clan wouldn't have become what it is today. Perhaps Blackfeather's child would have been born by now. It would have become the link between dragons and humans. The Dragon Clan wouldn't have held such a strong aversion to humans. Perhaps Blackfeather's child would have been born. It was destined, and it was Vilja's choice. It was destined because Leon was fate. What a joke. If she dared not choose, she would have been killed instantly. Dragon, sometimes I don't have a choice. Leon's dominance left Vilja bewildered. She wanted to do more for the dragon, but Leon wouldn't let her choose. Vilja never imagined that the harmless Leon of the past would grow into a towering tree. And this tree now protects all humans and all friendly races. Chapter 1578. While Leon was negotiating with the Dragon Lord, the situation in Dragon's Lair gradually took a different turn. Babos was taken away by his father. But the radicals on the front lines showed no sign of stopping, resolutely choosing to fight to the end. Even with the powerful fighter support provided by the Air Force and Navy, they were unable to stop the dragons from attacking the military base. The National Defense Forces stationed approximately 1,000 troops at the Dragon's Lair military base. By now, the vast majority of the soldiers had entered the bunker. Although the dragons were attacking the military base, they did not dare to completely destroy it. Sending a powerful force to destroy the military base would be tantamount to signaling to the enemy that they were about to engage in a magical exchange. The National Defense Force's powerful forces would then attack directly, and it would be an all-out war. Thus, the dragons did not personally attack the military base. Initially, they launched a tentative attack, and now the dragons have begun to gather their followers. There is more than just dragons in Dragon's Lair. Among them were many of the dragon's followers, even some of their mixed-blood descendants. These individuals formed the core strength of the Dragon Clan and successfully became its lackeys. After the fight between the dragon and Dian erupted, the dragon ordered these followers to attack. Upon receiving the order, the followers immediately began to assemble, and subsequently launched an assault on the military base. The Dragon's Nest military base covers an area of over 500,000 square meters. In addition to the airport and port, there is also a military fortress built into the mountain. This fortress's primary purpose is not defense, but to protect the command post and missile silos within. Furthermore, the fortress was built on the seashore, and the silos were only a secondary target, as a submarine base existed beneath it. The submarine base and missile silos were originally built here to counter the Papal States. But the Papal States were subsequently destroyed, and the fortress was rebuilt. The Wehrmacht couldn't abandon the newly built base. Wouldn't that make them look wealthy? The fortress and base were thus preserved, which explains why the nuclear submarines patrolling near the Dragon's Lair are so confident. If supplies run low, they can immediately resupply at the submarine base. The fortress continues to stand on this land. But the defenders inside don't believe the dragon will go to war with them. After all, the Dragon Lord is the leader's mother-in-law. With this relationship in place, the prospect of war is non-existent. Furthermore, Madame He Yu is pregnant. When the child is born, the relationship between the two sides will be further strengthened. But the problem is, circumstances can't keep up. The assassination of the gods disrupted Leon's plans. It also completely destroyed the dragon's future. Vilja immediately wanted to comfort her daughter, Heiyu, and also planned to check on Leon to gauge his feelings. But Leon was already blinded by rage. He attacked and crippled Irina. To this day, Irina has remained silent. It's not that she doesn't want to come out, but she simply can't recover from Leon's initial attack, which physically crushed her. The divine body was shattered into atoms by Leon. It was only at this moment that Irina realized that the man before her, once so powerless under her watch, had finally transformed into a true beast. So powerful that even the strongest in the divine realm couldn't stand up to it. Even Obelia was nearly slain by Leon. While the dragons were somewhat arrogant and complacent, they weren't foolish. They knew that if their junior, intermediate, or advanced combatants attacked the military base, it would likely anger Leon. At that point, Leon could crush the dragon with a single blow, and the whole thing would be over. So the dragons chose to send their followers. These followers were, to put it bluntly, cannon fodder. While they were called followers, they were, in reality, at the mercy of the dragons. Some of them weren't even cannon fodder. The dragons hadn't even glanced at them. They had always sought the dragons' approval, but the dragons had ignored them. Until recently, the dragons suddenly approached them, hoping they would attack the Great Yin military base. When the followers heard the dragon's orders, they were instantly energized. The great dragon master they cherished had finally given them an order. The followers were filled with excitement, as if something were deeply ailing. They immediately assembled, with over 20,000 men preparing to attack the fortress. In reality, they had no idea this was a fortress at first. They thought it was just an ordinary military base, and the great dragon masters had told them so they were incredibly excited. They felt this was a gift from heaven, that they could finally receive the great dragon master's recognition. A small military base they could easily capture. The idea was good, but the reality was harsh. They immediately dispatched their army and began attacking the military base. But a military base was no simple matter. The Wehrmacht's painstaking efforts prevented the base from falling quickly, and it remained resilient even after the dragon attack. The dragons were initially skeptical, unconvinced of the Wehrmacht's base's quality. But reality struck them. The Wehrmacht's base truly surpassed their expectations, standing up well to the dragon's attack. The dragons couldn't use their magic to destroy the base. So, they could only dispatch their followers to launch a ground offensive against the base. 20,000 followers quickly launched their attack, focusing their efforts on the base. Their army quickly approached the base. At this point, the base had little perimeter defense. The vast majority had been withdrawn to the fortress. While the base appeared completely destroyed, the exposed facilities were only the tip of the iceberg. The true fortress lay within the mountain, and they had never imagined that the Wehrmacht had transformed it into an impenetrable fortress. The family members rushed into the military base, ready to slaughter, but were stunned the next moment. They saw no Wehrmacht troops at all inside the base. Could it be that this was an empty military base, undefended, or perhaps the enemy had already been eliminated? But before they could react, the fortress artillery built into the mountain had already opened fire. These fortress artillery pieces were antiques, many of them converted from heavy artillery. They were fixed directly into the mountain. The Wehrmacht had many antiques, and these antiques weren't really antiques. The oldest was only about 4 or 5 years old. How could they be called antiques at this age? But compared to the Wehrmacht's other weapons, they were already antiques. The long-distance artillery pieces were sent to museums, but many others had nowhere to go and were stored away. But the construction of the fortress gave these pieces a new use. Keeping these flowers in a warehouse would only keep them sealed, and would cost money to maintain. It would be better to keep them in the fortress, where they could fulfill their full military role. Before the dependents could react, Wehrmacht shells had already landed on their heads, instantly realizing that there were still enemies within the military base. Without hesitation, they immediately began seeking cover to avoid the attack. Although they had no experience with artillery, they were no fools. The best way to counter long-range attacks was to seek cover. Up until this moment, the dependents remained optimistic, believing that taking the military base was only a matter of time. Chapter 1579. The followers dodged the bombardment while searching for the location of the fortress's guns. When they discovered the attack was coming from within the mountain, they were stunned. What weapon could fire from within the mountain? The followers didn't have time to think. They immediately remembered the mission given by the dragon. Now that things have come to this, let's attack. Only by capturing the fortress could they claim credit before the dragon and become its true followers. In the dragon's lair, the dragon is everything, so it's natural for followers like them to serve it. Gaining the dragon's appreciation is difficult. Over the years, many followers have worked tirelessly, striving to become its dogs. Primarily, the dragon's godlike status has become deeply ingrained in people's minds, and all races in the dragon's lair are proud to serve it. So, upon discovering the fortress's location, they rushed forward like mad, intent on taking it. But was it really that easy to capture? The Wehrmacht hadn't intended to surrender the fortress empty-handed from the outset. Opening fire in return was intended to signal to the enemy that the fortress still existed. The Wehrmacht soldiers inside had been bullied by the dragon for a day or two, and now, finally seeing ground units enter the battlefield, they instantly unleashed their fury on the familiars. Who cares? You're all the dragon's lackeys anyway. You've been treated like dogs, so what's there to say? Here are the shells. The familiars had never imagined that, having only been slapped in the face by the dragon, they would face not only bullets, but also cannonballs. As the Wehrmacht approached the fortress, they came under fierce fire from a Wehrmacht machine gun squad. Although the Wehrmacht had only a few thousand men, they had maintained strict control over the fortress from the outset. They followed the exacting standards of the original underground base construction. The Wehrmacht had no experience building fortresses, so they drew inspiration from underground base construction and the Elven Empire's experience with the construction of the southern fortresses. In fact, when the Wehrmacht planned to build a Dragon's Lair fortress, Many Wehrmacht officers were skeptical, believing that the dragons would never turn against them, and that the base would be used primarily as an offensive base and would not be attacked. And there was no reason for the dragons to attack, but reality dealt everyone a slap in the face. The dragons' attack crushed the Wehrmacht's pride. The defenders of the fortress had been bullied by the dragon for 2 days, and were already furious. As soon as the families approached, they were met with machine gun fire and a barrage of grenades. The Wehrmacht squads not only had machine gun squads, but also grenade squads. The distribution of firepower was entirely based on modern warfare. Furthermore, defending a fortress offered a significant advantage, an unlimited supply of ammunition. Besides its sturdy fortifications, the fortresses were able to hold their ground, thanks to their ample supply of strategic supplies and ammunition. Of course, beyond these factors, the most important factor was manpower. For example, during World War I, the Verdun fortress complex. Among them, the most famous fortress was Fort Douaumont. This fortress was built at great expense by the Gauls of the time. In addition to the initial investment of 700 million francs, countless more were subsequently invested. The goal was to build a complete fortress complex. The Gauls at the time needed to build these fortresses because they had lost the Franco-Prussian War, and their borders had been redrawn. To ensure unimpeded access from the border to the capital, 4 fortresses were built, with Verdun, a key transportation route, blocking the path between the capital and the border. In World War I, Verdun played a crucial role. Hans's strategy at the time was to concentrate superior forces for a decisive battle with the Gauls. So they decisively chose Verdun as the venue for the decisive battle. The problem was that the Gauls, on the other side, had originally intended to hold the enemy hostage at Verdun and several other fortresses. It can only be said that the bizarre matchmaking system of World War I brought these two oddballs together. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle at Verdun. When talking about Verdun, one cannot help but mention the fortress of Verdun. Speaking of fortresses, we naturally can't miss Fort Douaumont, the premier fortress of the time. Some might assume that, as a premier fortress, Douaumont would have suffered heavy casualties before it fell. While this proved true, there's a premise that came later. At the start of the war, Douaumont was still in Gaul. But it quickly changed hands. To be precise, the change of ownership took less than a night. Because Douaumont's garrison was at its lowest, it had only a little over 60 men. When Hans led his army to Douaumont, the Gallic soldiers inside were stunned. They surrendered without hesitation. Most of them were local militias, and had never seen Hans's troops before. So, I got to experience the World War II early access test server firsthand. As the premier fortress at the time, it was captured by Hans without a doubt. However, the Gauls subsequently suffered over 100,000 casualties in the battle for this fortress. Hans also suffered nearly 100,000 casualties. A Gallic general at the time famously said this: "If we want to capture this fortress, we need at least 100,000 men, but if we don't capture it, we lose 100,000 men to it." This single-minded approach has become a double-edged sword. So, before the invention of weapons of mass destruction, even fortress artillery was powerless against fortresses. Because the caliber of fortress artillery at the time generally ranged from 400 to 600 millimeters. Adding to the technological limitations of the time, the power of fortress artillery was very limited. Furthermore, the level of building materials then was not much different from today's. Fortresses made of reinforced concrete were simply impossible to blast through with ordinary artillery. The Wehrmacht had already abandoned fortress tactics. But in the end, these giant tornadoes experienced what Verdun was like. Chapter 1580. The clansmen were about to launch their attack when they were met with a fierce attack from the Wehrmacht. The fortress was built in the center of the military base, the highest point in the entire complex. Many of the fortress's guns were located in the middle and upper reaches of the mountain. Thus, the Wehrmacht could overlook everything below through the fortress's guns. Although most of the fortress's guns were relatively outdated compared to modern artillery, in the confined space of a military base, range was negligible, caliber was paramount. After all, if you wanted to attack the fortress, you had to be within the artillery's range. One shot from him would instantly destroy you. What did the big guns matter? Even if I'm off by more than 10 meters, it wouldn't matter. Does my 400mm caliber gun have a 10-meter error? Most of the fortress's guns at the military base have a caliber of over 400mm. It's not that the Wehrmacht didn't have antique artillery pieces over 100mm. Why bother with all this when you have large caliber artillery serving as fortress guns? Why not choose a smaller caliber over a large one? For fortress guns, simply choose a large caliber. Logistical considerations are more complex. And these fortress guns aren't just land-based artillery. There's also a significant portion of coastal defense artillery, and most importantly, a number of naval guns removed from battleships. Using land artillery on ships is a necessity, and using naval artillery on land is sheer arrogance. But the Wehrmacht won't bother with all that. Forget about all that nonsense, just talk to my naval guns, the fortress guns, unconcerned about whether the runway or the ground would be damaged, simply began pouring ammunition. Perhaps in the past, these military structures were important to the Wehrmacht. No one was willing to destroy these military buildings. But times have changed, and the Wehrmacht is now completely different from before. Not only are the Wehrmacht rich, but they're also willing to spend money, even more willing to sacrifice their lives. Because the Wehrmacht has done some calculations. It costs at least 5 gold coins to train a regular Wehrmacht soldier. This is just the training cost, not including weapons and equipment. The cost of weapons and equipment for a Wehrmacht soldier is equal to the cost of training. Of course, this is just for an ordinary Wehrmacht infantryman. For example, machine gunners, sharpshooters, grenadiers, and the like require more training costs, and their corresponding equipment is also more valuable. The training and equipment value of an ordinary Wehrmacht infantryman exceeds 10 gold coins. The total cost of a machine gunner is around 20 gold coins, with a grenadier coming in second at 16 gold coins. The sharpshooter is the least valuable of the three, costing around 13 gold coins. Because the sharpshooter's most expensive possession might be his weapon. Due to the unique characteristics of the magical world, Leon hasn't issued a complete gun ban. The number of firearms held by civilians has reached a terrifying level. The key is that Leon hasn't banned it. It's not that Leon doesn't ban it, but rather that these guns bring a sense of security to ordinary people. If ordinary people can own weapons, it will at least deter those mages and fighting monks who want to commit crimes. But not banning guns doesn't mean ordinary people can easily obtain guns. Obtaining a gun is practically impossible. First, you need to have a certain level of financial resources. Secondly, you must have a certificate from the National Defense Force. The National Defense Force will provide training to those seeking to obtain a firearm, teaching them how to use it and who to point it at. To successfully obtain the certificate, they must score a high score of 90 or above. After obtaining the certificate, they must then obtain another certificate from the security force. Each gun has a unique serial number and can only be used within its designated district. For example, let's say Leon obtained a gun legally. This gun can only be used in District 1, where Leon lives. To take a gun outside District 1, you must obtain a certificate from the security force. This proves that you are a good person and that the weapon has a valid purpose. Otherwise, why would you want to take a weapon out of District 1? There are only two possible reasons for taking a weapon out of the area. One is to go out on business, and the other is to commit a crime. Under this strict system, it is extremely difficult to buy a weapon and use it for criminal purposes. Of course, if you're a terrorist determined to commit a crime, then there's no question about it. But most civilians who obtain gun licenses have passed psychological testing. These tests confirm that they aren't diabolical criminals. Many believe that psychological testing is useless, and that some people might try to evade it. But in reality, your calculations stand up to true professionals. The Intelligence Bureau is called the Intelligence Bureau not only because of its intelligence capabilities, but also because of its understanding of human nature. The Intelligence Bureau, the National Defense Forces, and the security forces all work together on a three-pronged approach. Ensure that every civilian who obtains a gun is a normal person. Not only that, the people in the country are also quite tough. Having a gun gives them confidence, and the people often discuss the Wehrmacht's military operations. What many Wehrmacht commanders don't realize is that the people who truly understand military affairs aren't in their staffs, but among the people. And they're chatting under the trees. So, in many cases, the Wehrmacht's military operations are completely open. While the specific content isn't disclosed, the general direction is. This means that the Wehrmacht's operations can be criticized by the public. The public can point out any shortcomings in the Wehrmacht's operations. However, there is usually a 3 or 4 day lag between the Wehrmacht's military operations and the public receiving the news. Sometimes, the lag can reach as much as a week or even half a month. This is to prevent those with ulterior motives from inferring the Wehrmacht's offensive routes based on intelligence. This rigorous approach makes the Wehrmacht's intelligence system very comprehensive and gives the public confidence. After all, battle reports may deceive, but the battle lines cannot. Rather than believing those exaggerated battle reports, it's better to trust the simple, unpretentious battle lines. After all, there were battle reports of successive victories, and subsequent defeats in past lives. It can only be said that moral victories are too authoritative. After learning that the Wehrmacht intended to hold the fortress at the Dragon's Nest military base, many civilians were unsure. While they knew the Wehrmacht would not surrender, and that the fortress was even stronger than they had anticipated, the problem was that they were facing a dragon. The people didn't know much about the dragon's situation, nor did they know how to confront it. So, they were filled with awe and awe. As the saying goes, a lion fights a rabbit with all its might. Even more so when it comes to humans versus dragons. Therefore, public support for the use of mushroom weapons is very strong. It's so powerful in the show, just blow it up. Dragon? ? Chapter 1581. Lion was completely bewildered by the people's request. What do you mean by using mushrooms to blow up the dragon's lair? Hey my friend, that's not the way to do it. Lion didn't know if he could destroy the dragon with one shot, but he knew that if he did, the dragon's lair would be in trouble. This is the dragon's lair. Lion had planned so much for this fertile land. The dragon's lair is an undeveloped land, boasting not only a beautiful environment, but also countless resources. Lion had planned so much for all of this, and now you're asking me to blow them all up. Is this acceptable? Of course not. So Leon stated that he wouldn't use mushroom weapons unless absolutely necessary. But even if the big mushrooms couldn't be used, the small ones weren't ineffective. Lion immediately mobilized two 160 bombers, preparing for a large-scale operation. They would carry thermobaric bombs and other small pumpkins. The main goal was to destroy the dragon. The dragon's minions launched an attack on the fortress. The fortress's cannons evenly spread the dragon's minions across the ground. Many minions couldn't even tell north from south. Due to the widespread artillery fire, the fortress's shells landed on the ground, scattering fragments. Many minions were instantly reduced to smithereens. Those smeared on the ground were relatively unscathed, at least leaving a trace. Many more had simply turned to liquid. Somewhere, not even a trace remained. While most of the dragon's minions were cannon fodder, some were truly substantial. They formed the core of the dragon's minions and practiced magic. They were the backbone of the dragon's followers. Faced with the fortress's artillery, they immediately launched an attack. Using their cannon fodder to draw the enemy's fire, they simultaneously channeled their magic to advance rapidly. The fortress's artillery wasn't omnipotent. The Wehrmacht's artillery couldn't lock onto the enemy. After all, it was a relief that such an antique could even be used. And the Wehrmacht's artillery wasn't weak. A single shot could devastate a vast area. Even the core members of the dragon's followers couldn't withstand the Wehrmacht's fire. They could only duck and hide among the crowd, looking for an opportunity. They quickly approached the fortress and searched for its entrance, but were horrified to discover that there was no entrance at all. It had been blocked by the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht knew the dragon might attack the fortress. So, they had already renovated the fortress. And, prepared to live and die with the fortress, they immediately blocked the fortress from the outset of the battle. They had blocked every entrance to the fortress. At the same time, even the entrance to the fortress was blocked. The long passage was blocked by poured concrete. When the dragon's followers found the entrance and painstakingly smashed it open, they saw not a passage, but a thick wall of concrete. At that moment, the followers were stunned. They turned their gaze to the fortress overhead. The Wehrmacht soldiers glanced down, watching the people below stare at them with disdainful smiles. If you want to get in, you must blow up the fortress. The dragon's followers began to contact their superiors. They came up with a plan. Send someone to blow up the fortress. The dragons gathered a large number of magic crystals and chose a relatively low fortress, preparing to blow it up. The Wehrmacht defenders inside immediately realized their intention to blow it up. They began pouring grenades and various bullets into the base. But the dragon followers withstood the attacks and buried a large amount of explosives beneath the fortress. By the time they had finished burying the explosives, a river of blood flowed beneath the fortress, and many soldiers had died. Boom! With a loud explosion, a breach in the fortress was blasted open, and the dragon followers immediately poured in, preparing to capture it. But as the fortress was blown open, the Wehrmacht inside also reacted and immediately sent troops to block the breach. While these dragon followers were a core force with a certain level of cultivation, the Wehrmacht was more ruthless. They set up artillery in the passageway. While they weren't large-caliber artillery, they brought out the antique 75mm anti-tank guns. This thing might have a slight disadvantage against vehicles, but against infantry, each shot only fired once. As the dragon's followers rushed into the passage, ready to unleash their slaughter, they saw the Wehrmacht's artillery trained on them. Hey buddy, what's going on? I just stormed the fortress, didn't I? Are you using artillery to fire at me? The Wehrmacht didn't care about casualties. Even though they knew using artillery inside the fortress might affect them, the entire fortress had fewer than 1,000 defenders, and the followers from outside were still pouring in. If they could use artillery to collapse the passage, they could hold off the followers for longer. The Wehrmacht commander had already ordered explosives planted within the lower forts, to be detonated immediately if they were breached, collapsing them and blocking the passage. The dragon's followers attacked with frenzy. There was no trace of calm in their eyes, only fervor and ecstasy filled them. Because the dragon had decreed that if they could capture the fortress, their tribe would become the first of the clan. The temptation was simply irresistible to them. But upon seeing the artillery, their thoughts suddenly cleared. I said I was just passing by, would you believe me? But all they heard in response was the roar of the Wehrmacht's artillery. The Wehrmacht positioned their anti-tank guns flat on the passageway, and fired straight down. With one volley, the dragon's followers in the passage were instantly ripped in two. Some were tragically pierced directly by the artillery, their bodies instantly shattered in two. Then the shell shattered several of their comrades behind them. The terrifying blast not only affected the dragon's followers behind them, but also blew away the Wehrmacht soldiers in front. A large amount of concrete debris flew towards the Wehrmacht artillery positions. Many soldiers suffered cuts on their faces. But the Wehrmacht soldiers paid no mind to this, and continued firing, mainly focusing on rapid fire. Some powerful members of the dragon's followers prepared to charge under the barrage. Just as the Wehrmacht gunner fired a shot, he saw a monster the size of a small tank charging towards him. The shell struck the monster like tickles. Without hesitation, the gunner immediately ignited the explosives nearby and turned to run. He rushed into a nearby room, closed the door, and lowered the bolts. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed from outside the door. Chapter 1582. The dragon's followers, who launched the initial attack, had already broken through. But only a portion of them had actually entered the fortress. The majority of the followers were blocked outside. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack, but there were only so many entrances, and they simply couldn't squeeze everyone in. So they could only wait outside. Initially, they were anxious, but after seeing how these powerful other structures couldn't take the fortress, their faces suddenly lit up. So you're no match for them. We have to rely on you. The leader of a certain clan personally visited the front lines to encourage his men. It was morning, and many of the clan's soldiers were eating breakfast outside the military base's attack range. They had set up large pots, ready to feast. But when the team leader arrived and saw the clan soldiers eating, his face suddenly turned sour. Are you so desperate for breakfast? Everyone else is attacking, and all you do is eat. The soldiers exchanged glances, remaining silent, then buried their heads in their food. No need to worry about all that. A full stomach is essential for fighting. The soldiers' idea was sound, but they encountered a strange boss. The tribe leader saw the soldiers still buried their heads in their food. Instantly displeased, he launched into a barrage of abuse at his men. We are the strongest warriors in our tribe. I don't want you to lose face over breakfast, so I decided. If you can capture this military base, I treat you to breakfast. And it's a truly sumptuous one. Only after you capture the base can you enjoy breakfast. Do you understand? The patriarch's oath failed to lift the soldiers' spirits. They didn't care. To them, the patriarch's words only served to tell them they couldn't eat breakfast. To get breakfast, they had no choice but to launch a fierce assault on the military base, attempting to capture it and buy themselves breakfast. But without breakfast, how could they have the energy to capture it? The soldiers braced themselves for the attack, but the outcome was beyond their expectations. The expected artillery bombardment didn't arrive as they approached the base, as the Wehrmacht was engaged in a fierce battle with other soldiers in the fortress's passageways. They had no time to attend to the soldiers attacking from the perimeter. Even many of the fortress's gunners had taken up their rifles and gone to fight in the passageways. So, these later soldiers reached the fortress unimpeded. And they continued to enter the fortress unimpeded. When they learned they had successfully approached the fortress, they were instantly overjoyed. The fortress was right before their eyes. A single attack would secure its capture. But was that really the case? After launching their attack, they strangely discovered they couldn't get in at all. The earlier core force had failed to penetrate the fortress. Now that they were here, they were at best cannon fodder. Maybe a few of them were the best among the cannon fodder, but the best among the cannon fodder were still cannon fodder. The cannon fodder's combat effectiveness was already low, and without breakfast, it was even lower. After finally entering the fortress, these cannon fodder were stunned by the Wehrmacht inside. The Wehrmacht didn't care, unleashing every possible trick on these soldiers. Anti-tank guns were only the most basic. After all, they required at least a few people to operate them, But some radical Wehrmacht soldiers even resorted to using grenades directly in the passageways, leaving the soldiers no chance of survival. The soldiers were desperate, momentarily lost. How could they possibly take the fortress? However, the response wasn't from other soldiers, but from Wehrmacht shells. If the grenades were still used by individuals, then many Wehrmacht soldiers would simply fire bazookas at these soldiers. Grenade launchers were too expensive, and since they weren't professional grenadiers, they were practically incapable of maneuvering them. But bazookas were different. It could be said that almost every Wehrmacht soldier could use one. 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers defended the fortress, while tens of thousands of Dragon's families launched a siege, employing a rotational attack. But the Wehrmacht ultimately ripped through them. With only 1,000 men, the Wehrmacht stopped the group's attack and pinned them down in the passage, preventing them from advancing a single step. If the ones using bazookas weren't considered human, then those manning machine guns were even more inhumane. That's right, the Wehrmacht simply blocked the path with machine guns. Whatever you mean. I thought they were concrete targets. Go talk to my .50 caliber Lao Gan Ma. We're all just trying to survive. The Wehrmacht soldiers were completely inhumane, completely beating the Dragon's families to a pulp. They simply couldn't break through the Wehrmacht's hail of bullets. More accurately, it was a blockade of gunfire. After 2 rounds of attacks, these soldiers, who hadn't eaten breakfast, were completely routed, as they simply didn't have the energy to fight the Wehrmacht. They barely fired a few shots when they felt their strength wear out. Some might say they could survive without food for days. But don't forget, these were regular troops, and most of these dependent soldiers wore armor and wielded long swords and broadswords. They were primitive beings, though most of them were magicians with some ranged attack capabilities. Wearing 40 or 50 kilograms of armor, coupled with the intense combat, they simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of breakfast. No one could withstand it. Those who managed to endure were, without exception, heroes who went down in history. Not everyone could fight the enemy to the bitter end in the snow and ice without food or water. Clearly, the Dragon dependents lacked the strength and courage, let alone the faith. Perhaps in their eyes, the Dragon was their faith, but many of the lower-ranking soldiers knew full well that dragons were not theirs at all. These so-called beliefs were merely the words of their clan leader and elders. Their true faith was simply to be well-fed and clothed. But faith in the Dragon offered them no real help. It only led them into the abyss of so-called sacrifice and cannon fodder. But their voices were weak, powerless to change the world around them. They could only drift with the tide. After 2 hours of fierce fighting, the group finally gave up and retreated, leaving their leader furious. "You can't even take a small fortress. What are you doing?" the leader barked. The commander, who had just arrived, rushed over upon hearing the news and demanded to know why the generals hadn't taken the fortress. "Because I haven't eaten. We can't take this fortress." "What? You said you launched the attack without eating? Who gave the order?" The commander was horrified. As a competent commander, he knew that his soldiers must be well fed before battle. That's why he never withheld rations from his soldiers. So why were his men starving now? The soldiers all looked at the clan leader beside the commander, and the commander instantly understood. Civil officials are interfering with military power. Chapter 1583. Feeling the commander's gaze, the clan leader felt a little uncomfortable, but he didn't admit his mistake. Great warriors don't need excuses. If they can't conquer, they can't conquer. There's no need for such excuses, let alone justifying your mistakes. The soldiers curled their lips at the clan leader's words. Yes, you're so arrogant. You say you don't need excuses, yet you're here defending yourself." The soldiers didn't take the so-called clan leader seriously at all. In their eyes, the commander was the one who mattered most. The commander's orders were far more effective to them than the clan leaders. Could it be that the clan leader also knew military strategy? But those few who claimed to be knowledgeable in military tactics and history didn't end well. Watching the clan leader find various excuses to shirk his mistakes, the commander shook his head helplessly. "It's hopeless." Next. The commander's expression wasn't very expressive. Perhaps he had already anticipated what these rebellious politicians would do. Luckily, he had already ordered his adjutant to act according to circumstances. The adjutant, realizing they were being sent packing, instantly came to his senses and immediately retreated with his men. On the surface, the battle seemed prolonged, but in reality, only a few hundred men entered the fortress, engaged the enemy for a brief moment, and then withdrew. It was a spectacle staged right under the clan leader's nose. The battle was fought, the equipment was consumed, and the objective was achieved. Isn't that enough? What do you mean by casualty list? You don't need to look at that. You don't even need to look at that. The adjutant decisively failed to report the casualties, attempting to cover it up. However, the clan leader, having arrived at the front, didn't care. He only wanted a victory, a political victory for them, and didn't care about casualty figures. For politicians like them, casualties were just numbers. They cared about everything political. The commander then tactfully addressed the clan leader. "Clan leader, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Which came first, the chicken or the egg?" The clan leader was somewhat bewildered by the question. This is inherently contradictory. Whether we eat before attacking the fortress or not, the ultimate goal is only one: to capture the fortress. But the problem lies with the fortress. Since the ultimate goal is to capture the fortress, why don't we eat first? If we attack with empty stomachs, our combat effectiveness will be exponentially reduced, resulting in increased casualties and the time required to capture the fortress. You are our leader, but I want to tell you that you are not an expert in military affairs, so you must learn to observe. The lives of the soldiers are lives too. They should not be sacrificed here in vain. They should be doing something more valuable, better serving the dragon. The commander's words were very tactful, but the adjutant understood his inner thoughts. From the beginning, the commander had never intended to speak to the clan leader in a friendly manner. Everything he did now was merely a way to mask his anger. The commander's thinking was simple. I have painstakingly trained these soldiers. If you can just let them die as cannon fodder with a single word, wouldn't all my training have been in vain? On the surface, the clan leader appears to be the head of the clan. However, military power rests with the commander. And the commander is no ordinary figure. He comes from a prominent family within the clan. Who's afraid of who if we clash? The commander's euphemism was intended to appease the soldiers while persuading the clan leader. The soldiers had already fought a meaningless battle, and on an empty stomach, which had a significant impact on morale. Therefore, the commander had no choice but to resort to this method to boost morale. This sentence translates to, the previous defeat was due to the commander's incompetence, and the previous defeat was due to the clan leader's misguided command. Now I am here, and I will lead you to victory. This also reassured the soldiers. The anger within many soldiers subsided. If things had continued this way, they might have exploded. After all, fighting a losing battle on an empty stomach, only to return to be scolded and denounced as worthless. This level of humiliation was simply unacceptable to them. If anyone dared to fire a single shot at this moment, it would likely have sparked a mutiny. The clan leader's face darkened after hearing the commander's words. He was deeply disgusted by the commander's usurpation of power. Even though the commander had humbled himself, he remained displeased. This is my kingdom. What do you want? Just as the commander and the clan leader were at a stalemate, the National Defense Forces came to their aid. Because the fortress was under attack, the National Defense Forces Aircraft Carrier Battle Group and the East Continent's Air Base received orders to deploy fighter jets. The aircraft in the Carrier Battle Group never stopped. They basically took off immediately after returning to the deck to resupply. Because each reinforcement from the East Continent's fighters allowed the Carrier Battle Group's aircraft to deploy 4 or 5 times, the Carrier Battle Group's 200-plus aircraft became the fortress's limited air power. As the commander and the clan leader argued, a national defense fighter jet roared past, surprising everyone. A missile descended, accurately blowing the clan leader skyward. In fact, given the clan leader's strength, he wouldn't have been blown up at all. Because he was old and furious at the moment. He wouldn't have cared less. He just wanted to show his strength, but the national defense attack came unexpectedly. It blew him skyward. Well, no need to show your strength now, you can just breathe on the fighter jets. After learning that the clan leader had been killed, the commander was a little stunned. Because he couldn't believe this chatterbox leader was gone just like that. But it turned out that this leader was indeed gone. So what should we do now? While the commander was hesitating, the adjutant beside him immediately rushed forward and knelt on one knee. Welcome to the new leader. At the adjutant's words, every soldier present immediately knelt in obedience. The commander they had been with day and night was much better than this so-called leader. The leader? ? So I'm just part of your play? Chapter 1584. The war in Dragon's Nest has officially begun. For the people of Great Yen, this is a distant war. People still chat under the trees, as if this war has nothing to do with them. But for the lower classes of Dragon's Nest, this is a war that has torn them apart. In the land of Dragon's Nest, in addition to the giant dragons, there live a large number of dragon followers. To put it bluntly, these dragon followers are there to develop Dragon's Nest for the dragons. Many of the dragons in Dragon's Nest are lazy, only lazy, or simply incapable of developing the nest. So, Wylea originally brought some of the followers to Dragon's Nest to let them develop the nest. Otherwise, Dragon's Nest would be a barren wasteland, unpleasant to anyone. The followers thrived in the deep mountains and forests of Dragon's Nest, developing the nest under the protection of the dragons. But this kind of protection isn't free. If you want it, you have to pay something. The dragons look down on these people's meager gains, but that doesn't mean they won't take anything in return. Dragons are greedy, so they gather whatever resources they can. If the annual taxes paid by these followers are just a small amount for them, they accumulate them. They don't care how much money they earn. For them, as long as they have money, they're happy. They love to exploit the common people. After all, it keeps them well fed. And it doesn't require any effort, just a flick of the finger. Because the clan leaders of these clans are more than happy to accept the dragon's protection, they see it as the highest honor to serve the dragon as their dog. But the clan leader couldn't afford to shoulder everything, so it was the common people who truly paid the price. Because of the clan leader's words, these people had to increase taxes. For the common people, the belief in dragons was too far away. Their only hope was to have enough food and clothing. Unlike the clan leader, these common people worked diligently and strived to survive. In normal times, these common people could barely get by, but now it was different. With the onset of the war, the people of Dragon's Lair gradually realized something was amiss, as they discovered the dragons were levying increased taxes. In reality, these taxes weren't levied by the dragons, but by the clan leader, who needed to send troops to capture fortresses and curry favor with the dragons. Expanding the military required increasing military spending, and where would that money come from? The clan leader couldn't just draw from his own personal coffers. So, taxes were imposed on the common people. The common people's situations varied. Some were barely getting by. Even with the increased taxes, they could still barely get by. But many ordinary people simply couldn't bear such a massive tax. Their lives, already miserable, were now completely devastated. And most puzzlingly, the clan leader demanded not only money but also labor. After all, the front needed soldiers, and where would they come from? From the clan, of course. With a single word from the clan leader, the common people had to hand over their savings and send their children to the battlefield. This outcome was unacceptable to many ordinary people, but the question was whether they could simply refuse. The clan leader is the emperor of the clan. The common people simply cannot disobey the clan leader. Faced with the clan leader's demands, they can only choose to endure. Many people initially chose to accept silently. After all, they truly couldn't stand the clan leader. But sometimes, you can't just surrender and escape. In the inland area of Dragon's Lair, in a thatched hut, a young boy was tidying up. He was a half-dragon, and a member of the half-dragon clan. Half-dragons are a combination of human and dragon. They possess not only the power of dragon blood, but also the wisdom of humans. For this reason, half-dragons are very popular in Dragon's Lair. After all, obtaining dragon blood is not a good thing, and many have suffered backlash. Other clans simply dare not offend the half-dragons, because they can find 78 ways to kill them. Although the half-dragons hold a high status, this is merely a sign of respect and attitude from the outside world. In reality, the half-dragon clan itself is also very chaotic. On paper, there was one clan leader. In reality, power was divided among several elders. Although the dragon clan valued the half-dragon clan, they couldn't interfere in their internal affairs. After all, who would keep an eye on other people's affairs? The dragon clan had a simple plan. They wanted their clan members to be self-reliant. Therefore, several elders recruited a large number of half-dragon clan members to prepare for the next clan leader election. However, the war took a different turn. The elders were forced to send their own men to participate in the war, but the clan leader, in the process, began to stir up trouble and sow discord. Several of the elders' men suffered heavy casualties, and the clan leader emerged as the ultimate winner. But the common people suffered the most. In this thatched hut stood a young man. The young man was a typical half-dragon, possessing some dragon traits, but more human. Among the half-dragons, the dragon companions value their dragon traits the most. The more pronounced the dragon traits, the higher their status. The purer their dragon bloodline. However, since half-dragons are the product of a combination of dragon and human, it's impossible for all virtues to be present. The stronger the dragon bloodline, the lower the half-dragon's IQ. And the more human bloodline, the higher the IQ. Of course, this is relative, and there are some rare exceptions. Some possess not only dragon blood, but also human intelligence. But to be frank, these are rare. The young man was a half-dragon of low status, somewhat human. However, his father was a powerful half-dragon. His father's strength wasn't enough to protect the family, and he was sent directly into the army. His mother was away at work, so the young man took care of everything at home. It wasn't that the boy didn't want to work and study, it was his bloodline that dictated his inability to receive an education. Perhaps a preponderance of human blood would make a half-dragon more intelligent, but half-dragons never paid any attention to those who were biased towards humans. This was the dragon's feat. Your bloodline was simply an insult to the dragon's eyes. The boy was confined at home, but this couldn't dampen his ambition. Originally, the boy planned to accumulate strength and overthrow the clan leader's rule. But a war disrupted his plans. He had to change the status quo quickly, or rather, put things on the right track as soon as possible. Unfortunately, at this critical moment, a pleasant female voice rang out. Amin, are you there? How's your family? They're imposing severe taxes now, and my family can't handle it anymore. Chapter 1585. Ming's face darkened upon hearing this. Doesn't Aunt Minzy have some savings? Xiaoyu. The young man began to speak, but paused mid-sentence, wanting to continue. He seemed to recall a recent situation. His family was able to cope because he had a father, but Xiaoyu's family wasn't so well off. Xiaoyu's father had died long ago, and she relied entirely on her mother. The reason Ming and Xiaoyu were so close was because Ming's family hadn't made a fortune back then. So Ming's father and Xiaoyu's father arranged a marriage. Not only were they childhood sweethearts, but they had been inseparable for years, completely accepting each other. Ming often helped Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was a strong-willed girl, but now she no longer cared. Her coming to Ming meant that Xiaoyu simply couldn't handle it all, or that she simply couldn't handle it on her own. The chief has overtaxed the area, and even taxed my mother's workshop. A significant portion of her salary has been deducted, all under the pretext of preparing for war. Xiaoyu didn't want to say any more. There was no point in continuing. A single word from the chief could destroy everything. What else could be said? Amin lowered his head after hearing this, then spoke. Father has also written. The fighting on the front lines is fierce. We can't break through the Wehrmacht's defensive fortresses. They're stuck like nails along the coast, becoming a major threat to the dragons. The dragons don't care about our casualties. They only want to capture the fortresses. But what about us? How many casualties will it cost? Several major clans suffered tens of thousands of casualties to capture that fortress, and they might not even have been able to take it. Tens of thousands of casualties just to make a giant dragon smile. Tell me, is it necessary for a clan leader like that to continue in that position? Ming spoke without hesitation. Xiaoyu immediately covered Ming's mouth when she heard it. Ming. This is dragon territory. Let's keep quiet. Watching the beautiful woman's actions, Ming shook his head. I used to think I was half dragon, and I was proud of my identity. But later, I realized that so-called status is nothing. Half-dragons never considered me their compatriot, so why should I consider a half-dragon, or even a dragon, everything to me? Listening to Ming's words, Xiaoyu fell silent. Because what Ming said was true. Xiaoyu had always known the life Ming had led over the years. The purer the bloodline among the half-dragons, the higher their status, and naturally, the better their lives. The clan leader even provided these pure-blooded half-dragons with generous subsidies. These half-dragons received large sums of money, and lived a better life than others. Ironically, the money these half-dragons received was all extorted from ordinary people. They exploited ordinary people to ensure the good lives of these pure-blooded people. This hierarchical division went beyond class. If class was merely a barrier, then this distribution of people would completely block the future of half-dragons. The situation of half-dragons was not optimistic, or rather unique. The lower-class people could not earn any money, and even had to pay for it. Meanwhile, the half-dragons, who didn't have to work, were able to enjoy all this openly. The lower classes had long been dissatisfied with the half-dragons. Amin had been active among the lower classes for years. He often spoke with workers and farmers, even taking the initiative to speak among them. He would explain the existence of classes, and the need for class struggle. Without class struggle, they would be unable to change the exploitation of the working class and peasantry. Amin's father was an officer, and his mother was a factory worker in management. Logically, Amin should be a member of the capitalist class, or even a half-dragon. The problem was that Amin never chose to side with these classes, but firmly stood with the lower classes. He would not change his beliefs because of his background and family, because he knew that the future belonged to these lower classes. As the dragon's followers, they naturally knew more. So they understood the specific circumstances of the past, and why the dragon had fled here. So, after becoming dissatisfied with the dragon, their thoughts gradually changed. Amin always concealed his identity, and gave speeches to the common people, awakening them to their fundamental principles. So much so that many within the half-dragon race wanted to strangle Amin. Although Amin was not a powerful figure, he commanded a large group of followers. Each time his speech was discovered, someone would come to cover his escape. And most importantly, Amin's father had long been aware of his son's actions. Yet he did not stop or oppose them, but instead quietly protected his son from behind. His goal was to prevent his son from being exploited and harmed by those conspirators. With the support of all parties, Amin successfully gained considerable prestige among the lower classes. But Amin wasn't satisfied with this. He began to plot further, aiming to completely change the deformed social structure of the half-dragon race. In his eyes, what mattered to him was not the half-dragons, a bunch of good-for-nothings, but the attitude of the dragons. As a dragon's dependent, Amin should have been full of respect for the dragons, but in his heart, he was filled with disdain. Because in his eyes, the dragons were just a bunch of idlers waiting to die. Or perhaps it could be said that those who had been active in the world in recent years were all good-for-nothings. Amin never cared about the thoughts of these good-for-nothings. Amin wanted to rush over and kill them all. But there was no other way. This was the dragons' territory, and the dragons were everything. But now things were different. A sudden war disrupted not only the dragons, but also the half-dragons, and it also gave Amin an opportunity. The dragons were likely to lose this foreign war. This was because Amin had learned something. The so-called National Defense Force had already conquered all the surrounding territories. They already possessed the power to unify the world. After all, even at the height of their power, the dragons didn't completely control the planet. So Amin had the foresight to predict the dragons' defeat. As taxes on the half-dragons increased, Amin's plans matured. These days, he ostensibly stayed at home, but in reality, he would go out at night to contact his subordinates. On the surface, he looked like a teenager of 18 or 19, but in reality, he was already the leader of an organization. Chapter 1586. Amin thought a lot, but couldn't come up with a way to change the half-dragon clan. Because as long as the mighty dragon loomed over them, they could only become the dragon's lackeys. Besides, the clan leader and his armed forces wouldn't allow them to overturn the table. In fact, even if they wanted to overturn the table, they would have to consider whether they could defeat the half-dragon soldiers. The half-dragon soldiers didn't care about that. They obeyed both the clan leader and the dragon. Even some elders were able to gain some military power, making it virtually impossible for a revolutionary like Amin to gain military power. Amin planned to swallow his anger and find ways to build a team. But the question was, how could that be possible? To build a team, you must have sufficient money or sufficient strength to recruit others. Amin simply didn't have the financial resources or the strength. For years, he'd been talking big. It wasn't that he didn't want to do anything, but that he simply couldn't do anything. The dragons watched, the clan leader controlled. A person like Amin simply could not accomplish anything. Even if he had thought about it countless times, in the end, it would be nothing more than empty talk. But there were countless others like Amin here. They, too, wanted to change their own clan. But the problem was that everything was deeply ingrained, and they were powerless to change anything. In the end, they were only gradually killed by their own dreams. Dreams did not become their driving force, but instead became their death warrant. Step by step, they were killed. Every day they could only dwell on the sorrow of the past. Faced with all this, they felt powerless. This sense of loss would gradually wear them down. Amin pondered, and a sudden thought struck him. He then made a bold decision, to launch an armed uprising. The Dragon Clan's situation was currently dire. They were being held down by the Wehrmacht. And the whereabouts of the Dragon Lord Vilya remained unknown. This was an outcome they found difficult to accept. Perhaps Amin knew that this uprising would likely be brutally suppressed, but for him, if he didn't revolt, his life might remain like this. He had to do something for his life and his future. He would rather die in the storm than wither in mediocrity. Just as Amin was about to overturn the table and rebel. On the special train, Vilya ultimately chose to save her life and abandon the Dragon Clan. More precisely, she allowed the Wehrmacht to launch an all-out war. However, there was an unwritten rule between the two sides. Only the families and the National Defense Forces were allowed to fight, meaning the dragons could not personally engage in combat. The outcome of this war was self-evident. In fact, Leon argued that a pointless war was unnecessary. The problem was that the dragons were unwilling to give up their last remaining dignity. As the Dragon Lord, Vilya had to find a suitable excuse to silence the nagging voices. So Vilya gave the order. Because Leon has reservations about the war, we cannot push the war to a higher level. If we were to take action, it would very likely invite the National Defense Forces' higher-level forces into the fray, and the war would then spiral out of our control. Vilya's explanation to the nation was very ambiguous. But the dragons seemed to understand Vilya's intention. The solution was actually very simple. That was for the dragons to send their kin to engage in fierce battle with the National Defense Forces. At first, the dragons hadn't made up their minds. But after seeing Chester slap a dragon away with a single blow, they instantly backed off. What? Sending kin? Such a good idea? Forget it, just send them. Sending kin to fight is better than having these dragons killed. So the dragons ordered the forced conscription of kin from various nations, intending to directly engage in a war between the lower classes. How could a mighty dragon defeat a human? The dragons were insanely arrogant. They believed they couldn't defeat a higher level force, perhaps because the tide behind them had beaten them to death on the beach. So they believed their own men could definitely defeat the National Defense Forces. However, while the idea was good, the reality was cruel. The clan successfully assembled. Then they launched an even more intense attack on the fortress, but the fortress's 1,000 defenders forcibly held off an attack of over tens of thousands of soldiers. On the special train, Leon looked at his mother-in-law with a solemn expression. Are you sure the dragons want to engage in a conventional war with us? Leon asked. Vilya nodded. If I don't do this, I won't be able to convince them. Without force, the dragons will never acknowledge your strength. But you can't slaughter all the dragons, so this is the only way to make them understand your strength. Leon was very satisfied, because this was the only way to convince the dragons. Although only conventional forces were mentioned, the Space Force does count as a conventional force. This time, however, Leon didn't directly deploy the Space Force. Instead, he planned to launch a comprehensive attack, completely destroying the entire dragon's conventional forces. A straightforward victory over the enemy wasn't a big deal. Or perhaps, the enemy would simply accept your strength, rather than submit. For many races, even after you conquered them by force, they still harbor resentment. So, it's essential to use the most powerful means to completely destroy the enemy in order to completely convince them. The soldiers of the fortress held out desperately. They initially thought reinforcements would arrive, but later realized none were coming. Because, aside from air support, the army hadn't made any movement at all. This left the defenders hopeless. The most desperate thing wasn't the lack of reinforcements, but the deception. The Wehrmacht provided airstrikes, but that wasn't enough. After receiving the order for all-out conventional warfare, the Wehrmacht's ground forces began to move. The first to act were the Navy, or more precisely, the Marines. After receiving the conventional war order, the Wehrmacht Marines immediately began their operation. 5,000 Marines chose to land on the other side of Dragon's Lair. It wasn't that they didn't want to reinforce the military base, but the base was surrounded by over 100,000 men. Landing now would be a death sentence. It would be better to let the Wehrmacht's aging battleships conduct a naval gunfire attack to deplete their manpower. The Wehrmacht successfully assembled and set its sights on a stretch of beach southeast of Dragon's Lair. This beach happened to be nestled in a concave bay. Being offshore effectively protected it from strong winds and waves. But being offshore had a disadvantage. It would hinder the deployment of the landing force. However, the bay was very large. It could accommodate thousands of landings at once. And most importantly, this beach was completely undefended. From the outset, the Wehrmacht hadn't seen any enemy forces defending it. And over the past few days, the Air Force had been scouting the area, intentionally or unintentionally, but had found nothing. Therefore, the Navy ultimately chose this landing site. Speed is of the essence in war, and the Wehrmacht will not hesitate. Chapter 1587. Outskirts of the military base. After 3 days of fierce fighting, tens of thousands of clansmen took turns fighting. Logically, this position should have been easily captured. But the results were less than ideal. Tens of thousands of Zhuanzu had only taken 1/3 of the fortress in 3 days. It wasn't that the clansmen weren't working hard enough, but rather that the National Defense Army was ruthless. As soon as the passageway was lost, they immediately detonated explosives to collapse it. And most crucially, there was no direct connection between the passageway and the upper level, and there was a concrete interlayer in between. This meant that if the lower level collapsed, the upper level could still be used. It was this reckless fighting strategy that successfully allowed the Dragon clansmen to break through their defenses. What kind of attack was this? They had no intention of taking over this fortress. They intended to use it as a disposable fortress. They were so wealthy, what could you possibly use to fight them? The clansmen had broken through their defenses. And somewhere in this outskirts of the area, in a camp, several soldiers from the familiar clan were chatting with one another. They were none other than soldiers from the Half-Dragon clan. 2 of them were Amin's companions. It was simply because their bloodlines were purer that they were directly drafted into the ranks. Their combined age was no more than 30, and they had been recently drafted. Normally, at this time, they'd be resting at home or attending school. They wouldn't be engaging in such meaningless activities on this battlefield. Aben, do you think we can go back? Amin said he'd find a way to change the situation. What are you dreaming about? Amin was right, but the problem was that Amin himself had little real power. Most of his so-called plans over the years had been empty talk. While what he said makes sense, it's all just empty talk. Aben, you're wrong. So what if it's just empty talk? Is everything Amin says wrong? The companion lowered his head in silence. But empty talk can't change anything. We still live in humiliation. So what? If we don't even have dreams in our hearts, is there any hope for this country? This country is already hopeless. The dragons only know how to guard their treasure trove, and the tribe leader only knows how to exercise his power. They think their orders are everything, but the problem is that their orders are never reasonable, or rather, they never care about our opinions. Tell me, is there any reason for us to save a country like this? The two soldiers' argument quickly attracted the attention of the others. The other soldiers rushed over after hearing the noise, but they didn't interrupt or report the two soldiers. Instead, they silently listened, absorbing the soldiers' complaints. The two soldiers belatedly realized they were surrounded by their comrades, but none of them had any intention of reporting them. It's okay, go on. We're also frustrated by this system. An officer spoke. The two men then began to discuss Amin's ideas and visions for the future. The soldiers listened, captivated. Their ideas were sound, but the reality was harsh. Amin's description of the future was a world of blossoming flowers and prosperity. The problem was, their current location was a pure hell, filled with the sounds of gunfire and screams. The Wehrmacht's artillery fire never ceased. The fleet on the sea maintained a constant suppressive fire on the shore. This prevented the Dragon Clan soldiers from launching an assault on the fortress from all sides, limiting their available manpower. This was an indirect reason why they had only captured a third of the fortress in recent days. Originally, an army of over 100,000 could have directly surrounded the fortress, but the problem lay in the terrain. They simply couldn't deploy offensive forces. Every day was filled with pointless casualties. They simply couldn't stand it anymore. The problem was that their clan leader lacked any, not even a hint of wisdom. He had simply treated all the soldiers as his lackeys. Heaven and earth are merciless, treating all things as straw dogs. But the problem was that this was heaven's will. But what about the clan leader? His brilliant decisions, as a leader, had cost the lives of countless soldiers. So they were ready to turn the tables. But everything needed a trigger, or rather, a suitable opportunity. But just as they were discussing this, news arrived. Oh no! The Wehrmacht has landed on the southeast coast. This news quickly spread to everyone. At first, the commander wanted to suppress the news. He didn't want it to spread. But the problem is that thoughts and reality are different. There's no such thing as a wall that's impenetrable. And many troops are now pretending to obey, because 3 days of fierce fighting have already worn out their morale. If it weren't for the punishment for desertion, they would have fled long ago. They have their families to take responsibility for. But this news was like a depth charge, stirring up 1,000 waves. Did you hear? The Wehrmacht has landed. What do you mean the Wehrmacht has reached the capital? What do you mean the Wehrmacht has captured the Dragon Lord? As the saying goes, 3 people make a tiger. The news quickly spread, and the morale of the Dragon Clan was low. They no longer had the same fighting spirit they once had. In their minds, they couldn't even take a fortress, let alone the Wehrmacht's main force. And the Wehrmacht's landing meant they would soon establish an outpost. The Dragon Clan had no choice but to recruit another batch of its own soldiers, forcibly conscripting 500,000 men to fight the Wehrmacht in the southeast. The Wehrmacht had never imagined that a single landing would simply overwhelm the Dragon Clan. When the Marines learned that hundreds of thousands of troops were coming to encircle them, they were stunned. I'm just landing, aren't I? Why are you so anxious? Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan was engaged in a discussion. Although the Wehrmacht has landed, I think these 5,000 men are insignificant. A bald clan commander pointed at a map and described the battlefield situation to the dragons. The dragons present looked uncertain as they listened to the bald commander's words. Tell me what you think. They first chose Sheila Harbor in the southeast region to land. This is indeed a possible landing point, but Sheila Harbor is located in a barren land. Chapter 1588. The Dragon Clan's headquarters was discussing war. After learning that the National Defense Force had landed in Sheila, the commanders and senior officials were all in a state of panic. Though they hadn't known the outside world, They had heard of the National Defense Force's formidable reputation. The National Defense Force was no pushover. Once they were allowed to land, or even set foot on the land, this land would never be at peace. The National Defense Force was being touted as an unforgivable evil. Even the dragons had heard of it. Of course, these were rumors. In reality, the National Defense Force had never been so brutal. The only targets of their brutality were the so-called orcs. Now that they had landed in Sheila Harbor, the dragons were completely panicked. The commanders asked the dragons their opinion, and they agreed to grant them full authority. While the dragons were capable fighters, the problem was that they had no experience commanding an army. You could have them slap the enemy to death, but asking them to command an army would be sheer suicidal thinking. So, they decisively chose not to command the army, putting no pressure on it, and letting it operate on its own. The dragons were proud, but not stupid. But the pressure fell on the commanders. These commanders knew full well that the dragons were difficult to serve. So, from the outset, they chose not to trust the dragons. The dragons' words were bullshit. Their orders were also vague, because they weren't sure how to command the army. After all, they had never directly engaged the Wehrmacht. After a long moment of reflection, their gaze focused northwest of Sheila. To the west lay a city called Kanha. This Kanha was no ordinary city. It was a battleground for military strategists. Though they were all members of the Dragon's clan, there were conflicts among the clans themselves. Kanha was not easy to conquer. The dragons had been here for 10,000 to 20,000 years, and Kanha had been attacked dozens of times. And most importantly, no one had ever truly conquered the city. This was because many clan regimes only enjoyed a peak of a few decades. After this peak, a long period of decline ensued. Then the regime split, and warlords fought for power. This was the truest portrayal of this land. But for the dragons, these decades of peak were but a drop in the ocean, a fleeting moment. They cared little for such matters. They only cared about their own interests. As long as you didn't infringe on the dragon's interests, they wouldn't take any action, no matter how you tried. Because as long as you maintained your daily tribute, they wouldn't take any action. After all, what they desired most was peace. The dragons hid in the dragon tide precisely to avoid the world's conflict. The dragons might not have known Kanha's importance, but the commanders instructed them to immediately begin discussing the defense of Kanha. However, the commanders quickly realized that they lacked many firearms, and were no match for the Wehrmacht's. Although the Wehrmacht's strength was inferior to their own soldiers, the weapons they possessed far exceeded their expectations. In addition to the most basic weapons, they also possessed a large number of heavy weapons, which made the soldiers very uncomfortable. Because the soldiers had previously suffered heavy losses in the battle attacking the military base, they were now forcibly conscripting 500,000 troops south to resist the National Defense Army's advance north. If they couldn't find a way to counter the National Defense Army's firearms, their 500,000-man army would be nothing more than a dead end. So the commanders decided to build a solid defense line in Kanha to stop the National Defense Army's attack. Kanha is a strategic military location with convenient transportation and extensive connections. Located at the heart of this transportation hub, Kanha has become a crucial hub. To encourage the dragon to increase its investment in Kanha, the commander was explaining Kanha's importance to Jurong. The ancient city of Kanha has been the scene of hundreds of battles, and countless heroes have perished here throughout history. It's an ancient city, and a vital one. It's not only a transportation corridor, but also a crucial barrier that controls the east, west, south, and north. If the Wehrmacht wants to advance north to rescue the military base, they must capture Kanha. But if we only send a few 100,000 troops to defend Kanha, the Wehrmacht will be unable to advance. And as far as we know, the Wehrmacht's advance force is only 5,000, while we have 500,000 versus 5,000, the advantage is ours no matter what, and since we lack firearms, we don't need to engage the Wehrmacht head-on. We can simply utilize cover and terrain. Our positions will force the Wehrmacht into close combat, and once that happens, we will have the upper hand, thanks to our bloodline power unmatched by humans. The commander's words were spot on, and they successfully reassured many dragons. In that case, then mobilize all the troops here to defend Kanha. A dragon spoke. Defending Kanha isn't enough. We must find a way to contain the Wehrmacht's advance. While defending the Feld area, launch an offensive from both flanks against the Wehrmacht's advance, aiming to trap these 5,000 men in a single area and force them to fight tooth and nail. The commander pointed to a basin southeast of Kanha. He deduced that the Wehrmacht would most likely launch its attack from there. His guess proved correct. The Wehrmacht did intend to attack from here, But the front line wasn't as simple as he imagined. On the beach, the roar of machinery echoed from this beautiful, tranquil harbor. A large number of vehicles had successfully landed. The Marines' vehicles were simple. Mostly Type 08s, Type 10s, and Type 05s. Heavy units like tanks were non-existent. The Wehrmacht lacked amphibious tanks. The Marines relied solely on infantry fighting vehicles capable of operating in shallow waters. And Type 05 assault guns. The Marines don't actually need heavy firepower. To be more precise, they don't need heavy firepower like tanks. The definition of a tank isn't to engage armor-piercing shells. It's to provide the backbone of urban and positional warfare. Strong defenses, coupled with a powerful main gun, make it a mobile fortress. Infantry fighting vehicles, on the other hand, provide a protective umbrella for the infantry. The 30mm gun can target some light vehicles and kill large numbers of infantry. And the mobility of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles allows for rapid reinforcements. Although the Marines don't have tanks, almost every platoon has an assault gun. And almost every squad has an infantry fighting vehicle. After gaining a foothold on the beach, the Wehrmacht immediately began building a beachhead and sending advanced troops to the northwest. According to Air Force reconnaissance, they had discovered the strategically important Kanha in the northwest. If they could capture Kanha, they would contain a large area southeast of Dragon's Lair. If they could contain this area, the Dragons would have to consider bringing back troops from the north. Many Dragons hadn't received Vilya's orders yet, but the Marines had. The order stated that the war between Dragons and humans should be fought with conventional forces. Upon hearing this news, the Wehrmacht's mouths were grinning. A conventional force confrontation, isn't that exactly what they wanted? Chapter 1589. The Marines dispatched 500 men as a vanguard to conduct fire reconnaissance. Another 2,500 men established a temporary defense line on the beach. The Navy deployed 4 battleships, stationed offshore and ready to support the front lines. Kanha was no more than 50 kilometers from the coastline. The main guns of these battleships mostly had a range of around 10 kilometers. They could launch artillery attacks on any enemy attempting to attack the beachhead. Chester also deployed 2 aircraft carriers to provide air support for the Marines. The aircraft from these 2 carriers would be entirely at the service of the Marines. Even the NATO fortress defenders could not request support from these aircraft. The Marines, knowing the importance of speed, deployed 500 men to advance quickly after landing. They were accompanied by over 40 infantry fighting vehicles and 8 assault guns. According to reconnaissance, Kanha is walled and inscribed with numerous magic circles. These magic circles protect Kanha. They raise Kanha's defenses several notches. Ordinary machine guns alone would be difficult to destroy the walls. That's why assault guns were deployed to attack the walls. The 500-man vanguard quickly approached Kanha. At this point, Kanha's defenses were tight. Over 50,000 troops had already assembled, desperately defending Kanha. However, while the intention was good, the reality was harsh. Although 50,000 defenders were stationed in Kanha, it wasn't an impenetrable barrier. The city currently belonged to a certain clan, who held little regard for other clans. Kanha's unique geographical location meant it was destined to be attacked by many. The residents naturally harbored no affection for the other factions. Now that they had suddenly declared a ceasefire and wanted to station troops here, it was like inviting a wolf into the house. Therefore, internal discontent was immense, and most importantly, the original defenders were in a very awkward position. The clan leader chose to respond to the dragon's call. But the question was whether simply responding to the dragon's call would change everything. The lower-level soldiers hadn't come to terms with this. They only knew that their former enemies had entered their defense zone. They simply wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to them. The problem was that they were now trapped within their own defense zone. They wanted to defend the city, but the clan leader wouldn't let them. Angry, they sought to reclaim everything that belonged to them. The result, however, was alienation and distrust from the clan leader. The clan leader's plan was simple: to curry favor with the Dragon Clan and find a way to mediate between the major factions. Their tribe's combat effectiveness wasn't particularly high, nor was their strength particularly strong, but they were able to control Kanha. Their goal was to maintain order among the surrounding factions. After all, having a neutral power in control of Kanha was far better than having a single powerful force dominating. This foreign policy led to rapid economic growth in Kanha. The people of Kanha gradually developed their own ideas. They did not welcome outsiders, nor did they welcome the dragon's dictates. They simply wanted to develop their own capabilities and improve their lives. The military's resistance grew louder, and the people directly rose up against the chief's rule. The chief was left with no other options, so he sought help from other factions. The other factions, eager to take advantage, violently suppressed the situation. However, the most significant aspect was that, during the suppression, they engaged in widespread looting, decimating the ancient city, which had existed for thousands of years. A vast number of cultural relics were destroyed, resources plundered, and treasures stolen. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless women were humiliated. Unable to bear the humiliation, the troops marched directly to the patriarch's residence and began to threaten him with force. Since negotiations proved futile, they would resort to force. Only the barrel of a gun could bring power. The idea was simple, but the reality was harsh. Faced with these troops, seeking to force the abdication, the patriarch decisively contacted other factions and brutally suppressed the rebellion. Just as they began suppressing the rebellion internally, the National Defense Forces approached. Before the National Defense Forces could launch their attack, a naval carrier-based aircraft formation launched an air strike. The naval carrier-based aircraft formation's mission was simple: to destroy Kanha's defenses. But as the naval fighters approached Kanha's skies, they discovered that the military fortress below was in chaos. Black smoke filled the air, many houses were on fire, and the streets were filled with panicked crowds. The Navy fighter pilots looked puzzled, but they still carried out their combat mission and began to carry out targeted strikes on key defensive facilities. The defense fighters successfully awakened the strife among the dragon clans. The clan leaders instantly came to their senses. There was no time for internal strife now. The Wehrmacht was already at the gates. But it was too late now. The Wehrmacht's infantry fighting vehicles had already begun to attack Kanha. The assault guns attempted to attack the city walls and bring them down, but the effect was limited. The 105mm guns fired down, but they failed to destroy the walls, leaving numerous craters on their surface. Just as the Wehrmacht prepared to resort to more drastic measures, the sound of engines suddenly reached the sky. The Wehrmacht looked up and saw dozens of white aircraft flying high in the sky. This was the Wehrmacht's largest conventional bombing force. These bombers weren't just any small planes, but the renowned Tu-160s. The Wehrmacht Air Force had been accumulating resources for years. Beyond the most basic fighters, they had been continuously building bombers and transport aircraft. This was because they understood that fighters were used to gain air superiority, while bombers were the backbone of the Air Force. From the outset, Karl envisioned a Wehrmacht Air Force combat system based on bombers. Because the surrounding civilizations were still mired in the feudal era, there was no such thing as air superiority, nor was there any such thing as anti-aircraft firepower. Even if there was any, it was very limited. It was precisely because of this phenomenon that the Wehrmacht was able to conquer vast territories with unstoppable force in its early stages. Now, other nations have begun developing air power. The Wehrmacht can no longer rely solely on bombers, so they plan to achieve global dominance through a combined fighter-bomber system. Originally, the bomber formations planned to bomb the areas surrounding the military base, but they received a request from the Navy. In that case, let's do it. Chapter 1590. The bomber formations immediately began bombing Kanha City. From the outset, they had no intention of bombing civilian areas. Instead, they set a strict flight path to bomb the city walls. This pre-planned bombing route maximized returns, while minimizing incidental damage. Of course, if something unexpected happened along the route, the resulting casualties would be significantly increased. The Air Force's original bombing route only covered the city walls and 2 garrisons. These were military buildings and military areas. They were the Wehrmacht's primary targets. According to the Wehrmacht's planned bombing plan, these military buildings and military areas would be completely destroyed, while also causing a certain amount of casualties. They were unsure whether any troops would remain in their barracks during the day. However, the difficulty of bombing at night was completely different from that of bombing during the day. So, the Wehrmacht decided to launch the bombing during the day. The Tu-160 had a bomb load of 45 tons, and this time, it was carrying only the most powerful weapon. This most powerful weapon had many names. The finale of the Fab series. The largest non-nuclear bomb of the Russian era. Fab 9000. Some people find the FAB series difficult to identify, but it's actually quite simple. Just look at the number after it. Whether it's Russian or Chinese, the further down the number is on their weapon, the more powerful it is likely to be. The Russian FAB series is even simpler. The numerical suffix indicates its weight in kilograms. Fab 9000 means it weighs 9,000 kilograms, or 9 tons. You might think 9 tons isn't a lot. But you have to understand that the Gustav's warhead at the time was only 3 tons. It's okay, this 9-ton bomb will drop. I, the gym student, was the first to say nothing. A mere 9 tons of bombs, isn't it just a one-shot deal? Everyone who's been bombed by the Fab 9000 has given it rave reviews. There aren't even any negative reviews. After all, users default to positive reviews. The Fab 9000 is more than just 3 times the power of the Gustav. Back then, the Gustav could blow up a fortress with a single shot. Not to mention the current Fab 9000. This is the most powerful conventional bomb known in Russia, and perhaps even in the world. I don't know about the American bomb, and the Rabbit bomb has never been used in combat. So naturally, there's no corresponding data. But to say the Rabbit doesn't have bombs is absolutely impossible. In modern warfare, bomber bombs are crucial, because they are very cheap compared to other weapons. Not only was the cost low, but the benefits were also substantial. A bomber could drop over 20 tons of bombs per takeoff. A powerful bomber, like the Tu-160, could even drop 45 tons of bombs at a time. A strike of this magnitude could destroy a defense line in just 1 or 2 rounds. This was because, unlike artillery bombs, bombs were delivered directly from overhead. Even enemies hiding in trenches would be significantly affected. Trenches were powerless to block attacks from above. The very nature of trenches was to protect against indirect fire. Someone might be unlucky enough to be hit by a shell that happened to land right in the trench. But that was just bad luck. Most trenches were capable of protecting soldiers from artillery fire. Of course, if you expected trenches to block heavy artillery fire, that was impossible. The bomber formation successfully reached Kanha. The civilians of Kanha, however, had not yet grasped the gravity of the situation. They were calmly awaiting the situation on the front lines within the city. The Kanha defenders were battling for control of Kanha with soldiers from other factions. The two sides were now locked in a struggle for control of Kanha. In the past few days, however, this struggle was limited to words. The two sides had been engaged in a war of words. But now, things were different. They had entered into direct confrontation. To be precise, beyond the simplest physical contact, there was even gunfire. At first, it was just shoving and shoving, but now there was bloodshed. The level of the conflict was escalating. And at this critical moment, the Wehrmacht took action. The roar of the bombers in the sky caused all the civilians to look upwards. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. A little girl pointed at a formation of bombers in the sky and said innocently, "Mom, are those white swans?" The girl's mother looked up at the sky, her pupils trembling. As a mother, as an adult, she had naturally witnessed the Wehrmacht's air raids over the past few days. So she quickly determined that this was a military operation being prepared by the Wehrmacht. Because fighter jets had been roaring overhead for days. This made the mother realize that the sky wasn't just for dragons. It was also for these humans. But what about them? They weren't humans, they were just the dragons' dogs. The dragons controlled the skies because they were powerful. But how did humans control them? The mother couldn't figure it out, but there were still many things she couldn't figure out. For example, she thought this was another Air Force deterrent operation, but she didn't expect it was actually a bombing operation. Listening to her daughter's words, the mother spoke. "These aren't swans, they're planes, those human air combat units." Hearing her mother's words, the daughter's eyes filled with longing. As a member of the familiar, the daughter naturally yearned for the dragon's flying ability. But she was ordinary. To be more precise, a humble familiar. As a humble familiar, they didn't have much freedom. So, they yearned for the sky. In particular, they longed for the ability to fly. The little girl gazed at the sky, lost in thought. But the next second, the Wehrmacht airstrike arrived. Tu-160s began dropping bombs frantically. Fab 9000s rained down one after another, and precisely destroyed the city wall. Several Tu-160s bombed the entire city wall. The wall collapsed instantly. Surrounding buildings were also severely affected, reduced to rubble. Even many innocent civilians were caught in the bombing. But the Wehrmacht expressed helplessness regarding these civilian casualties, because they couldn't accurately measure down to the centimeter. The power of the Fab 9000 far exceeded ordinary people's imagination. Even the Marines waiting outside the city were stunned, as they saw mushroom clouds rising. "Oh my God! What kind of weapon is this? Is it that powerful? Can a firecracker be that powerful? Fuck firecrackers. Can't you tell it's a bomb? I didn't think ordinary bombs were that powerful. Could it be that the Air Force wants to destroy the world again? Wait, what do you mean by wanting to destroy the world again?" The Marine fell into deep thought. Chapter 1591. The bomber formations completely destroyed the city walls, while a number of bombers also began bombing the Kanha garrison. The problem, however, was that a large group of people had gathered at the Kanha garrison. This large group, combined, was beyond anyone's imagination. The original Kanha garrison numbered around 5,000, but several major factions had squeezed into two camps, forcing a total of 60,000 men. These 60,000 men were crammed into such a small area. The fighting was already intense. After this round of Wehrmacht bombers, the two camps fell completely silent. What the dragons and their commanders hadn't anticipated was that their carefully prepared defenses were first shattered by Wehrmacht bombers, and then their painstakingly assembled forces were also destroyed. The news quickly reached their ears, and the dragons were furious, while the commanders were filled with despair. Because the Kanha garrison had been destroyed, this meant that Kanha was completely at a disadvantage. At this critical juncture, Kanha's defenders numbered just over 60,000. The sudden massacre of these 60,000 men threw the commanders into a panic. They didn't know what to do. They considered numerous scenarios, each involving the army's collapse, but they hadn't anticipated the utter annihilation of all 60,000 men. Even 60,000 pigs wouldn't be wiped out in an instant, right? Although the intelligence reported a mass annihilation of 60,000, a mere 2,000 or 3,000 men had actually survived. However, before these soldiers could comprehend what had happened, the Marines outside the city began their movement. The Marines acted decisively, using Type 08 infantry fighting vehicles to clear the way. The 30mm gun's path was a bloody haze. The defenders who tried to resist were reduced to a bloody haze as soon as they rushed out from the sides of the buildings. Some say it's wrong to use machine guns against infantry. But the problem is that the 30mm gun is designed to target infantry. Some might argue, isn't it designed to target vehicles? Are infantry fighting vehicles designed to target infantry or to counter vehicles? The answer is obvious. Infantry fighting vehicles are designed specifically for infantry. It would be foolish to expect infantry fighting vehicles to counter armored forces. The Marines, leveraging their armored superiority, quickly entered Kanha. Kanha, once a fortified city, was now a shattered city. The sturdy walls were gone, and the troops defending them were gone. By the time the civilians realized what was happening, the Wehrmacht had already entered Kanha. Inside Kanha city, Amin and his men were running for their lives. He had originally planned to contact the Kanha defenders, but the bombing by the two 160s completely dissuaded him from doing so. He witnessed with his own eyes the garrison reduced to ash. The devastating force left a deep impression on Amin, and it dawned on him that they had been unable to defeat the humans from the very beginning. The so-called conventional war was merely a trap set by the Wehrmacht, designed to lure the proud dragons into submission. The dragons paid no heed to these schemes, and would rush in without hesitation. The result was obvious. A single Wehrmacht bombing utterly annihilated the Kanha defenders. Amin and his men were desperately running through the streets as a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. Large swaths of the city's buildings were engulfed in flames, and the city walls were reduced to rubble. Amin and his comrades were scrambling about like headless flies. Just as they were lost, the sound of Wehrmacht infantry fighting vehicles' artillery fire could be heard in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Hearing the crisp crackle of artillery, Amin realized it was the Wehrmacht invading. He had previously considered surrendering to the Wehrmacht. But now he understood. The Wehrmacht didn't need such useless people as them. To be precise, his initial reliance on the Wehrmacht to overthrow the Patriarch's rule was pure fantasy. The Wehrmacht wouldn't even bother with him. Who the hell are you, Amin? Can you withstand a single shell from us? The Wehrmacht was madly harvesting lives throughout the city. The gunners felt no burden, for they knew that if they failed to capture Kanha, more of their comrades would die on this very land. For their comrades, they would of course choose to fight to the end. Marines were clearing Kanha along the main road. Many Marines were in disbelief at what they were seeing. Just half an hour after they arrived, Kanha had been peaceful and tranquil. But now, the entire Kanha area had suddenly transformed into a living hell, with raging fires and cries everywhere. The heavy rain could not extinguish the fires, nor the sorrow and anger in the hearts of the people of Kanha. We discovered a garrison ahead. Clear it immediately. A 10-man squad of Marines, accompanied by an infantry fighting vehicle, was clearing a street. The infantry fighting vehicle moved very slowly, protecting the infantry behind it. The gunner, manning a 30mm cannon, kept a close eye on the buildings on either side, ready to fire without hesitation if an enemy emerged from inside. Even if the person peeking out from within the building might be an ordinary person, he would still fire without hesitation, preferring to kill by mistake rather than let go. Perhaps he might kill a civilian, but the problem was that this was war, and he couldn't gamble the lives of his entire crew or his comrades behind him. So, opening fire was the best option. The Marines were extremely cautious. They didn't look like Marines at all, they were simply infantry on a steroid. Because they not only cleared the streets, they even cleared the buildings within them. At first, they were a little worried they wouldn't be able to defeat these so-called dragon warriors. But then, they discovered that these dragon warriors used cold weapons. As long as they were far enough away, the dragon warriors couldn't harm them, because most of the familiar soldiers possessed a certain level of cultivation, even if their bullets sometimes couldn't kill them. But the infantry fighting vehicles accompanying them were no mere decoration. Maybe my 5.56 rifle can't kill you, but if I pull out my .30 caliber, won't you explode? After testing, most familiar soldiers couldn't withstand the 12.7 caliber Lao Gan Ma. Upon hearing this, the Marines eagerly carried Lao Gan Ma on their backs. Some machine gunners, with a certain level of cultivation, decisively requested Lao Gan Ma from logistics. They even discarded their original M240S, removed the Lao Gan Ma's bipods, and carried Lao Gan Ma's, transforming into rogue warriors. Sniping? My caliber is a bit large, so you have to bear with it. Chapter 1592. Kanha was quickly captured by the Wehrmacht. The situation inside the city was complex. The defenders initially planned to drive out the dragon army. But the situation was not optimistic. After a fierce battle, they failed to drive out the defenders. They were also bombed by the Wehrmacht. The defenders and the dragon army were utterly defeated. The situation on both sides was grim. It can be said that the Wehrmacht's bombing not only made the Wehrmacht the biggest winners, but also severely damaged the defenders. Faced with the Marines' rapid offensive, the defenders had no time to react. And the Wehrmacht's attack was extremely fast. The Marines entered Kanha in heavy rain. Infantry fighting vehicles patrolled the main road, ensuring that no enemy troops were gathered. The Wehrmacht's operation was successful. The infantry fighting vehicles prevented the enemy from gathering. The defenders attempted to contact other friendly forces to resist. But the results were not optimistic. If they wanted to unite, they had to pass through the main road controlled by the Wehrmacht. But the Wehrmacht was now so unstoppable that the main road had become a death zone for them, a place they dared not even venture into. They could only hide in the buildings lining the road to avoid the Wehrmacht's attacks. But could they really escape? The Wehrmacht's tactics were brutal. 500 Marines controlled the main road. They awaited the arrival of reinforcements. After the Marines entered Kanha, news reached headquarters. Headquarters responded quickly. Order the airborne troops to move immediately. We must capture Kanha as quickly as possible and find a way to open a second front. At the same time, land the army in the southeast and have the armored forces crush them. Caddis gave the order. Regarding this war, Leon chose Caddis over the Supreme Command instead, because Leon knew this might be Caddis's last battle. Although Caddis currently appeared healthy, he was actually already in his twilight years. Past battles had left Caddis's health deteriorating day by day. The Western Expedition 20 years ago had left Caddis exhausted. Although the Western Expedition ultimately failed, Caddis had earned numerous merits. But the injuries he had suffered were also substantial. Later, he was demoted to the territory of Sin, though he hadn't experienced anything in the past 20 years. Caddis rested for 20 years, but the problem is that resting for 20 years doesn't necessarily mean recovery. Caddis's health deteriorated day by day. Later, during the Lion era, Caddis regained his strength because he saw the unfinished business of the past. He believed Lion would be able to fulfill his long-cherished wish. So, he resolutely chose to follow Lion. The idea was good, and reality borne it out. Lion truly conquered everything. He successfully brought humanity vast territories and unparalleled glory. Originally, Caddis planned to retire in a few years. He wanted to be home with his wife and raise his young men. He currently has two successors. One is an infantry combat specialist, William, the master, and Gudry, the armor expert. Both were young talents, and Caddis was torn between them. After all, either of them becoming the next field marshal would elevate the army to a new level. What Caddis hadn't anticipated was that Lion had simply established the Space Force. This effectively dismantled the Army, Air Force, and Navy. Most of the elite troops from the three services were transferred to the Space Force. The Army, which Caddis had worked so hard to cultivate, saw its combat effectiveness drastically reduced. Currently, the Army's remaining surviving members were William's Royal Guards and Gudry's firmly controlled 1st Panzer Army. The Air Force's position was also challenged. However, the current Dragon War has re-established the Air Force's position. The Navy is also gradually regaining its voice. After all, the Navy's warships and the Air Force's carrier-based aircraft have directly blockaded the Dragon's lair. For the first time, the Dragons felt so frustrated. But the problem is that they dared not fire at full force, because if they did, the Wehrmacht would also fire at full force, and their single-mindedness would instantly become blocked from both ends. So they had no choice but to accept everything, but this was no easy matter. Marglov of the airborne forces was also busy. For days, he had been asking Leon to allow the airborne forces to join the war. But Leon had always refused, because in his eyes, these were precious. Chapter 1593. After careful consideration, Catus decided to dispatch airborne troops. Because the dragons had forcibly conscripted many men, the entire dragon's lair was stretched thin. Additionally, the situation in the southeast had changed dramatically. Kanha had been captured by the National Defense Forces. The vast majority of Dragon's Lair's forces were being mobilized towards Kanha, as they wanted Kanha to hold off the National Defense Forces. If Kanha's National Defense Forces continued their advance northwest, the entire Dragon's Lair would be doomed. For less than 2,000 kilometers northwest of Kanha lay the Dragon's capital. As the Dragon's capital, although the National Defense Forces lacked the strength to eliminate all the dragons, the problem lay in their ability to reach the capital. For the dragons, any attack by the National Defense Forces would be a severe blow in their face. So, naturally, the dragons were unwilling to allow the National Defense Forces to reach their capital. They planned to gather a large force to hold the National Defense Forces at Kanha. The dragons' idea was radical. Catus pondered it over. Finally, they decided to dispatch airborne troops to launch a blitz attack on the southwest side of the dragon's lair. The Wehrmacht was fully capable of conducting a three-front, or even a four-front operation. It wasn't that the Wehrmacht was so powerful, but rather that the dragon's lair was so small. The Wehrmacht didn't even need a million-strong army in full deployment. A few 100,000 men would be enough to hold off the dragon's hundreds of thousands. As pressure on Kanha mounted, Wehrmacht Command decided to dispatch airborne troops to draw fire. At the same time, they mobilized naval formations to exert pressure in the southwest. The naval formations and airborne troops would create some activity in the southwest, preventing the dragon from managing both ends. The dragons never imagined that all their meticulous preparations would be thwarted by the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht's combat capabilities were formidable. 5,000 Marines captured Kanha. To be precise, 500 plus a squadron of Air Force bombers. Just 500 men were enough to take Kanha. The dragons couldn't make this public, so they explained to the nation that the Wehrmacht had deployed a large number of weapons of mass destruction and sent 100,000 troops to attack Kanha. This rhetoric might have deceived the people at home, but it wouldn't fool anyone else. The frontline defenders naturally knew what was happening behind the scenes. But they were under gag orders, unable to speak publicly. The civilians behind the scenes believed the frontline's failure was due to insufficient effort or strength. They began to support the army's actions. And the dragons urgently expanded their army by another 200,000. Many tribes had a reserve force. These reserves were originally intended for emergencies, but now that Kanha had fallen, the dragon had simply exploded. The dragons no longer cared. They simply wanted to drive the Wehrmacht out of Kanha. But while the idea was good, the reality was harsh. The Wehrmacht would not let them go so easily. Just as the dragons were preparing to launch a new round of military operations against Kanha, Marglov had already dispatched the 1st Airborne Division. Dozens of IL-76 transport planes, carrying a large number of equipment and personnel, approached the dragon's lair. Southwest of the dragon's lair was a grassland. More precisely, a vast basin. In the primeval forest of the dragon's lair, there lies a basin that serves as the granary for the dragon clan. This area has remained untouched, and the dragon clan has never interfered too much in this basin. They fear that excessive intervention would disrupt the local balance. This is fertile land. Practically all the dragon's food comes from this basin. Dragons are not immortals, they also need to eat. That's why they value this basin so highly, because its resources are the lifeblood of the dragon clan. The people here live contentedly, free from the exploitation and oppression of other lands. They need only focus on farming. They don't need to worry too much about interference from other clans. The dragons will intervene and help them resolve any issues. Although they haven't experienced war or chaos, they are well informed about local news. They learned of the bombing of Kanha and naturally understood the terrifying bombers possessed by the Wehrmacht. So, they deeply feared the Wehrmacht bombing their basin, because they knew the Wehrmacht possessed devastating power. Even though they pleaded with the dragon for protection, there wasn't much they could do. After all, the troops had been deployed to Kanha. However, at this critical moment, the airborne troops were dispatched. Dozens of transport planes flew over the basin. The people of the basin instantly took flight. They had been living with the devastation of Kanha for days. They had learned that the Wehrmacht had carried out a major bombing campaign against Kanha. So, they were filled with fear of the sky. They were terrified that the Wehrmacht Air Force would bomb their area. That's why, upon seeing the planes in the sky, they immediately scattered, seeking the protection of the Dragon Masters. But at that moment, these common people finally realized that dragons weren't gods, or rather, even gods couldn't protect them. Wehrmacht Air Force fighters immediately began fire reconnaissance. They quickly cleared the basin of anti-aircraft fire. After learning of the Wehrmacht's powerful air force, the dragons sought to deploy anti-aircraft fire at most key locations. But these anti-aircraft firepower proved incredibly effective against the Wehrmacht. Do you expect to fight firearms with sticks? That's the difference. After all, falling behind means being attacked. The use of crude cannons against warships was a desperate measure of backwardness. Though the Dragon's followers were generally unreliable, they wanted to defend their homeland. They deployed a vast array of weapons in an attempt to secure their airspace. But the outcome was far from ideal. They used the most ancient anti-aircraft weapons, sending fireballs skyward in an attempt to intercept supersonic aircraft. But how could a fireball be faster than an airplane? They could only watch helplessly as the Wehrmacht fighter planes roared in. And their missiles, accurately hitting their positions, instantly reduced their anti-aircraft defenses to a sea of fire. The Wehrmacht easily destroyed the anti-aircraft defenses. Although these defenses were completely ineffective, the Wehrmacht never looked down on these people. The weapons these people used were indeed outdated, but one should never mock a nation's patriots. For these heroic patriots are heroes not only of their own country, but also of other nations. Patriotism is universal, but it must be righteous, not extreme. Extreme patriotism does not love one's country, but rather a radical, unconventional, and paranoid attitude. The Air Force destroyed the anti-aircraft defenses, and the airborne troops immediately began their landing. Soldiers leaped from the transport planes one by one, and with them landed the airborne troops' paratrooper tanks. Chapter 1594. The large number of scattered soldiers airborne stunned the civilians in the basin. They saw white umbrellas in the sky. The soldiers on the ground prepared to catch the enemy in a trap. But what they didn't expect was that the first to land were not soldiers, but airborne combat vehicles. These combat vehicles weren't just infantry fighting vehicles. In addition to BMDs, there were also assault guns. Although the Octopus assault gun couldn't counter armored shells, its caliber was such that a single shot wouldn't be enough to withstand the soldiers, not even the city walls. The Octopus assault gun and the Type 05 assault gun share similar functions. The caliber difference between the two is not significant. However, the Type 05 assault gun far surpasses the Octopus. The Type 05 series infantry fighting vehicles were originally developed for landing operations. They can reach speeds of 35 km per hour in water. You might think that's slow, but you have to understand one thing. This isn't a speedboat. Moreover, a typical speedboat only travels 30 km per hour. Imagine an infantry fighting vehicle hurtling toward shore at the speed of a speedboat. Foreign media have described the Type 05 amphibious vehicle as a speedboat in an armored vehicle shell. In addition to the assault gun, the Type 05 amphibious vehicle also boasts a large series of armored personnel carrier derivatives. Even recently, an informationized series was developed. The roles of these infantry fighting vehicles and armored vehicles are inherently different. They serve infantry, not armored combat. That's why Margelov ordered the armored forces to airdrop first. The exit time of an airborne combat vehicle is 2 minutes faster than that of a paratrooper. 2 minutes was enough time for the armored forces to seize the ground. The soldiers who had been waiting on the ground were stunned when they saw, not soldiers, but lumps of steel landing first. A BMD-4 landed with pinpoint accuracy, and then began its movement. The driver was stunned. As soon as they landed, they saw the Dragon soldiers trying to surround them. The Dragon soldiers were initially excited, but then froze. They realized they couldn't capture these lumps of steel. The driver was also confused at first, and both sides stared at each other. It was the driver who reacted first. He started up with a bang, and a large amount of black smoke erupted from the exhaust. The terrifying roar startled the soldiers. This action by the airborne troops was actually very dangerous, because any airborne armored unit needed to have its fuel pumped out beforehand. Refueling the armored vehicle was only allowed after landing. This wasn't a waste of effort, it was a bloody lesson learned from history. Because a fuel-laden vehicle malfunctioned inside the cabin, the entire plane was doomed. There have been instances in history where a plane exploded mid-air, due to a fuel problem in an armored vehicle being transported. The airborne armored units landed first, catching the ground troops completely off guard. The armored units began to crush them. The Dragon soldiers on the ground fled in all directions. It wasn't that they didn't want to defend their homeland, but the Wehrmacht was truly unconventional. How could they possibly have seen such an armored attack? They hadn't even seen an airplane up close, so how could they have seen these vehicles? The paratroopers decimated these soldiers. The dragon soldiers fled in all directions, trying to evade the paratroopers' pursuit. They didn't dare attack the paratroopers as they were landing, because the skirmishers were simply crushing them with their tracks, driving them away. Just now, several dragon soldiers tried to harm the airborne troops, who had just landed, but were driven away by the paratroopers' bullets. Just as they finally got far enough away, thinking they had escaped, the paratroopers opened fire directly at them. Maybe a 30mm gun couldn't penetrate tank armor, but it could shatter infantry into pieces. Infantrymen's human armor is still armor. Just as two paratroopers were about to land, a gust of wind blew over and carried them away. Many people believe that being an airborne soldier is a good career. While airborne soldiers do have the best treatment, they are also the most dangerous. The risk level for airborne soldiers is even higher than that of submariners, because every airborne jump is like putting your life on the line. You never know what you encounter during a drop. If you're lucky, and it happens to be a sunny, calm day, you don't have to worry about being blown away by the wind. But you never know what awaits you on the ground. The best chance is that the enemy captures you, but the worst chance isn't being shot down by anti-aircraft forces on the ground, but falling into a ravine, getting caught on a telephone pole, or landing in some other dangerous location. For this reason, the Wehrmacht provides generous subsidies for airborne troops. Each airborne drop is subsidized by 10 copper coins. Each jump earned 10 copper coins. If they unfortunately died, they would receive a 35 gold pension. The average Wehrmacht soldier's pension was only 15 gold coins. Although there were other supplements later on, this one-time compensation far exceeded what ordinary soldiers received. Because ordinary Wehrmacht soldiers' deaths during training could be accidental, but airborne troops were different. Every airborne training exercise carried a chance of death. To put it bluntly, they were hanging their heads on their belts. Two soldiers had spotted an open space and were about to land, but a sudden gust of wind blew over and blew them elsewhere. Before they could react, they were blown away. Their fellow soldiers, upon seeing this, were filled with anxiety, but they could do nothing but worry. The two soldiers had no idea where they were, but they knew they were getting farther and farther from the basin. They saw themselves flying into the primeval forest. And the strangest thing was that they were flying higher and higher. It was unknown how much time had passed. The two soldiers landed in a forest. The soldiers had expected to be caught in a tree, but they didn't. They landed right in a camp. The two paratroopers were practically suicidal, their faces uglier than tears, because they saw the campfire still blazing. There were people here. The two paratroopers cursed the evil wind 18 times in their hearts. If they had landed on another continent, they could still survive, but this was a dragon's lair. They had landed in the enemy's lair. The two paratroopers quickly cut their parachute cords after landing. Now they didn't care about getting scolded by their squad leader. They had to get back alive. After cutting their parachute cords, the two paratroopers immediately grabbed their AK-12s and carefully observed everything around them. But the next moment, they noticed countless eyes staring at them. Chapter 1595. As soon as the two soldiers drew their guns, they felt countless eyes staring at them. Goosebumps instantly spread across their bodies. Humanity's greatest fear isn't monsters, but the unknown. Looking at the empty camp around them, the soldiers gripped their guns tightly, because they knew only their guns could give them a sense of security. But the problem was, to the truly powerful, these guns were nothing more than firewood sticks. The two soldiers observed their surroundings, while the surrounding dragonkin also observed them. These dragonkin were hiding in the nearby forest. The soldiers suspected there might be people there, but they didn't know how many. The two sides remained in a stalemate, and at this critical moment, someone suddenly broke the deadlock. A half-dragon girl stepped out, somewhat awkwardly. The two soldiers immediately looked at the girl, but didn't raise their guns, because they initially judged the girl to be posing no threat. As it turned out, the half-dragon girl hadn't intended to attack at all. She had come out because the paratroopers' parachutes had landed in a residential area. And, as luck would have it, they happened to cover a bonfire. Due to the urgency of the situation, the two paratroopers didn't have time to recover their parachutes, and the bonfire ignited them. The blaze quickly spread. So the half-dragon girl came out, because if she didn't, her home would be set on fire. The girl looked at the two soldiers, their faces wary. She wanted to step forward, but she felt a little wary of them, so she pointed at the burning parachute. The two soldiers looked back and saw their parachutes had exploded. Their composure instantly flared, and they rushed over to put out the flames. They knew they had landed on foreign territory. Even though they were currently enemies, that didn't stop them from protecting the local civilians. In fact, this wasn't about protecting the locals, but rather preventing the escalation of conflict. They knew this war was inevitable, and that these people would become their compatriots. If they foolishly provoked conflict at this point, or even intensified it, it would only make matters more difficult later on, requiring the national defense forces, and even the entire government to expend more energy and time to deal with. The gains would be greater than the losses. Some things are more about the people than the events. The girl breathed a sigh of relief as the two soldiers extinguished the flames. The two soldiers also breathed a sigh of relief as the flames were extinguished. Turning back, they found the previously empty camp now filled with people. Looking around, they saw hundreds of half-dragons standing inside, staring at the two soldiers. The younger soldier clenched his rifle in fear, his face wary. But the slightly older paratrooper didn't react so apprehensively. He noticed how these men were dressed. They weren't exactly ragged, but they were barely clothed. And they all looked pale and thin. Preliminary reconnaissance intelligence had confirmed that this basin was the granary for the dragon's lair. All the food for the entire dragon's lair was shipped from here. There was enough food to feed the entire basin and the surrounding population. But the crux of the matter was that these people before them were sallow and thin, evidently suffering from chronic malnutrition. The areas surrounding the basin weren't as fertile as the basin itself, but at least they could get enough to eat, right? And the two soldiers simultaneously relaxed their guard as they watched the half-dragons before them. Because half-dragons and humans are not much different in size. In terms of appearance and build, they were identical. The only difference was that these half-dragons had more dragon characteristics. For example, scales appeared on certain parts of their bodies, horns appeared on their heads, and some with more robust dragon bloodlines might have a tail. Those with weaker bloodlines tended to be more human-like. These half-dragons before them were basically the same as humans. To be precise, they only had small horns on their heads. They didn't even have many scales. The old soldier instantly realized that these half-dragons seemed to have been ostracized by the half-dragon race. Because he had some understanding of the bloodline theory of the half-dragon clan, he naturally knew that pure bloodline was paramount within the half-dragon clan. If your bloodline wasn't pure enough and you lacked strength, you easily be ostracized by the half-dragon clan. The group before him clearly had impure bloodlines, and therefore had been expelled. After understanding the situation, the veteran actually breathed a sigh of relief. This group before him wasn't ruthless. To be more precise, they were victims of ostracism and bullying, the weak, and the ones most in need of help. Furthermore, judging by the pale and emaciated appearance of the half-dragon clan, the veteran concluded that they had been suffering from chronic malnutrition. Otherwise, they might have rushed over and captured them the moment they landed. Just as the two soldiers were calmly analyzing the situation, the half-dragons approached. Those in the front were in good spirits, but those behind were not only trembling, but two had even fallen. The two soldiers exchanged glances, and suddenly realized that they might have won this battle without a fight, or perhaps even without bloodshed. Don't worry, we have no ill intentions. We were originally soldiers assigned to the airstrike on the basin, but something went wrong and brought us here. We're not bad people. Logically, given the Wehrmacht's foes, such words were a joke. But these half-dragons showed no hostility towards the two soldiers. Because they knew these two soldiers were their only chance of survival. As the war intensified, the dragons ordered the levy of increased taxes. The basin, considered a fertile land, naturally required even greater taxes. The surrounding areas of their basin were also affected. Originally, these half-dragons couldn't afford to pay taxes. They used various mountain products and other resources to offset their taxes. And now, the taxes have been increased. They can no longer survive, and some are almost starving to death. So, after seeing these two soldiers, they realized that this was their tribe's only chance. If the National Defense Forces were defeated, they would continue to live this way. It wasn't that they didn't love their tribe, but because the half-dragons had already expelled them. They didn't enjoy the conveniences provided by the half-dragons, but they had to bear their taxes. What was the point of such unrewarded efforts? So, these two soldiers before them were both enemies and opportunities, and even more so, hope. Chapter 1596. Originally, the hundreds of half-dragons were extremely nervous upon seeing the paratroopers in the air. They even considered capturing them alive and exchanging them for money with the dragon. But they quickly realized that capturing them for money was completely useless. After all, the money they received from the dragon would ultimately be handed over to it. Since it was all destined for the dragon, why would they bother trying to curry favor with it? Wouldn't that extinguish their hard-earned hopes? the half-dragons decided to let the two paratroopers go, because they weren't sure they could capture them. But as luck would have it, the two paratroopers landed right on their territory, precisely within their camp. This wasn't just ordinary luck. This was sheer luck. Realizing this was a golden opportunity, the half-dragons decided to hide and observe, to see what the two soldiers were up to. The two soldiers landed precisely within their camp and surveyed their surroundings. Clearly, they were no pushovers. They had already located the camp's exit and had also detected their hiding place in the forest behind it. The clan leader ultimately chose to face the airborne troops. He knew he would eventually have to face this. This wasn't just a sudden encounter, it was an opportunity to change their fate. As they watched more and more half-dragons emerge from the forest, the two soldiers exchanged a glance, their expressions grave. Because they miscalculated, a conservative estimate put the total number of people in the forest at over 500. With even more behind them, the total number of people in this camp could very well be as high as 1,000. That was why the two paratroopers were so nervous. 2 against 1,000? Something. This was no ordinary act of suicide. The two soldiers spotted an elderly man walking in front and took a deep breath. This man was most likely the leader of this tribe, and thus, their target. If they could convince this leader, they could achieve victory without a single drop of blood. Warriors, I am an elder of the Limo tribe of the Half-Dragon clan and the leader of this camp. Hello, I am a soldier of the 1st Division of the Great Yin Airborne Army. We mean no offense, but we encountered a strong wind during our landing and were blown here. The paratrooper's words were flawless. After hearing this, the elder spoke. May I ask, has your army captured the northeastern basin? After hearing the elder's words, the two soldiers finally realized they had been blown southwest, meaning they were likely not far from the coastline. They had no idea of the basin situation yet. They had originally hoped to learn about the battle situation on the front lines from the elder, because they truly had no idea what was happening on the front lines. If they could understand the situation, they could take more action. We're not entirely sure, but the main force has already launched an offensive in the basin. You should know the situation on the front better than we do, the veteran said. The elder's face changed upon hearing this. I'm not entirely sure about the situation on the front either, because we're completely isolated now. More accurately, we have no connection to the front at all. The people in the basin won't accept us, so we can only survive in this desolate land. We've been scraping by with our own hard work, but the recent intensification of the war has made it impossible for us to survive. We truly don't know the situation on the front, but the intense gunfire there only lasted about 30 minutes before fading into sporadic noise. Listening to the elder's words, the soldiers hesitated. They actually had communication equipment. To be more precise, every paratrooper was equipped with communication equipment, just in case something unexpected happened. Originally, paratroopers operated in small teams. But this was a raid, and it was in an unknown area, so the airborne troops were cautious. They considered many options, and ultimately decided to equip each soldier with a simple communications device. The airborne troops' airborne combat vehicles contained 4 specialized communications vehicles. They immediately deployed upon landing, creating a communications platform. This allowed the airborne troops to communicate with each other using their communications equipment. They knew that sometimes soldiers would be blown away by strong winds, or fail to land at their destination. The soldiers pulled out their communications devices and began contacting their superiors, trying to confirm the situation in the basin. What? You landed in a forest in the southwest and encountered thousands of half-dragons? The captain fell into deep thought after hearing this. He knew 2 of his soldiers had been blown away, but the problem was, they had just happened to land in the enemy camp. The captain had originally planned to collect the bodies of the 2 soldiers, but when he heard that they seemed to have found thousands of locals who could be recruited, his eyes lit up. Wow, if we could recruit thousands of these people, it would be a great achievement, and it couldn't be more significant. Because this is the Dragon's Lair. The locals here are excellent laborers. As the epitome of blitzkrieg, the airborne troops should have fought swiftly and decisively. But this time, they didn't, instead pursuing a steady and cautious approach. After successfully landing, they destroyed the ground defenses as quickly as possible. Then they advanced cautiously. They feared destroying everything in the basin. This was not only the dragon's granary, but also the future granary of Great Yin. What? You said this land still belongs to you dragons? Take it, if you want. Everyone knows that robbing involves force, while stealing is petty theft. But the National Defense Army's military actions were a passive offensive. The dragons initiated the war. The National Defense Army could only passively retaliate. What's wrong with a passive counterattack? Doesn't a passive counterattack mean you can't strike the enemy's homeland or the enemy's capital? Don't you know that a self-defense counterattack can also capture the enemy's capital? The National Defense Army's rogue behavior infuriated the dragons. And after learning about the Great Flame Airborne Basin, the dragons exploded on the spot. I'm so angry. How can these people be so incompetent that they allow the National Defense Army to run rampant? The dragons' curses caused the commanders to lower their heads and remain silent. Nonsense. We know the National Defense Army is powerful, but we have no way to stop it. Chapter 1597. Two paratroopers began to communicate with a group of half-dragons. These half-dragons were indeed worth winning over. The paratroopers also wanted to win over these half-dragons. If nothing else, they had to fight for the credit they had received. So do you have any ideas? Or have you thought about what to do next? The paratrooper spoke up. He tried to get the elder to understand the paratrooper's intentions through indirect means. The elder was no fool. He quickly understood the paratrooper's intentions. You're right. We were ostracized by the half-dragons themselves. Having a place to live is a blessing. Although this camp we're in is our home, the surrounding races, including the half-dragons, dislike us. They're trying to drive us away. We want to stay here, but that's no longer possible. They're already planning to drive us out after this war is over. But we have nowhere else to go now. If they drive us away, where else can we go? The elder's words left the soldier pensive, and he promptly reported the situation. As the saying goes, when things are unresolved, let the higher-ups solve them. Just contact your superiors. They always be able to perfectly resolve anything. If they can't, let their superiors solve it. As long as you're thick-skinned enough, you can get your superiors to solve your problems. So what do you think about getting scolded? Since you already scolded me, why not help me solve the problem? The half-dragons quickly connected with the National Defense Forces. Codis, upon learning of this, suddenly realized something. The Wehrmacht has very little intelligence on the dragon's lair. The Wehrmacht's aerial reconnaissance can only gather limited intelligence, so they are currently using satellites to capture data bit by bit. At the same time, they are dispatching personnel to create the latest maps. Developing a qualified military map takes a long time. If the Wehrmacht relies on satellites and other electronic equipment to capture data from high altitudes, it would take nearly a month. However, if they can contact locals to review and correct military maps, map production can be accelerated. The Wehrmacht is now racing against time. After learning that the gods had sent a vanguard approaching the planet, Leon ordered the space base to launch a rocket. This rocket was nothing special. The only significant feature was that it carried a satellite. However, this satellite was not intended to meet the needs of ordinary people, nor was it intended to be sent into space to form a satellite chain with previous satellites. Instead, it was headed towards the divine realm, where, if anything, it would collide head-on with the vanguard sent by the gods. The goal was to encounter the vanguard of the gods. Once they encountered the vanguard of the gods, they would be able to determine the enemy's exact location and the time of their arrival on the planet, ensuring sufficient time for the Space Force to complete its pre-deployment. Currently, with the exception of the 4 space carriers docked near Dragon's Lair, the remaining 20-plus space carriers have all reached the edge of the atmosphere. However, they have not yet entered space, awaiting the construction of the lunar base. To ensure the Space Force maintains sustained combat capabilities in space, the space base has preemptively launched dozens of rockets, carrying a large amount of construction materials, to the moon. The plan was to establish an outpost directly on the moon. At the same time, the moon itself would be used to prevent direct observation from the divine realm. The outpost would be built on the lunar front. This would prevent the divine realm from observing. And the entire base would be built underground. The moon isn't a pleasant place. It can't be said to be barren, but it's a place where no one lives. To be more precise, there aren't any birds at all. The Space Force would also bring a batch of construction materials and subsequently construct a military base on the moon. A conservative estimate is that establishing something similar to a glacier base on the moon would take at least 6 months. And especially in the harsh lunar environment, building a military base would be incredibly difficult. But the defense forces were running out of options. They couldn't bring the war to the planet, so they could only defend themselves from the planet. The lunar base had to be built. And the lunar base was only the first line of defense in the periphery. Lion had also envisioned building a second and third line of defense. Originally, Lion's plan was to repel the Divine Realm's initial offensive. Then, they seized the opportunity to complete an outpost on the moon. The idea was sound, and the plan was perfect. But the only flaw was the need to consider the strength of the Space Force. They needed to determine the true strength of the Space Force before they could stop the attack from the Divine Realm. The war in Dragon's Lair was gradually turning to victory for the Great Flame. The news that this half-dragon tribe was willing to surrender quickly spread throughout the high-ranking members of the National Defense Force. Lion also received this information. Without hesitation, he immediately arranged for an official to personally take charge of these matters. Because Leon needed positive publicity, he would allocate a certain amount of resources to support this half-dragon tribe. Let them become the face of this place. At the same time, he would do his best to promote it. Look at how comfortable they are living after surrendering, and then look at your lives. Don't you want to live a good life? This kind of murderous and heartbreaking method will break the defenses of many ordinary people. Leon wanted this effect, because only in this way could these people completely collapse. This would affect the morale of the army, and even the situation on the front lines. It would make it easier for the front lines to collapse, allowing the defense forces to achieve greater results with fewer casualties. Some might think Leon's actions were dirty. But to be frank, Leon would show no mercy until these people from the Dragon's Lair became Leon's subjects. And even then, they would need a long observation period. Because it was inevitable that some would eat Leon's food, but oppose Leon's message. For such people, Leon wanted to kill them all. Leon can feed others, ensuring that all races besides humans are well fed. But the problem is that you must repay favors. Even if you can't, at least you must be honest and dutiful. The elves, orcs, and the West French Empire are examples. But no matter how others treat Leon, as the leader of a nation, Leon must endure it all, or rather, he must believe that there is still love and justice in the world. So Leon uses this tactic against any nation. It's old-fashioned, but it works, and that's all. What? Are you asking about raising more ungrateful people? Please, I'm going to go to space. Even if I raise an ungrateful person, I can kill him with a single slap. The half-dragons ultimately chose to join Leon. Upon hearing this news, Leon was somewhat excited, but Vilya was somewhat disappointed. What shocked the frontline soldiers even more was that the vast majority of these half-dragons were women. To be more precise, they were dragon maidens, whose bloodline power was weak. Because half-dragon bloodlines are crucial, no one would marry a dragon maiden with such a thin bloodline. Marrying such a woman would be equivalent to diluting the power of one's own bloodline. The National Defense Army was initially unresponsive. Then the elders took the initiative and made their request. Military officers, do you want wives? National Defense Army, ? Chapter 1598. The Wehrmacht officers were stunned. He glanced at the officer next to him, then at the elder. As if to say, are you kidding me? Is this really happening? The officer didn't even notice the other parties mistaking him for military master. Under normal circumstances, if someone addressed them like that, the political commissar would have given them a beating. In fact, even after the Wehrmacht had grown stronger, it still hadn't abolished the political commissars. Because ideological work is truly crucial. Looking at the bewildered officer, the officer in charge of the liaison was also bewildered. He was a section chief. He had been assigned as the diplomat for this mission. He was a diplomat to begin with, but it wasn't until this moment that he finally understood that he was nothing but a rookie in front of the elder. How could someone talk like that? There was no diplomatic jargon at all. He came right up and said, "Military master, do you want a wife?" Who could handle that? The officers and diplomats were both bewildered. The elder was a little confused. Could it be that these military commanders are dissatisfied? That's not right. The women in our tribe are all fertile. Not only are they strong, but they also have great figures. Most importantly, they perfectly conform to human aesthetics. Maybe there are a few extra scales in some areas, and a few dragon horns on their heads. That's not a big deal, and for some, it could be considered an attack speed item. Some people just like this look. It doesn't make sense. The elder instantly questioned his life, and several people looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, the lieutenants nearby were getting restless, because these half-dragons were about to collapse. Hurry and let them eat. The soldiers immediately brought out the food and generously invited them to eat. At first, the Wehrmacht soldiers didn't react. But once all the half-dragons were ushered in, they were stunned. Because these half-dragons were almost all beauties. To be more precise, at first, they all looked dusty and dirty. Later, at the elder's persuasion, they simply washed up and prepared to welcome the Wehrmacht. A day had passed since the airborne troops landed at the camp. After completing their mission handover, the two paratroopers immediately contacted airborne headquarters. They had the airborne troops in the basin dispatch a large amount of supplies. That's why the elders had allowed these half-dragons to simply wash up and greet the Wehrmacht. The Wehrmacht soldiers assumed most of these half-dragons were ordinary people, or perhaps they had never imagined there were so many beauties here. Soldiers are ordinary people too, with their own emotions and desires. To be more precise, after all these years as airborne soldiers, no one wanted to be with them. It's not that their profession isn't sacred or prestigious. It's mainly because the airborne troops are so secretive. Many people are reluctant to marry airborne soldiers. This is especially true in Dian. Becoming an airborne soldier is like being cut off from your family. They won't let you leave easily. So many airborne soldiers don't marry. And most importantly, they never know when they might be killed unexpectedly. So many don't have families. But that doesn't stop them from liking the opposite sex. Over the years, the airborne soldiers have fought extensively. While their victories haven't been as stellar as those of the army, they met just as many people. So they, too, yearn for a happy, complete family. They desperately want to start a family, but building a career isn't easy. Starting a family is easy. But getting someone to marry one of their airborne soldiers is a bit more difficult. But now, looking at these beauties, the soldiers felt a little uneasy. The commander was the first to react, and immediately began to direct his men. What are you all staring at? Haven't you ever seen a woman? Take your eyes off me. Look at you drooling all over the floor. Can you please consider the feelings of others? You're elite members of the Airborne Corps, after all, and the face of our great Yen. The commander's words brought the soldiers to their senses. They instantly stood up straight, smiling as they distributed food to the half-dragons. The half-dragons were still a little uneasy, as they couldn't believe the food was meant for them. For years, they had lived as savages in the mountains, more precisely, gnawing on tree bark and wild fruits. Even wild vegetables were a luxury. Even the elders couldn't guarantee daily meat. Long-term malnutrition had left them completely unaware of fine food, and many even had shrunk from hunger. So much so that the airborne troops' cooks had to carefully instruct them. They were told to eat in small bites, not large ones, and to chew their food carefully and thoroughly, ensuring they didn't die from eating too much at once or too quickly. Many half-dragons wept as they looked at the food being distributed. Their parents had been driven out, and even many of their own generation had been driven out as well. Originally, this camp had over 2,000 people, but now there were only a little over 1,000. As for the rest, the answer was self-evident. So when they saw the food, they couldn't hold back their tears, because they knew they had survived. At first, the commander restrained his men, but soon he couldn't. There was nothing else he could do. These half-dragons were used to living in the deep mountains and forests. They were lucky to have a piece of clothing, let alone a decent one. This was a tough situation for these soldiers. They could inadvertently see the dragon women's bodies. Though they were ironclad warriors, they were also young men full of blood. What's that saying? Great, I finally made it to the beauty trap. This was their commander. How could he allow his men to be seduced by beauty? The commander looked at his men, his eyes blazing, and then spoke decisively. Everyone, put on your weapons and equipment immediately. Run 10 kilometers. The soldiers were stunned. We just glanced at each other for a moment, if they weren't brothers. Is that really necessary? Looking at the commander's obligated expression, the soldiers realized they couldn't persuade him. At this point, let's just run. After all, maybe they find love later. Although the commander was very strict with these people, he was already secretly planning how to ensure the lifelong happiness of his men. It's not impossible, is it? The leader didn't say you can't marry a half-dragon. Chapter 1599. The half-dragons near the basin were redeemed. Most of them chose to surrender to the National Defense Forces. Perhaps surrender sounds undignified. But at this stage, survival was the best they could hope for. If selling dignity meant a chance at survival, then even a certain price, let alone selling it, was acceptable. Life on this land was abysmal for the half-dragons and other dragon-like races with less dense bloodlines. Not only did they have to pay higher taxes to the dragons, but they were also marginalized by other races. The taxes were highly abstract. They didn't reduce them simply because you were weak. On the contrary, the weaker your bloodline, the more they levied, under the pretext of forcing you to strive for greater bloodline purity. This abstract taxation system only made life difficult for the common people. Many half-dragons died of starvation, but this actually achieved the dragon's original goal, to purify the half-dragon race. Because those with slightly purer bloodlines wouldn't starve to death, other races would accept these half-dragons with slightly purer bloodlines. Those with impure bloodlines would be ostracized, bullied, and ultimately die tragically. The Wehrmacht expressed sympathy for these people's plight, but they soon encountered something amiss, discovering a blind spot. How did these half-dragons come into being? They possessed both human and dragon characteristics. Were they the product of a fusion of humans and dragons? This was what puzzled the Wehrmacht. Half-dragons were most likely the offspring of humans and dragons, But the question was, who was the first half-dragon? But the problem was that the Targaryens, and the price of sugar, the two closest to an answer, never had a happy ending. The two never had any romantic children. The Wehrmacht was baffled. Furthermore, inquiries revealed that the history of half-dragons stretched back tens of thousands of years. Having a history of tens of thousands of years meant that the first half-dragon existed 10,000 years ago. It seemed that there was more than just Targaryen, the dragon rider. At that time, the Wehrmacht officers were lost in reasoning, desperate to know the outcome. Which came first, the half-dragons or the half-dragons? This wasn't just an ordinary question, it was a philosophical one. But the half-dragons offered no answer, for they didn't know the true nature of their own history. After capturing the basin, the Wehrmacht immediately regrouped and launched their assault on the dragon capital. By this point, the military base had become a living hell. The Wehrmacht's ground forces hadn't found an opportunity to land at the base. They could only rely on the air force to aid the fortress's defense. But these dragon minions were completely mad. They only wanted victory, and they showed no fear. To put it bluntly, they were determined to fight to the bitter end. Either the military base would be captured, or they would be killed. That was their answer. The defenders were also stunned. Were these people crazy? Why were they attacking the fortress so recklessly? The Wehrmacht gasped, but they remained at their posts. Even with the fortress in tatters, they fought to the bitter end. Targaryen, where are my bullets? The squad leader roared. After emptying his last magazine, the squad leader couldn't hold on any longer. Depleted of bullets, the squad leader urgently needed ammunition resupply. Although Targaryen was the reincarnation of a powerful being, he hadn't awakened at this moment. So Targaryen was still a small soldier. He had simply gained Leon's attention, and the squad leader, company commander, and even battalion commander all treated Targaryen with great care. Because Targaryen only needed one word to make the company and battalion commanders all humiliated. I have a dragon wife. What? You said you wanted to punish me? No problem, I have a dragon wife. What? You said I'm a gigolo? What's wrong with me being a gigolo? I have a gigolo, don't you? I'm a gigolo through my strength, so what right do you have to criticize me? Thus, Targaryen had become the most powerful figure in the military base, and no one would take the initiative to mess with Targaryen. For days, Bai Tang had been looking for an opportunity to visit the military base and meet with Targaryen. Initially, upon learning of this news, the base commander wanted to restrict Targaryen. The reason was simple. Thousands of people on the military base were single or living in foreign countries, unable to contact their families. And you were here displaying affection every day. What would happen to the others? What would happen to your fellow soldiers? So, for the sake of the base's stability, the commander chose to interfere with the Targaryens. But then Leon called directly. Why do you care about a young couple? Haven't you heard about their tragic story in their past life? Since you're worried about their influence, why not build them a small house and have them meet outside the base? At the time, Leon hadn't considered directly addressing the dragon tide. He planned to use the Targaryens as a springboard to find a way to bring dragons and humans into contact. Unfortunately, things went against his wishes. The relationship between dragons and humans not only didn't improve, but actually worsened. Later, they even went to war. This devastated Targaryen. He had originally planned to stay with Bai Tang forever, but the dragon's actions had completely devastated him. Targaryen was utterly bewildered. He hadn't recovered his strength yet, and there was no way to change anything. As an ordinary person, all he could do was go with the flow, without any thought of change or decision. Perhaps Bai Tang had achieved a certain level of power, but he, Targaryen, was still just an ordinary person. He wanted more, but he had no means. Hearing the squad leader's roar, Targaryen didn't hesitate, picking up a box of ammunition and approaching the squad leader. Just as the squad leader was about to reload, a dragon soldier rushed over. The squad leader had no time to reload. Targaryen tried to fire, but found his gun was empty. Without a second thought, Targaryen dropped his spear and drew his knight's sword. With one thrust, he struck the dragon soldier before him, instantly slaying him. At the same time, the dragon blood within the dragon soldier successfully made contact with the long sword. The next second, the silver armor instantly covered his entire body, and Targaryen was surprised to find that he seemed to finally be able to use this equipment. Ever since the equipment was retrieved, Targaryen hadn't found an opportunity to use it. It wasn't that he couldn't use it, but rather that he simply couldn't use it. More accurately, this armor was like a woman who ignored him. No matter how enthusiastically Targaryen tried, the armor simply didn't react. It was as if it didn't acknowledge Targaryen at all. Chapter 1600. The Targaryen stubbornness was beyond imagination. After nearly a week of continuous attacks, the dragons finally collapsed. They realized they had no chance of taking the fortress. The week-long assault had inflicted heavy losses on the dragon army's front lines. The dragons were completely helpless, losing half their 100,000-strong army. And at their weakest moment, the Wehrmacht's ground forces landed. After lengthy preparations, the Wehrmacht's 1st Panzer Army finally approached Dragon's Lair. They had spent countless hours and efforts training in the succubus kingdom on the eastern continent. Many of the 1st Panzer Army's soldiers had no experience fighting in Dragon's Lair. They had to call in some former soldiers who had served at the Dragon's Lair military base to impart their experience. The weather conditions in Dragon's Lair were comparable to those of a large island. It was a typical island climate. This meant that the demands placed on the army and armored units were higher. An island climate is different from other climates. Consider the Pacific archipelago. It's humid and hot, with occasional rain and storms. I really don't understand why the dragon would stay in this godforsaken place. After lengthy preparations, the Wehrmacht finally decided to deploy the 1st Panzer Army. The 1st Panzer Army is the face of the Wehrmacht, and it's its most capable force. So this landing had to be fought well. To ensure the 1st Panzer Army's successful landing, the Wehrmacht preemptively mobilized 2 armies, 1,000 Marines and 20,000 airborne troops. They planned a direct rear-line assault. Perhaps a few thousand men wouldn't change the tide of battle, but what if 20,000 airborne troops would launch a massive operation, severing the dragon's connection to the front lines, forcing the dragon troops attacking the military base to withdraw their defenses to defend against the airborne troops? They acted immediately, their speed even faster than the Marines. The night before the Wehrmacht's landing, the airborne troops departed from the eastern continent. At dawn the next day, 20,000 airborne troops launched a massive airborne operation. Taking advantage of the morning mist, they landed directly on a vast expanse of land. The airborne troops knew this operation was potentially dangerous, but they didn't care. They had to attract the attention of the dragon troops on the shore. Because of the sheer scale of the airborne operation, the dragons quickly became aware of it and immediately dispatched their troops to intercept it. However, they simply didn't have many troops to deploy at the moment, so they pulled 30,000 from the military base back to defend the area. The problem was that these 30,000 men became the final straw that broke the dragons' back. No sooner had the dragons withdrawn their troops than the Wehrmacht began its landing operations. On the vast, fog-shrouded sea, 6 aircraft carriers were being deployed. One after another, carrier-based aircraft received the order to take off. 81193, safe journey. We await your return at sea. After a Su-33 took off from the deck, the control tower extended its best wishes to all the carrier-based pilots. As naval pilots, they were all treasures of the Navy, because the missions they performed were the most dangerous and the most vulnerable to death. In reality, ordinary naval personnel weren't in much danger in this kind of crushing war. They didn't have to face the threat of death directly. Many naval personnel simply stayed aboard their ships, diligently guarding their posts, and the war would be over. But the carrier-based aircraft pilots weren't so lucky. For every sortie they launched was a fight for their lives. The ground crew meticulously checked before every takeoff, fearing any omissions. Hundreds of aircraft from the 6 aircraft carriers took off. They launched a frenzied attack on Camp Dragon, located on the outskirts of the military base. Before the soldiers at Camp Dragon could react, bombs fell on them. They were still asleep when the blasts ripped them awake, forcing them to wake up. In the panic, a stampede even occurred, and their commanders immediately mobilized their troops to prepare for defense. Wehrmacht air raids were a daily occurrence, but today's intensity was practically unprecedented. Just as the commander was wondering why the Wehrmacht had launched such a fierce offensive, a soldier rushed in, reporting to the commander. "Oh no, sir! The Wehrmacht has landed." Hearing this, the commander lost his composure. The Wehrmacht's landing at the military base meant they had successfully opened 3 active fronts. If the southwest and southeast were active fronts, then the military base was a passive front. The Wehrmacht didn't need to invest much. A small number of troops could contain the dragon's massive army. But now the Wehrmacht has taken the initiative to land, launching a 3-front operation. The most crucial point is that there are only about 20,000 troops around the military base. And among these 20,000, some are wounded. The commander felt a chill run down his spine. He was no longer thinking about defense. He was now preoccupied with one question: after the fall, could he survive the dragon's clutches? The Wehrmacht simply wanted to express its concern. "You're making a wish here, 2 wishes at once? Escape is 1 wish. and surviving the dragon's clutches is another. The Wehrmacht wouldn't give them a chance to evacuate. 30,000 soldiers trying to intercept 20,000 paratroopers was sheer wishful thinking. The problem was that the dragons hadn't accurately assessed the Wehrmacht's strength. They had thought the total number of airborne troops would be around 5,000. But they hadn't expected it to quadruple. Due to the foggy weather, they couldn't determine the exact number. Sending 30,000 troops was the safest option. But the problem was they ran into the unconventional Marjlov. Marjlov always believed in one thing: when two meet on a narrow road, the brave prevail. The 30,000 troops sent out couldn't return for reinforcements anytime soon, so the commander could only pin his hopes on the 20,000 troops at the camp. The problem was, these 20,000 were just food for the taking. The Wehrmacht's first round of airstrikes had already overwhelmed these soldiers. They had been dodging Wehrmacht long-range attacks for days, and the ships on the sea hadn't rested at all. From antique battleships to new missile frigates, shells and missiles rained down relentlessly. They were practically knocked unconscious. The dragon defenders were simply unable to hold on. Morale had plummeted in recent days. But the dragon showed no sign of giving up. "You accepted our protection, so you must fight for us to the bitter end, even if it means dying here." The soldiers could only express their gratitude to the dragon. Chapter 1601. How could the Dragon Army have never anticipated that the National Defense Army would engage in a three-front war? The National Defense Army's three-front war instantly put the Dragons in a difficult position. The two fronts in the southwest and southeast were already overwhelming the Dragons. The Dragons simply couldn't regroup. The forced recruitment of 500,000 or 600,000 troops was already the Dragons' limit. They couldn't muster more. Raising more troops would only be counterproductive. The lower-class people of the Dragon's Lair were already struggling to make ends meet. As a result, after the Dragon's actions, even survival became a luxury, let alone subsistence. Some of the wiser Dragons chose not to continue pressuring them, fearing that further pressure would lead to rebellion. The problem is, just because these Dragons didn't press them didn't mean the others had no other plans. The Dragons didn't care about all that. Their only concern was that these people weren't listening to their instructions, or rather, that these low-ranking people weren't diligently carrying out their orders. The Dragons were their masters, to be sure. But the problem was, these people couldn't even afford to eat or sleep. What weight did your Dragon's orders hold? Besides the half-dragons, some races with lesser bloodlines were also severely marginalized. They had little sense of belonging to these Dragons to begin with. And now, the Dragons still considered themselves gods, exploiting these low-ranking races, already on the brink of rebellion. This was sheer folly. The Dragons had personally pushed these low-ranking races into opposition. The Wehrmacht army quickly recaptured the base, and completely annihilated the Dragon troops besieging it. The 20,000 troops outside the base surrendered almost without hesitation. Because their commander led them there, and because he was fully aware of their predicament. How could they possibly resist tens of thousands of Wehrmacht troops landing at the base with only 20,000? Their token resistance was already a token of gratitude for the Dragon's kindness. "What do you mean, you call us ungrateful? Are you going to let go of everything you forced upon us over the years?" On the surface, the Dragons seemed to be offering them protection, but in reality, they didn't want it at all. Most of these followers were the product of the union between the Dragons and their ancestors. The so-called Dragon favor was merely a whim. The offspring of dragons and other races were euphemistically called Dragon followers. But in reality, the Dragons never considered these Dragon followers their own. They treated them as their own treasury. Whenever the Dragons ran out of money, they would attack their followers. They could easily seize everything from these followers. The half-dragons and the National Defense Forces complained about the harm the Dragons had inflicted on them over the years. After the National Defense Forces understood the situation, they had a complicated expression. These Dragon followers could hardly have been more miserable. The National Defense Forces increased their protection of the half-dragons in the Southwest Basin, fearing they would be harmed again. But the people around them were restless. After learning that the granaries in the southwest border had been captured, many tribes were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Because they also understood the importance of the basin. They wanted to recapture it and secure their own grain reserves. But while the idea was beautiful, the reality was harsh. The Wehrmacht paid no attention to these matters. They simply wanted to continue their offensive. From the outset, their plan was to immediately advance northeastward after capturing the basin, heading straight for the Dragon capital, to force the Dragons to retract their defenses or return to negotiations. But the Wehrmacht calculated that the Dragons would not retreat. They would most likely negotiate or seek a truce. If the Wehrmacht reached the capital, the Dragons would lose all face and dignity. So, the Dragons would definitely seek a quick ceasefire. At this stage, a ceasefire was the best solution, but the problem was that the dragons refused to cease fire. To be precise, the dragons didn't even make an appearance, it was their followers who took action. The Sword Clan attempted to recapture the basin, and then they forcibly assembled an army of 50,000 to avenge their previous defeat and reclaim their granary. The idea was a good one, but reality was harsh. As soon as they launched, they faced a relentless crushing defeat by the Wehrmacht. The airborne troops had long since established themselves in the basin, keeping a close eye on every movement in the surrounding area. The clan's army had barely been deployed when the airborne assault arrived. The clan's once ambitious army collapsed. Of the 50,000-strong army, only less than 30,000 escaped. Only a few thousand died in the airstrike, while another 10,000 surrendered outright, starving for food. They had been cobbled together from nowhere, and now the Wehrmacht easily routed them, so naturally they would take advantage of the chaos to flee. And even if they were captured by the Wehrmacht, at least they would have food. Isn't it enough to have enough to eat? Why worry so much? If you don't want to eat, that's fine too. Then just let yourself be bombed by the Wehrmacht and don't delay our surrender. So, when the 30,000 fleeing soldiers returned to the rear, their commander was dumbfounded. 50,000 had gone out, and only 30,000 remained after a single round of airstrikes. Any intelligent person would have known what had happened. Their commander-in-chief was furious, but he wasn't scolding the soldiers, he was scolding the people in power. Knowing the true nature of his own men, he still dragged them out and pushed them into battle. This was simply throwing these people into graves. You might think it didn't matter, but in reality, a few words from those in power could send a family's hopes to the battlefield. Perhaps the granary was truly their economic lifeline, and they had to recapture it, but they simply couldn't grasp the gravity of the situation. The front line could pull back some of the troops. Let these properly trained troops seize the basin, instead of pushing these improvised, random soldiers into battle. To put it bluntly, this was actively reducing the population of the tribe. This was actively pushing these young and strong laborers to their deaths. After the attack failed, the commander reported the situation on the front line truthfully, adding that the army had absolutely no fighting power. The rulers were furious upon learning of this, believing that their troops could not possibly be completely incompetent, or rather, that their lack of fighting power was simply due to their unwillingness to contribute. The rulers intended to severely punish the soldiers who had fled, but were persuaded by the commander. After careful consideration, they decided to vent their anger on the other half-dragons. The half-dragons surrounding the basin are only a small minority. A vast number remain scattered across the islands. Many of these half-dragons are vassals of certain clans, because there are factions among the half-dragons themselves. Yes, you heard correctly, these small, nearly extinct tribes still maintain a vast system of infighting. This is truly a case of a knife slashing one's buttocks, opening one's eyes. Because the half-dragons in the Southwest Basin chose to join the National Defense Forces, many took their anger out on other half-dragons, engaging in various forms of revenge and abuse. Many half-dragons were unaware of their own crimes to be oppressed, or even massacred, by other races. Upon learning of this, the half-dragons in the Southwest Basin felt deeply guilty, and requested assistance from the National Defense Forces. Upon learning of the destruction of the half-dragons, Leon was instantly moved. After understanding the origins of the half-dragons, Leon had a clear answer: to make the half-dragons the local administrators. More precisely, to make the half-dragons grassroots cadres, while simultaneously making the Yin the ruler. As the saying goes, use the barbarians to control the barbarians. Many newly assimilated races simply cannot identify with the culture of the Great Yin. The culture of the half-dragons is very similar to that of humans. That's why Leon came up with this solution. But the question is how to make these half-dragons work honestly or willingly for him. The answer is self-evident. It is to lend a helping hand and save them in their most desperate moments. Chapter 1602. The half-dragon's request fell on deaf ears, with no response. After waiting for nearly half a day, no word came from the National Defense Forces, even though the local airborne commander had told the elders to patiently await a response from headquarters. But the elders were deeply anxious. For while they had little contact with the other half-dragons, they were still of the same race, their compatriots. The usual internal strife was fine, but now that those people were trying to exterminate them, fighting among themselves at this moment was sheer folly. That was why they would, at all costs, request the National Defense Forces to intervene. The command immediately reported the situation to Lion, who immediately ordered the airborne troops to prepare for battle. He also ordered Air Force transport planes to resupply the airborne troops and ensure all necessary preparations for battle. Almost immediately, the vanguard troops were dispatched, leaving the basin and heading northeast to rescue the half-dragons. However, Lion did not immediately inform the elders of the army's movement. He knew that speed was of the essence in war, and naturally, he also knew that rescue efforts needed swiftness. The crux of the matter was that Leon needed to project the image of a savior. But he couldn't be so hypocritical as to sacrifice the lives of others to pave the way for his own image. So the operation began from the outset, but Leon didn't immediately inform the elders of the news, hoping to make them believe the National Defense Forces had been planning the rescue operation for a long time. A full half-day passed before the elders received the news from the National Defense Forces. The leader has dispatched airborne troops northeast to rescue your people. Rest assured, the half-dragons will be able to recover. The elder breathed a sigh of relief at the Defense Forces' promise, for he truly feared that if, for the sake of his own 1,000-odd men, the entire half-dragon race was on the verge of extinction, he would be a sinner. But he couldn't possibly abandon the lives of his 1,000 men. It was a self-contradictory situation. The answer was clear from every perspective, so Leon didn't blame the elder, nor did he praise his decision. Instead, he immediately ordered the army to rescue the remaining half-dragons. Upon learning of the Defense Force's actions, the elder immediately shared a shocking secret with them. To the northeast lies a tribe of half-dragons called Lava. They possess a treasure map, left behind by their half-dragon ancestors. Our ancestors became merchants in the Dragon Tide, accumulating untold wealth. The dragons coveted our ancestors, but our ancestors were so powerful that they stood no chance. We also prepared numerous backup plans, making it impossible for the dragons to strike. Even the dragon lords admired our ancestors greatly. But good times didn't last long. Our ancestors eventually died. How can human lifespans compare to dragons? However, his vast wealth was preserved and turned into a treasure map, which resides with the Lava tribe. This is something we half-dragons have always sought to protect. The Lava tribe's situation isn't much better than ours, yet they stubbornly guard this secret, never considering betraying our ancestors. But now I understand that constantly guarding these things won't make us stronger. Sometimes survival is a matter of negotiation. I hope I can trade this information for Diane's help. From the outset, the elder had intended to use this treasure map to gain the support of the Wehrmacht. What he hadn't anticipated was that the Wehrmacht had already intended to recruit half-dragons. Now that the other half-dragons were in trouble, the clan leader, driven by guilt, decided to use this treasure map to mobilize the Wehrmacht to personally rescue them. While the clan leader's unwarranted actions might draw curses from the other half-dragons, he no longer cared. He knew that if he failed to save his compatriots, he would never forgive himself. A Wehrmacht airborne detachment was rapidly advancing into the distance. They were aboard a BMD-4 airborne combat vehicle. Although it was relatively thin compared to other armored vehicles, it was designed to provide rapid mobility and firepower support to infantry. Who would be so foolish as to use an armored vehicle against armor-piercing enemy forces? The Wehrmacht acted swiftly. They had already rescued 2 groups of half-dragons. The total number exceeded 5,000. They advanced triumphantly, liberating every half-dragon in their path. And, incidentally, liberating all these areas as well. That's right, we're going to rescue people, not for territory. Yes, that must be the case. We're all honorable men. After intelligence reconnaissance, the team confirmed that a half-dragon village called Lava lay ahead. But before they could reach it, they saw black smoke rising slowly in the distance. They were startled. Something seemed to have happened, but the next moment, the airborne division commander called them directly. Are you heading to a tribe called Lava? Yes. Then listen carefully. We must protect this tribe at all costs. Why? Because they're the financial backers. They have a vast fortune. After hearing this, the soldiers lost their composure. As a qualified National Defense Force soldier, you must learn to use DD as a proxy. As long as you pay well, they might even lend you a hand. Chapter 1603. The squad tensed instantly after receiving the order. Understood, we must complete the mission. The captain then looked at the gunner, who checked his ammunition. The 30mm gun still had 98 rounds. The captain then ordered the soldiers to check their weapons and equipment. The airborne troops were using modular modified AK-12s. It wasn't that they didn't want to use the 191, but they were used to it. Plus, the army also used the 7.62 family, and the 191 was currently only equipped with the guards, so the airborne troops hadn't upgraded. Furthermore, De Yin was growing ever larger, with its various forces intertwined and complex. Lion, the cabinet, and the intelligence agency were able to keep the yen moving forward. But someone had to bear the cost of speed. Some people's minds were completely confused, especially in remote areas. All sorts of ideologies were mixed together. There was redism, capitalism, ethnicity, and even anarchism. It was a complete mess. Many garrisons were also affected. All Leon could do was maintain the purity of his army. But this wasn't the country Leon had imagined. A country controlled by the military and intelligence agents could no longer be called a people's nation. But as the war progressed, Diane's reliance on the military grew increasingly severe. Internally, various tendencies emerged. Some of me considered myself a veteran, a man of merit, so what was wrong with enjoying myself a bit? Leon's concern wasn't about these hedonistic pursuits, but about letting down the soldiers fighting on the front lines. Their dream was simple. In the past, it was to have enough to eat. Now, it was to ensure that their fellow soldiers had enough to eat. Inside the lava tribe, a group of familiar soldiers were slaughtering the half-dragons who lived there. The simple village was filled with cries and screams. Many familiars had come to participate in the massacre, including not only some orcs but, most outrageously, some half-dragons. A half-dragon woman grabbed the trouser leg of a half-dragon soldier in front of her and pleaded bitterly. "Zack, please spare your cousin. We are half-dragons too. We are compatriots and relatives, and she is your cousin." The half-dragon woman begged desperately. But the half-dragon soldier had no intention of letting her go. This was because the half-dragon soldier had received orders from his own half-dragon clan to kill all the half-dragons who wanted to defect to the National Defense Forces. This was done under the pretext of ensuring racial purity. In reality, the lava tribe had no intention of defecting to the National Defense Forces, as they were already close to the dragon capital. They could perfectly well survive under its protection. But the problem was that these dragons were inherently suspicious, and from the outset, they had no intention of trusting other races. Furthermore, the lava tribe lay between the basin and the capital, making them the next target of the National Defense Force. So, from the outset, they planned to implement a strategy of scorching the land and clearing out the vast area between the capital and the basin, preventing the National Defense Force from obtaining supplies through these areas. Furthermore, the dragons themselves resented half-dragons, considering them a disgrace to them. That's why they sought to exterminate them at all costs. Over the years, the actions of other clans against the half-dragons have often been supported by the dragons. Even within the half-dragon clan, those with less than pure bloodlines are oppressed and exploited. Because in the eyes of those with more pure bloodlines, those with impure bloodlines are nothing more than trash. Their existence only lowers the half-dragon clan status. That's why they do everything they can to distance themselves from these people. But the problem is, it's not something you can do just because you want to. Furthermore, these half-dragon clan haven't actually committed any wrongdoing. If living were a crime, then these half-dragon clan would probably be sentenced to death. The half-dragon clan is divided into many factions and groups. On the surface, they appear to be the weakest choice in the entire dragon's lair, but in reality, they are the strongest. This requires all half-dragon clan members to unite. It is precisely because of the numerous factions within the half-dragon clan, and the confusing situation of the half-dragon clan, that the half-dragon clan cannot become the most powerful race. This disunity gives the enemy an opportunity to exploit. The dragons exploit the internal bloodline theories of the half-dragons to divide their power and connections. In recent decades, the dragons' divisions have intensified. Many half-dragons have been completely divided over the past few decades. Perhaps they were relatives a few years ago, but now they are enemies. The two sides have completely broken off. Even former relatives have become enemies, leading to the scene just now, where the soldier abducted his cousin. The reason was simple. His cousin was quite pretty, and he intended to offer her to his superiors. But his aunt disagreed. Don't blame him for being ruthless. So what if my aunt? For my future, I can certainly give her up. People willing to sacrifice everything for their own future are extremely dangerous. The soldier grabbed my cousin, and was about to lead her to his superiors. No matter how much his aunt pleaded, he showed no sign of letting go. Beyond the scene, there were many more horrific scenes throughout the lava tribe. It was as if the half-dragon race was simply used to bully other races. Just as the lava tribe was being slaughtered, the airborne tanks finally arrived. Seeing the flames blazing in the village, the airborne tanks accelerated and rushed in, the gunners using 30mm rounds to blast the standing enemies. What? How do you tell if someone is standing as an enemy? Nonsense. Anyone standing and bullying the civilians is definitely an enemy. The 30mm rounds didn't care about anything else. They just blasted the enemy with their weapons. They simply showered them with 30 caliber shells. Maybe you are powerful individuals with cultivation, but you are definitely not that strong. Because the truly powerful never slaughter the weak. As expected, the 30mm rounds pierced the soldiers, cleaving them in two. Few soldiers could withstand a 30mm round, And even if they did, they were effectively crippled. After all, they were scrambling here and there, you and I. How could they possibly survive? Even if they did, they'd probably spend their next life in bed. The arrival of the airborne general disrupted everyone's plans. Even many soldiers, who had just been slaughtering with abandon, didn't react after hearing the Wehrmacht tanks fire. Aren't they just running now? They're waiting to be blasted to pieces by the Wehrmacht, and, most devastatingly, a significant portion of the airborne troops' paratrooper tanks were equipped with anti-aircraft guns. To be precise, they were the anti-aircraft version of the 30mm round. As the saying goes, anti-aircraft guns leveled the military tribunals. You might not be able to imagine the rate of fire of anti-aircraft guns, but you can imagine the devastation of being blasted to pieces. Chapter 1604. In fact, the airborne troops had no intention of employing anti-aircraft weapons in infantry combat. Their initial plan was simple: to conduct conventional combat. However, they soon discovered that once the airborne troops landed behind enemy lines, they would likely face a siege by powerful opponents. These opponents might not be the strongest, but they were certainly much stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, they realized that ordinary weapons were incapable of harming these powerful opponents. After careful consideration, Margelov decided to level the anti-aircraft gun. Perhaps leveling the anti-aircraft gun might be criticized, but who would know it was an anti-aircraft gun if I didn't tell them? You might think that anti-aircraft guns are only used to attack air units. But in fact, the reason anti-aircraft guns are used against air weapons, and not land weapons, is to protect land units. Because many land units simply cannot withstand anti-aircraft attacks. During World War II, there was an example of Detzi leveling the anti-aircraft gun. Because in order to hit high-speed aircraft, anti-aircraft guns must be advanced, and the muzzle velocity of the shells must be increased. After all, your shells can't possibly be slower than planes, right? Even if they're slower, you still have to fire ahead of time. So, anyone who can shoot down a plane with anti-aircraft guns is basically a ruthless person. I can't say they're accurate, but they're incredibly accurate. That's why the airborne troops sought to level their anti-aircraft guns. They range from 30mm to 20mm. All of these guns were converted into infantry combat platforms. Not to mention the damage, just the rate of fire alone is enough to turn the enemy into a sieve. Aside from some infantry fighting vehicles, all of the airborne troops' vehicles are basically equipped with high-rate anti-aircraft guns. The main focus was suppressive firepower. Many enemies died unaware of their deaths, as they were pinned down by the airborne troops. The airborne troops claimed that they only needed to employ a few tricks to turn the enemy into liquid form. The arrival of the airborne troops instantly changed the situation. The soldiers, who had previously acted arrogantly, instantly exploded. Because they had originally come to bully the weak, if they were truly powerful, they would have bullied the Wehrmacht on the battlefield long ago. Now, the Wehrmacht had come directly to confront them. 2 minutes ago, 2 dragon soldiers were still boasting. I'm not saying those Wehrmacht soldiers are trash. I can easily kill them. Hearing this dragon soldier's words, the other comrade's face darkened. Because this meant that the Wehrmacht was just a small fry, he could manipulate them at will. Hey buddy, don't you think about what you said? If you really could manipulate the Wehrmacht, what were you still doing here? The Dragon Lord would have drafted you long ago. Although the soldier was exaggerating, the dragons were foolish. Anyone sent here to bully the weak was, without exception, useless. To be more precise, there was no one who wasn't useless. The dragons weren't fools. They would siphon off a large number of their elite troops to the front lines to fight the Wehrmacht, leaving these useless soldiers in the rear. It wasn't that the dragons didn't want these useless soldiers to serve as cannon fodder, but rather that they would only be a burden to the others. You see, this is the cause of the commotion. They insisted on shoving useless soldiers into the front lines. Wouldn't that just cause more trouble for the front lines? Wouldn't that just be a double-edged sword? Just as the soldiers were bragging to each other, the Wehrmacht struck. The airborne troops' blitz caught them off guard. Many dragon soldiers were shattered by the Wehrmacht before they could react. Some tried to rally and fight to the end. But they were met with a relentless crushing blow from the Wehrmacht. After entering the tribe, the tanks immediately stopped, allowing the infantry on board to dismount and fight. The soldiers grabbed their rifles and rushed out, shooting any remaining soldiers. Their general had ordered them to eliminate all enemies. As long as they haven't surrendered, send them all away. Even if you surrender, you have to give the front lines some time to think. After all, there isn't enough food on the front lines. Since you want to surrender, you have to pay something. Huh? You didn't bring any food with you? Then why are you surrendering? Get out of here. Those slaughtered in the lava tribe were just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers with little fighting power. The airborne troops cleared the lava tribe at top speed. The lava tribe hadn't even had time to react before they were rescued by the airborne troops. The airborne troops were truly a mobile force. Not only did they arrive quickly, they struck just as quickly. The lava half-dragons were still reeling from the slaughter when they saw several human soldiers rush in and dispatch the soldiers who had slaughtered them. What was going on? The soldiers who had just treated the half-dragons like trash were now lambs to the slaughter. This wasn't karma. This was simply divine intervention. The half-dragon civilians were instantly thrilled. They didn't care whether the National Defense Force had come to rescue them or not. They were already overwhelmed with joy. They were finally rescued, but soon their faces turned to worry. They weren't sure whether the Wehrmacht was coming to rescue them or to kill them. The airborne troops easily drove the enemy out. Some soldiers took refuge in homes, attempting to use the hostages inside as a threat to force the airborne troops to surrender. But who were the airborne troops? How could they surrender over such a simple situation? And it was the mother and daughter's home. The soldier planned to trade his cousin for a promotion to a higher-ranking officer. But the next moment, before he could even leave, a comrade rushed in, shouting, "Oh no! The Wehrmacht is coming!" The soldier was instantly terrified, and his cousin, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to rush out. The soldier didn't care anymore. He led his comrades back into the house, where his aunt was still sitting on the ground. Seeing her nephew return, his aunt was a little surprised, but she quickly recovered. It seemed as if her daughter had escaped, but my aunt hadn't heard the soldier's words, so she hadn't yet known the Wehrmacht had arrived. The soldier's companion's panic made him panic too, but he knew he couldn't panic now. But the more you fear something, the more likely it is to come. Before the soldier could react, his cousin's voice rang out from outside the courtyard. "Soldiers, please save my mother." Several airborne soldiers, their faces sullen, followed the half-dragon girl. The girl's address was truly outrageous. "What do you mean by soldiers? If you want to send us away, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. We went through so much trouble to save you, and this is how you repay us?" Although they knew the girl hadn't done it on purpose, they couldn't care less now. They learned from her that there were dragon soldiers in her family. Chapter 1605. The airborne troops quickly surrounded the courtyard. This terrified the people in the courtyard. Two soldiers dragged the woman into the courtyard, attempting to use it as a last-ditch defense. But while the idea was beautiful, the reality was cruel. The airborne troops wouldn't care about anything, so what was the point of you hiding there? Perhaps you could use the hostages as human shields. You might criticize from a moral high ground, but the problem is, if I have no morals, then what are you? Morality, to put it bluntly, is meant to constrain the living, or to make people upright. But some people simply lack morals, or, in other words, have no morals at all when it comes to major issues. It's like you're a general guarding a city that's essential for reaching the capital. The enemy has trapped the city with a massive army. But you don't surrender. You continue to defend the city until your food runs out, but the enemy doesn't break through. The challenge facing you now isn't how to defend the city, but the lack of food. Without food, the defender simply can't hold out. Your only recourse is cannibalism. But cannibalism violates morality. At this moment, you face not only morality but also the nation. Will you cling to your so-called morality or abandon it? Morality is dead, but people are alive. But protecting this nation is paramount. Without hesitation, the airborne troops immediately launched into action, surrounding the house before them. They called in an infantry fighting vehicle and trained its guns on the interior. Perhaps you have hostages that make us hesitant, but we won't just stand by and watch. As long as we apply enough pressure, we naturally throw you off balance. The two soldiers were still planning to use some hostage to mediate with the Wehrmacht, but upon hearing the sound of Wehrmacht tanks, they were stunned. "Hey guys, aren't you here to rescue people? Why are you bringing armored vehicles? What's the point?" The two soldiers were stunned. But before they could react, the airborne troops scaled the wall. Some of the airborne troops drew fire at the main gate, while two elite soldiers scaled the wall from another direction. The two elite soldiers carried few weapons, save for a small pistol and a crucial dagger. They also discarded their heavy equipment, including their body armor. A secret infiltration was the main goal. The elites entered the courtyard at top speed. Then they began to move towards the hostage-holding area. The two soldiers were being held back by the airborne troops in front of them. They were too busy to turn around and look back. Two paratroopers stealthily made their way to the backyard. Then they peered through the window to observe what was happening inside. The two dragon soldiers inside watched the situation outside with a look of nervousness, for they were terrified. They feared the airborne troops would use force to break in. If the paratroopers outside knew what these people were thinking, they'd probably laugh. Since you're planning to kidnap, what's wrong with us using violence? What? You said we can't use violence? Come on, you're a kidnapper, and we can't use violence? Wouldn't that make us look like saints? To deal with those of you who trample on social order, we naturally have to strike hard. To protect their teammates in the rear, the airborne troops in the front were pulling out all the stops. They used every possible means. One even used a loudspeaker to shout from the front. Listen up, everyone inside. You're surrounded. Surrender now, and you can leave your body intact, or we destroy you and your house. While the soldier in front was frantically trying to seduce them, the two airborne troops in the back quietly began their move. After observing from the window for a while, they quickly settled on a plan of action, a swift and decisive assault. The pistols they carried weren't ordinary pistols. To be more precise, they were specially made. Because they weren't sure whether the enemy was an ordinary soldier or a cultivator before the operation, they carried two specially made pistols. One of the pistols used reinforced bullets, with a magazine holding 7 rounds. Even a second-level Dochi Knight wouldn't be able to withstand a single round. The other soldier's pistol was even more powerful. But you have to reload every time you fire a round, because the power is so immense. It's like putting a 23mm armor-piercing bullet in a pistol. This thing's only advantage is its power, but its only disadvantage is also its power. An average soldier would be killed instantly after firing one shot from it. The powerful recoil could dislocate a wrist. To prevent this from happening, the weapons designers even designed a special grip and folding stock. This single shot could even kill a level 3 fighting Chi Knight. After careful preparation, the soldier holding the hand cannon quietly aimed his weapon at the dragon soldier in front of him. He precisely aimed at the soldier holding the hostage. The two dragon soldiers stood apart. One soldier pressed against the door, occasionally peeking out, while the other soldier firmly grasped the hostage, his gun pressed against his forehead. At the same time, he watched the situation outside from the window, and repeatedly dodged, fearing that the Wehrmacht snipers would kill him. But in reality, the airborne troops had no snipers at all. The only marksmen in the airborne troops were the precision marksmen. Using precision marksmen as snipers is truly brilliant. The precision marksman and the machine gunner serve similar roles. They can accurately kill the enemy, while also providing suppressive fire. At a range of 300 meters, the suppressive firepower of the machine gunner and the precision marksman is actually comparable. Because you dare not even show your head after a machine gunner fires a round, and you dare not move even after a sharpshooter fires several rounds. Because by the time the sharpshooter opens fire, your teammates are likely already down. Don't challenge their efforts with your positioning. What's that saying? Against a sniper, it's useless to move in an S-shaped pattern or a straight line. A sniper can take you down with a single shot. I can only say you're still too young. The two paratroopers immediately sprang into action. The gunner with the hand cannon shot the soldier holding the hostage dead with a single shot. The other soldier, before he could react, was shot 7 times by the same soldier. Translated, it means he died from 7 bullets. Soldier Yemen never reacted until his death. And the soldier holding the hostage didn't feel any pain at all, because the Wehrmacht's marksmanship was incredibly skilled. The single, precise shot hit the soldier's head. The soldier's head instantly shattered. The mother froze as blood splattered all over her. She heard only a horrifying roar. The next second, countless drops of scorching liquid fell on her. The woman turned her head frantically, only to find the 2 soldiers who had just kidnapped her, each one in a more miserable state than the other. One's head was shattered, the other's body covered in 7 holes. After a brief pause, the woman screamed. Chapter 1606. The news of the Lava Tribe's rescue quickly reached the Dragon capital. At this moment, the Dragon capital was instantly plunged into chaos, as countless civilians found it hard to believe, or rather, to accept, the outcome. They couldn't believe the enemy was about to attack their capital. At this point, the dragons remaining in the dragon's lair were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Not only did they not believe the National Defense Army had reached the capital, they hysterically told others that it was impossible. Many were completely mad. The National Defense Army had not only ripped apart their veil, but also trampled upon their dignity. The dragons repeatedly claimed that the National Defense Army could not reach the shore. Later, after the National Defense Army landed, the dragons vowed that as long as they supported them, the National Defense Army would not be able to pass Kanha. But Kanha fell again. After learning that the National Defense Army had airdropped into the basin, the dragons again vowed to the civilians that the National Defense Army could not capture the basin. But every time the dragons said it was impossible, the Wehrmacht succeeded. After the Wehrmacht occupied the basin, the Dragon threatened to completely capture the fortress. Not only did they fail, but the Wehrmacht landed there. Now, a three-way siege is underway. The Dragon capital is in imminent danger. And just recently, the Dragons made another speech. They announced they would eliminate all traitors in the surrounding area, and they mobilized their armies to eliminate those innocent followers. If the Dragon Lord says you're collaborating, then so be it. If you're collaborating, then kill them all. You say you're not collaborating, then hand over the money. Failure to pay is treason. The Dragon's original orders weren't like this, but they became so after being passed down and exploited through layers of power. Because the Dragon's subordinates are all flatterers without exception, with perhaps a few elite individuals. Many of these flatterers rose to their positions by flattering the Dragons. They will carry out the Dragon's orders, but they have the final say on how they are carried out. Once the Dragon's orders are issued, they will distort them. To put it bluntly, they are local tyrants. Compared to others, these flatterers are the Dragon's biggest cancer. The Dragon's idea is simple: let these subordinates take good care of the country. Not to mention governing it well, but at least protecting everything their ancestors left behind. But the problem is, with this group of clever people, forget about protecting their ancestral heritage. Now their territory is almost lost. The Dragons are eager to inquire about the situation on the front lines. What kind of commander could have caused such a situation? But the problem wasn't the commander's fault at all. The commander wasn't actually at fault. They had already planned their tactics long ago, concentrating their superior forces to capture the fortress and then negotiate with the Wehrmacht. But he hadn't anticipated how incompetent his men were, unable to even take the fortress. In reality, the fortress could have been easily taken. The problem was that these men hadn't put in any serious effort. Or perhaps they had been lip service from the start. The commander was completely helpless. He urged the front lines countless times, but to no avail. The commander was completely at his wits' end. He wanted the Dragons to grant him more power. But Dragons are a collection of contradictions. Only when they were about to die did they realize the need to delegate power, but by then it was too late. In a palace in the capital of Dragon's Lair, the entire capital resembled the Holy Empire's capital. It was a typical complex of ancient Western European architecture. In the center of the capital stood a continuous palace complex. This palace complex was the Dragon's residence. Of course, most of the Dragons who lived in these palaces were young, as they didn't need to hibernate. And it was these young Dragons who governed the Dragons. The older Dragons had all gone into hiding, leaving these young Dragons as the sort of rulers. On the surface, they looked incredibly glamorous, but in reality, they held little power. Of course, most of their power was granted by the older Dragons, so in reality, it only meant governance, or even just the power of their own troops. They had no authority to mobilize the Dragon Guards. This led to their strange habits. They want more, but the Dragons won't give them anything. They can only resort to various tactics to attract attention, to increase their presence and gain everyone's support. But frankly, why would anyone support you? Is it just because of your mouth? Everyone has a mouth. So why should you become the ultimate leader just by telling lies? These young ruling Dragons are also plagued by factions fighting among themselves, and the clan commanders are struggling to survive in the cracks. Because these clans represent their few remaining military powers, the commanders directly command the ruling Dragon's army. These commanders naturally became targets for the Dragon's wooing, but the problem was that not all commanders were politicians. Some commanders, unwilling to be scrambled for power by the Dragons, chose to remain isolated. But how could this be so easy? Many things can't be controlled just as you wish. Some commanders were dismissed for refusing to take sides. But surprisingly, these unwilling commanders were the true commanders. The Dragon Archons personally dismissed all these capable commanders. It was only at this moment that the Dragons realized the folly of their original plan. After coming to their senses, they decided to reinstate these commanders. But the idea was good, but reality was harsh. You kicked them out, and now you want them back. How could such a good thing happen? The Dragons tried to recruit these commanders by offering higher salaries. However, this had little effect. Few returned for the money. Besides, are these people really that short of money? How could they become commanders without some capital? But some commanders still hold a deep love for Dragon's Lair. Maybe this country is terrible, but they still love it. Because this is where they were born and raised. Chapter 1607. Just as the bloody battles were raging on the front lines, a minor problem arose in the rear. To be more precise, it was a problem caused by the system. In the beginning, all means of production were controlled by Lion. To improve the lives of the people, Lion adopted a planned economy. All livelihood products were essentially produced on demand. All the things the people needed were produced according to strict calculations. Aside from the military-industrial complex, which was completely overwhelmed, the people were basically able to meet their basic needs. Of course, this was at the beginning. Later, with economic improvement and national stability, the planned economy gradually changed. But overall, it was still completely state-owned. This meant that the people had to queue up to buy supplies. But Lion didn't want to become the next big brother. After all, the joke at the time was that I paid for the TV, but it would take 2 years before I got it. And at that time, I would ask the teller whether it would be in the morning or afternoon 2 years later. The teller asked, "Why are you asking so much? I've been waiting for 2 years, so why should I be afraid of a morning and an afternoon?" And I would say that the microwave oven I just bought arrived that morning. On-demand production eliminates waste, but the problem is that it lacks vitality. That's why Lion allowed local companies to open factories abroad. But things changed later. Because all the countries of these foreign companies were incorporated into the home country, they lost their original economic competitiveness. Now, things have returned to the framework. Some domestic companies have lost their competitiveness. They began to become complacent. The quality of many products was questioned, but after all, they were one of the few domestic suppliers. They naturally had the confidence to reject the criticism. But some children of officials were unhappy. Why were domestic products worse than those from abroad? That's right, because many companies have factories abroad. Those factories abroad are still operating, and the products they produce are indeed better than those produced in China. It's not that they can't produce domestically, but rather that there's a lack of competition. If there were competition, their products would definitely be on a higher level. Faced with these inferior products, the children of high-ranking officials and other wealthy individuals in China were unhappy. After all, they were powerful, wealthy, and influential, yet you tell us we can't even enjoy the most basic things. Our parents suffered for most of their lives, so shouldn't we enjoy ourselves a little? So they began to put pressure on the stores. But stores are essentially transit points, and the people who manage them are just ordinary people. Faced with pressure from these powerful children, shop managers had no choice but to resort to importing goods from abroad. In theory, this shouldn't be a problem at all. But the root of the problem lies in the barriers between non-local and local businesses. Goods from autonomous provinces are priced one way locally, but another way when shipped overseas. Shops can import some goods from autonomous provinces, but they need to fill out forms, reporting unit prices and other information. Essentially, this means reporting the price and quantity of imported goods to the Commerce Bureau. Importing high-quality goods from other regions is perfectly fine. The problem, however, is that many powerful individuals demand that stores import not just ordinary goods, but even custom goods. For example, a luxury car produced by the Demon Empire's first automobile manufacturing plant. This luxury car was originally intended for the Demon Empire's royal family. It was just the right way to drain the Demon Empire's royal family and nobles of their wealth. But the children of the powerful individuals managed to get the car back. The problem is, the car is not cheap, it's worth the price of a tank. That's the problem. The store's inventory list listed ordinary cars. At first, the Intelligence Bureau didn't realize this. Until a few days ago, an Intelligence Bureau agent, while shopping, happened to see a group of store employees loading goods into a luxury car. Coincidentally, the agent knew who the car belonged to. The car belonged to none other than the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. Logically, the Deputy Director simply couldn't afford such a luxury car. Perhaps the average person wouldn't notice, but the problem was that this agent happened to be in charge of the economy. He specifically dealt with combating the smuggling of luxury goods. So, he could tell at a glance that this car, while seemingly simple on the surface, was actually extremely luxurious. But he didn't rush to act, instead observing the situation silently. The agent returned to the intelligence agency in silence. Then he went straight to Hans's office. In the office, Hans had just returned from the Dwarf Empire. Because Leon had already decided to launch a conventional war against the dragon. So the intelligence agency had to find a way to infiltrate the dragon's lair. Gain intelligence through the intelligence agency's methods. Just as Hans was signing the document, an agent knocked on the office door. Without a second thought, Hans spoke. "Come in, Director. I have a report." When the door opened, Hans looked up and saw that the person before him was an ordinary agent, someone he hadn't even remembered. A hint of confusion deepened his brow, but more so, a solemn expression. No one would knock on his door for no reason, especially an ordinary agent like this. No one would joke about their future. Hans then signaled to his secretary to serve tea, pointed to the seat in front of him, and asked the agent to sit down, putting down the documents in his hand. Tell me your information. After a long silence, the agent spoke. Captain, you should be familiar with the first store in District 1, right? I know it's a shopping center for the wealthy and powerful in District 1. The goods there are carefully curated and generally of good quality and low prices. Hans began, unaware of the seriousness of the situation. But what if I say there's something wrong with the first store? What do you mean? Hans was a bit confused. The agent then spoke. Captain, I believe the first store is suspected of smuggling luxury goods and even bribing officials. Hearing this, Hans could no longer sit still. Because the two combined translate to corruption. Hearing this information, Hans's face darkened. Are you sure? Although I don't know the details of the smuggling, I do know that the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau has a Demon Empire Imperial Limousine at home. The Demon Empire Imperial Limousine is on the mainland's list of prohibited items. If this isn't smuggling, what is it? This is challenging the leader's bottom line. Hearing this, Hans gasped. To be able to smuggle a car into the mainland and even have it appear in the capital requires extraordinary connections. How did such a large car get smuggled in? Are customs and checkpoints just for show? Hans realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately picked up the phone to call the gendarmerie. Notify the government to set up a special task force, and the person in charge will be, Hans said, glancing at the agent before him. The agent, sensing Hans' gaze, immediately stated his name. Peskov will be the person in charge, with full authority over this task force. The gendarmerie chief was somewhat bewildered by the order, but nonetheless chose to carry it out. Neither the head of the gendarmerie, Hans, nor Peskov could have imagined that a simple smuggling case would eventually become a major crime. Chapter 1608. Peskov walked out of Hans' office with a swagger. He had joined the Intelligence Bureau a year ago. He had just graduated from school and joined the Bureau, only to be assigned to the Dwarven Empire to gather intelligence. He then happened to catch up with the war against the goblins. He successfully earned a reputation in the war. He was then transferred back to the headquarters in Leningrad. But Leningrad, as the capital, was naturally full of hidden talents. A newbie like Peskov was still at the bottom of the ladder. If he wanted to climb up, he had to outlast the veterans. But many veterans of the Intelligence Bureau understood one thing. In their line of work, if you don't work hard, you die faster. So many Intelligence Bureau agents, those who intended to work their entire careers, either had to retire or died on the job. There was no other way. So if Peskov wanted to advance, he had to solve cases or achieve merit. But achieving merit was somewhat unrealistic. The war was almost over, so where could he find merit? So he could only focus on solving the case. After all, there are always some corrupt officials, who are unafraid of death. In this world, it's a choice between money and life. How could you, an official, want both money and life? So Peskov had been staking out his position in the capital. But he never found an opportunity. But fate finally gave him one. Peskov rushed to the gendarmerie. His initial elation suddenly faded. Because he opened the door, he found the gendarmerie to be terribly cold. After all, it was broad daylight, and the sun was at its peak at noon. The gendarmerie was as cold as a cellar. This immediately caught Peskov off guard. Looking at the fierce-looking men in the gendarmerie, Peskov shrank back. The gendarmerie chief finally stepped forward. Okay, this is Peskov, the head of the Special Operations Team. The director has called. You can mobilize all the gendarmerie officers, but there's one prerequisite. You must have sufficient evidence. The surveillance department will also cooperate with your operation. Hearing this, Peskov was thrilled. He then spoke directly to the chief. I want the intelligence agency to monitor the first store, especially the manager. From what I understand, the manager has some connections with the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. Furthermore, the Deputy Director is suspected of involvement in smuggling. One of his cars was smuggled. Peskov's words were concise, and the chief immediately came up with a plan. Notify the surveillance department and have them immediately monitor the first store and the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. Also, order the 1st Division of the Military Police to lead a team to stake out the residence of the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. If the surveillance of the first store and the Deputy Director makes a breakthrough, immediately launch an arrest operation. The military police acted swiftly. Peskov was a little confused. Hasn't he become the overall director? Logically, he should be in charge, but Peskov didn't care. To be frank, he was just an ordinary agent, while the military police chief before him was one of the 4 heavenly kings. And the most capable fighter. Some speculated that he would succeed Hans as the next director of the intelligence agency. Following the minister's order, the first store, which was operating, was monitored by the Intelligence Bureau. There's no place in the world the Intelligence Bureau can't reach. Especially in the capital, there's no place the Intelligence Bureau can't monitor. It can monitor anything. The only possible reason the Intelligence Bureau didn't monitor was that they didn't want to or couldn't. The employees at the first store were unaware of what was happening. They didn't even know they were being monitored. The manager's office was on the rooftop. To keep an eye on the manager, the Intelligence Bureau obtained a criminal from the security forces. They then deliberately let the criminal escape. A pursuit ensued near the first store. A bullet accidentally shattered the window of the first store. The security force had no choice but to call in a repairman. The broken glass happened to be on the middle floor of the first store building. So, the workers took the elevator down from the rooftop to replace the glass. However, these workers were all comrades from the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau had quietly installed cameras and monitoring equipment in the rooftop office. After completing this operation, the scene shifted to the home of the Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. Initially, the military police had indeed intended to monitor the situation. But after they saw the Deputy Director's daughter driving the Demon Royal sedan, they decisively launched a violent operation. This was no ordinary smuggling. This was a blatant insult to the majesty of the great Yin heavenly power. The Deputy Director's daughter had just returned home. After a night of revelry, she was ready to go home and rest. Last night, she had shown off her family's luxury goods to her friends. Of course, these friends were no ordinary people. Most of them were children of the rich and powerful. But the irony was that truly powerful people like Caddis tried their best to control their children. This was because they knew Leon would not tolerate corruption. If Leon caught them, they would be met with a devastating blow. Even the grandsons of the marshals had little contact to prevent collusion. Most of their relationships were superficial. The older generation knew Leon's character, but the latecomers weren't so understanding. They considered themselves contributors to the Great Flame's strength, so naturally they wanted to enjoy everything. If you, Leon, don't enjoy it, that's your business, but don't stop us from enjoying it. The Deputy Director's daughter had just parked her car when she saw a black, armored Humvee crash through the mansion's gate. Before she could open her mouth to criticize, she saw the black-clad soldiers jump out. As the Vice President's daughter, she naturally recognized their uniforms. They were soldiers from the Intelligence Bureau, but the woman saw something even more frightening. It was the red armbands on the right arms of the black-clad soldiers. They were military police. Chapter 1609. The Deputy Director's daughter had just seen the military police when they pinned her to the ground. The military police didn't care about showing mercy. Their orders were to act after obtaining evidence. The car was already parked here, and they caught the man red-handed. Was there any need to argue? The Deputy Director's daughter had no idea what had happened to her. Thinking they arrested the wrong person, she forced herself to speak. Do you know who my father is? The Deputy Director of the Commerce Bureau. The military police were amused by this. Then do you know who we are? The military police ignored the Deputy Director's daughter's words, and instead interrogated her. Was this car smuggled? After hearing the pointed question, the woman instantly shut up, as if admitting it would have unforeseen consequences. The military police instantly realized they had caught something big. Without hesitation, the military police captain ordered the police to search the Deputy Director's home. Some might ask, how could the military police have the authority to search the Deputy Director's home? Of course the military police have the authority. Of course, the military police's authority doesn't belong to them. It's granted by Hans. Hans grants special privileges to the action team. The military police are the most powerful force within the Intelligence Bureau. The Intelligence Bureau has two force units. One is the mobile unit composed of agents, answering to the Intelligence Department. The other is the separate military police unit. The mobile unit generally follows operational orders issued by the Intelligence Department. But the Intelligence Department cannot directly mobilize the mobile unit. Everything requires authorization from Hans or the department head. Because the Intelligence Bureau is growing in size, and situations around the world are becoming increasingly complex, the Intelligence Bureau is a sharp sword, but it shouldn't be abused. The Special Operations Team received direct authorization from Hans. Even the Marshal's Residence Operations Team, led by Caddis, had the authority to conduct direct searches. But Hans wasn't one to sign orders lightly. In other words, signing an order inevitably meant accepting the corresponding responsibility. For example, if he searched Caddis's residence and failed to find substantial evidence, he would be held accountable by Leon. In serious cases, he could be dismissed. All members of the operation team would also be punished and disciplined. So, every operation order was signed only after he had gathered sufficient evidence. Leon was a cautious man, and Hans was no exception. At the deputy director's house, the young lady didn't realize until she was pinned to the ground, as if these people were out to arrest her. But she realized that even giving her father's name didn't work. The military police from the task force split into two groups. One group entered the deputy director's home and began searching it, while the other group escorted the deputy director's daughter to a car. The woman refused to sit still and wait for death. Just as she was about to be transferred to the car, she began to scream, trying to attract the attention of the neighbors. Being the deputy director's residence, the people around were likely wealthy or prominent. Hence, the woman's screams and cries were an attempt to attract attention and help her escape. Coincidentally, the deputy director's home was next door to the home of a staff officer from the headquarters. As a combat staff officer, he naturally couldn't stand the bullying. He wanted to go out and seek justice, but he turned around and went back home the moment he left. As soon as he left, he saw several military police officers fiercely escorting the director's daughter into a car. As a combat staff officer, he naturally knew the military police. Sometimes, one's life is just too long to think of provoking trouble. Guess he really needs to calm down a bit. The combat staff officer remembered what Field Marshal Caddis had said to him. "You're just too young. Just suffer a little. This isn't the way a friend suffers, is it? This is getting shot." The daughter was confused. Why didn't the neighbors come to her aid? She even saw some neighbors trying to help, but instinctively ran back. It's just a bunch of military police. What's there to be afraid of? Is he as powerful as my father? The deputy director was sitting in his office reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed. The secretary beside him asked, "Commander, how are you?" The deputy director waved his hand. "Nothing's wrong. Maybe someone's whispering about me." The deputy director had no idea how much trouble his daughter had caused. As the military police escorted the woman into the car, they searched the deputy director's home. They soon found some clues. At first, the military police searched the deputy director's home, but found nothing suspicious. Aside from some antiques, there wasn't anything else. But these antiques weren't worth much, or even as much as the royal sedan. The gendarmes concluded there was something fishy going on. They quickly sprang into action. The gendarmes began digging. Some believed the deputy director had hidden the stolen money under the floorboards. Some began searching the deputy director's bedroom. One gendarme found a list in the deputy director's desk drawer. The list had been tucked away inside a book. But while searching the drawer, the gendarme accidentally pulled the book out, and only then did the gendarme discover the list. But the names on the list puzzled the gendarme. They weren't high-ranking officials or important figures. In fact, the gendarme didn't recognize any of the people listed. Confused, the gendarme handed the list to his captain. While the captain was still pondering, a gendarme cheered from inside the room. The gendarme had discovered the deputy director's hidden treasure. Several gendarmes emerged, carrying 5 or 6 cans of food. These cans were placed in the living room, gathering dust on the counter. At first, the military police didn't notice them, but then they noticed they were covered in dust and, upon checking, the production dates were past their expiration dates. Logically, canned food shouldn't expire even after several years, even 10. You, the deputy director, bought cans and kept them at home. If you wanted to eat something, you eat it quickly. If you were going to keep it, you buy the long-term cans. But what's the point of leaving these short-term cans on display? Even if you don't eat them, they're already expired, so you should throw them away, right? But not only haven't you thrown them away, you kept them in the living room. Are you planning to use them to entertain guests? Besides, you're the deputy director, and these cans are truly beneath your status. So the military police decided to inspect them. The results were shocking. The cans didn't seem to contain liquid or food. The military police, realizing the trick, immediately cracked them open. The contents horrified everyone. Chapter 1610. Everyone was stunned when they cracked the can open. Inside wasn't food, but bonds. To be more precise, great yen bonds. Upon seeing these bonds, everyone was stunned. They initially thought they contained gold notes, or at least some paper money. They turned out to be the most unexpected bonds. Everyone was stunned. They then picked up the bonds and examined them carefully, finally confirming one thing. These were indeed bonds, but the amount was a bit large. Just a few 100,000 gold coins. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was stunned. As far as they knew, the total amount of bonds issued by the entire Great Yin government to date did not exceed 40 million gold coins. And the total amount of bonds currently in circulation did not exceed 10 million gold coins. The vast majority of the bonds had already been repossessed by Great Yin. Yet, here were nearly 600,000 bonds. This truly baffled everyone. Because 600,000 bonds is no small sum. It could even raise an army. And who would be so greedy for money and bonds? To embezzle so many bonds, wouldn't you be aiming for heirlooms? Because, as a high-ranking official, which bank would dare to exchange hundreds of thousands of gold coins worth of bonds? You might be arrested before you even finish exchanging them. After all, what high-ranking official could afford to spend hundreds of thousands of gold coins? Hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Even if you sold the Duke's Palace and the Parliament building in Lyon, it wouldn't be worth that much. So the gendarmes realized this was definitely embezzlement. But they were soon filled with confusion. Who is embezzling government bonds? Isn't this just a case of walking into a trap? Before anyone could figure out what was happening, the captain rushed over upon hearing the news and, looking at the bonds, fell into deep thought. It wasn't the buddies who were embezzling bonds? It was government bonds. The captain realized something was wrong and immediately reported the matter. Peskov didn't understand. But Hans keenly sensed something was amiss. Embracing government bonds is, to put it bluntly, foolish behavior. Perhaps all the embezzled money was exchanged for government bonds. But the problem is, it's impossible to exchange them. Even if you exchange them separately, it wouldn't work. Because you wouldn't be given the opportunity to do so. A certain amount of government bonds are exchanged each month. If a large amount of government bonds were suddenly exchanged within a given month, then they would naturally come under the radar of the intelligence agency. So they would be caught. By then, it would be too late to escape. The Intelligence Bureau will uncover all your secrets. The deputy director still doesn't know what's going on. He continues to work at his post. He has no idea what's going on in his family. If he knew, he'd definitely have his daughter hanged and flogged. He knows his daughter's taste for luxury goods, but he can't do anything about it. His wife died early, leaving his daughter motherless. The deputy director loves his wife dearly. He, too, had risen from the bottom of society. His wife is a lifelong lover. Even now, he hasn't considered remarrying. He never gave up his longing for his wife. So he indulged his daughter in every way. His daughter loved luxury goods, but he didn't interfere too much. Many of his luxury goods came from the first store. The first store's manager would occasionally give these high-ranking officials small gifts. Of course, these gifts were luxury goods, but they weren't. Because most of them represented first store's losses. Due to the planned economy and state-owned production, Dian today is like the Mao Zedong of the 1970s and 1980s. Stores are completely nationalized. This means that stores report monthly material losses to their superiors. These losses can be manipulated. Of course, this was thanks to the wise decision of the deputy director. Many store managers didn't treat these state-owned assets as real assets, resulting in unnecessary losses. The deputy director optimized the storage systems of these stores, reducing the monthly fixed losses to a negligible level. But these store managers unanimously chose to conceal this matter and continued to report the losses. Naturally, these seized goods were sold on the black market, turning into glittering gold coins. Not only that, they also gave the lost goods away. Through this, they built a powerful network of relationships. The military police captain brought the bonds and the list back to the Intelligence Bureau. Hans immediately took them and began contacting the intelligence department. While the military police were capable, sourcing information still needed to be handled by specialized personnel. In just 3 hours, the Intelligence Bureau's intelligence department had figured out who was on this list. These are the names of the store managers, large and small, in Leningrad. These 3 names are the directors of the Commerce Bureau. One of them is specifically responsible for foreign trade, while the other 2 are responsible for liaisons with the Customs Inspection Station. Listening to the Intelligence Bureau agent's explanation, Hans suddenly understood. So that's how smuggling works. The fact that these luxury goods can flow into Leningrad is inseparable from these people in the Commerce Bureau. So there's a problem within. But due to the continuous wars, neither the Intelligence Bureau nor Lyon has the energy to focus too much on domestic affairs. At this time, the deputy director changed the economic system of the stores. This allowed the stores to reap huge profits. Logically, these store managers could easily report this, which would not only earn them recognition, but also reduce national losses. But no one thought so. Even if they did, they would be ostracized. Because everyone wants to make money, especially when everyone can see the impending victory. Everyone strives in difficult times, but what about peacetime? If everyone loses their ambition, the situation will become more complex. After understanding the whole story, Hans immediately ordered the arrest of the deputy director and everyone on the list. Regardless of whether or not those on the list are innocent, it's better to arrest the wrongdoers than to let them go. The intelligence agency will not slander any good person, nor will it let any bad person go unpunished. A large number of military police received the order to proceed, and armed Humvees set off to various locations in Leningrad. The deputy director was sitting in his office, enjoying lunch. Compared to the sumptuous meals enjoyed by his colleagues, the deputy director's lunch could be described as simple. Because, besides 2 vegetarian dishes, there was only 1 meat dish, and that meat dish was stir-fried pork with chili peppers. To be more precise, the chili peppers made up half of the stir-fried pork. To outsiders, the deputy director was considered an honest and upright official. Chapter 1611. The deputy director was still sitting in his office, writing a report with a serious expression. He was unaware that his home had been raided, and that his only daughter had been arrested. But the deputy director was unaware of this. The Intelligence Bureau's military police quickly uncovered the entire situation in the deputy director's home. They searched the deputy director's home from top to bottom, ultimately finding over 800,000 gold coins in bonds, and 80,000 gold coins worth of luxury goods. Of course, these 80,000 gold coins worth of luxury goods were mostly found in the deputy director's daughter's room. Thus, the Intelligence Bureau concluded that the deputy director had actually not enjoyed any of the money. This only further baffled everyone, as they couldn't believe he could have embezzled so much and yet not enjoy it. But the bond issue further confused them. The stubbornness of the situation suddenly became a double-edged sword. With these questions in mind, the Intelligence Bureau's intelligence officers were dispatched. Because the deputy director's situation was unique, military police were not initially dispatched. But in reality, after the intelligence officers were dispatched, the military police also followed, arriving near the Commerce Bureau. But they didn't go in, waiting outside. They waited patiently for Peskov's orders. The former junior agent, now the configuration client, had become the leader of the operations team. Moreover, Hans had asked Peskov to lead the team this time, because he wanted to see if this young man had the ability. After all, not everyone can seize an opportunity. The fact that Peskov was able to uncover the hidden danger proved his ability. Or perhaps, he was just brave enough. If anyone else had seen the deputy director's daughter driving a car carrying smuggled luxury goods like this, they probably wouldn't have dared to say a word. But at least Peskov had spoken up. Not only that, Peskov had the nerve to bring his complaint directly to him. So, based on this alone, he decided to trust Peskov for once. Peskov rushed in with the intelligence agents, and the security guard at the door didn't dare to move a muscle. Nonsense! You're just like a madman eating poison. How much do you make a month? You're risking your life like that? But out of professional ethics, the security guard still called the director of the Commerce Bureau and reported the situation. When the director learned that the intelligence agents had stormed the building, he collapsed in his seat. Because he believed they were targeting him. As the director of the Commerce Bureau, he held a high position of power. So, naturally, he harbored a certain amount of greed. But until now, his greed had been suppressed. But after being in this position for so long, many things became beyond his control. So yesterday, he made a decision that went against his original intention. He embezzled a gold coin of public funds. Of course, he embezzled the funds to make things easier for himself. In reality, he never intended to embezzle. After he embezzled the funds, he quickly repaid the damage. That's why he's sitting here so calmly. But today's sudden arrival by the Intelligence Bureau frightened him. Oh no, are they coming for me? After learning that the Intelligence Bureau had stormed in, the director resigned himself to his fate, closing his eyes, and sitting in his chair, awaiting the Intelligence Bureau's judgment. But the Intelligence Bureau's judgment never came. Because he discovered that the Intelligence Bureau hadn't stormed in at all. Or perhaps the Intelligence Bureau agents were taking action next door. Because he heard a commotion coming from next door. Deputy Director Rokosov, you're suspected of corruption and bribery. Come with us. Rokosov, diligently reviewing documents, was stunned. After a brief moment of shock, he revealed a calm expression. He then stood up and walked out with the intelligence agency without resistance. This stunned Peskov. It also stunned the intelligence agency gendarmes squatting outside the building. You're not my friend. Are you just walking out like this? You're not going to resist? You're just accepting your fate. The gendarmes were collectively stunned. But despite their stunned state, they reacted immediately and stepped forward, escorting Rokosov into the car. At first, Rokosov thought it was just a simple conversation. So he had been calm and composed from the beginning, showing no signs of nervousness at all. But when he saw the gendarmes, his composure instantly lost its composure. The appearance of the military police signaled a certain event. The CIA had already set its sights on him. A regular CIA agent's arrival might have been a message of suspicion or interrogation. But once the military police were deployed, they were bound to possess substantial evidence. Rokossov suddenly thought of his daughter, and instantly understood everything, as well as the bonds in his family. The military police, unaware of Rokossov's unique circumstances, took him back to the CIA for questioning. Due to Rokossov's unique circumstances and his deceptive behavior, the CIA avoided a drastic approach. Instead, they conducted a routine interrogation, attempting to break down Rokossov's defenses at their core. Rokossov, you're already deputy director. There's no need to do this, right? Peskov didn't know how to conduct interrogations, so he called in 2 interrogators. He himself sat aside to provide security. Listening to the interrogator's words, Rokossov shook his head. Comrade, I don't seem to have done anything wrong, am I? Don't play dumb. Where did you get your luxury car? And where did all those luxury items in your daughter's room come from? Don't you have any idea? An intelligence interrogator said with a fierce look on his face, slamming the table. Rokossov was puzzled, then said something that silenced everyone. What does my daughter's affairs have to do with me? And I haven't been home for a month. After hearing this, the interrogators fell silent. No, buddy, aren't you going home? What do you mean you haven't been home for a month, and your daughter has nothing to do with you? Peskov blinked, and the 2 interrogators looked at each other, lost in a brainstorm. Rokossov said, bewildered. She's my daughter, it's true, but the problem is, she's long since severed ties with me. The mansion was given to me by the leader, and I love my wife dearly, so I indulged my daughter in every way. But I later realized that true care isn't indulgence. But by the time I realized it, my daughter had already gotten together with those shady people. I'm Deputy Director Bugia, but I can't control my daughter. Rokossov's tears moved the 2 interrogators somewhat. But then the 2 interrogators realized they were the interrogators, so why had they followed Rokossov? The interrogator, regaining his composure, slammed the table and demanded, I'm not here to ask about your daughter. I just want to know where you got those 800,000 gold coin bonds. Don't tell me you bought them with your own money. Rokossov lowered his head, his expression changing. The crowd, noticing the change in Rokossov's expression, instantly realized he was about to reveal something. Chapter 1612. Rokossov listened to the interrogation, his heart sinking to the bottom. Those bonds weren't embezzled by me. I saved money through various means. Everyone frowned at Rokossov's words. What do you mean you saved money to get them? Did they just appear out of thin air? Rokossov, please explain in detail. Confessions will be treated leniently, while resistance will be punished severely. I believe you understand this principle. Just then, Peskov walked over, sat down in front of Rokossov, and spoke in a very calm tone. Rokossov shook his head. But the point is, I really did save money to get those bonds. The 2 interrogators tried to press the issue further, but Peskov stopped them. Peskov gestured for Rokossov to continue. Go on. I believe you're a good official. Rokossov smiled helplessly and spoke. I'm a good official, not exactly a good one. I'm just an ordinary official, one who wants to do something practical for this country. Rokossov took a sip from the teacup before him, then continued. First, I'm the deputy director of the Commerce Bureau, and the manager of the first store is my man. The first store couldn't have been here today without my help, but you have to understand one thing. Not all stores are first stores, and not all stores obey my orders. First, we need to get back to the most fundamental issue, the great yen trade system. Everyone was stunned by this. Because it was already obvious at this point, what was going to happen next might be beyond their expectations. But at this point, all that mattered was over, they simply wanted to successfully solve the case. Go on. If anything goes wrong, we take care of it, Peskov said bravely. But the 2 interrogators had already started to inform Hans. Because they could sense that the consequences of this matter were beyond their ability to bear. Hans rushed over immediately after hearing the news. Rokossov spoke. Because we're a state-owned economy, more precisely, a rigid system, commerce and foreign trade are entirely state-owned. This means there's little room for competition. Without competition, they naturally lack ambition. Lack of ambition is fine, but many people simply don't care about the nation's losses. They do anything to achieve their own goals. Take the first store, for example. At least 20% of their goods were lost due to improper storage. This wasn't due to incompetence, but rather their management methods, storage conditions, and various other factors combined to cause a 20% loss. This 20% was reported to the Bureau of Commerce, and others considered it normal loss. But I knew it wasn't. So I used the first store as a testing ground, building a completely new system. With a reward and punishment system and innovative storage methods, we successfully reduced losses to less than 2%. The remaining 18% became my savings. But I didn't report this 18%. Instead, I stored it myself and exchanged it all for government bonds on the black market. It's not that I don't want to pay this 18% loss to the state, but it's impossible for me to challenge the system under such scrutiny. I really don't know what the smuggling is all about. You have to ask my daughter about the details, because it was her cronies who brought the car in. And a lot of luxury goods are smuggled in, I know. But I can't do anything about it, because there are countless eyes in the Trade Bureau, or even the entire system. Peskov was stunned by this, as were the two interrogators. Hans, who had just arrived at the door, was also stunned. No, bro, I thought it was just a simple corruption case. How did it become a major case that could threaten to yen? No, bro, who put this case in my hands? I haven't touched this case at all. I'm an honest and dedicated agent. I never thought of handling a major case. Welding wire at the door didn't rush in, but instead lingered carefully. This matter was truly too big. He couldn't handle it all alone. After a brief moment of thought, Hans finally entered. Seeing Hans enter, Peskov and the other two immediately stood up. Rokosov also tried to stand, but Hans held him down. Rokosov, I pay you my highest respects. Although Hans knew Rokosov had broken the law, he had earned Hans' respect here. Few people could earn Hans's respect, and Rokosov was one of them. It wasn't because Rokosov was so powerful, but because he dared to challenge the system. Over the past 5 years, Hans's job had become increasingly difficult. It wasn't because he was old, or because he was incompetent, or even because the intelligence agency was inadequate. It's because these things in Dehien have grown into towering giants, making it practically impossible to shake them. Every task Hans undertakes is a dance on the brink of a knife. The Intelligence Bureau used to be invincible, but now every action must be carefully considered against the enemy's network of connections. It's not that the Intelligence Bureau has weakened, but rather that the enemy has grown stronger. In this war without gunpowder, networks have become the Intelligence Bureau's primary enemy. Rokosov heard Hans' praise, but he chose not to accept it, believing it was his duty. After a round of warm greetings, Hans had Peskov serve Rokosov with delicious food and drink. He also arranged for a large number of military police to protect Rokosov. At the same time, he called Peskov to the door. Remember, from today on, I won't allow Rokosov to even stab a hair. Your next priority should be interrogating his daughter, starting with the smuggling case. Bring down some of the people involved in the smuggling case, and then proceed slowly. Go for it. Don't be afraid of making a mess. No matter how big the mess, the arrow is on the string and must be fired. Currently, construction and military industries across the country are in need of funds, and the leaders are setting an example by tightening their belts every day. And yet, these people are squandering state-owned assets. This is not what I want to see, and it's unacceptable. Do you understand? I understand. Chapter 1613. Leningrad, the capital. As the heart of the Red Empire, its status is supreme. It is a sacred place in the hearts of countless people. It is also a place where countless talented and ambitious people realize their ambitions. Inside a mansion, several middle-aged men were talking. Rokosov has been arrested. He probably won't be able to escape. Shouldn't we make preparations early? Give him. One of the middle-aged men spoke. What's wrong with you? Where is Rokosov now? The Intelligence Bureau. Can you get your hands on the Intelligence Bureau? Of course not, but I have connections in the security forces. I find a way to get Rokosov into the security prison. Then, we have the final say on how to deal with him. The middle-aged man's words made the others pause. Rokosov knew too much. He was a top-tier talent. If he died, he died. But he not only understood the dangers of a rigid economy, but also knew how many corrupt officials there were in Dehien. Leon and his men were frantically building, but they were actually eating away at the building from below. The Intelligence Bureau was like a woodpecker, catching woodworms. But some of the woodworms had already penetrated deep into the building. To eradicate them, Leon had to take action. Inside the Intelligence Bureau, Rokosov was in the detention room, looking out the window at the dimming lights, his mind mulling over everything he had just said. He had no regrets. He believed he had done the right thing. Dian's state-owned economy had led to a period of economic stagnation. Not everyone was a staunch revolutionary, and not everyone was willing to risk their lives for Dian. The hardships their predecessors had endured, so why should they endure them again? Peskov and a military police officer were standing guard outside. Hans's orders were to keep a close watch on Rokossov, not allowing him to leave their sight. Hans knew that what Rokossov had revealed today would be enough to shake the world. So he worried that someone would silence Rokossov, and by then it would be too late. So, after careful consideration, Hans decided to transfer Rokossov tonight to the gendarmerie prison. This wasn't to incarcerate him, but to use the prison to protect him. Perhaps Rokossov had broken the law, but Hans had no intention of punishing him. As the director of the intelligence agency, his role wasn't to engage in struggle. It didn't matter if the cat was black or white, as long as it could catch the mouse. Although Rokossov had broken the law, he had obtained 800,000 gold coins in bonds. These 800,000 gold coins in bonds were effectively a supplement to the national treasury, because these 800,000 gold coins in bonds didn't need to be repaid. Nonsense! Rokossov's actions were called embezzlement and bribery. It's just that Rokossov exchanged all the money he embezzled and accepted for government bonds. And strictly speaking, Rokossov wasn't embezzling, he was merely misappropriating public funds. Hans was very cautious, and he was proven right. For just moments after Hans moved Rokossov away, 2 intelligence agents arrived at the detention center where Rokossov was being held. They were about to kill Rokossov and fake his own death. They discovered that Rokossov wasn't there at all. They were stunned. Just as they were about to leave, a large group of military police suddenly rushed out. Before the two could even comprehend what had happened, they were pinned to the ground. It was only then that they realized they had been tricked. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, Hans had anticipated the assassination attempt. So, after Peskov secretly transferred Rokossov, Hans didn't rush to spread the news of Rokossov's removal. Instead, he quietly led his men as the 6th inspector. Only after the 2 assassins were apprehended did they realize they had been set up. A large group of military police pinned them down. Just as they were about to open their mouths to explain, Hans stepped forward. Their expressions instantly darkened. Hans approached them and asked with a look of disdain, "Why did you betray me? Wasn't the CIA offering enough? Or do you think your life is too long?" Hans's words silenced the 2 men. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but that they didn't dare. Because they knew that if they spoke, they would be personally interrogated by Hans. Rather than being interrogated by Hans himself, it was better to remain silent and await interrogation by other agents. Because almost everyone who fell into Hans's hands couldn't survive more than half a day. It wasn't that they couldn't hold out, but rather that they simply couldn't survive more than half a day. Because they might be killed by Hans before they even made it. But the problem was, everyone Hans interrogated spoke without exception. So this became a secret in the intelligence bureau. No criminal could survive the director's interrogation. If they could, they must be a demon. There was even a rumor that even a demon couldn't withstand Director Hans's interrogation. Hans could only laugh at these rumors. Because his interrogation of prisoners was a long time ago, he hadn't interrogated many prisoners until now, especially in the past 2 years, when he had hardly taken action. But to ingrain Hans's image in the minds of the intelligence agents, they resorted to this stunt. They began to deify Hans. This completely altered Hans's image in the agents' minds. At first, they spread the rumor that Hans enjoyed playing pranks on people. But as time went on, it became known that Hans enjoyed cannibalism. It was truly a form of counterpropaganda. The veteran agents never believed this, but the newer ones were terrified. They didn't dare confront Hans directly. The 2 agents quickly revealed the people behind them. It wasn't that they couldn't handle it, but that they were desperate for death. They had been human when they entered the interrogation room, but had left looking like shattered men. As for what happened inside, we don't know. All we know is that the eyes of these 2 men are now completely clear. One of them is even drooling. This is the Intelligence Bureau's famous memory restoration technique. As long as you're a human, or even an intelligent being, you'll be able to remember everything about yourself once you're inside. What if you can't remember anything? It's okay. Everyone who has come out of there, without exception, has eventually confessed. If you don't confess, you can't get out. Wouldn't it be better to just keep those stubborn people inside and refuse to confess? As long as they're locked up and interrogated, sooner or later they confess everything. If you don't confess, the interrogation will continue. Rokossov was transferred to the gendarmerie prison. The moment he stepped into Siemben Reef, he thought he was doomed, believing the entire gendarmerie prison was filled with the most vicious criminals. Rokossov was taken to the gendarmerie prison by Peskov. He waited outside his cell. Throughout his journey, he saw countless vicious criminals. But in reality, the so-called vicious criminals Rokossov encountered were rarely truly vicious. The truly vicious criminals were never released, or in other words, never placed in cells near the main gate. These vicious criminals were early on placed in the dark underground cells by the gendarmerie. Some of the truly vicious criminals were even thoughtfully placed in water dungeons by the gendarmerie. Water dungeons aren't actually scary, they simply soak you in water, ultimately rotting you to pieces. Within the gendarmerie prison, this type of cell is considered relatively good. The warden of the gendarmerie prison is practically a living hell. The entire prison is a self-contained system. It has its own internal generator. And a few cells happen to be right next to it. These cells aren't a big deal, just a little warm. Just like a sauna. Chapter 1614. The location of the gendarmerie prison was well known. It was located in the southern suburbs of Leningrad, not very far away. But Hans, the head of the intelligence agency, now had a new idea, to build another gendarmerie prison. Because the current gendarmerie prison was already overcrowded, and Hans, a respectable man, or perhaps even a philanthropist, couldn't physically eliminate the prisoners. They had to work for a full 60 years. They were an excellent labor force, so he set his sights on an island southwest of the mainland. He planned to build a new gendarmerie prison there, larger in size, and with more cells. This would hold even more prisoners. But that was a story for another time. Rokossov was shoved into a solitary cell. The eyes of the inmates in the surrounding cells all turned, especially those in the cell opposite. The problem was that as soon as they showed their faces, they were immediately repelled by the gendarmerie, who didn't care about such trivial matters. They worked all night long, eager to watch every new cellmate. Under the care of the military police, these men instantly became obedient, no longer harboring any thoughts. They remained quietly in their cells, awaiting the next day's dawn. Rokossov, transferred to unfamiliar surroundings, felt a little frightened, but he had no intention of escaping. He knew this was a military police prison, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. Rokossov remained in the military police prison. Unbeknownst to him, the storm he had stirred had already engulfed the entire Great Yin. After interrogating the two intelligence agents, Hans immediately obtained useful intelligence. That meant the two agents had been bribed. To be more precise, it was someone from the Commerce Bureau who bribed the two agents. The problem was, the one who bribed the agents wasn't the director of the Commerce Bureau, but a section chief. Hans was baffled. How could a mere section chief have the nerve to do such a thing? This was beyond absurd. To put it bluntly, it was a lack of understanding of one's role. But Hans quickly understood that the person who hired these two was just a front-runner or a scapegoat. Without hesitation, Hans ordered the military police to arrest the section chief. Because Hans knew the section chief might be silenced. Sure enough, just as the military police arrived at the section chief's building, then a loud sound of shattering glass could be heard overhead, and the section chief fell to the ground in front of everyone. Looking at the terrified section chief, the military police immediately realized someone was trying to silence him. While ordering the corridor and the entire block to be sealed off, they led their men forward to capture the killer. When the military police rushed into the director's home, they saw the killer, who had committed suicide. The military police blushed at the sight. This was more than just a provocation. This was simply a disco on their intelligence agency's head. They were treating their intelligence agency like nothing. When Hans received this news, he wasn't angry at all, but rather very calm. Because he already knew the outcome. Or rather, he knew the outcome from the moment he sent the military police. But everything had to be tried. Someone had to go and see what was going on. Since the director's lead was gone, they had to start with someone else. While interrogating Rokossov's daughter, Hans dispatched his men to round up all of Rokossov's cronies. Remember, it was 4 a.m. Longer was completely quiet. But in that moment of silence, intelligence vehicles raced down the main road. A large number of intelligence agents were dispatched. Nearly 1,000 agents were deployed, and they were tasked with apprehending over 500 targets. And the most shocking thing was that Rokossov's daughter had over 200 cronies. To be precise, these 500 targets were essentially all acquainted with one another, or at least had some connection. Rokossov's daughter didn't know what was going on. She thought her father was using his connections to save her. But she didn't know that the father she was so proud of was already incarcerated in a gendarmerie prison. And her cronies were on their way to arrest. Longer was very peaceful at 4 a.m. But the bars and karaoke bars were anything but. They were filled with young men and women, discovering all the troubles they had faced. But the next second, the bar door was kicked open. Everyone, get down immediately. The Intelligence Bureau's military police are arresting people. If you don't want to die, cooperate. The military police were ruthless and quiet. With that, They rushed in and began arresting people according to a list. The young men and women in the bar were initially stunned, and some drunken ones even tried to argue. But they were restrained by their companions. Are you going to kill yourself? What are you afraid of? We're doing this legally. What right do they have to arrest us? Do you know who's coming? I don't care who they are. Could they be intelligence police? It's just a small bar. How could military police come to such a small place? The young man waved his hand dismissively, then groggily tried to move forward. His companions tried to stop him, but the military police stepped in front of him. The companions fell silent. The military police regarded the man with interest. For the past few years, there had always been challenges to their military police. But without exception, they all regretted it. But there's no such thing as regret medicine. The drunken man looked around and noticed several beautiful women looking at him. He instantly became excited. He wanted to show off in front of the women. But when he saw the burly man before him, he was instantly shocked. He saw the black uniform of the Intelligence Bureau and the red shoulder patches of the military police. At that moment, the man wanted to die. Because in Diyin, provoking the Intelligence Bureau might not get you killed, but provoking the military police would at least get you a prison sentence. Even though the man looked terrified, the military police didn't make things difficult for him, because there were simply too many people to arrest tonight. The list of 500 was only a preliminary one. Once they were captured and interrogated, and the smuggling chain was completely eradicated, that would be their busiest time. Chapter 1615. The Intelligence Bureau's arrest operation quickly began. The situation in Leningrad changed instantly. Many people working the night shift were stunned. They saw the Intelligence Bureau vehicles speeding down the road. For the people of Leningrad, the Intelligence Bureau vehicles were easily recognizable. Their livery was simple. To be more precise, they had no livery at all. Currently, there are 3 automobile companies in Diyin. Among them, the First Automobile Works shifted its manufacturing focus from military to civilian use. Due to this shift in focus, the styles of vehicles produced by the factory have also changed. The factory's initial batch of vehicles were primarily military. The subsequent batches were all given to government officials. Only a very small number of ordinary people received these ordinary vehicles. As the department receiving the largest number of vehicles, the Intelligence Bureau naturally became highly recognizable. After all, only the Intelligence Bureau could pull off the First Automobile Works first-generation cars in droves. So many night shift workers dodged the convoy. Some brave souls braved the scene to take a look at who they were, only to become subdued the next moment. No, buddies. What's with all those military police? The sight of intelligence agents gathering in large numbers is already terrifying. And now there's another incident. A whole bunch of military police. What else is there to say? Just run. Thankfully, they discovered that most of the military police operations this time were targeting nightclubs. Most people applauded the military police's actions, as they had long been dissatisfied with these thugs. The residents of Leningrad were mostly hard-working workers. They were deeply resentful of the newly emerged Yellow Hair Gang. These thugs were incompetent, and were nothing more than hooligans. With the entire national focus shifting to the outside world, these Yellow Hair Gangs began to gain momentum within the country. It wasn't that the government's educational efforts weren't strong enough, but rather that these people simply had nothing better to do. The Intelligence Bureau had also conducted special crackdowns, but the problem was that these Yellow Hair Gangs were their own small, isolated group. This meant that these Yellow Hair Gangs were essentially internalized factions. It wasn't that they didn't want to publicize themselves, nor that they didn't want to show off. It was that if they dared to show off, they would likely be crushed by the Wehrmacht. After their initial attempts, the outcome was predictable. Not only were they pursued by the Wehrmacht, but also by the Intelligence Bureau and the security forces. Even the guards received orders for severe punishment. So they became obedient, gradually forming their own small circles, confined to their nightclubs and bars. They formed their own cultural circles. And most of the young men were very honest. The dishonest ones had already been sent to the gendarmerie. Originally, these young men shouldn't have been sent to the gendarmerie. But this was Leon's special order. Because Leon believed that if these young men didn't have correct values from the beginning, the gendarmerie had the right to shape them. After all, the gendarmerie wasn't a bottomless pit, at least they could get out. Of course, no one has yet managed to escape. Some people attempted a Shawshank Redemption, only to be dragged straight from the sewers by military police. Many of the sewers in the military police prison are translucent. How could you possibly stage a real-life Shawshank Redemption? And the second military police prison was planned to be built on an island. By then, there'd be no escape, All they could do was cling to the bars and sing tears behind bars all day. The only entertainment would be watching the world through the windows. But compared to the conditions inside the first military police prison, the second military police prison was at least a paradise. A large number of yellow-haired people were arrested. Many of them were merely suspects, but at this moment, Hans stated, "The principle of swift and severe punishment is paramount. We must strive to quickly crack the case and uncover the chain of operations behind it." Just as the intelligence agency was making large-scale arrests, the people who controlled the smuggling chain became restless, because Hans's actions were tantamount to disrupting their smuggling operation. This was undermining their interests. They absolutely would not allow Hans to cause any trouble. So they devised a plan to use their own methods to stop the Intelligence Bureau's actions. In a luxurious mansion, a middle-aged man picked up the phone and dialed, "Send a message to everyone. Destroy all connections and evidence, leaving no evidence for the Intelligence Bureau. Let our people leave, and don't let the Intelligence Bureau get hold of anything." The order was quickly confirmed by the person on the other end of the line, and action was immediately launched. At a border checkpoint into Yan's mainland, a border inspector suddenly received a call. His expression suddenly darkened, and after glancing around, he realized no one was watching him. Then he quietly went to a nearby warehouse, retrieved a bucket of gasoline, and doused it on the documents in front of him. Then the fire ignited the entire document table, and a raging fire instantly engulfed the border checkpoint. The checkpoint sentry, upon seeing this, rushed over to extinguish the flames. They acted swiftly. More accurately, the sentry's execution was exceptional. The sentry tried to open the door and rush in, but found it locked. But before he could think, the flames inside were already intensifying. The sentry could only kick the door open and extinguish the flames as quickly as possible. Only after extinguishing the flames did the sentry realize something was amiss. The fire was incredibly strange. After a careful investigation, the sentry discovered that it was completely man-made. There was nothing in the duty room that could have set it ablaze. It was obvious that the fire had been deliberately set. And after a careful inspection, the sentry discovered that the fire had destroyed most of the documents. The information recorded in these documents was very simple, essentially just border crossings. Not just the flow of personnel, but also the rental of goods. The sentry, realizing something serious might have burned. The sentry immediately began salvaging the burned documents and reporting the situation. However, what the sentry didn't anticipate was that their border checkpoint wasn't the only one on fire tonight. News of the checkpoint fire quickly reached the Intelligence Bureau. Hans was practically livid upon hearing this news. To stabilize the military, Leon had just arrived at the Dragon's Lair. He was preparing to personally lead the charge and boost morale on the front lines. So Leon had entrusted the rear guard to Yun Chi and the cabinet. The cabinet wasn't working, so Hans, single-mindedly, blocked both ends. He didn't want his troubles to reach Leon's ears. So, without hesitation, Hans headed for the Duke's palace. It was still past 5 a.m., and the entire Liongrad was still slumbering. The ladies in the Duke's mansion hadn't woken up either. But no one had expected Hans to arrive at this hour. After sending the guards inside to report for 5 minutes, Hans was ushered in by the maid. Seeing Yun Chi sitting in the living room, Hans immediately stepped forward to report. "Madam, something's happened. The smuggling industry has burned the border checkpoint's entry and exit records. And according to the Intelligence Bureau, the entire Great Yen economy has been decimated by the smuggling industry." Yun Chi, who had been smiling, suddenly had a grim expression. "You have this kind of thing going on? Are you guys in the Intelligence Bureau just there for nothing?" Chapter 16:16. Hearing Yun Chi's accusations, Hans was sweating profusely. This was no ordinary act of slashing a nice edge. They were pushing him to the brink of despair. The Intelligence Bureau was indeed powerful, but not to the point of being divine. Don't always think the Intelligence Bureau was omnipotent. In reality, its capabilities were very limited. When you say its intelligence capabilities were strong, you're referring to its external intelligence capabilities. But internally, there would be many thorny issues. First, there were those powerful people. These powerful people were truly powerful. They not only had power, but they also had ample strength. How could the Intelligence Bureau investigate? How could the Intelligence Bureau touch these powerful people? While some of them were honest, a considerable number had been corrupted by power. So, the results of the Intelligence Bureau's internal investigation were completely ineffective. Even after repeated actions, the situation remained unchanged. Because that was the situation. These powerful people not only had status but also power. This was the most thorny issue for everyone. Many Intelligence Bureau agents were just ordinary people, powerless to change anything. Every Intelligence Bureau action was directly ordered by Hans. Without Hans's orders, they would never dare act. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but rather that they simply didn't have the capacity to shoulder responsibility. Responsibility is a mysterious concept. Ordinary soldiers simply couldn't shoulder it, and those higher-ups were unwilling to do so. Hans could be considered a good officer, for he was willing to take responsibility for his subordinates. Looking at the diligent Hans before him, Yuan Qingqi's expression softened slightly. Although this incident infuriated her, what else could she say now that things had come to this? The only thing she could do now was give Hans the order to proceed. Does the cabinet know about this? Hans shook his head. The cabinet isn't aware of this yet, but I already sent someone to inform them, and they should receive the news soon. Hearing Hans' words, Yuan Qingqi frowned. So you're saying that only the Intelligence Bureau has details of the smuggling operation right now? It's possible that the cabinet ministers received early news. The smuggling network is so vast, I doubt there's a traitor in the cabinet. Hans offered his assessment. Under the light, Yuan Qingqi remained silent, drumming his index finger on the table. Does the leader know about this? I haven't dared to report it yet. The leader is currently in the dragon's lair to boost morale. I think we should tell him about this later, at least until we achieve some initial success. Hans said hesitantly. Let's do this. Do you know the specific list? I don't believe such a large network of connections wouldn't have a single clue. Yes, according to our investigation, the Deputy Minister of Defense and 2 senior military staff officers are involved. It's certain they are at least connected to those traitors at the Border Control Office. Hans was interrupted before he could finish. Give me the list. Hans was slightly stunned, but handed it over anyway. The next moment, he witnessed an unforgettable scene as Yuan Qingqi vanished on the spot. Hans glanced at the maids around him, who also looked bewildered. Following the list, Yuan Qingqi stormed the residence of the Deputy Minister of Defense. At that moment, the Deputy Minister was packing his belongings, preparing to flee. As one of the biggest beneficiaries of the smuggling industry, he had long since gained access to every move within the country. So, after confirming that the Intelligence Bureau had begun its operation, he immediately chose to flee. Although he didn't know where to go, it was better than staying here and waiting for death. The Deputy Minister's home was brightly lit, and all the family members were called out. The Deputy Minister's wife, son, and daughter were puzzled. Why was their husband packing so hastily? Why did he look like he was running away? No, why would they run? Before the Deputy Minister's wife could figure out what was happening, a second later, a woman in a black dress appeared in the living room of their residence and sat down on the sofa. The wife, son, and daughter were stunned. The Deputy Minister, who was ordering his servants to pack their belongings, saw the scene and his legs trembled with fear, because he recognized the woman before him. Husband. Madam. Why are you here? The Deputy Minister's voice trembled. He had never imagined that Yuan Qingqi would come in person. At that moment, his mind was racing. From the beginning of underwater life to the Big Bang, the Deputy Minister thought about everything he could imagine, but he couldn't fathom why Madam would come in person to arrest him. But what the Deputy Minister could never have imagined was that Yuan Qingqi hadn't even considered arresting him. To be more precise, she was planning to kill them all. Yuan Qingqi's intention from the beginning was to kill them all. These people are ungrateful and never pay attention to Leon's orders. Leon has set an example so many times, but they just can't learn. So forget about learning. Just wait until your next life, Yuan Qingqi said coldly. Who gave you the guts to smuggle? Everyone does it, ma'am. And after all these years of hard work, it's time to enjoy yourself, right? The Deputy Minister spoke cautiously. Everyone does it? Great. Everyone's become more capable. In that case, hand over the list. Yuan Qingqi's words instantly brought the Deputy Minister to his knees. Ma'am, I can't live without the list. Is there a possibility that you can't live without the list? Yuan Qingqi's words froze everything like ice. At that moment, the Deputy Minister's heart was filled with regret. But there's no cure for regret. I'm willing to hand over the list, but I beg you to spare my family. Why should I spare your family? They enjoyed the extravagant lifestyle your crimes have afforded them, so they must bear the consequences. De Yen doesn't need you at all, or rather, your existence is insignificant. You're still alive because you're valuable, understand? I'm not Leon, I'm Yuan Qingqi. I'm not a good person. Chapter 1617. Yuan Qingqi's words trembled the Deputy Minister's soul. Madam, I shed blood for De Yen. You can't do this to me. The Deputy Minister knelt and kowtowed repeatedly, his head breaking, but he didn't hesitate. Kowtow doesn't guarantee survival, but not Kowtow definitely doesn't. You shed blood for the yin? How much blood did you shed? What about those soldiers with missing limbs? What do they count for? William and the others shed blood for the yin too. William's facial scar hasn't healed yet. Do you know when it was earned? You don't. It was from the Battle of Leningrad. You don't even know that the first members of the 1st Armored Division have all left. You don't even know that the soldiers fought on the front lines so their families and compatriots could have a better life. And what about you? As Deputy Minister of Defense, you're a slacker, enjoying everything that power brings every day, but never taking responsibility. How many families long for their children to return from the battlefield, yet you hold a high position, but don't lead by example? Yes, no one asked you to fight to the death, but are you worthy of Lion's trust? That's all I have to say. Your daughter or your son? Choose yours. Yun Qingqi's words made the deputy minister bow his head to the ground. If it weren't for the floor, the deputy minister would have buried his head in the ground. After hearing Yun Qingqi's last words, the deputy minister instantly regained consciousness. Madam, do you want a family reunion? Yun Qingqi said coldly. The deputy minister looked at his son and daughter. The son and daughter stared at the deputy minister intently. There was no complex emotion in their eyes, only a longing for life. The deputy minister was overcome with grief at this sight. What else could he do? He was a wretch. Seeing his son and daughter looking at him with hope, the deputy minister spoke heartbreakingly. Let my son go. The daughter collapsed to the ground upon hearing this, while the son, as if granted amnesty, rushed out instantly. But just as he was about to dash out, he was stopped by intelligence agents. You be punished, and you be sentenced to death. Send them to the East Continent. Yun Qingqi spoke. The next second, with a wave of his hand, the deputy minister and his family were instantly reduced to ash. There wasn't even any pain. Of course there might have been pain, but their nervous systems wouldn't have had time to react. Even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to scream. As for sparing the deputy minister's son, Yun Qingqi said, if you don't root it out, it will grow back again. If the man was still a child, Yun Qingqi might have let him go. But the problem was, this wasn't a young child at all. He was almost an adult. There was no way he could just let him go. But Yun Qingqi had promised to let the deputy minister's son go. As the leader's wife, she naturally kept her word. But her letting him go didn't guarantee others would. After the deputy minister's son left the house, he was immediately stopped by the intelligence bureau. Madam, you said let me go. The deputy minister's son, seeing the intelligence bureau agents surrounding him, instantly became hesitant and began to defend himself. Of course, we know about this. Aren't we sending you to Nanshu port to take a boat to the East Continent? Do you really want to stay on the mainland? The intelligence agent spoke with a harmless expression. The deputy director's son asked, half doubtfully. Really? Really? It couldn't be more true. Even truer than the director's dark past. The intelligence agent said seriously. The deputy director's son ultimately chose to believe the intelligence agency, but what he didn't know was, the intelligence agency did want to send him to the East Continent. But whether he could get there was another matter. After all, ocean voyages are prone to accidents, and the occasional death of 2 or more people is perfectly normal. The deputy director's relatives wouldn't have any doubts. After all, the East Continent is a barren land. By the time your relatives here confirm the news and pass it on, it might have been a year or 2 before it reached the village. It's been 2 years, so it's normal for something to happen, right? The intelligence agency has 10,000 ways to send you to the ends of the earth, 1,000 ways to kill you, and 100 ways to fend off those who ask. The poor young deputy director, unaware of what lay ahead, foolishly chose to follow the intelligence bureau. After handling everything, Yun Qingqi returned to the duke's mansion and went to her bedroom. Yunli, soundly asleep, was awakened by her mother's noises and groggily rose. She then saw her mother donning a suit of armor. Mom, why are you wearing these iron lumps? Yunli asked, bewildered, rubbing her eyes with one hand and clutching her baby with the other. Because mommy has something to do for daddy, darling. Go back to sleep. Sorry to bother you. Yun Qingqi donned a suit of gray armor. This was the same armor she had worn during her time as queen, when she faced the Orc Empire's crusade. She basically wore this armor to fight against the Orc Empire. Countless generals of the Orc Empire were terrified by the sight of this armor. In the past wars against the Orc Empire's invasion, Yun Qingqi could be said to have completely single-handedly held off the Orc Empire's attacks. But later, she became a freeloader for Leon. Yun Qingqi went from being a ruthless queen to being a devoted wife and mother. Almost everyone forgets that this first lady earned her position through fighting. Because none of the 5 wives could defeat Yuan Shiqi, Yuan Shiqi became First Lady. Not only because of her political status, but also because she was an unparalleled powerhouse in her own right. It's just that it's been so long since she's fought, and everyone has forgotten just how powerful this First Lady is. Yuan Shiqi had just finished donning her armor. Dawn had already arrived. Yunli had been woken by her mother earlier, so she was still a little dazed. She was carried sleepily into the car and taken to school. Although Yuan Shiqi was ready to go on a killing spree, he still prepared a school bag and breakfast for his daughter, as usual. The driver parked the car at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. Then he waited for the young princess to board. There were many different opinions about Yuan Li's identity. Yuan Li's identity might even be longer than his father, Leon's. Crown Prince of the Holy Empire and the Central Plains United Empire, candidate for leader of the Great Yin Republic, candidate for leader of the Great Yin Alliance, only descendant of the leader, successor of Great Yin, the Devil of Liongrad First Elementary School, the fierce tiger of the Duke's mansion. Yuan Li's identity was simply outrageous. She was the envy of countless people. Whenever she encountered someone she couldn't defeat, she would say, "My father is Leon." Anyone with a sharp mind knew who Leon was. Looking at her mother, clad in armor, Yunli stepped forward and gently touched her. "Mom, where are you going today?" Yuan Shiqi patted her daughter's head with a smile. "Didn't I tell you? Mom's going to help Dad with something. Be good at school today, and don't worry Mom and Dad." Yuan Shiqi gestured to the driver to take Yunli aboard. The driver nodded. Yunli guessed something big was going to happen, but she didn't try to understand. At her age, she didn't need to worry about so much. After watching her daughter leave the Duke's mansion, Yuan Shiqi's last bit of warmth completely dissipated. The temperature in the entire Duke's mansion dropped several degrees in an instant. Yuan Shiqi looked at Hans, who was waiting nearby. Hans nodded. The leader kills in the front, and the lady in the back. Chapter 1618. A storm is brewing in Liongrad. And the war in Dragon's Lair is also becoming all out. Lion arrived at Dragon's Lair the day after the army landed. He took the initiative to head to the military base. Because the military base's current situation is very unique. The 1,000 defenders have held the military base to this day. They have proven their ability. More than 400 of these 1,000 Wehrmacht soldiers have been killed, and over 300 have suffered varying degrees of injuries, leaving less than 250 combat-capable soldiers. Given this casualty rate, Lion must personally meet and commend them. To highlight their achievements, the Wehrmacht army launched a southward offensive the day after the landing. Cooperating with the airborne troops, they quickly cleared the obstacles in the south. And immediately after landing, a 10,000-man reinforcement force was dispatched south to establish contact with the airborne troops. To prevent the airborne troops from acting alone, the Wehrmacht quickly gained the upper hand and renovated the military base, using it as an outpost to completely conquer the Dragon Tide. In just 2 days, the Wehrmacht's army engineers rebuilt the runway. To be honest, while the army wasn't as powerful as the Air Force, Navy, or airborne troops, their capabilities were exceptional. The fortress was completely rebuilt in just 2 days. The runway was completed before Leon arrived, and the debris in the fortress was cleared away. The bodies of the soldiers were also collected, for fear of disturbing Leon's impression. Although Leon disliked these formalities, he couldn't resist his men's eagerness to curry favor. Leon's arrival gave the front lines a shot in the arm. The soldiers on the front lines were instantly in an uproar. Most of them were ordinary soldiers. The 1st Infantry Army was carrying out this landing mission. Most of them were conscripted from the Holy Empire. A considerable number had never seen Leon in person. So, when they saw their idol, Leon, they were instantly thrilled. The National Defense Forces were no longer entirely composed of natives. Nearly 40% of the troops were from the Holy Empire and the Elven Empire. Yes, some elves had also joined the National Defense Forces. And they were quite a number. Elves mostly served in positions that required more mental effort. Human soldiers possessed a certain level of intelligence, but it was still somewhat inferior to the long-lived elves. It wasn't that living longer meant being smarter, but at least living longer meant having more experience and being able to react quickly to certain situations. Leon's arrival sent the troops into a frenzy. A significant portion of the troops were already fighting on the front lines, but upon learning of Leon's arrival, they wanted to go to the military base to meet their idol. Even their army commander couldn't stop them, and it was only after Leon sent someone to inform them that he would inspect every company on the front lines that the soldiers finally settled down. Leon immediately met with the soldiers defending the fortress. Looking at these weathered yet upright warriors, Leon felt a sense of shame. If they had reacted more quickly, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many casualties. But if we hadn't used the fortress to fish, we wouldn't have achieved today's victory. Minor sacrifices are inevitable in the face of the greater good. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your service and dedication. You are heroes of the Yin, Leon said as he took out his medals. De Yan's medals are already very valuable. But these 200+ men have defended the fortress until now. What else can we say? Just give them out wholesale in bronze medals. Large-scale medal distributions like this are usually for special campaigns. For example, some officers receive special medals: the Elven Empire Capital Medal, the Battle of Kursk Medal, and the Battle of Leningrad Medal. However, no one can earn both the Kursk Medal and the Battle of Leningrad Medal simultaneously. Because these two battles took place at the same time, it's rare for anyone to earn both medals simultaneously. But anyone who earns even one of these three medals can be considered a true veteran. The Elven Empire Capital Medal, in particular, has become even rarer than a giant panda. A significant number of the soldiers who survived were discharged, while others became officers. Those officers didn't wear their medals constantly, using them as a shield. Besides these three special medals, there are many others, such as the Sucrose Battle Medal, the Dwarven Empire Battle Medal, and the Holy Empire Liberation Battle Medal. In general, there are many different types of medals. Besides these, there are only bronze, silver, and gold medals, as well as some disciplinary medals. These medals, along with the Medal of Discipline, comprise the entire Wehrmacht's medal system. Lion was no medalist. While he enjoyed awarding medals to others, he never enjoyed collecting them. After all, some medals were meant to be given, while others were something some people would never receive. Lion had a preliminary idea. He planned to award the Order of the Red Star after the Battle of Dragon's Lair. This medal would be awarded to those who fought the entire battle. So far, fewer than 10 soldiers had fought the entire battle, while officers were more numerous, perhaps around 100. Because some officers or soldiers were always absent from a battle, the evaluation criteria would have to change. But that was a matter for another time. The only certainty was that the Order of the Red Star would become the rarest medal. It symbolized the soldier's supreme honor. Not everyone could fight the entire battle, and not everyone could always escape death. Targaryen stood in the ranks, his eyes fixed on Leon. Leon was the first to notice the young man. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. What should be done about the situation between Targaryen and Beitong? Love should always end in marriage. But now that the fight has come to this, what's the point? Chapter 16:19. If one person is willing to die for another, then the two should be together. But the problem is that the two people are now in completely different positions. One is the heir to one of the major dragon families, and the other is a soldier in the National Defense Army. The war between the two countries has already led to a complete stalemate. Although Bai Tang's father did not want to stop Bai Tang, because in the previous life, the dragon's intervention led to tragedy. So, for the time being, the dragons dared not make any move. Even if the two sides fought to the point of this, the dragons actually suffered little loss. At most, it was just a loss of face. Because in their eyes, the lives of these followers were worthless. Ants are just ants. Unless their core interests are harmed, the dragons will not make any desperate moves. Translated, this is a war between the nobles, and the common people are the ones paying the price. Compared to the dragons, Leon appears more humane. At least Leon knows that war is a war between ordinary people. He never treated any soldier unfairly. This visit to the front was a gesture of concern. He feared any psychological pressure or burden on the frontline soldiers. But the Targaryen situation was a real headache for him. Because Targaryen hadn't yet recovered his strength. If he did, all problems would be solved. Perhaps the Dragon High Command wouldn't care. But the most crucial issue was that Targaryen was human. Marrying a noblewoman from an enemy nation during wartime. This was truly a major shock. That was why Leon was so troubled. But despite the overwhelming pressure, he still had to find a way to handle it all. After awarding medals to the over 200 soldiers, Leon summoned Targaryen individually. Tell me, how are you going to confess to Bai Tang? Targaryen was very nervous upon entering, but Leon's words only made him even more nervous. Leader. Looking at the slightly nervous Targaryen before him, Leon suddenly realized that he hadn't yet awakened to everything in his past life. Targaryen was indeed the Targaryen of his past life. But he hadn't awakened all his memories, nor all his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so restrained. As a peerless powerhouse, he should have his own temper and pride. Not be so submissive. Leon personally brought a chair for Targaryen. Targaryen was instantly flattered. Leon waved his hand, motioning for Targaryen to sit. I know you love her, and she loves you back. Dragon Lord Willia doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Young people have their own way of dealing with things, and neither do I. But I don't want to see lovers become strangers. Go for it. Marry her, that's the best. Even if you can't, I won't say anything. Because you already made due contributions to this country. Unlike those who live a life of idleness and wait for death, you have made real contributions to this country. I can't ask you to sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of the country. Because De Yen doesn't need to sacrifice personal interests to satisfy the interests of the nation anymore. So go for it. Even if you stay with the dragons, I won't say anything. But I hope you understand one thing. You're human, understand? Lion didn't try to stop this utterly different love. On the contrary, he was very supportive of Targaryen. He knew that a forced marriage wouldn't be sweet. And there was a chance he was just a naivete. So Leon's idea was simple, to get Targaryen to let go of his burdens and be brave enough to be himself. So you have to understand now, whether you marry him or by Tang, I will support you either way. Besides, even if you step back, you're the reincarnation of a peak 9th rank warrior. No matter how foolish a dragon might be, it's unlikely to let such a powerful warrior like you go. And strictly speaking, dragons and I are related, fighting or not, we're all family. Lion's words enlightened Targaryen, and Targaryen's heart instantly brightened. With Lion's verbal promise, it meant they wouldn't stop Targaryen. Nonsense, who dared to question Lion's orders? Targaryen then left, a look of excitement on his face. He practically took off on the way. Those he encountered looked at Targaryen's idiotic appearance, somewhat bewildered. Is he crazy? Why is he jumping around so much? After settling Targaryen's fate, Lion immediately drove to the front lines. Because countless soldiers were waiting for his inspection at the front. Lion's whereabouts were kept strictly confidential. But the so-called confidentiality was actually of little use. It wasn't that they couldn't keep it secret, but that there was no need for it. What dragon would dare to come up and cause trouble? Isn't he afraid of being skinned alive by Lion? Leon could crush Irina with a single punch. Even his mother-in-law, Vilja, had to retreat. If Vilja weren't his mother-in-law, she'd probably have been beaten to a pulp. For example, consider the elf queen Sif, who remains docilely in Liongrad. It's not that the queen doesn't want to work hard, or strive for success, but Leon has long since blocked all avenues for striving. Being a mascot in Liongrad is the best fate. If there are any unnecessary thoughts, Leon wouldn't mind making the queen disappear from this world. Leon's thinking is simple and crude. Currently, the only royal family that still has a certain degree of freedom is Adelheid of the Demon Empire. There's no way around it. Adelheid surrendered early and is very content. Look at their awareness, then compare it to yours, the elves. There's a gap between people. If you insist on being so arrogant, or even offering a song of nationalist fervor, the Intelligence Bureau will have to question you. What do you mean you're not afraid at all? I hope you won't be afraid when you see the Intelligence Bureau's military police. Lion was comforting the soldiers on the front lines, while Leandro was in a state of flux. Yun Qingqi emerged into the public eye as the Iron Lady. Before countless people could even grasp what was happening, they saw the fresh daily newspapers filled with reports about smuggling. They understood why the lady was so furious. Just as everyone was about to cooperate with Yun Qingqi to eliminate these smugglers, the mansions in District 1 were not only a gathering place for many high-ranking officials and dignitaries, but also a retirement home for royal families from various countries. What's even more curious is that the royal families of various countries are basically all located in one area. Of course, these royal families weren't completely royal. Some were dukes or other nobles. These people didn't know the details at first. When they found themselves gathered together, they instantly understood Leon's intentions. Oh my goodness, this is a collective punishment. If even one of them dares to mess with the restoration of the nation, the whole area will suffer. What do you mean by you can't blame the masses? Sorry, just wipe them all out, and use the extra money to help the people. Even though Leon's intentions were obvious, there were still many who preferred to dance on the edge of a knife. Chapter 1620. In District 1, there's a mansion. It's home to the former nobility and royal families of various nations. Of course, most of these former nobility and royal families survived because they surrendered early and, after paying the price, earned a chance to survive. Leon didn't ask much of these people. After all, you have 10 billion in assets, you paid 9.9 billion, and they leave you 100 million, and then keep you alive. This deal is already quite good. At least it's better than those people taking family photos in the basement. And 100 million in assets is enough to live comfortably for a lifetime. So, many former nobility and royal families, after moving here, instantly became reluctant to leave. There's no way around it. This place is simply too good. With 100 million in assets, you can employ 2 servants. You can live a life of ease and comfort, with everything provided for you. Although the yin values equality for all, the profession of servant still exists. Because many few remnants still exist, many of the old nobility still maintain their aristocratic demeanor. It's just that after the purges in Lion, they become more docile. They no longer have the arrogance of the past. They become more down to earth. They become quite approachable. They no longer oppress their servants. On the contrary, both sides are completely on a mercenary basis. Furthermore, with the purges of so many nobility, these aristocratic mansions, which once had many servants, have become completely unemployed. And these unemployed servants can always find new jobs. Becoming a servant to these old nobility, or returning to their old trade, is a good option. At least they could make a living, and with legal protection, these nobles couldn't abuse their servants. If you dared to do so, first the security forces would come to question you, and then the intelligence agency would. When these old nobles first moved in, quite a few of them acted aristocratically. The outcome was predictable. They were completely wiped out. Perhaps you could have given the servants some trouble, but the security forces and the intelligence agency wouldn't. Finally, the nobles compensated the servants, and the matter was resolved. So, these old nobles have now become completely honest. The high-quality life in Liongrad has smoothed their edges. Over time, most of them have become more honest, but of course, a few have become more dishonest. Because they never gave up their plan to restore their country. At first, they were timid and didn't dare to take any action. But as time went on, their desires grew immeasurably. As they watched Leon's popularity soar, their desires grew immeasurably. They were once nobles, kings, or even crown princes. Why couldn't they command the people's love? Their desires drove them to continue their mischief. But they discovered they had no military power. Without it, they had no power to change their surroundings. At first, they could only obey their duties. But then things changed. They gradually came into contact with luxury goods. They discovered that they could use these luxuries to corrupt the leaders of the yin. Thus, the so-called smuggling case arose. They smuggled a large amount of goods through various means. Most of these goods were luxury goods. These luxury goods successfully fostered a group of weak-willed individuals. From the beginning, Lion hadn't taken these weak-willed individuals seriously. Because Lion always had a large military force at its disposal. Even if they did cause trouble, they could be suppressed quickly. The intelligence agency's investigation quickly led them to these nobles. Of course, most of these nobles were upright and fearless. But some others panicked. The intelligence agency and the security forces quickly arrived at the mansion area. The old nobles and royal family living there were stunned. They thought these people were coming to arrest them. Perhaps they found them annoying. But after a moment's reflection, they realized that Lion wasn't that kind of person. So they quickly changed their minds. Or perhaps they had an answer in their minds. It seemed that there were dishonest individuals among their nobles. They breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, they were suddenly sobered. No, buddies! If anything happens to them, I can't escape either. These nobles suddenly came to their senses. But Yun Qingqi had no intention of implementing a system of collective responsibility. Because if that were to happen, these old nobles would have to take a family photo together. Yun Qingqi wasn't that cruel. At most, she would execute all those who had broken the law. The Intelligence Bureau quickly began searching the list. Anyone suspected would be investigated. The entire aristocratic residence district was in turmoil. Countless old nobles wanted to stand up and seek justice. But the intelligence agency and security forces took out a newspaper and threw it in the nobles' faces. The nobles took one look at the newspaper and instantly understood everything. Shock tinged with fear. It wasn't just my buddy. Someone else was smuggling right under Leon's nose, in a luxurious mansion. The former elf Queen Sif was leisurely sitting on a recliner. Beside her, her best friend Tifanara was also lounging in the same relaxed position. The two of them held a plate of grapes, feeding each other. This leisurely life completely captivated them. No longer having to worry about state affairs, they could simply enjoy everything. As former Eastern and Western elves, the two had been close friends since childhood. Later, due to unforeseen circumstances, they were temporarily separated. Later, with the help of the National Defense Forces, they reunited. Although Leon had no intention of punishing them, he was, of course, very concerned about these two queens. It was nothing more than that, because their life was incredibly exciting. They were no longer just best friends, they were that kind of relationship. Leon said it was truly wonderful. Is this reality? Even novels wouldn't dare to depict it this way. The soldiers who died in the conflict between the Eastern and Western Elven empires would never have imagined that the empresses of their two countries would actually sleep in the same bed. And they slept so soundly. They fed each other and indulged in their affections, a life Leon envied immensely. But this happy life ended in an instant, because the next second, the door was kicked open. Chapter 1621. When they saw the Intelligence Bureau personnel rushing in, they were stunned. The two best friends were somewhat bewildered. But the Intelligence Bureau had never intended to attack the two queens from the beginning. From the very beginning, they were targeting someone within the mansion. First, the Elf Queen had moved in, that was true. But she brought a large number of men with her. Many of these men were problematic. To be more precise, they were restless. The two Elf Queens now had no one in charge. They basically ignored their subordinates, because no matter how much they struggled, they couldn't resist Leon. The moment these men made a move, the Intelligence Bureau ripped them off. There was absolutely no room for maneuver. It could be said that the Intelligence Bureau and other personnel were monitoring the every move of these old nobles. But then, due to the Intelligence Bureau's staff shortage. Yes, you heard correctly, the Intelligence Bureau was short-staffed. This was beyond incredible. Even a powerful agency like the Intelligence Bureau was facing a shortage of staff. Of course, this wasn't due to a lack of funding for the Intelligence Bureau, but rather to prevent it from becoming too powerful. Take the Imperial Guard, for example. The Imperial Guard could intimidate ministers and strengthen imperial power. However, when the Imperial Guard became powerful enough, they could actually threaten imperial power. Of course, this isn't about the Imperial Guard's inherent power, but rather, once it became powerful enough, it would affect public sentiment. Public sentiment is like water. It can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Since the war is almost over, the influence of the Intelligence Bureau must be reduced, otherwise it will be prone to problems. It would be like the U.S. Tax Bureau after World War II, because during wartime, the U.S. has special laws. This was essentially a disguised war tax imposed on the people. Of course, this tradition of war taxes dates back to the Civil War. At the time, the North was strapped for military funds. The government was even on the verge of bankruptcy. To ensure victory in the Civil War, the Northern government began collecting taxes. More precisely, war taxes. With these war taxes, the Northern government finally had the money to pay its troops and win the war. Taxation at the time was extremely brutal, emphasizing efficiency over the lives of ordinary people. Because the Tax Bureau was limited in staff, its director came up with a rather unconventional solution. He went after the local tycoons and gangsters and made them non-staff members. He also asked them to report tax evasion. They didn't receive any salary, but they received a special commission. In other words, they paid enough to the government, left enough to the state, and the rest was theirs. That's why these local tycoons and gangsters were so desperate to report tax evasion. Nonsense! The more they reported, the more money they earned. Who wouldn't want money? Due to this unique tax collection method, the Tax Bureau's collection practices became extremely brutal. So much so that after the war, they had to stop this brutal collection practice and switch to a more moderate one. But this tradition persisted. So much so that later, war taxes were often imposed during wartime. The current Tax Bureau probably hasn't grown to the size it did later. As we all know, there are 3 things in the world that you shouldn't do: selling ice cream in Rabbit Country, banning ice cream in Mexico, and evading taxes in the United States. These 3 suicidal behaviors are extremely risky, no matter which one you choose. And in recent years, there have even been cases of people being forced to death by the IRS. This clearly demonstrates how important this agency is to the country and its people. If it becomes more lenient with the people, they will be plunged into dire straits. The same applies to the Intelligence Bureau. Because the Intelligence Bureau can monitor all citizens, this means that these citizens are under constant surveillance by the Intelligence Bureau. This surveillance makes citizens even more nervous. To the extent that the Intelligence Bureau is forced to conduct surveillance covertly, it never reveals its covert surveillance. Many Intelligence Bureau agents secretly monitor citizens. Citizens know they are being monitored, but they do nothing. It's not that they want to be spied on, but rather that they simply don't have the right to refuse. The Intelligence Bureau never exploits this information, but it must ensure that the public's morale is sound. Because there are always a few bad apples in a large group. The Intelligence Bureau's job was to monitor these scoundrels and ensure they didn't affect social morale. The Bureau had long since begun monitoring this area of the old aristocracy. But after the war ended, Parliament decided to reduce the Bureau's staff. To prevent the Bureau from overexpanding, the The Bureau laid off personnel in some areas and transferred officers from these areas elsewhere. As a gathering place for the old aristocracy, this area was a key area of control for the Bureau. However, the cabinet later authorized the establishment of a special bureau dedicated to handling the old nobility. This bureau was specifically responsible for monitoring the old nobility and awarding honorary medals to those who were honored, allowing them to live in Diyin with new identities. The Intelligence Bureau only retained a few informants to monitor these old nobility. However, the Intelligence Bureau never anticipated that the Bureau had been infiltrated. To be more precise, the evil elements among the old nobility had used various methods to insert their own people into the Bureau. The Bureau evolved from the original Old Nobility Control Bureau to the current Old Nobility Logistics Bureau. Many of the old nobility's smuggled goods were handled through the Bureau. And most importantly, the Bureau had connections with border checkpoints and customs. So, in essence, this smuggling case was closely linked to the powerful and these old nobility. The old nobility hoped to corrupt the high-ranking Wehrmacht brass through these luxury goods. In that case, these high-ranking Wehrmacht brass would become dependent on luxury goods, desiring more luxury goods, or perhaps becoming accustomed to this extravagant lifestyle. At this point, the old nobility could bribe the Wehrmacht brass with their treasures and wealth. To enjoy life, you need money. Where does that money come from? Corruption in the yin is simply a treasonous act. Smuggling, at least, won't cause any economic change. If you were involved in corruption, it would be discovered in minutes. So, some high-ranking officials turned a blind eye to smuggling, because they could profit greatly from it. If you have money and don't make it, you're a fool. They naturally hope to earn more. But they never considered their own fate. When they did it, they never considered what would happen in the future. They simply kept doing it. When they saw the profits from smuggling, their last bit of composure vanished. They became complete slaves to money, their greed amplified, and they repeatedly increased the amount of smuggling. To this day, the smuggling situation in the country is grim. They have people at customs, at road checkpoints, and even at the Railway Bureau. It can be said that the smuggling industry chain has been thoroughly embedded throughout the country. At the very least, this is a violation of discipline. At the most serious level, it's no less than human trafficking. If you can smuggle luxury goods in today, you can smuggle dangerous goods in tomorrow. Perhaps these dangerous goods won't harm Lion, but they're more than enough to harm ordinary people. If a terrorist attack were to occur and civilians were killed or injured, who would bear the responsibility? Chapter 1622. Initially, the Intelligence Bureau didn't suspect these old aristocrats. It wasn't until later, after the Intelligence Bureau launched its operation, after capturing all the young men and women and conducting interrogations, they discovered something amiss. This group's luxury goods appeared to have been obtained through the channels of these old aristocrats. The Intelligence Bureau hesitated to jump to conclusions. After careful interrogation, they ultimately determined that the old aristocrats were the driving force behind the smuggling case. At Yun Qingqi's instruction, the Intelligence Bureau also interrogated certain high-ranking officials. Finally, they determined that some among the old aristocrats were still harboring evil intentions. Since that's the case, don't be so reckless. Just die. The Intelligence Bureau's military police immediately surrounded the old aristocratic district. They rushed into the area at top speed and began arresting people based on a list. Where did the list come from? They simply arrested the residents. Every one of them, arrested first, then interrogated. Anyway, once they're in the military police prison, some will confess everything, while others will stubbornly deny it. Interrogate everyone, and at the end, we naturally know who's telling the truth and who's lying. Do you think there will be any wrongful convictions? Please, have you ever heard of collective responsibility? They were already aware of the collective responsibility system when they first moved in. Now that something's really wrong, naturally everyone will shoulder the responsibility together. If you don't, you lack a sense of community. Lack of community deserves even greater punishment. So, when the Intelligence Bureau surrounded the noble district, these nobles had to consider their fate. Aside from the two elven queens and Leon's uncle's family, the rest of the nobles were basically invited to the Intelligence Bureau for tea. And the entire family was escorted away in one piece. Of course, the intelligence agency wasn't arresting people for no reason. They directly informed them of the situation. At first, they tried to resist, but then they quickly became obedient. Nonsense! This is a major smuggling case. How could they not cooperate? If you don't cooperate, you're resisting the investigation. You're guilty, and if you're guilty, you have no say. A large number of nobles were taken away. This sparked wild speculation among the surrounding civilians. Even the two queens were bewildered. After understanding the full story, they couldn't help but feel sorry for these old nobles. Why would they dwell on such inappropriate thoughts when they could just live and wait for death? Since you thought about it, you have to do it, and do it thoroughly. Smuggling was involved, and the bribery wasn't thorough. They only bribed a few ordinary people. And the official they bribed was, at most, a director or a minister. They didn't bribe many military personnel at all. Even the imperial guards guarding the capital weren't completely under control. What the hell are you planning? Just forget about it. Most of the old nobles chose to cooperate with the Intelligence Bureau's investigation. But a small number of those with ulterior motives weren't so cooperative. These guilty old nobles began to shirk responsibility and try to reassure others. But the Intelligence Bureau had a plan in place before they took action. They knew from the outset that these people were dishonest. And some of the current high-ranking officials had been bribed by them. Naturally, those bribed traitors would come to the rescue of these old nobles. That's why the Intelligence Bureau launched a large-scale arrest operation, first detaining them in the gendarmerie prison. They were slowly interrogated in the gendarmerie. Once in the gendarmerie, getting out wasn't so easy. First, Hans and the cabinet had to approve it. And most importantly, Leon's permission was needed to extract someone from the gendarmerie. How could these bribed traitors be so bold? How dare they provoke Leon? Isn't that clearly a sign of wanting their lives? Perhaps they weren't really worried about their lives, but simply worried that the old nobles would betray them. After learning that so many of the old nobles had been captured, the bribed traitors became increasingly anxious. Some clever ones began using their connections, or going directly to the gendarmerie, hoping Hans would do them a favor. But some fools simply called Leon. Leon didn't know about this at the time. He was completely focused on the front lines, hoping to boost morale there through his influence. But when these fools called, Leon instantly exploded. Are you saying that Madame has arrested all the old nobles for smuggling? And that the old nobles are the main culprits? Leon's mind was instantly confused when he heard this. What on earth were these people thinking? Smuggling, and using the money from smuggling to bribe officials? What's he after, bro? Figure 160, right? Leon was confused and furious. He had given these old nobles a chance for a new life. But these old nobles showed no gratitude. Not even the slightest gratitude. To put it bluntly, they were ungrateful. Faced with this traitorous plea, Leon hung up the phone without a second thought and made another call. Chi-Chi, are you okay? Leon asked cautiously. He learned over the phone that his wife had donned armor, something she hadn't worn in 5 years. This was truly extraordinary. To be honest, Leon hadn't seen Chi-Chi in armor in the past 5 years. He'd seen her in suspenders, in a gauze dress, and naked, but never in armor. Leon wanted to go back, but after some thought, he decided not to. Let his wife vent. She'd been stuck in the Duke's mansion all these years, like a caged bird. She had nowhere to unleash her strength. And, as the fighting force of the Duke's women, she hadn't been able to save Heiyu's unborn child. She'd always been brooding over this. She'd never been able to forgive herself. Now the man had stretched his neck out for Yuan Qingqi to chop. If he didn't strike, it would be a betrayal of heaven's gift. The prisoners on the first floor of the Intelligence Bureau's gendarmerie prison were immediately evicted. Now, the first floor was filled with the old aristocrats. Families were being held in separate cells. Meanwhile, the gendarmerie were interrogating the old aristocratic prisoners who had evidence in their possession. The screams echoed through the gendarmerie prison, tormenting the old aristocrats, who had yet to be interrogated. Confessing the truth would alleviate their suffering. Chapter 1623. The military police prison was now overcrowded and bustling with activity. A large number of Intelligence Bureau personnel had been transferred there. Also, virtually all Intelligence Bureau agents had gathered at the county civil prison. Including the mobile force and the military police, all had gathered at the military police prison without exception. The military police prison was now completely overcrowded. A considerable number of the military police were even defending the prison to the death. They were now extremely worried about the possibility of an attack on the prison by those bribed by the old nobles. Hans had no choice but to strengthen the prison security. He transferred a certain number of personnel from the security forces and informed William to be ready to support the prison at any time. The purpose was to prevent any desperate individuals from taking action. A large number of the old nobles were arrested. Those with connections to the old nobles began to use their powers. They began to contact everyone they could. They began to use all means and resources to rescue the prisoners. The idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Their actions were quickly discovered by the Intelligence Bureau. After all, it was so blatant that it was impossible for the Intelligence Bureau not to find out. The Intelligence Bureau quickly discovered the situation and prepared to launch an operation. They focused most of their manpower on capturing these individuals. The Intelligence Bureau's speed was swift, and the results were significant. Dozens of people were arrested every hour. But the Intelligence Bureau had overlooked one thing. They had relaxed their protection of their senior officials. There was no other way. Most of the personnel had been dispatched, and many of the officials' bodyguards had also been withdrawn. Even Director Hans's bodyguards were significantly reduced. Despite the massive scale of the Intelligence Bureau's operation, its top brass dismissed it as a threat. Nonsense! Who would be so bold as to attack them in this place? But they overlooked one thing. Ordinary people wouldn't attack them, but those smugglers might. Hans assigned elite forces to protect a few key officials. But he forgot one thing, his own protection. Hans's escort consisted of only 2 guards. And only one of them was a 7th-level Dochi Knight. The other was an ordinary translator. It couldn't be helped, Hans faced all kinds of people every day. As soon as he stepped out of the Intelligence Bureau's door, a foreigner would rush up to him, hoping to complain. But Hans's energy was limited, he couldn't possibly master a foreign language. So wherever he went, he was accompanied by a translator. Of all the high-ranking assassinations, Hans was the easiest. Because he didn't keep many people around him, he preferred to be alone, and his only kindness was with Tina. Tina is now completely different from the vase she once was. Before, she was weak, pitiful, and helpless. She survived largely thanks to Hans's protection. She even faced ostracism after arriving in Leningrad. The people of Leningrad were very xenophobic. But things are different now. At least Tina is still human. Later, many people migrated here. These immigrants had everything, else were considered relatively normal. There was also a wide variety of creatures, dwarves, orcs, demons, goblins, and more. Even the succubi and various deformed species from the eastern continent came. But there was no way around it. These were intelligent creatures, at least capable of creating value. Those who couldn't create value naturally couldn't enter Leongler. Tina worked as a teacher at the orphanage. Few people knew Tina's identity. Even if they did, they wouldn't say it out loud. After all, who would believe it? Hey, I'm telling you, the teacher at our orphanage is Hans's child bride. Who would believe that? The common people wouldn't believe it anyway. Our director Hans is a wise, powerful, and great being. How could he be misled by beauty? You must be spies sent by the enemy. See. Even if I tell you, they still don't believe it. Hans's reputation among the people is very vague. They simply don't believe Hans has a normal sexual orientation. How could he have a normal sexual orientation after being rumored to eat children? So, they simply don't believe Hans has a normal love life. But the higher-ups knew of Tina's existence. Initially, these desperate individuals were desperate to attack Hans. But they realized they would face widespread retaliation if their assassination attempt failed. But abducting Tina would be a different matter. If they could control Tina, Hans would be wary of any further consequences. Furthermore, few knew of Tina's existence, so even if she were abducted, few would have informed Hans. After weighing the pros and cons, the plan was finalized, and action began. The men were quickly counted, with some preparing to raid the orphanage. They recruited 2 8th-level experts, intending to abduct Tina in one fell swoop. At the same time, they dispatched personnel to arrange an escape route, intending to flee directly to the sea. At least fleeing to the sea would be safer. Because the current naval fleet is mostly concentrated near the Dragon's Lair, there are very few ships in the inland seas and on the high seas. There are still many islands on the high seas. So, these people plan to take Tina to the high seas. It would then be difficult for Hans to track her down. They could use this as a threat to force the Intelligence Bureau to release her. Perhaps Hans wouldn't release her, but he would have to find a way to explain this to Leon, who, given Leon's personality, would definitely compromise. And these people were very clever. They contacted the gods. Although the gods no longer have the ability to descend, this doesn't mean that ordinary people can't contact them. In fact, the method of contacting the gods is simple. Simply find a statue of a god and begin worshipping it. This would naturally connect them to the evil god. The evil god was instantly delighted when he heard of this method. Following the principle of too many lice to fear the itch, they decisively chose to invest in this group. They already carry enough stigma, and as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so they find ways to discredit Leon. In the orphanage, Tina has grown from a little girl into a graceful young lady. At this moment, she is carefully teaching 5 children. These children are her chosen talents. They are all intelligent, and she plans to train them well, and then send them to the Intelligence Bureau. It's not that Tina isn't kind enough to them, nor is it that she's cruel and ruthless. Rather, the Intelligence Bureau is truly the best place for these orphans. Orphans like them are perfectly suited to life in the Intelligence Bureau. With no family or ties, they only need to carry out the orders of the Intelligence Bureau. And for their future, Tina deliberately didn't train them to become Intelligence Bureau agents. Instead, she trained them as civilian cadres. Civilian cadres have a much easier life than agents. The salary is full, the work is easy, and the life is comfortable. Fighting was for the agents, diplomacy for me. That was why she trained these kids. As their teacher, it was natural for her to find a way out for them. Chapter 1624. Tina never imagined she was being targeted. As usual, she completed her daily teaching duties and prepared to go home. But just as they were packing up to leave, she sensed something was amiss. As she stepped out of the orphanage gate, she saw 4 or 5 people surrounding her. At that moment, many memories came to her mind. After a brief moment of reflection, Tina immediately realized she was being targeted. Without hesitation, she turned and rushed into the orphanage. As soon as she entered, she asked the security guard to buy her some time while she immediately called Hans. The security guards were only security guards, but most of them were retired military personnel. They weren't the kind of people who would do anything for a certain salary. Without hesitation, the security guards immediately prepared to confront the group. But these people were already skilled cultivators, and with a single wave of their hands, they sent the security guards flying. Before the security guards could even grasp what was happening, they were blown away. The guards' intervention successfully bought Tina an opportunity. Tina successfully called Hans. Hans! Someone's trying to attack me. Hans, who was interrogating someone in the gendarmerie prison, suddenly became anxious. Who else would dare to attack Tina in Leningrad if not my buddy? At that moment, Hans's mind raced. Without hesitation, he immediately contacted his men to rescue Tina from the orphanage. But sometimes, you can't just go and rescue someone. Sending someone takes time, and getting them there takes time. Hans immediately contacted a 9th-level expert within the Intelligence Bureau. Tell them to rescue Tina immediately. Upon receiving the order, they didn't hesitate, instantly dashing towards the orphanage. But the other party was clearly faster. Just as Tina had made her call, the group had already rushed outside the room where she was hiding. As soon as Tina called for help, the other party rushed in, giving her no time to react. Tina was about to flee when her phone fell to the ground. She was about to reach for it. But suddenly, remembering her own life was more important, she turned and ran. She leaped from the second-floor window. Tina's reactions were quick, to be sure. But the other parties were even faster. The other party was an 8th-level expert, and they grabbed Tina with a single, airborne grab. At that moment, I felt completely helpless. But just as the 8th-level expert was about to flee with Tina, a 9th-level expert from the Intelligence Bureau arrived on the scene. Without a word, he unleashed a punch. The 8th-level warrior was stunned. No, buddy! Tina's still in my hands, and you're going to punch me? The 8th-level warrior was trying to protect Tina, while simultaneously fighting a 9th-level warrior. It was sheer wishful thinking. Without hesitation, he immediately betrayed his other 8th-level teammate. Brother, cover me. I'm running away. The 8th-level warrior fled with Tina. The other 8th-level warrior stayed behind to engage the 9th-level warrior. This 8th-level warrior understood that if they both ran at once, they wouldn't get far. He therefore stayed behind to cover the other 8th-level warrior's escape. The 9th-level warrior tried to chase Tina, but the 8th-level warrior refused to let him. The two sides fought tooth and nail. A 9th-level warrior could easily crush an 8th-level warrior, but the 8th-level warrior before him had no intention of surviving, choosing instead to burn himself to the bitter end. The 9th-level warrior from the Intelligence Bureau was a bit bewildered. Isn't this man fighting so hard? How much does he get paid a month? The 9th-level warrior from the Intelligence Bureau didn't dare to fight any longer. He simply slapped the fawning warrior away and prepared to go after Tina. Hans, without hesitation, contacted every warrior he knew. Marshal Caddis? Tina's been kidnapped. Can I? Hans instantly mobilized his vast network of contacts and began a human search for Tina. But Hans, in his excessive anxiety, forgot one thing. He could easily call Barian. Barian was a god-level warrior. As long as the other person was still on this planet, he could find them instantly. But there was nothing he could do. Hans was too anxious. After all, his wife was in danger, and he was too worried to calm down. Hans, the calm leader, finally lost his composure. Caddis, who had been resting peacefully at home, was stunned upon hearing this. Caddis had never imagined anyone could be so foolish. Assassination wasn't as foolish as kidnapping. Assassination, at best, is a case of ignorance and fearlessness. But kidnapping is simply defying the law. Are you trying to kill yourself, buddy? If you are, just say so. I grant you your wish. Caddis immediately left the house and began searching for Tina. But the other party used a teleportation scroll and instantly appeared on the high seas. After unsuccessfully searching Diangrad with his mental power, Caddis seemed to suspect that the other party might have used space magic. But he didn't wander around like a headless fly. Instead, he immediately went to find Barian. Because in Lioncola's territory, Barian was ostensibly the most powerful. At that moment, Barian was at home, being pestered and fed by the succubus queen. Since arriving in Liongrad, the succubus queen had never returned to the succubus kingdom. She pestered Barian every day. She was practically clinging to him. Barian tried to refuse many times, but there was no way. The succubus queen clung to him like a dogskin plaster, to the point that Barian often couldn't leave his house to do things. Because the moment he left the house, he was pestered by the succubus queen. Sometimes being too handsome isn't a good thing. Barian sighed inwardly. Compared to others, Barian's life was already quite good. Not only did he have beautiful women, but he also had ample material possessions and immense power. But for people like them, all this became a burden. Caddis rushed into Barian's mansion, only to find the two of them engaging in a loving embrace. At this moment, Caddis was consumed by a multitude of thoughts. But now, he couldn't care less. Caddis spoke immediately. It's so late, and you're still being affectionate at home. Hans's wife has been kidnapped. Hearing Caddis's words, Barian instantly perked up. The succubus queen also ripped through space, disappearing somewhere unknown. Barian immediately turned serious. Are you saying Hans's wife has been kidnapped? How could that be false? Apparently Madame Yunchinchi is planning a crackdown on smuggling, and the Intelligence Bureau is cooperating. But these people, desperate and unable to assassinate Hans, decided to target his wife. Chapter 1625. The 8th level warrior, carrying Tina, flashed directly to the high seas, but instantly sensed Caddis' presence. In a matter of seconds, the 8th level warrior pondered a great deal before pulling out another teleportation scroll, shredding it and flashing once more. Of course, he was flashing now to escape. As for where to flee, he already had an answer in mind, the dragon's lair to the south. If he could escape to the dragon, it would protect him, right? As long as he escaped, everything would be fine. His idea was simple yet brutal. Without hesitation, he immediately took action. He used the teleportation scroll to reach the capital of the dragon's lair. The arrival of an outsider instantly alarmed the dragons, who appeared instantly, attempting to capture the 8th level magician, but the 8th level magician surrendered even faster. Without hesitation, the 8th level magician immediately raised his hands and explained his purpose to the dragons. When they learned that this 8th level magician had kidnapped Hans's wife, they were stunned. As reclusive dragons, they had heard a little about Hans. They knew he was the most skilled intelligence officer in all of Dian. So, they were extremely wary of him. But Hans was far away, while the National Defense Army was right in front of them. This made the dragons feel very vulnerable. It was certainly a good thing that an 8th level expert had kidnapped the woman of a high-ranking National Defense Army official. But the problem was that the dragons' front lines were now losing ground. From their initial high spirits, they were reduced to doubting their lives. The dragon army retreated again and again. The National Defense Army launched a three-pronged attack, completely crumbling the dragons, their frontline forces being penetrated several times. The 500,000 frontline troops, so painstakingly trained, collapsed once again upon being deployed. This was because these 500,000 frontline troops were simply unable to withstand the Wehrmacht's offensive. On the contrary, due to their poor morale and military prowess, they were neither cannon fodder nor the main force on the front lines. Instead, they became a drag on other friendly forces. The previously trained dragon troops were forced to devote energy and time to training these cannon fodder troops. After all, these cannon fodder could at least make a difference, far superior to others. As for those commanders who did nothing, they were the biggest cancer of the entire dragon ruling class. The combined strength of the Wehrmacht troops in the three directions exceeded 500,000. The largest force was in the northwest, led by General Frederick. Since the northwest also had airborne troops and a portion of the Air Force, Lion ordered General Frederick to temporarily assume command of the front lines and form the temporary 1st Army Group, commanding both the airborne troops and the Air Force. Frederick's forces numbered over 350,000. This was already close to the strength of two armies. The armies in the other two directions were smaller in number, but their impact was still significant. These armies inflicted immense suffering on the dragon. They shattered both the dragon's reputation and its own integrity. Because the dragon had repeatedly claimed that the troops temporarily dispatched to these two directions were elite, they were utterly shattered by the Wehrmacht. It was like boasting, only to have them expose your lies right afterward. To this extent, the dragon could be said to harbor a deep hatred for the Wehrmacht. The old monsters turned a deaf ear to this, while these energetic young dragons escalated the situation. After learning that the Wehrmacht possessed a large number of firearms, the dragons finally came to their senses and decided to develop their own firearms. However, their firearms were very crude. They chose to dispatch several elite dragons to the former Orc Empire and Dwarf Empire to capture individuals. They directly recovered a number of individuals from these two countries. Most of them were former weapons designers and factory workers. After capturing these individuals, the dragons reveled in their capture and immediately began interrogating them, attempting to coax them into manufacturing firearms. However, their firearms expertise was limited to bolt-action rifles. Some of them had access to semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons, but manufacturing them proved difficult. Or rather, it was difficult to manufacture fully automatic weapons. The knowledge that there was such a secret within the Gelongmen Hall immediately intensified their anxiety, desperate to strengthen their army. Without hesitation, the dragons decided to steal again. Before, they stole talent, but this time they chose to go straight for weapons. Without hesitation, they attacked a military depot in the Succubus Kingdom. It wasn't that they didn't dare attack the Wehrmacht's arsenal, but rather that they feared causing unnecessary trouble. But this is a bit like trying to cover up one's mistake. Isn't stealing the Succubus Kingdom's arsenal stealing? You dragons don't dare steal from the Wehrmacht, so you're stealing from the Succubi, right? But is there any difference between stealing from the Succubi and stealing from the Wehrmacht? And the funniest thing is that most of the weapons in the Succubus's arsenal were discarded by the Wehrmacht. Take, for example, the famous Mauser rifle. After stealing these weapons, the dragons were overjoyed. They believed they could turn the tide and defeat the Wehrmacht. But while the idea was good, reality was cruel. The dragons were ecstatic with the Mauser rifles, and then ordered the group to begin manufacturing them. But the group's expressions were as varied as they could be, because they seemed to think these weapons were rather outdated. A few years ago, when they fought them, they used Mauser rifles, and a few years later, these people were still using Mauser rifles. So, had technology advanced? But the Wehrmacht's front was steadily advancing. Furthermore, some of the dwarves and orcs had seen the Wehrmacht's fully automatic rifles, so they concluded that these weapons were outdated. But they were captured by the dragons, leaving them no chance to defend themselves. The dragons' pride wouldn't allow them to make any mistakes. With just one word, the dragons could make the group cosplay as Sunny dolls. So they were incredibly clever. They knew what the dragon said, and they did it. Without further questioning, they immediately began imitating Mauser rifles. The news of the thief in the Succubus Kingdom's arsenal quickly spread. Leon, who was on the front lines, was somewhat amused and embarrassed when he heard the news. The arsenal had been robbed, and those Mauser rifles were stolen. The entire frontline headquarters erupted in laughter. They had never imagined anyone would steal such junk. Needless to say, Leon guessed who had done it, because the dragon soldiers on the front line soon had a bolt-action rifle in their hands. At that moment, Leon was completely numb with laughter. No, my friend, you treat our junk like treasure, and you're using it to fight us. This is simply abstraction opening the door to abstraction. Chapter 1626. The high-ranking members of the National Defense Forces were all in a state of confusion upon learning of this situation. Who steals trash and treats it as treasure? These dragons are simply living treasures. Leon finally accepted this reality and decisively called to inquire. My dear mother-in-law, are you dragons thieves? Why do you steal things every day? Vilya was stunned when she heard the plan. My dear brother, when have we dragons been stealing things every day? And it's just this one time, right? And I don't even know about it. Vilya's face flushed instantly. You say we dragons have evidence of stealing? Can what dragons do be considered stealing? It's called legitimately borrowing the fruits of others' labor. Vilya's answer surprised Leon, because Leon didn't believe his mother-in-law was so abstract. But now that things had come to this, he couldn't say anything about her shamelessness. But he still felt a sense of relief, because the dragon's foolish behavior had completely eliminated the chance of a counterattack on the front lines. The front lines now had no chance of a counterattack. If they had followed the tactics of the previous cold weapon era, the dragons could at least have relied on their physical prowess to fight on equal terms. But now they had chosen to take up arms. Playing with guns against the Wehrmacht was like wielding a sword in front of Guangdong. The dragons had never expected this. Their seemingly clever move actually cost them their lives. It just proved the saying, a wise man's brainstorming is not as good as a fool's sudden inspiration. So Leon didn't give his mother-in-law much warning. After the attack, he could just capture them and send them to Heiyu, where they could have a good chat. Forget about dreaming of becoming a dragon lord. Dragons are a thing of the past. If a dragon lord truly emerges, it must be the offspring of Lion and Black Feather. Not only will Lion disapprove, but the Wehrmacht won't agree either. Since Lion was inspecting the Northwest Front, Fredkel, the commander of the Northwest Army, was extremely excited. He wanted to show off his infantry army. Let Lion see the prowess of their infantry. Stop staring at those armored divisions all the time. Are you armored soldiers the ones who have the right mothers, while we infantry soldiers are the ones who have the right mothers? Fredkel was furious. It was fine if these armored soldiers were always showing off their might. And now they were still showing off their might. They had all reached Dragon's homeland, and yet these armored soldiers were still pointing fingers from the rear. Oh my goodness, isn't this our infantry boss? Why are they so lame? They haven't even reached the front lines for days. The armored troops in the rear began to taunt the infantry on the front lines. If it were us, we would have crushed you long ago. We wouldn't leave you any scum. Although the armored troops were exaggerated, their strength was still formidable. If the armored troops had really arrived, the enemy would have been crushed long ago. The dragon soldiers were excited after receiving their new weapons, believing they could turn the tide. But the reality was that even with the new weapons, they were no match for the Wehrmacht. Some of the more astute dragon soldiers suddenly realized why their weapons were manual fire, while the enemy had weapons capable of continuous fire. The dragon soldiers seemed to have discovered something fishy. But they didn't think much of it. Now that things had come to this, with the guns already in hand, how could they refuse? Be brave. After receiving the new weapons and equipment, the dragons launched a new offensive. They wanted to reclaim all the dignity they had lost. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. They launched a new offensive, but the outcome was not optimistic. This time, the Wehrmacht infantry had deployed all their weapons and equipment. Compared to the armored forces' quick victory, the infantry had more options. This was because the current army computers had 3 attack modes. One was the most brutal, direct fire suppression, a barrage of barrages advancing slowly, crushing the enemy bit by bit with the most terrifying firepower. This method consumed a lot of ammunition, but its steady approach could greatly reduce casualties. The casualty rate was the lowest of the 3 options. The other option was more conventional. Order the Air Force to conduct precision bombing, while the army advanced rapidly to split the front from multiple directions. This method is a relatively conventional way for the army to fight. It also allows for the simultaneous opening of multiple fronts, achieving maximum results. At the same time, the cost of casualties is also moderate. But casualties also skyrocket. However, compared to the last option, these 2 options are very humane. Because the last option directly uses human lives, replacing the torrent of steel with flesh and blood. This was the tactic used by the Red Army back then. A beautiful paratrooper once asked a Russian major, why use human lives when technology can replace it? You could have easily reduced these unnecessary casualties, but you didn't. The major responded, we certainly know we could have used armored units to scout the way, but that wouldn't have been fast enough. Because the Russians used infantry as human radar. If the infantry deployed were gone, the armored units in the rear would be wary. If the infantry returned, the armored units would quickly pass through. For them, it wasn't that the Russians didn't want a protracted war, but rather that they simply couldn't afford it. In 1943, on the Eastern Front, not only was Dead Sea exhausted, but Russia also lost a significant portion of its labor force due to years of war. By 1944, despite both sides engaging in offensive and defensive operations, the domestic situation in Russia remained dire. All the young and strong men had gone to the battlefield, and supplies were scarce in the rear. Just having enough food on the front lines was a blessing. Furthermore, the quality of the Russian army in its later years was uneven. A considerable portion consisted of punitive battalions released from prison. Therefore, they would never sacrifice human lives unless absolutely necessary. Of the 3 options, the Wehrmacht favored the first, because it was the fastest and incurred the least casualties. If armored firepower provided a quick victory, then infantry firepower was equivalent to a relentless, back-and-forth assault, completely whittling the enemy into a pulp. Brother, what else can I say? You already chopped me into a pulp, so this position is yours. Frekel decided to show the dragons a lesson. Let them understand the might of the Wehrmacht. the dragons on the front lines were still foolishly preparing for a counterattack. But then came a day they would never forget. The Wehrmacht brought out the rocket launcher stationed in the rear, intending to give them a spectacular fireworks display. Do you like fireworks? Just the right thing to do to cheer you up. Chapter 1627. The Wehrmacht transported a large amount of ammunition from the rear to the front lines. The situation at the front lines was extremely complex. Because the Wehrmacht was now determined to achieve its goal in a single battle, they concentrated a large amount of heavy firepower. Most of this consisted of rocket launchers and other heavy artillery. Since the Wehrmacht's comprehensive modernization, these heavy artillery and rocket launchers gradually faded from view. It wasn't that the Wehrmacht had fallen behind, but rather that these heavy weapons were flashy and impractical. Some older heavy artillery, for example, not only required a large number of personnel, but also operated over complex roads. However, self-propelled artillery and truck-mounted artillery were much more flexible. That's why the Wehrmacht favored vehicle-mounted and self-propelled artillery. Both were highly mobile, and both armored and infantry units greatly favored this highly mobile heavy firepower. However, compared to tanks, self-propelled and vehicle-mounted artillery were significantly less expensive. Of course, the lowest-cost option was the assault gun. To put it simply, an assault gun is essentially an infantry fighting vehicle with a turret attached. It possesses tank-like firepower, but only infantry fighting vehicle-level protection. This highly mobile weaponry is ideally suited to modern warfare. This is because modern warfare is no longer the rudimentary wars of the past. It often involves integrated strikes, directly deploying land, sea, and air forces for precise saturation strikes. As a result, these rocket launchers and heavy artillery have largely been stored in the Wehrmacht. Some have been donated to its own allies. There are even times when Leon wonders if he's the recipient of billions in subsidies. After all, in the last century, any impoverished small country could receive aid. Of course, it's difficult to obtain aid from the Eagle Sauce. If you're a small, insignificant country, they likely provide you with everything except material resources. Of course, if you're geographically unique, that's another story. But compared to the Eagle Sauce's pettiness, if you're willing, just call him Xuanzong, and tens of billions in subsidies will arrive immediately. Although Xuanzong is vain, you have to admit one thing. If some weak countries are willing to follow Big Brother, they won't become completely powerful, but at least their people can have enough to eat. So, many small countries that couldn't afford food at the time would turn to Big Brother. Aid from the Eagle Sauce is generally profit-oriented. But aid from your Big Brother is truly aid. It's the kind of aid that's dangled before you, tempting you to eat it even more deliciously, and filling your stomach. Of course, that assumes you're a weak country. Because sovereign states wouldn't do that. At least until they were at their wits' end. And the most shocking thing is, your Xuanzong was truly courageous when things got tough. At that time, the Nile states had lost the Sinai Peninsula, and even the opposing hexagram was planning to invade the Nile. But the prisoner chose Xuanzong. Xuanzong said, "I give you the big one." He immediately demonstrated to everyone just how powerful Russia's air transport capabilities were. The hexagram completely abandoned the idea of invading the Nile. It's not that they didn't have ambitions, but they knew that if they invaded the Nile, they would likely never return. They were bad, but not stupid. Leon didn't want to be a victim. But as the leader of the alliance, he had to protect the future of all members. If you hit my little brother, I kill you. If you hit my little brother, and I, the big brother, don't stand up for him, what kind of big brother am I? A big brother must stand up for his little brother. Of course, that assumes the little brother is doing the right thing. If the little brother, under the name of the big brother, is committing crimes outside, then we have no choice but to clean up the mess. But De Yan's initial explosive production was simply too much. A considerable portion of the weapons and equipment remains unused. They're all going to be launched into space, so we can't just let them gather dust. By then, they might never have been used from the time they were shipped to the time they were destroyed. Even if we had the money, we couldn't afford to build them this way. So, after careful consideration, Frederick, the commander-in-chief on the front lines, decided to give everyone a big hand. He assembled every rocket launcher, heavy artillery, and other heavy weapon in the East Continent's warehouses. He even went so far as to procure a batch of heavy equipment from the mainland arsenal. He intended to teach these giant dragons a lesson. Because two fortress cities lay near the dragon capital. These two fortress cities formed the last barrier to defend the dragon capital. The Wehrmacht planned to capture these two fortress cities as quickly as possible, or rather, to circumvent them. But after careful consideration, Lion decided to seize these two cities, and completely thwart the Dragon Clan's ambitions. The capture of these two fortress cities required the army, so command naturally fell to Frederick. As the logistics transport team brought rocket launchers and heavy artillery pieces to the front line, the usually meticulous Frederick suddenly beamed. Finally, it's time to flex his muscles. Without hesitation, Frederico immediately dispatched personnel to receive this batch of heavy weapons. According to statistics, over 10,000 artillery pieces and over 2,000 rocket launchers of various types were involved in this general offensive. This nearly depleted the Wehrmacht's publicly available resources. This was because the Wehrmacht had many hidden arsenals, even some sealed ones. This was because Lion was initially afraid that the war would spread to the mainland, and if the production lines were disrupted, the Wehrmacht would not have enough weapons and equipment. So, they built countless underground arsenals on a massive scale. Even the Wehrmacht's top brass didn't know the locations of all these arsenals. This clearly shows the Wehrmacht's wealth. So, even with so much heavy firepower, Lion didn't feel bad about it. Build as much as you can. If it breaks, send it back to the rear for recycling. The steel can be used to build space battleships. This is pure recycling. The Wehrmacht even acquired a Gustav. This Gustav was the last operational Gustav of the Wehrmacht. There are currently 2 Gustavs in existence in the world. One has been consigned to a museum. The other is the one before us. After all, weighing over 1,000 tons, the Gustav gradually lost its former power with the passage of time. Over 1,000 tons of steel could have been used to manufacture tanks or other weapons. Thus, most of the Wehrmacht's Gustavs were melted down. Many Wehrmacht soldiers felt heartbroken, for they had witnessed the contributions of these mighty cannons. They had witnessed the dawn of an era. As veterans of an era, these weapons should continue to shine, not be melted down. However, the changing times forced these weapons to be phased out. Sometimes, it wasn't because they were unusable, but simply because they were outdated. The Wehrmacht prepared intensively for 3 days. The opposing dragons noticed something was amiss, but they made no unnecessary moves. The only thing they could do was continue to reinforce the 2 fortress cities. Essentially, the entire dragon capital's military was deployed there, intending to fight to the bitter end. This was a rare moment of wisdom for the dragons. They knew they couldn't hold it. The dragon capital was built on a plain. There were no natural defenses anywhere. Over 10 kilometers away lay a ring of mountains. This starry mountain range had only 2 entrances, blocked by 2 fortresses. If these 2 fortresses fell, the capital would be directly exposed to the National Defense Army's offensive. So the dragons planned to defend the 2 fortresses to the death. They also set most of the scrolls left by their ancestors. These scrolls wouldn't be of much use in the drama, but for the soldiers on the front lines, they were incredibly useful. Chapter 1628. Unlike the frantic activity on the side of the National Defense Army, the dragons were at their leisure. Because those now being sent to the battlefield were the noble sons of the dragon clan. These noble sons were descendants of clan leaders, or even elders. You could say they were arrogant and domineering in the military, but now they were finally being sent to the battlefield. However, they still couldn't change their old ways. A considerable number of these noble sons became common soldiers, but the most striking thing was that their army was half noble and half common. You might ask where this half-commoner group came from, because each noble son had an orderly. Yes, you heard correctly. These dragon lords had to bring their own servants with them to the battlefield. Because they had a family, they felt at ease. Otherwise, who would wash their clothes and serve them tea and water? These men went to the front lines with great optimism. They stayed in the 2 fortress cities for 3 days. But they still didn't see the National Defense Army launch an attack. Some nobles even thought the Wehrmacht had cowered. But many more were filled with worry. The Wehrmacht's prolonged inaction must indicate they were plotting something. Because the Wehrmacht, attacking from 3 directions, couldn't possibly abandon the attack on the capital. From the outset, the Wehrmacht had aimed to annihilate the dragon. Only by capturing the capital could victory be declared complete. Though these nobles acted like aristocratic lords, a considerable number of them were intelligent. After all, an elite aristocratic education rarely produces mediocrity. The probability of an elite aristocratic education producing mediocrity is like the probability of a general education producing genius. There are differences between people. Many nobles in the 2 fortress cities were optimistic. They spent their days in their positions, sipping tea, reading newspapers, and listening to music. They showed no reverence for the war. But the veterans, who had retreated from the front lines, were filled with worry. They had noticed that the Wehrmacht hadn't taken any action in the past few days. Not even the most routine bombing and artillery bombardments. These veterans were growing increasingly uneasy. But their anxiety wouldn't change anything. Because their voices were insignificant, Even if they offered the correct answer, no one would listen. Just as the dragons were fussing, the opposing Wehrmacht finally made a move. First, scouts hid near the two fortresses and observed for 3 days. The daily movements of the dragon soldiers were recorded in notebooks by the scouts. Then the information was transmitted back to the rear. Fearing the plan would be leaked, Leon was initially very nervous. He feared the opposing dragons would notice their actions. But he soon calmed down. He realized the opposing dragons were completely clueless. If that's the case, then why should we be afraid? After careful consideration, everyone quickly set the time for the general offensive for 2 days from now. At the same time, they ordered the Wehrmacht troops in the other two directions to slow down their advance and create the appearance of ammunition shortages. When the Wehrmacht troops in the other two directions received the order, they were stunned. What did it mean to create the illusion of ammunition shortages? No, my friend, how can this be staged? For them, ammunition shortages were basically confined to history books. It was impossible for the Wehrmacht troops today to be short of ammunition. Most of them had never experienced the dilemma of running out of ammunition. But there was no other way. Leon's orders had to be carried out. Since things had come to this, let's just follow Leon's orders first. Everyone quickly pretended to be short on ammunition. Many even learned it on their own, because their superior commanders had ordered the soldiers to pick up the weapons from the dragons. Many dragon soldiers were instantly excited when they saw this, because the Wehrmacht had always had superior weapons. Logically, they wouldn't discard their own weapons and pick up others. Now they've been reduced to picking up other people's weapons. Is there any doubt? Of course, they're in a desperate situation of ammunition shortages. What? You're saying, maybe it's because their weapons are so superior that the Wehrmacht discarded their own and picked up their guns? No, buddy, stop teasing me, okay? Don't you have any idea of the quality of your own weapons? At the same time, to confuse the dragon troops on the front lines, the Wehrmacht had recently deployed sporadic fighter jets for air strikes. At first, the dragons couldn't tell that the Wehrmacht was at its last gasp. But the sporadic airstrikes over the past 2 days had gradually aroused the dragons' suspicions. Is the Wehrmacht failing? However, Leon's most audacious move was to have William stage a show. He had William's guards spread rumors of a mutiny. He was directly targeting the dragon as if it were his own. At the same time, he released a large amount of information proving that Wehrmacht troops from all over the country were heading for the capital. The dragon's face instantly lit up with joy upon receiving this news. As fate would have it, you mocked us dragons. You were all so clever, but now you found yourself caught up in the internal strife. Leon! Leon! What's the point of your fighting skills? These days, unity is the key to survival. Goodbye. Waiting for the opportunity to launch a counterattack, the dragons waited for their chance, but the next moment, their smiles vanished. The time for the general attack had arrived. The Wehrmacht, after nearly 5 days of preparation, launched its final assault. A large number of artillery and rocket launchers roared. A barrage of artillery shells and rockets pierced the night sky, slamming directly into the two fortress cities. Although the dragons were inhumane, they still evacuated the civilians from the two fortress cities. Because they were beasts compared to the Wehrmacht, and now that they realized they couldn't defeat them, they had to find other ways to surpass them. So they decided to be kind. But this was really funny. The terrifying attack flew out from the Wehrmacht position and landed precisely within the fortress city. And the dragons were still asleep.